Chapter 1. Anything is acceptable, except playing basketball. In September 1995, the windy city of Chicago was no longer basking in warmth. The temperature hovered around a mere 10 degrees Celsius, far from the most comfortable climate. However, the entire city of Chicago was abuzz with excitement, filled with jubilant cheers and spontaneous street celebrations. This was not a protest or a bargain sale, rather. The city was genuinely exhilarated. Just a few hours prior, the Chicago Bulls had hosted the league's annual Media Day to herald the start of a new season. Although termed a Media Day, it was essentially the first grand unveiling of the teams after a summer of transformation and reorganization. The fervor among Chicago fans was palpable, for their deity, the city's hero and idol, the illustrious Michael Jordan, had uttered a single sentence during the Media Day. "This year, we are champions." Indeed, such a declaration was enough to incite madness throughout the city, though Jordan had rejoined the Bulls at the end of the previous regular season, famously proclaiming "I'm back," and leading the team to an impressive 134 record. The playoffs had proven to be a different story. Having been unaccustomed to the court due to a 2-year foray into baseball, Jordan could not withstand the vigor of the youthful Shaq and Penny, resulting in the Bulls' exit at the hands of the Magic with a 42 score. Despite the loss, it was evident to all that neither the Bulls nor Jordan had performed at their peak, particularly Jordan, who had showcased no more than 70 of his potential. Following his tumultuous baseball career, as the most notorious perfectionist in NBA history, Jordan wasted no time. Less than 10 days after being ousted from the playoffs, he ended his vacation and embarked on an intense training regimen. The fruits of his labor were evident in the flawless muscle definition he displayed at Media Day, radiating vitality and unwavering confidence the basketball god was back. Thus, when he boldly provoked the entire league by declaring "We are champions," no one perceived it as arrogance. Instead, the citizens of Chicago embraced the fervor with unrestrained enthusiasm. 2 years had passed. Does anyone comprehend how we Chicagoans have endured these past 2 years? We have had to suffer under the leadership of Pippen, who, while formidable, was merely adequate, and endure repeated humiliations in the playoffs at the hands of New York, Miami, Charlotte, Orlando, Indiana, Phoenix, San Antonio. Alas, Chicago has become the subject of ridicule across the league. There was no escaping the fact that Jordan had countless adversaries throughout the league. But now, a fully rejuvenated Jordan had returned. This transformation rendered the team utterly flawless, making every player appear remarkably appealing. Jackson's cunning grin, Rodman's audacious antics, and Pippen's perpetually pained expression, including that delicate young man who appears frail, seemingly more suited for the silver screen in the basketball court, the Asian rookie stands out as rather charming. Indeed, this year, the Chicago Bulls have welcomed a rookie with an undeniably youthful visage, resembling that of a boyish figure. His name is Lin Tian, a 22-year-old of Chinese descent, selected in the second round as the 52nd overall pick. Lin Tian graduated from the University of Pennsylvania, where he majored in psychology. As one of the prestigious Ivy League institutions, the University of Pennsylvania is renowned for its psychology program, being the first higher education institution to establish such a discipline. Notably, Lin Tian was awarded a full scholarship upon gaining admission to this esteemed program. Coupled with Lin Tian's distinctly Eastern features, which captivate the gaze of countless admirers, he boasts an impressive stature of 191 centimeters in height, a wingspan of 205 centimeters, and a finely sculpted physique. Having moved to the United States for his education in middle school, Lin Tian undoubtedly hails from a commendable family background. In this era, the exorbitant costs of American education are beyond the reach of the average person. His parents were among the early entrepreneurs in China, and through their astute vision and solid foundation, the Lin family amassed a fortune in the 8 figures by the early 1990s. From any perspective, Lin Tian embodies the essence of a young prodigy, excelling in lineage, intellect, appearance, talent, and physique. However, rather than pursuing a career in psychology or returning home to inherit the family business, Lin Tian chose the path of basketball, a decision reminiscent of Schwarzenegger's foray into politics or Shaquille O'Neal's venture into coaching youth in free throws and three-pointers. Notably, the University of Pennsylvania stands in stark contrast to its neighbor, Penn State University. While Penn is an academic powerhouse that has produced numerous influential figures in politics and business, it has historically struggled in athletics. In contrast, Penn State is a formidable force in NCAA sports, dominating the Big Ten Conference and serving as an alma mater for many NBA players. One could argue that Lin Tian, the University of Pennsylvania, and the NBA are worlds apart. However, Lin Tian's response to such skepticism is resolute. "I am willing. I enjoy this. You have no say in my choices." Throughout his 4 years at the University of Pennsylvania, a school that offers neither basketball scholarships nor places emphasis on the sport. Lin Tian dedicated himself wholeheartedly, training relentlessly. During his tenure, he shattered various records and achieved the best results in the school's basketball history. In his senior year, he led his teammates to the school's first-ever appearance in the NCAA tournament, known as March Madness. Although they were ultimately defeated by UCLA in the first round with a staggering score of 7,740, reaching March Madness has ensured that Lin Tian's name will forever be etched in the annals of Penn's history. From certain perspectives, Lin Tian has now joined the ranks of notable alumni, akin to the likes of Warren Buffett and Benjamin Franklin. In his senior year, Lin Tian averaged a commendable 22.4 points, 6.1 assists, 3.1 rebounds, and 1.2 steals per game. While these statistics may seem indicative of a lottery prospect, it is essential to note that they were achieved in the basketball desolation of the University of Pennsylvania. In the eyes of scouts and NBA executives, his performance pales in comparison to that of the so-called strongest guard of the year, Damon Stoudemire from Arizona, who boasts averages of 22 points, 7 assists, and 1 steal. This stark contrast underscores the reality that similar statistics can yield vastly different impacts and perceptions when produced against differing levels of competition. This disparity explains why Stoudemire was selected as the 7th pick in the first round, while Lin Tian, despite his utmost efforts, was only chosen 52nd in the second round by the Chicago Bulls, barely securing a spot in the NBA for why Lin Tian opted for a career in basketball rather than pursuing a more promising profession like medicine or leveraging the advantages of wealth. The reason is quite simple. This is Lin Tian's second chance at life that he has transcended time. As a time traveler, Lin Tian possesses an unusual advantage, albeit one that brings him considerable frustration. Chapter 2. The ridiculous system that makes one want to retire immediately upon entering the NBA. In his previous life, Lin Tian thrived on the wealth accumulated by his parents, successfully expanding the family business to unprecedented heights. By the age of 45, he had led the enterprise to secure financing and achieve a listing on the shares market. However, his relentless pursuit of work and wealth resulted in a lifestyle fraught with poor habits, particularly during his youth, when he frequently succumbed to excessive drinking due to social obligations. By the time he reached 30, he was already noticeably overweight and in poor physical condition, and after turning 40, his health issues became increasingly apparent. Ultimately, at the tender age of 50, Lin Tian succumbed to various complications. Yet, just when he believed his life had reached its conclusion, he awoke to find himself back in his youth. He had been reborn. Everything mirrored his previous life, save for the memories embedded within his soul. After experiencing a whirlwind of emotions, Lin Tian quickly acclimated to his new reality and resolved to live an entirely different life this time around. The first decision he made was to forego a career in business in his past life. He had never allowed himself a moment of respite in his quest for a commercial empire, a relentless pursuit that ultimately led to his premature demise due to stress, alcoholism, and social obligations. In this life, Lin Tian yearned for comfort and joy. He wished to embrace the simple pleasures he had previously neglected. This desire significantly influenced his choice to study psychology. It was an accessible path in his past life. Lin Tian had diligently pursued a master's degree in psychology at the University of Pennsylvania to navigate the business world with prowess. This meant that his 4 years at university were not merely for learning, but rather a period of review. Simultaneously, Lin Tian rekindled his passion for the sport he had loved most in his previous existence, basketball, in contrast to his previous life, where he bid farewell to his prime too early and could only dominate in casual games against his subordinates. Even achieving a staggering 100 points in a single match, he found himself merely tormenting his younger teammates. However, this time, he devoted himself to rigorous basketball training from an early stage, ultimately making his way through the exhilarating madness of NCAA March Madness. Everything seemed so splendid, save for one nagging disappointment that plagued Lin Tian. It was only during his senior year that he awoke one day to find a message floating before his eyes. The basketball talent emotion system has been successfully loaded. Complete the initial task to unlock initial task. Enter the NBA. Task reward. The supreme talents of 3 top athletes. Upon realizing the existence of this remarkable advantage, Lin Tian's initial reaction was one of sheer ecstasy and exhilaration. The supreme talents of 3 athletes. Moreover, it was explicitly stated that they were top-tier athletes. This meant he could potentially possess Michael Jordan's mid-range shooting, Reggie Miller's three-point prowess, Hakeem Olajuwon's footwork, Charles Barkley's strength, or Wilt Chamberlain's sheer quantity. The possibilities were endless. With a stroke of luck, Lin Tian might even acquire Allen Iverson's speed combined with Shaquille O'Neal's sheer destructive power. Would he not then be invincible? The legendary combination of a 2-meter Iverson, a diligent O'Neal, a rational Kobe, and a Curry Jordan fusion. How fascinating! Though he was a businessman in his past life, he had indulged in reading fantasy novels as a pastime. He had perused numerous popular novels of later generations and was thoroughly acquainted with the concepts of golden fingers and extraordinary advantages. As a reincarnator, a favored child of fortune, was it not a mere trifle for him to draw the best rewards? Yet, as the initial excitement faded, Lin Tian soon found himself cursing in frustration. Why had this system not emerged sooner? Had it appeared earlier, he would have strived relentlessly, even resorting to backdoor means, to enroll in a prestigious basketball schools like Duke, North Carolina, or Kansas. At such institutions. The level of players, coaches, training, and exposure far surpassed that of the relatively obscure University of Pennsylvania. Regrettably, he was already in his senior year. Even if he wished to transfer and embark on a more arduous journey to bring his talent to UCLA, it was too late. Given the current performance and visibility of the University of Pennsylvania, Lin Tian was not only unlikely to be selected by the NBA, but he might also have to start from the youth teams or second-tier leagues upon returning home to participate in the At this rate. Who could say when he would awaken the system? Yet, Lin Ren could not contemplate taking his own life again in hopes of reincarnating. With no other recourse, Lin Tian resolved to double his efforts during his senior year, training fervently while also urging his teammates to strive alongside him. Ultimately, he managed to enter the exhilarating NCAA March Madness, and although he was selected as the 52nd pick in the second round, he finally made his way into the NBA. After being selected by the Bulls in what felt like a dream, Lin Tian, who had weathered countless storms in his past life, found himself momentarily dazed and bewildered. It was only after he had taken the stage for a group photo and interview that he began to regain his composure. Upon returning to the hotel, Lin Tian immediately activated his system. The initial task of the basketball talent emotion system has been completed. Would you like to activate the system and receive your task rewards? Yes. With a heart full of excitement, Lin Tian activated the system and accepted the rewards. However, he was soon left in a state of confusion. In that moment, he was struck by the thought of abandoning his NBA aspirations entirely, contemplating retirement instead. To his astonishment, the 3 talents he had unlocked were not those of a basketball player at all. It was only then that Lin Tian realized the system referred to the talents of 3 top-tier athletes, rather than 3 elite basketball players. What a monumental misunderstanding. The 3 athletes he had drawn were indeed renowned, deserving of the title of the world's most elite athletes. Tom Brady's passing, organizing, and game-reading abilities, the all-seeing eye, Floyd Mayweather's fighting skills, Pretty Boy, Usain Bolt's speed and physical prowess, lightning speed. These 3 athletes and their respective talents were undoubtedly among the best in the world. Tom Brady and Bolt, in particular, stood as the pinnacle of excellence in their fields, truly the greatest of all time. Yet the issue remained. None of them were basketball players. It wasn't that Lin Tian couldn't utilize these abilities. On the contrary, they would prove immensely beneficial in competition. However, he pondered the practicality. Rather than pursuing basketball, wouldn't it be more advantageous to leverage these talents in the NFL, in sprinting, or in boxing? Why endure the arduous struggle of basketball? It seemed far more appealing to retire on the spot. Although Lin Tian cherished basketball, his experiences in America had also cultivated a deep affection for the boxing ring and the NFL field. Thus, he resolved to retire immediately. Just as this thought crossed Lin Tian's mind, considering he had yet to sign a contract with the team and could therefore explore other opportunities, the system's voice resonated. Once more, that if the host does not play in the NBA, the current talents will remain ineffective. What in the world? Though Lin Tian did not gaze into a mirror, he was certain that his complexion had turned a shade of green. This wretched system was nothing short of a pitfall. It even imposed career restrictions. Why did other systems allow them to pursue any path they desired, treating their hosts like cherished children? Oh, heavens, why have you dealt me such an unfair hand? Chapter 3. The complete form of the system. After gesturing with a few middle fingers towards the void and uttering a handful of expletives, Lin Tian swiftly composed himself, preparing to activate the system and discover the true nature of this basketball talent emotion system. Lin Tian's mindset had, unbeknownst to him, transformed significantly with his rebirth, diverging from his previous life. In contrast to the meticulousness and calculations that characterized his former existence, the current Lin Tian appeared increasingly relaxed and at ease. His perspective was less about clenching the hourglass of life and more akin to a player engaging in the game of life, eager to experience an entirely different way of living. Thus, Lin Tian no longer fretted over gain or loss, nor did he allow trivial matters to weigh heavily on his heart. If a path was viable, he would tread it. If not, he would simply seek another route. Having acquired 3 exceptional talents, Lin Tian promptly activated the system. Upon receiving the activation command, the system initiated. Ding! The basketball talent emotion system has been fully loaded, accompanied by the cold mechanical voice. Lin Tian waited less than 20 seconds for a concise and transparent panel to materialize before him. Name: Lin Tian. Age: 22. Height: 191 centimeters. Weight: 83 kilograms. Physical evaluation: jumping B-, speed S, strength C, stamina C, explosiveness A, coordination A-, awareness A. Overall physical rating: offensive evaluation: shooting B, dribbling B-, passing A, breaking through B, low post D, dunking B, fast break S. Overall offensive rating: B, defensive evaluation: rebounding D, stealing A-, on-ball defense D, blocking C-, help defense B, box out C-, one-on-one defense C. Overall defensive rating: C. Traits: all-seeing eye, handsome boy, lightning speed skills, pick and roll shooting LV2, 332, 000, quick pass LV1, 6, 911, 000, items: none. Experience: 0 tasks. Play over 20 minutes in 10 consecutive games. When athletes experience emotional fluctuations due to the host, there's a probability of dropping experience, skills, items, traits, etc. for the host to collect. Note: the stronger the emotional fluctuation, the higher the probability and quality of the dropped items. After perusing the system's introduction, Lin Tian's previous slight displeasure dissipated in an instant. What is his profession? A graduate of the world's premier psychological institution, and he has graduated twice. His ability to read subtle cues and manipulate psychological states is indeed his hallmark skill. This system is undoubtedly tailored for Lin Tian. Those top players should consider themselves fortunate. Lin Tian possesses the confidence that, when it comes to manipulating mentalities and unleashing trash talk that drives others to emotional turmoil, he stands as a master in this league, far surpassing his contemporaries by at least 30 iterations. Players like Miller, Peyton, Barkley, and Jordan, mere trash talkers in his presence, appear as unrefined amateurs lacking formal training. It is time for Lin Tian, equipped with the finest American gear, to demonstrate his prowess against them. As for his 2 skills, they are precisely the reasons Lin Tian established himself in the NCAA and achieved impressive statistics. His forte in the NCAA was the mid-range shot following a pick and roll, along with his ability to distribute and manage the ball during fast breaks, which were instrumental in his remarkable performance. However, it is surprising that upon entering the NBA, these signature skills are merely at the levels of LV1 and LV2. Moreover, aside from his system's professional alignment, this straightforward data panel reveals much about his capabilities. Were it not for the activation of 3 elite athletic skills that significantly enhanced Lin Tian's speed, jumping ability, awareness, and passing skills, his current metrics would undoubtedly reflect a dismal C or D grade. Based on Lin Tian's assessment, the top level in the NBA is classified as S, while B represents the average player standard. C and D, without a doubt, indicate an unacceptable level, suggesting that apart from a few exceptional abilities, most of Lin Tian's skills fall short of NBA standards. Furthermore, at the age of 22, without the advantage of the Asian market, his draft value would likely place him at the bottom of the 2nd round, and there are certainly many others who share this valuation yet remain undrafted. One can only say that Lin Tian's luck played a significant role in being selected, entering the NBA, and activating the system. However, that would be the extent of it. Without the system, he would likely spend only 2 to 3 years in the NBA before being swiftly relegated to the status of an inconsequential player, leaving little to no lasting impression. Yet, after activating 3 abilities, Lin Tian's circumstances have transformed dramatically. Bolt's lightning power has elevated Lin Tian's speed to an S level, corresponding his fast break capabilities to S. Additionally, his explosive power has also seen enhancement, undoubtedly derived from this essence of human speed. It is a pity that he received the speed attribute rather than physical attributes. Otherwise, with Bolt's monstrous jumping ability comparable to Jordan's, Lin Tian could have easily dominated the dunk contest. However, aside from their remarkable speed and explosive potential, both Mayweather and Brady, despite being titans in their respective fields, are not basketball players. Naturally, their innate talents are somewhat diminished when they step onto the basketball court. Otherwise, if they were in the NFL, with Brady's exceptional quarterback throws, it would be unreasonable for Lin Tian's passing to be anything less than S. His performance metrics could undoubtedly elevate to a higher echelon. Nonetheless, for Lin Tian at present, this is entirely sufficient for the time being. As for how he will grow stronger in the future and to what extent, that is a matter for another day. Lin Tian is in no rush. He takes it one step at a time, with confidence in his abilities. How could Lin, the esteemed gentleman, possibly be overshadowed by the likes of Kobe, Jordan, or LeBron? Such a notion is inconceivable. However, what Lin Tian did not anticipate was the lukewarm reception he received from both the local Chicago fans and the Chicago Bulls players, who were not particularly fond of this rookie. For the Bulls supporters, they pride themselves on being a formidable team, a dynasty within the league, and they have no need for a bookish Ivy League graduate or a pretty boy. They would prefer Phil Jackson and the hefty Krause to trade that draft pick for a washing machine rather than allow a pretty boy to disrupt the team's fierce and intimidating style. They certainly do not wish to be labeled as the gathering place for the league's soft-hearted fans. The unfriendly disdain began on the very first day Lin Tian arrived in Chicago. Here, the fans offered him no respect, nor did they harbor any anticipation for his performance. Instead, he was met with derision and boos, alongside countless fans who yearned for the team to swiftly trade away this pretty boy. Whether through the voting conducted by the Chicago Tribune, the inquiries posed during Media Day, or the petitions that fluttered like paper airplanes to the office of Team President Klaus. One thing was abundantly clear. Lin Tian was not welcomed by this city. On the very first day of training camp, troublemakers emerged. The only individuals in Chicago who may have taken a liking to Lin Tian were those female fans of various ages who were enamored with handsome men. These women were utterly captivated by the newcomer, who resembled a Hollywood star, wishing fervently for him to remain here for a decade, never to be traded. Thus, atop Klaus's desk, alongside the letters advocating for Lin Tian's trade, were notes pleading for him to remain with the Bulls indefinitely. Perhaps Lin Tian's unfortunate predicament was closely tied to his overwhelming popularity among female fans. Jealousy is one of humanity's most fundamental emotions. If it were merely the hostility of the fans, it would not be a significant concern. Fans are the most pragmatic and easily swayed group. As long as Lin Tian performs well, a legion of fans will quickly rally behind him, transforming into his ardent supporters. Indeed, according to Lin Tian's recollection, this season the Bulls achieved a remarkable record of 72 wins and 10 losses. In such a winning team, Lin Tian might need to do little more than sit on the bench and wave his towel, and the Chicago fans would come to adore him. This encapsulates the essence of victory. However, certain elements remain unalterable by triumph or individual performance. These pertain to the malice that can arise within the team itself. It is important to recognize that the various NBA teams resemble microcosms of society. Within these teams, hierarchies exist, delineating different circles of influence. Superstars often inhabit a realm inaccessible to role players. Furthermore, even among role players, divisions may arise due to factors such as team status, playing time, and the closeness of relationships with prominent figures within the team, leading to the formation of small factions. Between these factions, one may witness instances of ridicule, bullying, and harassment. This is an inevitability that no team can escape. After all, this is the NBA, the pinnacle of basketball, where countless individuals strive to make their mark. Currently, the Chicago Bulls core undoubtedly revolves around the formidable triangle of Jordan, Pippen, and Rodman. In addition to these three, players such as Luke Longley, Tony Kukoc, and Ron Harper have long established themselves as indispensable members of the team, thanks to their illustrious pasts and seamless integration with the squad. In the course of their training, these individuals need only focus on themselves and the tasks assigned by their coach. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, their positions within the team remain quite secure. Consequently, they are unlikely to stir up trouble during the training camp. Of course, given the less than stellar personalities of players like Jordan and Pippen, it is entirely possible that by the end of the camp, these two might not utter a single word to Lin Tian, perhaps even forgetting the simplicity of his two-syllable name. However, beyond the core group of players who are unconcerned about their playing time, the other members of the Bulls are not experiencing such tranquility. In particular, those like Lin Tian, who are vying desperately for playing time or even the chance to remain on the team, must remain perpetually vigilant. For them, every opportunity is precious, and any misstep or lapse in performance during practice could result in being relegated to the bench or, worse, outright dismissal. Conversely, with each player released from the roster, the remaining players see their chances for advancement increase. Thus, within the training camp, before the final roster is determined, these marginal players regard one another not as teammates or brothers, but as fierce adversaries, rivals for survival. The notion of teammates as family, of camaraderie and mutual support, is non-existent. Your presence threatens my livelihood. Your departure is my opportunity to play. This stark reality is the truest face of NBA fringe players. Upon arriving at the training camp on the first day, Lin Tian immediately sensed this animosity. "Kid, I bet you were chosen because you cleaned up nicely for Phil," sneered a slightly shorter, yet notably stockier African-American guard. Lin Tian recognized him as Randy Brown, a quintessential role player with a career average of merely 4 points and 2 assists. This offseason, he had just transitioned from the Kings to the Bulls. Ordinarily, Brown would be the third option at the point guard position behind Harper and Kerr, expected to garner some playing time and stats in the new season. However, Phil Jackson's selection of Lin Tian, a point guard with superior height and attributes, albeit from an obscure college and picked at the 52nd spot, instilled a sense of unease in Brown, who feared losing his position as the third point guard. Thus, without hesitation, Brown issued a challenge. In response to such hostility, Lin Tian felt no inclination to be courteous. Without a moment's thought, he raised a middle finger and retorted, "What about you? Do you have anything to offer? I suppose you're envious of those who do, which is why you spout such inane remarks. Am I right? You fool whose intellect is as muddled as your wit?" Brown could hardly fathom that a rookie of Asian descent, previously unseen in the league, would dare to speak to him in such a manner. He had anticipated that Lin Tian would tremble in fear, either fleeing or stammering incoherently. Instead, Lin Tian unleashed a barrage of taunts that left Brown utterly speechless. Randy Brown's emotions surged, causing him to lose 10 experience points. Meanwhile, within Lin Tian's mind, the system's voice resonated. With a professional alignment, the experience gained was indeed swift. In a single utterance, Lin Tian had secured his first taste of success. The name Randy Brown would be etched in Lin Tian's memory, akin to how a man forever remembers the girl who guides him from boyhood to manhood. "Hey kid, do you think your Ivy League degree makes you special? Let me tell you, here, your academic credentials mean nothing." Brown was unwilling to back down, hurling insults at Lin Tian, while 2 others had unknowingly drawn closer. The trio's fierce glares directed at Lin Tian suggested an intent to confront him. Upon glancing over, Lin Tian recognized Jack Haley and Jason Caffey. All 3 were mere supporting characters and fringes of the team. Yet their differing positions fostered a camaraderie that aimed to exclude others. Lin Tian was clearly their primary target. In the face of their scrutinizing gazes, Lin Tian understood precisely how to provoke them. He disdainfully spat on the ground and muttered under his breath, "Pathetic softies, even inferior to garbage." Then, he nonchalantly circumvented the trio without sparing them a glance. Contempt. Utter contempt. This singular action incited fury within the 3, eager for validation, yet grappling with their own insecurities. Chapter 5. The Bulls Triad. Jack Haley's emotions fluctuated, resulting in a loss of 5 experience points. Jason Caffey's emotions also wavered, leading to a similar loss of 5 experience points. Simultaneously, a furious shout erupted from behind Lin Tian. "Damn it!" Lin Tian clenched his fists, acutely aware that numerous eyes had turned towards them, intentionally exposing a vulnerability at the back of his head, baiting the 3 to strike first. Should they initiate the altercation, he would not be held accountable for the ensuing consequences. Lin Tian recognized that there were many in the training camp who were eager to bully him. Far beyond just these 3, there were plenty waiting to have him carry their bags and buy them burgers. Yet on the very first day of training camp, he intended to convey to everyone, "I, Lin, am not to be trifled with." The combat techniques of Mayweather were already primed and ready to unleash. Just as Lin Tian clenched his fists, meticulously calculating the moment to pivot and the angle from which to strike, already envisioning the elegant execution of knocking out 3 individuals within a mere 5 seconds, a languid yet authoritative voice interrupted the scene. "You 3, are you seeking death?" A figure approached, adorned with a riot of red, green, and purple hair, piercings adorning his nose, lips, and ears, exuding an audacious demeanor. As he swayed towards Brown and the others, a palpable fear washed over them, instantly sapping their resolve, rendering them motionless and voiceless. The individual, Lin Tian, immediately recognized the person in front of him. In this league, there's only one individual who dresses in such a flamboyant manner. The worm Dennis Rodman. I must say, 3 against 1, and resorting to ambush tactics? How shameless can you be? If you 3 were to confront him face to face, I would hardly intervene. But attacking from behind? That's utterly disgraceful. Let me clarify, on my turf within my team, fighting is permissible, even if 3-on-1 is acceptable. You cowardly wretches could even draw your weapons against him, and I would remain indifferent. However, an ambush from behind? Should I catch you doing that again? You can pack your bags and leave the team. We have no room for underhanded scoundrels and cowards here. What do you mean by your team, Dennis? What do you mean by your turf? When did this place become yours? I seem to have missed that memo. As Rodman finished speaking, another Bulls giant, Scottie Pippen, with his lifeless gaze and elongated features, arrived on the scene. Yes, this is your turf. At least it was during the previous year and the first half of the last, correct? After Michael left, and before he arrived, this place belonged to you. But when Michael was around, you never dared to utter a word. Rodman rolled his eyes, his words undeniably infuriating. However, perhaps Pippen had long grown accustomed to Rodman's manner of speaking, recognizing that this fellow had a knack for provoking others with his words. He merely shrugged and said nothing. What are we discussing? Are we deliberating on how I will obliterate you, or how much you will lose to me tonight? Soon, the renowned Michael Jordan, the god of Chicago and the reigning champion of the league, made his appearance. At this moment, Jordan was drenched in sweat, evidently having trained diligently for quite some time. This obsessive and relentless training attitude is one of the most crucial reasons for his dominance in the league, establishing him as the unequivocal number 1. These 3 fools, intending to ambush that Asian kid. Rodman pursed his lips, maintaining his slick and irksome tone. Upon sensing Jordan's gaze upon them, Brown and his companions visibly shivered. The piercing gaze of the king is not something to be taken lightly. And Michael, it was that kid who spoke disrespectfully, and we merely wished to teach him a lesson. Brown stammered, swallowing hard to suppress his fear as he explained to Jordan. First, I don't go by Michael. Second, you scum have no right to address me as Michael. Third, I have no interest in the quarrels among you worthless individuals, so there is no need for explanations. However, your ambush from behind will have consequences. Starting tomorrow, you will arrive an hour early for training and practice with me, but it will only be with me. I do not wish to see you during the training process, hear your noise, or know what you practiced. Do you understand, you worthless fools? IvyLeague understood. Brown swallowed hard, scarcely daring to utter another word. I believe that the imbecile Klaus ought to elevate the criteria for joining the team. What possessed him to recruit a few stutterers into our ranks? Is it to demonstrate his own intellect? Jordan shrugged, subsequently falling silent as he turned to leave the scene. His path led directly toward Lin Tian's position. For Jordan, despite having heard countless legends and having encountered Lin Tian during Media Day yesterday, this close proximity was unequivocally a first. Lin Tian had already formed a clear impression of the basketball deity known as Jordan. A scoundrel, an unequivocal, thoroughly despicable scoundrel. His demeanor was indeed appalling, and it was no wonder that this individual had virtually no friends within the league. Everyone despised him. Yet, it was precisely this universal disdain coupled with his unassailable presence that forged Jordan into the icon he is, a true god of basketball. Hey, rookie, you're blocking the way. Or do you have something to say? Jordan regarded Lin Tian with palpable disdain, clearly unwilling to remember or inquire about his name. First, I am not He. I am Lin Tian. You may call me Lin or LT, as my friends do. Second, I have nothing to say, and it is not I who is blocking the way. It is you who insists on approaching me. Lin Tian felt no trepidation in the face of Jordan's imposing aura. Engage in a brawl? Lin Tian was confident he could take on 3 opponents single-handedly. Pressuring the team to facilitate his trade? If worst comes to worst, he could always return home and inherit the family fortune. I, Lin, have no reason to fear you, Jordan. Jordan glared fiercely at Lin Tian, chewing his gum incessantly. At that moment, even Rodman and Pippen seemed hesitant to speak. There have been individuals who dared to confront Jordan, yet each met with dire consequences. Even someone as audacious as Rodman understood the imperative of never provoking Jordan under any circumstances. He may have appeared reckless, but he was far from foolish. Rodman's current curiosity revolves around whether this rookie is merely brash, truly foolish, or possesses some form of backing. Sharing Rodman's inquisitive sentiment about Lin Tian is another individual not far from the scene of the incident. Chapter 6. Jordan, Coach, I wish to play as a point guard. When Phil Jackson selected Lin Tian several months prior, he had not witnessed a single one of his games. In fact, he did not even attend Lin Tian's tryout in Chicago. All information regarding Lin Tian was relayed to Jackson through rookie reports, collegiate statistics, and the words of head coach Clements. After all, the Bulls only held the 52nd pick, a position that hardly warranted extensive research. A cursory evaluation sufficed. Moreover, the primary decision-maker regarding player selection was the corpulent Klaus. The relationship between Jackson and Klaus was akin to a mutual desire to dominate one another, with an intensity that bordered on hostile. Yet, who was Jackson? The foremost psychological mastermind in the league. A tactical virtuoso in the art of manipulating minds and dispensing motivational wisdom. If he truly desired a player, he possessed myriad ways to influence Klaus's decision. Ultimately, it hinged on whether the effort was deemed worthwhile. As for Lin Tian, Jackson's impression was straightforward. A tall guard, intellectually astute, a psychology major, and an Ivy League scholar. With these attributes combined, even without having seen a moment of Lin Tian's play, Jackson felt compelled to bring him in for a trial. This type of player, possessing a high intellect, towering stature, and average physical prowess, is precisely the archetype favored by Jackson. Of course, one must exclude the extraordinary talents like Kobe, Jordan, and Shaquille O'Neal. Such prodigies are universally admired. Furthermore, since he was merely a late second-round rookie, any shortcomings would reflect poorly on Klaus, not on me, Phil Jackson. Thus, in the ensuing days, Jackson skillfully led Klaus to believe that he regarded Lin Tian as a worthless and exceedingly bothersome individual. Consequently, by the end of June's draft, it was only natural that Lin Tian became a member of the Chicago Bulls. Klaus's perspective was straightforward. A late second-round rookie's failures would be attributed to Jackson's inability to utilize talent, which had no bearing on me, the league's premier general manager, Klaus. Thus, through this serendipitous turn of events, Lin Tian became a part of the Bulls. Lin Tian remained oblivious to all of this. Indeed, he need not concern himself with such matters as they were inconsequential. What truly mattered was that Jackson, on the very first day of training camp, was unfazed by Lin Tian's provocation of 3 tightly knit fringe players, considering it trivial. However, the fact that he dared to challenge even Jordan piqued Jackson's curiosity. This young lad, is he truly foolish or exceptionally resilient? Contemplating this, Jackson suddenly felt an overwhelming anticipation for the training camp, his mischievous inclinations entirely ignited. As the atmosphere on site grew increasingly intense, with Lin Tian and Jordan refusing to yield, their heads nearly touching, Jackson clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Come forth, children. Gather here. The training camp is officially underway. You are fortunate, young man." Jordan smirked as he passed by Lin Tian, remarking, "I hope your abilities match your audacity. For otherwise, you shall greatly disappoint me. I expected your banter to be fiercer, but it appears to be rather lackluster. My disappointment is already setting in." Lin Tian showed no intention of backing down, hurling another taunt in an attempt to provoke Jordan's emotions. The meager experience gained from the 3 lackeys was utterly insufficient. What Lin Tian truly desired was the remarkable prowess that Jordan possessed. Behold, the deity of basketball. Alas, Jordan's spirit remains unshaken. A few mere jibes have failed to rattle him. He merely turned to Lin Tian and remarked, "I hope your bravado holds firm during training as well." Just as Lin Tian was about to utter another word, the players on the court swiftly made their way towards Jackson, gathering eagerly to receive his guidance. Most were indifferent to the fact that Lin Tian had provoked Jordan. In this alliance, there are countless young individuals who are utterly oblivious to their own limitations. Among them, a few possess a certain kindness, their expressions towards Lin Tian now brimming with sympathy. Even some seasoned veterans have begun to contemplate assisting Lin Tian in organizing his locker. The repercussions of offending Jordan are bound to be dire. They certainly do not believe that Lin Tian can continue to remain with the Bulls after crossing Jordan. Yet, Jackson appears oblivious to it all, as if he sees nothing and knows nothing. After delivering an inspiring speech to inaugurate the training camp, the 1995 to 1996 Chicago Bulls training camp officially commences. Initially, the physical conditioning and various training exercises proceed quite normally. Lin Tian is meticulous, striving to complete each task with diligence. However, as the training progresses, when Jackson gathers everyone once more to conduct a scrimmage to assess their conditions, the inevitable unfolds. Jordan leisurely raises his hand and says, "Coach, I'd like to try playing point guard. I practiced quite a bit over the summer. Let me give it a shot, shall we?" "Ron, how do you feel about playing shooting guard?" Naturally, Ron Harper does not dare to voice any dissent regarding Jordan's suggestion and promptly nods in agreement. Jordan continues. How about this rookie daring to step onto the court on his first day to show everyone what he's got? Or have you exhausted yourself to the point where your legs are weak? A soft-footed shrimp? Typically, scrimmages feature the starting lineup against the bench, with Steve Kerr usually manning the point guard position for the bench. However, today, it is Lin Tian who takes the reins. Even though it is likely that he might not perform well today, Kerr has no objections. After all, it is quite evident to anyone with sense that Jordan is not providing Lin Tian with an opportunity. Rather, he is seeking a chance to deliver a thorough beating to Lin Tian, to set him straight. Lin Tian, of course, does not shy away from Jordan's proposition. He boldly meets Jordan's gaze and declares, I've stated before, I am not a rookie. I am Lin Tian. You may call me Lin or LT. After the game, if you have not fallen, then you may share your name with me. Jordan scoffs and arrogantly strides past Lin Tian. It has been a long time since he has felt such a desire to thoroughly dominate someone. This rookie Lin Tian is indeed audacious. But audacity must be backed by capability. Mere bravado will not earn respect or acknowledgement. Without substance, one is merely a jester. All right, Michael, Ron, Scott, Luke, and Dennis. You five form one group. Lin, Steve, Zhu, Tony, and Bill, you five are on the other team. Let South take the court. Chapter 7. The Intra-Team Scrimmage. A spectacle forward. Jackson's selection for this lineup is, indeed, commendable. The starting five consists of the undeniable powerhouses, Jordan, Pippen, Harper, Rodman, and Longley, leaving little room for criticism. On the bench, the trio of Brown, who harbors a grudge against Lin Tian, are conspicuously absent. Instead, Lin Tian is afforded the services of the team's third leading scorer, Q-Cock, along with the notably affable Bill Wennington, complemented by the sharpshooter Kerr and forward Judd Beekler. This assembly of substitutes, while reasonable, pales in comparison to the starters, who are destined to dominate the court. As this is a practice match, there is no jump ball. The starters commence play directly from the center court. Lin Tian and Jordan find themselves facing off just beyond the three-point line. Is this all you've got? Is this truly your skill? With just one change of direction, I can easily surpass you. Have you ever asked your mother if you can seek her comfort after being thoroughly outplayed? Even before Jordan initiates his offensive maneuver, his verbal onslaught has already commenced. Indeed, his reputation precedes him. This mouth is as irksome as the character behind it. Yet, Lin Tian did not hasten to retort. He was acutely aware of the vast disparity in strength between himself and Jordan. He possessed only one or two abilities that could hold their own against Jordan, while in every other aspect, he was evidently outmatched. Thus, he had to concentrate fully and exert every ounce of his capabilities. Only by employing his utmost mindset and skills could he hope to avoid a humiliating defeat at Jordan's hands. Even with three remarkable innate talents shielding him, Lin Tian had a clear understanding of the power dynamics between himself and Jordan. In a mere 10 seconds, Jordan executed his signature turnaround jump shot with precision, marking Lin Tian with his first defeat. Subsequently, a torrent of flamboyant trash talk erupted from Jordan, directed at Lin Tian. Meanwhile, Lin Tian, still unfamiliar with his teammates, swiftly maneuvered the ball past Jordan's defense and passed it to Q-Cock, only for the ball to never return. Impressive speed. On the sidelines, Jackson nodded subtly. Lin Tian's pace across half-court had indeed been commendable. However, in the ensuing several plays, Lin Tian's contributions were negligible, while Jordan relentlessly demanded the ball in the low post, continuously backing Lin Tian down and employing his elbows and crafty maneuvers to great effect, sinking shot after shot. In under 5 minutes, Jordan had already netted 5 baskets for a total of 10 points, leaving Lin Tian utterly helpless. In contrast, Lin Tian had only 1 assist to his name, with all other statistics remaining at 0, rendering him nearly invisible on the court. Kid, your bravado is commendable, but apart from your words, your performance is quite lackluster. After yet another successful shot, Jordan had thoroughly gauged Lin Tian's capabilities. A player with decent speed, but otherwise a rookie of little merit. Nevertheless, his defensive attitude remained commendable. Even after being thoroughly outplayed, he showed no signs of yielding and continued to give his all. Not bad. Tony, could you lend a hand? Lin Tian realized that if this continued, he would be in trouble. The practice game lasted a maximum of 10 minutes, and having gone 5 minutes without any contributions, he wished to avoid being labeled as merely a loudmouth, and more importantly, he did not want to be looked down upon. Reluctantly, he sought assistance. I will not switch defenses. You must handle Michael on your own. Q-Cock, thinking Lin Tian wanted him to guard Jordan, quickly waved his hands in refusal. Lin Tian suppressed the urge to roll his eyes. Q-Cock had clearly been psychologically scarred by Jordan. No, what I mean is, if they miss their shots and you secure the rebound, could you throw it forward with all your might? I'm certain I can keep up. Throw it with all my might. Q-Cock paused in confusion. Of course. You're the most talented passer in all of Europe. I believe you can deliver a remarkable pass. Upon noticing an opportunity, Lin Tian subtly complimented Q-Cock, thereby establishing a tacit agreement. Subsequently, Lin Tian approached Bill Wennington and asked, Bill, could you assist me with a screen? I require your support. I cannot manage this alone. Wennington, towering an impressive 213 centimeters, was undoubtedly the ideal candidate for providing a solid barrier. After a moment's hesitation, Wennington finally nodded in agreement. Thus, the offense continued. Advancing to the front court, Lin Tian, under the close scrutiny of Jordan's defense, carefully protected the ball before swiftly signaling for Wennington to set the screen. Jordan, taken aback by Lin Tian's unexpected tactic, found himself momentarily obstructed by Wennington. Seizing the moment, Lin Tian accelerated towards the free throw line, abruptly halted, and executed a signature mid-range jump shot. Swish! The crisp sound signaled Lin Tian's breakthrough. Well done, kid. Finally scored. Huh? How many did I hit? 10? Or was it 9? Jordan remained unfazed by the basket, continuing his barrage of trash talk. Only 5? You fool who can't even manage simple arithmetic under 10. Lin Tian was not one to tolerate Jordan's provocations, buoyed by his recent success. He retorted with his own jibes, intensifying his defensive efforts, with several of his maneuvers bordering on fouls. However, Jackson showed no inclination to whistle, allowing Lin Tian and Jordan to engage one another. Bang! Jordan's next shot clanged off the rim. As he attempted to deliver another taunt about Lin Tian's good fortune, he abruptly halted, suddenly sprinting down the court. Meanwhile, Q-Cock finally triumphed over Rodman, securing a rebound, momentarily stunned. Lin Tian had already dashed past half-court, leaving Jordan a good 3 meters behind. Tony! Lin Tian shouted, finally snapping Q-Cock back to attention. He executed a long pass that soared through the air to the front court, where Lin Tian effortlessly caught the ball and accelerated once more. The gap between him and Jordan widened to over 5 meters in the blink of an eye. Swish! With a resounding sound, Lin Tian completed the fast break, easily laying the ball in. On the sidelines, Jackson's eyes lit up. He understood better than anyone how swift Jordan could be. Among all shooting guards and small forwards in the league, only Drexler could rival Jordan's speed. Yet, Lin Tian had just demonstrated a speed that could be described as utterly surpassing Jordan's. Coupled with his keen fast break awareness, he was an unexpected delight, a true fast break weapon. Old man, go check your legs. Even my grandmother is 10 times faster than you. After scoring, Lin Tian wasted no time in hurling another barb at Jordan. Fuck. You're asking for trouble. Jordan's eyes instantly turned fiery red. Michael Jordan experienced a fluctuation in emotions, resulting in a loss of 20 experience points. The emotions of the basketball deity have finally shown some variability. Chapter 8. Fearless against Jordan. The finest moment of the game has emerged. An enraged Jordan is certainly not an easy adversary to contend with. As Jordan initiated another low-post attack, Lin Tian felt as though his ribs might be crushed. Yet, Lin Tian gritted his teeth, refusing to retreat, striving to create the maximum possible disruption for Jordan. Unfortunately, in the face of the basketball god, such interference proved woefully inadequate. Swish! Jordan executed a turnaround jump shot, scoring another 2 points. Damn it! Stop right there. Just as Jordan was about to hurl some trash talk back at Lin Tian after scoring, he realized Lin Tian had already vanished. He accelerated forward once more. This time, Q-Cock, having tasted the thrill of the baseline throw-in, acted without a moment's hesitation, executing another long pass that found its way to Lin Tian in the front court. Upon receiving the ball, Lin Tian accelerated once more. With ample space to sprint, he effortlessly maneuvered past the unsteady Pippin in a single stride, charging toward the basket to score with ease. It is noteworthy that within this league, there are perhaps no more than 5 individuals who possess S-level speed. However, Lin Tian stands apart from these few. Your S is derived from your speed reaching that tier, while my S is solely because the system's highest rating is capped at S. Bolt's speed represents the pinnacle of human achievement. With a sharp crack, Lin Tian scored 6 consecutive points. In a remarkably brief span, he astonishingly matched Jordan's explosive performance. This was not all. In the previous play, he had effortlessly surpassed the formidable defense of Pippen, renowned as the premier defensive small forward in the league. It was utterly breathtaking. Meanwhile, Jordan's gaze grew icily resolute, signaling that he was prepared to get serious. As the ensuing plays unfolded, Lin Tian's teammates began to place their faith in him, leading to an increase in his ball possession. Yet, faced with the ferocity of an unleashed Jordan, Lin Tian felt utterly helpless. Even at over 30 years of age, Jordan's explosiveness, speed, lateral movement, and particularly his anticipatory defensive prowess were nothing short of terrifying. Despite Winnington's persistent screens for Lin Tian, he struggled to find any openings, as Jordan's defense rendered Lin Tian's speed advantage completely moot. Aside from providing 2 open three-point opportunities for Kerr, he had little else to show for his efforts. While on defense, he had lost count of how many times Jordan had penetrated his guard. Against Jordan, he truly felt powerless. As the game dragged on, Jackson began to glance at the clock, realizing that the match was nearing its conclusion. He confirmed that Jordan was still at the peak of his powers and recognized that Lin Tian was indeed a formidable player, not merely a braggart. However, how to best utilize Lin Tian required careful consideration. At that moment, the most spectacular scene of the night unfolded. Jordan once again backed Lin Tian down in the low post, feinting before pivoting for a jump shot. At last, Lin Tian seized his opportunity, slapping the ball away with a resounding crack. With a sharp sound, Lin Tian executed a perfect steal from the airborne Jordan. As Jordan lost possession of the basketball, he assumed an extraordinarily awkward posture before landing. In the meantime, Lin Tian was sprinting at full speed, launching a counterattack. "Scott Dennis, stop him!" Jordan shouted, unleashing every ounce of his strength without reservation, desperately pursuing Lin Tian. In that moment, Lin Tian's terrifying speed reached its zenith. Although his dribbling skills were not yet at an elite level, preventing him from fully showcasing his speed during ball control, his velocity was undeniably formidable. Pippen and Rodman were also relentless, with the elder stating that if they allowed Lin Tian to complete a fast break, they would lose face entirely. Confronted by these two elite defensive specialists, Lin Tian felt no fear. Instead, he lowered his head and charged forward. He dared not pause for a moment, driving straight towards the basket. However, he could not shake off the two defenders in front of him, and, with Jordan rapidly closing in from behind, ready to pounce, he knew that should he dare to leap, Jordan would undoubtedly deliver a resounding rejection. The Bulls' Iron Triangle was collaborating in a training match to target a mere second-round pick. The words spoken seemed almost laughable, yet at this moment, they had become a striking reality. At long last, Lin Tian had stepped into the 3-second zone, fearlessly launching himself into a jump. The trio of giants encircled him from 3 directions, effectively cutting off any escape. He was still too green, succumbing to the thrill of the moment, unable to temper his pace, which left much to be desired. Phil Jackson gently shook his head, feeling a twinge of disappointment at Lin Tian's reckless advance. But that disappointment was fleeting. Whoosh! Just as everyone anticipated a spectacular block, the basketball mysteriously vanished. Boom! Less than a second later, the agile Buckler soared into the air, clutching the basketball, and executed a thunderous dunk. The majority of spectators were unable to comprehend the rapid sequence of events. They merely reacted instinctively with gasps of astonishment. Even Buckler himself was bewildered, unaware of how the ball had found its way into his hands. Meanwhile, Phil Jackson, who had been shaking his head moments before, found himself wide-eyed in disbelief, his face a canvas of incredulity. He clearly witnessed Lin Tian, after leaping, pulling the basketball from in front of him to his waist, then executing a no-look pass, sending the ball through Jordan's armpit right into Buckler's waiting hands on the wing. How had he perceived that? Buckler had been completely within Lin Tian's blind spot. This pass evoked memories for Jackson of a retired rival. In the entire league, there exists but one individual capable of executing such an imaginative and audacious pass. Magic Johnson, a true prodigy, undoubtedly a remarkable talent. Even with this singular play, Jackson had already resolved to nurture Lin Tian with utmost dedication. Such speed, vision, imagination, and passing technique undoubtedly mark him as a prodigious talent. As for what transpired in the final 2 rounds of the game, Jackson found himself indifferent. He paid no heed to the moments when Jordan bulldozed through to dunk over Bill Wennington or when he forced Lin Tian under the basket from beyond the 3-point line. Even though Lin Tian had, in truth, been thoroughly overwhelmed by Jordan that night, The most spectacular moment belonged to Lin Tian. Jackson had indelibly etched the memory of this towering point guard from Asia into his mind. After the game concluded, Jordan, panting heavily, turned to Lin Tian and said, "Kid, how does it feel to be utterly dominated by me? Despite your high score, you failed to achieve even a single one-on-one steal against me. Nor did you manage to block me, while I successfully intercepted you once." Lin Tian, counting on his fingers, chuckled and replied, "So, I suppose we can consider it a mutual obliteration." Mutual obliteration? Jordan was both amused and exasperated by Lin Tian's audacity, nodding in agreement. "I hope you remember this phrase. Mutual obliteration. You will come to regret it." Chapter 9. The unchanging status of the team. Lin Tian was taken aback. Despite having held his own against Jordan during the first day of training camp, it did nothing to improve his standing or situation within the team. For Jordan's targeting of him had only just begun on that day. From then on, in nearly every scrimmage, Jordan would seek to match up against Lin Tian, repeatedly dominating him and leaving him in the dust. Although Lin Tian managed to regain some ground with his speed and passing skills, the reality remained that he was being soundly outmatched, with the odds barely leaning in his favor at 20%. Jordan's incessant targeting and provocation led the entire team to believe that Lin Tian was on the verge of leaving the squad. It was merely a matter of time before Jordan grew weary of this game, marking the moment when Lin Tian would depart from the Bulls. What player, relentlessly targeted by the team's alpha, could expect to remain long in such an environment? Consequently, Lin Tian found himself largely isolated within the team, not only subjected to the mocking jibes of the Brown trio, but also receiving scant communication from his teammates, who wished to avoid being labeled as Lin Tian's allies, let alone facing Jordan's wrath for sharing a few words with him. The only two exceptions were Q-Cock and Bill Wennington. Q-Cock, having faced Jordan and Pippen's relentless targeting during the 1992 Olympics against the Dream Team, understood Lin Tian's plight all too well and sympathized with him. Thus, during scrimmages, he became Lin Tian's primary passer. Wennington, despite his intimidating appearance and an abundance of chest hair, possessed a kind heart. He often advised Lin Tian to simply acquiesce and have a candid conversation with Jordan, suggesting that this might deter Jordan from targeting him in the future. However, Lin Tian dismissed Wennington's well-meaning advice without a second thought. As for the reasons, the 92-93 season Jordan Experience card, 3 minutes, currently resting in Lin Tian's inventory, speaks volumes. It was during a training session when Lin Tian, in exceptional form, managed to score 4 consecutive mid-range shots against Jordan, simultaneously thwarting several of his jump shots. After unleashing a barrage of trash talk towards Jordan, a remarkable treasure was unveiled. Although the day culminated with Lin Tian being elbowed by Jordan, nearly fracturing his rib, he still found himself enveloped in waves of joy. This time, it is an experience card. What about the next time? A permanent skill? Even if it is solely for this purpose, he must continue to provoke. Beyond hoping to extract more valuable insights from Jordan over the past month of facing him, Lin Tian has acutely sensed a rapid enhancement in his competitiveness, defense, and experience. Who else in this league could keep Jordan in a state of fury daily, while also facing him consistently? The endless one-on-one encounters with Jordan serve as Lin Tian's finest reservoir of experience. Although Lin Tian has yet to witness significant growth in his skills and attributes, he feels confident that by the conclusion of training camp, his capabilities will witness a substantial augmentation. Moreover, beyond Lin Tian's own perception of his immense benefits, Phil Jackson has developed a newfound respect for this rookie. The resilience and determination Lin Tian has exhibited these past few days, coupled with his indomitable spirit, have truly impressed Jackson. Most importantly, Lin Tian has showcased his extraordinary talent in fast breaks. Not only does his awareness and speed in fast breaks rank among the league's elite, but his court vision and passing ability during transitions have left Jackson in awe time and again. It is safe to say that whenever the team is in motion and avoids stagnation, Lin Tian consistently reveals his prodigious talent. Although in half-court settings, due to his limited experience, insufficient physicality, and rudimentary ball-handling skills, Lin Tian struggles to exhibit commendable playmaking abilities the moment the game transitions to a fast pace. He invariably reminds Jackson of that player whose extraordinary passing skills rendered everyone forgetful of his name, Magic Johnson. Jackson has even begun to devise numerous strategies and methods for utilizing Lin Tian, eagerly awaiting an opportunity for practical application. However, despite his optimism for Lin Tian, Jackson has chosen to keep his sentiments concealed. He has refrained from intervening in Jordan's targeting or the isolation from teammates. This is his style, allowing things to progress naturally and unfold as they will. Jackson is confident that Lin Tian can handle these matters adeptly. After all, he has known Jordan for many years and has never seen anyone so audacious and self-assured in Jordan's presence. On that day, Lin Tian drove his cherished gift from his parents, a classic 1954 Chevrolet Corvette, into the parking lot with a thunderous roar. As he stepped out of the vehicle, he heard the derisive voice of Brown. Some individuals are utterly oblivious to their wealth and potential earnings, hastily opting to indulge in luxury goods to satiate their unrealistic vanity. Such people are likely to be expelled from the NBA within 2 years, only to face bankruptcy and find themselves wandering the streets once more. Randy, if you're insinuating that I am one of those people. Lin Tian never indulged this adversary, refusing even to glance his way as he retorted. You are mistaken. My family's fortune far exceeds the hair on your head. Bankruptcy? Perhaps you should consult the Forbes rich list to comprehend your own folly. At that moment, Lin Wennington arrived at the arena and greeted Lin Tian, then inquired, is it truly possible to find your family on Forbes? What rank do you hold? What business do you engage in? How could that be? If I were that wealthy, I certainly wouldn't be playing basketball due to illness, Lin Tian shrugged and replied. But that fool likely cannot even read. I wager he doesn't even know where to purchase a copy of Forbes. They are courting their own misfortune by provoking you. Wennington observed, shaking his head and opting for silence thereafter. Unbeknownst to both Lin Tian and Wennington, behind them, Brown's face was etched with deep resentment and malice. His ire stemmed not only from the daily humiliation inflicted by Lin Tian, but also from an acute awareness of Lin Tian's improving performance. The unease within him intensified. He harbored a distinct and ominous premonition. If this continued by the season's commencement, it would undoubtedly be he who lost his job. He knew he could not compete with Lin Tian and would inevitably forfeit all playing time and status within the team. Action was imperative. Even if he could not oust this scoundrel, he must ensure Lin Tian understood who the true leader was. Chapter 10. 3 minutes, sufficient time for my purpose. After the training session concluded that day, Lin Tian found himself seated on the floor, panting heavily, while incessantly rubbing his chest, which still throbbed from the impacts he had endured from Jordan. Suddenly, Brown approached and declared, Rookie, fetch us a few bottles of Gatorade. I'll be waiting for you in the locker room. Don't you have legs? Can't you get yourself? Lin Tian shot a sidelong glance at Brown, having no intention of moving. You are the rookie, while I am the seasoned one. Fetch us some water and gear. It's part of your duties. Are you sure you want to go? Brown's arrogance reminded Lin Tian of that snitch from his school days who loved to report to the teachers. Fine, I'll go get it for you, said Wennington, who was sitting nearby, quickly rising to his feet with a cheerful smile. Lin, could you lend me a hand? Lin Tian, who was on the verge of losing his temper, reluctantly shook his head. This well-meaning individual has an affinity for engaging in trivial matters. Lin Tian, having no alternative, rose to his feet. After all, he shared a cordial relationship with Wennington, and their collaborative efforts on the court had been improving with each game. He could not possibly allow himself to lose face in front of everyone. What did I say? A rookie is just a rookie, believing themselves to be formidable. Yet they still end up serving as our underlings. Upon witnessing Lin Tian turn to fetch water, Brown could not contain his smugness as he boasted to his two companions about his achievements. If you utter even a single syllable more, I assure you that what you will find in your mouth shortly will not merely be Gatorade, but also the bottle and the toilet paper I use. Lin Tian turned around, raising a middle finger at Brown, declaring, do not attempt to use that rookie versus veteran nonsense on me. You are beneath contempt. After uttering those words, Lin Tian intended to deliver further retorts, but Wennington abruptly seized him by the neck, lifting him almost directly off the ground and forcibly dragging him away. Lin Tian found himself utterly powerless against Wennington's might. The towering 213-centimeter center was an insurmountable obstacle for him to confront without causing harm. Lin, you must temper your temper. You cannot engage in fights at the training camp. No, fighting is unacceptable anywhere. Do not fight. Such conduct could jeopardize your position on the team. Perhaps I should speak with Phil and have him caution Brown and his crew. Alternatively, you might consider softening your stance with Michael, if your words are sincere enough. I believe he would listen. Or perhaps seek out Scott. I sense he has a fondness for you, and might be inclined to become your ally. Despite my amicable rapport with Luke, he is merely an ordinary starter and may not be able to rein in these ruffians. Lin, Bill, I implore you. Could you refrain from speaking? From the training ground to the corner where they quenched their thirst, and finally to the locker room. Winnington's chatter seemed incessant. Lin Tian began to suspect that this fellow might also be a reincarnate, perhaps a mute in his past life, now compelled to articulate all the unspoken words from his previous existence. I am merely looking out for your best interests. Listen to me, Lin. Just as Winnington appeared poised to continue his monologue, Lin Tian forcefully pushed open the locker room door and stepped inside, genuinely exasperated. He would rather endure 10 more rounds with Jordan than listen to Winnington's lectures any longer. However, upon entering the locker room, Lin Tian sensed an unusual atmosphere. The previously raucous space fell silent at his arrival. The Bulls' formidable trio was absent, and among the starting players, only Hubble remained there, changing clothes. Upon noticing Lin Tian's entrance, Kukoc offered an apologetic tone. Lin, please do not be upset. By the time I arrived, they had already gone to the showers. Lin Tian's eyelids fluttered momentarily as he noticed that Brown and his two cohorts, Coffee and Harry, were conspicuously absent from the locker room. He set down the box of Gatorade he carried and dashed straight towards the shower area. The rest of the individuals in the locker room immediately sprang into action, many racing towards the showers to witness the unfolding spectacle. Upon entering the shower area, Lin Tian discovered that his entire outfit had been thoroughly soaked by the trio, with Harry brandishing a pair of scissors, ruthlessly slicing Lin Tian's leather shoes into 4 segments. "What are you doing?" Lin Tian inquired, striving to maintain a semblance of calm in his voice. He was far from agitated. Instead, he took a deep breath and began to strategize. He contemplated how to make these 3 miscreants question their life choices before anyone else could intervene to mediate. He certainly did not wish to throw a few punches only to be restrained by a throng of onlookers. "Just a little joke for you, rookie. Consider it a gift," Brown proclaimed triumphantly, tossing the drenched clothing towards Lin Tian. "I hope this present helps you remember to show respect when speaking to the veterans of the team." "Not bad. I rather like it," Lin Tian replied, glancing at his ruined attire, shrugging nonchalantly. "Allow me to return the favor." With that, he turned and exited the shower area. "See, I told you he'd back down. I bet he's off to find Klaus or Phil to cry on their shoulders. Just a pretender putting on a tough act." Brown scoffed, reveling in his perceived victory. "Lin, don't be upset. I'll help you resolve this. I'll speak to Luke and have him mediate for us." Kukoc and Winnington followed Lin Tian out, offering their reassurances, anxious to alleviate any sense of grievance he might feel. Meanwhile, the spectators collectively expressed their disappointment with a chorus of disapproving boos, having anticipated a fierce confrontation, only to witness Lin Tian uttering not a single harsh word, and instead bestowing a gift upon the trio. This young man is quite inept. It is merely a fade of strength. Just as everyone else streamed out of the shower room, only the troublesome trio remained. Lin Tian glanced at his watch. It was 5:31 p.m. Suddenly, his S-level speed erupted. In an instant, he darted into the shower room and, in one fluid motion, secured the door behind him. As he closed the door, Lin Tian deftly propped a mop he had just brought in against it, effectively locking it shut. The individuals outside, seeking to break in and mediate, would require at least 3 minutes. Ample time for him to execute his plans. "What are you doing, kid?" Harry, still oblivious to the imminent events, observed Lin Tian entering and raised the broken remnants of his shoe towards him. "I will get you a new pair of shoes. How about some plastic flip-flops for just 9 cents? Such footwear would be far more befitting of your demeanor. Or perhaps, I could extend the offer to your mother as well." This sentence marks the last complete and coherent words that Harry could utter tonight, or even in the following fortnight. Chapter 11. Why call him pretty boy? Unmatched in a 1 against 3. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of 3 consecutive muffled thuds resonated between Lin Tian and Harry. By the time Brown and Caffey realized what was happening, they had already witnessed Harry collapse, his face smeared with blood. 3 punches had landed squarely on Harry's mouth. Regardless of any vulgarities Harry wished to express, he found himself unable to voice them, as those 3 blows had surely shattered at least 6 of his teeth and fractured his nasal bone. It was only when Harry lay on the ground, howling in agony, that Brown and Caffey comprehended that Lin Tian had initiated the altercation. "You're asking for death," Caffey bellowed, charging towards Lin Tian. His upper body swayed, revealing that he was also a trained fighter. However, before Lin Tian, all such fighters were mere amateurs. Lin Tian deftly anticipated Caffey's punches, swiftly lowering his upper body to evade 2 of his straight jabs. Then, with a flurry of blows, he struck Caffey in the abdomen, causing him to double over in pain, resembling a shrimp that had been boiled. Subsequently, Lin Tian unleashed 2 more punches, landing forcefully on Caffey's left and right cheeks. Without so much as a glance at his handiwork, Lin Tian bent and sidestepped, swiftly advancing towards Brown. Instinctively, Brown attempted to retaliate, but his punch faltered midway. As Lin Tian had already driven an elbow into his joint, rendering half of his arm numb and devoid of sensation. With a fierce roar, Lin Tian unleashed a relentless combination of punches. Bang, 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 bang. In the blink of an eye, no one could count how many punches Brown endured. For over 10 seconds, Lin Tian unleashed his full strength, his iron fists raining down upon Brown like a machine gun. During this onslaught, Lin Tian did not forget to deliver 2 kicks to the fallen Harry. In less than 20 seconds, Brown was reduced to a battered mess, utterly incapable of resistance, unable even to perform the most basic defensive action of shielding his head with his hands. After thoroughly incapacitating Brown with an explosive barrage, Lin Tian swiftly retreated, pivoting to deliver a crushing elbow strike to Caffey's abdomen as he attempted to intervene. The force of the blow was so tremendous that poor Caffey was lifted off the ground. This was swiftly followed by a cacophony of retching, as a multitude of foul substances erupted from his mouth. Fortunately, Lin Tian's reflexes were astonishingly swift. He executed a deft spin, evading all of the expelled contents with remarkable agility. However, Harry, lying on the ground, was not so fortunate. Lin Tian could not bear to glance back at the nauseating scene behind him. He hastily approached the door, listening to the cacophony of banging from outside. Lin Tian shouted, "Silence! Everyone be quiet. I will open the door at once." After a brief commotion, Lin Tian confirmed that everyone had stepped aside, and he removed the mop that was obstructing the door. With a flourish, he swung the door open and exited the shower room. At 5:33 p.m., 2 minutes had passed, plus an additional minute spent grappling with the crowd that had blocked the entrance. Having dispatched the 3 individuals, Lin Tian had not even taken 40 seconds. Shaking his sore fists, he refrained from speaking to anyone and instead located a locker belonging to Caffey, whose physique was somewhat similar to his own. After retrieving 2 garments and changing, he left the changing room. The last sound he heard before departing was Steve Cole's exclamation. "Damn it, were the 3 of them charged by a rhino? Hell, is Harry consuming Caffey's vomit? Damn, why did I have to witness such a sight?" As Lin Tian drove away from the training facility, he finally understood why Mayweather's fighting style was dubbed Pretty Boy. Indeed, both his evasive maneuvers and attacks were nearly flawless. After the altercation, not only was Lin Tian unscathed, but he had also not a drop of blood on him. He emerged precisely as he had entered, utterly clean, resembling someone who had merely taken a shower rather than engaged in a brawl. The reason Lin Tian left the changing room without delay was not solely to escape the incessant inquiries and reproaches from Wennington and others. He also wished to avoid confronting Jackson and Klaus. He had no intention of enduring any criticism or condemnation, as Lin Tian believed he had done nothing wrong. They had crossed the line, and Lin Tian had reciprocated with equal measures. Today, he had shown the mercy by not collecting mementos from the 2 of them. As for how the team would handle his situation, whether through trade or release, one thing was certain. Demanding an apology from Lin Tian was utterly out of the question. Regarding his future path, Lin Tian was confident that even without the Bulls, there remained 28 other teams in the league, each offering a potential refuge. The only slight regret was his inability to extract more from Jordan, let alone from Rodman and Pippen. In recent days, he had scarcely had the chance to exchange even a few words with them, as most of his energy was devoted to contending with Jordan. As Lin Tian departed, he remained oblivious to the gathering of Klaus, Jackson, and the formidable trio who had just convened with them in the locker room. The medical team arrived hastily, conducting a swift examination before promptly carrying the 3 individuals away. The atmosphere within the locker room grew increasingly oppressive. "Where is Lin? Can anyone tell me where he has gone?" Klaus furrowed his brow, instinctively stroking his considerable belly. "Or perhaps someone could enlighten me as to what transpired." "None can elucidate the events, sir," replied Hubble, the highest-ranking individual present in the locker room. "What we witnessed was Lin entering, locking the door, and then emerging shortly thereafter. It was that straightforward." "That straightforward? Did not a single one of you think to open the door and prevent the situation from escalating? You insufferable imbeciles." Klaus glared at everyone, his frustration boiling over. This all unfolded too swiftly. It scarcely took 1 minute, perhaps 2, before Lin reappeared. What could we have possibly done? Hubble shrugged, his disdain for Klaus evident. What are you implying, Ron? In under 2 minutes, Lin dispatched 3 individuals and left them in such a state? What nonsense are you spouting? Do you believe him to be Bruce Lee? Rodman spread his hands, clearly skeptical of Hubble's account. Everyone here is a witness. Feel free to inquire, Dennis, Hubble replied, shrugging nonchalantly before returning to his seat. Blast it, where are my clothes? Steve Kerr suddenly wailed upon confronting his empty locker. My attire. How could all be gone? Chapter 12. The Triumvirate Meeting. Jordan Support. On the evening of Lin Tian's confrontation with the trio, Klaus's office remained brightly illuminated. Within this space were Klaus, Jackson, Jordan, Rodman, and Pippen, the 5 most authoritative figures within the team. Their discussion revolved around a singular pressing issue. I propose we immediately suspend Lin and expedite his departure. A volatile individual like him has no place in our team. Klaus's voice, sharp and discordant, contrasted starkly with his imposing physique, leaving an uncomfortable resonance in the air. Why should we send him away? Rodman was the first to interject, raising his hands in disbelief. A man who can incapacitate 3 professional players in 2 minutes. Without sustaining a scratch himself, why would we release him? Should we allow him to return and lay waste to Michael next time? Keep him. With him on our side, we need not concern ourselves when facing Charlotte, New York, or Utah, especially that old scoundrel Malone. Rodman chuckled mischievously, clearly envisioning the exhilarating prospect of teaming up with Lin to best Malone, his face alight with anticipation. Dennis, what we require are individuals who confront outsiders rather than turning against their own. If one cannot discern this fundamental distinction, what purpose do they serve? Klaus spread his hands, still unwilling to part with Lin Tian. After all, Lin Tian was his preferred choice, and while it might be acceptable to bicker with 3 inconsequential players, should this young man ever clash with Jordan, Klaus's tenure as general manager would be irrevocably jeopardized. Not only would his career come to an end, but he would also become the subject of ridicule throughout the entire industry, particularly since Klaus had long been aware of the tumultuous relationship between Lin Tian and Jordan, with their training sessions often resembling a fierce rivalry. This ticking time bomb must be dealt with. Klaus certainly does not wish to be perceived as a fool. While he harbors a desire to see Jordan subdued and pummeled, that individual must not be anyone from the team, nor anyone connected to him. I listened intently to Ron and the others recount the entire affair, and truthfully, any rational person would find it impossible to refrain from confrontation. Pippen suddenly remarked, the only difference is that most people lack Lin's skill. I believe the primary fault in this situation does not lie with Lin. With both prominent stars rallying behind Lin Tian and Jackson as a sworn adversary, Klaus had no choice but to place his hopes on Jordan, who held a pivotal veto power. He turned to Jordan and inquired, Michael, I have heard that you feel disrespected by Lin, that he is always challenging you during practice. What are your thoughts? Should we retain this ticking time bomb or trade him away? Klaus awaited Jordan's response, convinced that as long as Jordan was not a fool, he would support him in sending Lin away. This young man is commendable. He possesses remarkable resilience. It has been ages since I encountered someone I could repeatedly defeat, yet remain unbroken. Furthermore, he possesses an acute awareness of where his punches should land. Jordan shrugged and uttered the words Klaus desperately wished to avoid. In the past month, I have nearly fractured 8 of his ribs, yet he has never retaliated. Of course, I have sustained my fair share of injuries from this rascal's relentless grappling and scratching. If you ask me, he is undoubtedly a fierce adversary, and, alongside Dennis, they could instill fear in every opponent in this league. Indeed, that's exactly it, Michael. Rodman laughed heartily, showcasing his gleaming gold tooth with pride. If anyone is feeling the pressure, it's you. You clash with this fellow so often, exchanging insults daily. What if one day he can no longer restrain himself and retaliates? You certainly wouldn't stand a chance against him, would you? If I were in your shoes, I would start mending fences with him tomorrow, become good buddies, and cease all trash talk, ha ha ha. Shut your mouth, Dennis. Jordan's previously amiable demeanor vanished in an instant. Rodman was truly insufferable. Every word he spoke seemed devoid of malice, yet was enough to infuriate anyone. What do you mean Michael Jordan is feeling tense? What do you imply that I would no longer engage in trash talk with him? I have bested every superstar in this league. Would I fear a rookie? Well, perhaps I do. Jordan swallowed hard, contemplating the dismal fate of the Brown trio. If it were him, not only would he achieve a flawless knockout of all 3 within 2 minutes, But merely surviving those 2 minutes without being knocked out would be a testament to his extraordinary luck and ability. After all, they were 3 professional players competing at the pinnacle of the league. Nevertheless, the triumvirate of the Bulls unanimously chose to extend their support to Lin Tian. Klaus could hardly fathom that a mere second-round draft pick could garner the backing of 3 prominent figures within the team. As for Jackson, Klaus had no intention of inquiring about his thoughts. He was acutely aware that this perpetually smiling old fox yearned to usurp his current position. Klaus would rather heed the opinions of the maggots in the restroom than entertain even a single word from Jackson, and thus, he unequivocally dismissed him. However, Jackson seemed entirely indifferent to this slight, maintaining his harmless demeanor, eyes squinting in a smile, evidently disinclined to voice any opinions. Yet, despite his silence, Jackson's thoughts mirrored those of the triumvirate. Moreover, he perceived elements that they had overlooked. Throughout the altercation, he initially feigned ignorance and turned to leave, only to execute a sudden return to the shower area, locking the door behind him to ensure that no one would interrupt his quest for vengeance. The overarching perspective and the momentary tactical analysis ability are truly remarkable. A treasure indeed. Since you all desire to retain Lin, very well, I shall not trade him, and I will expedite the departure of Brown and the other 2 individuals. Regardless of the circumstances, I refuse to allow those who have engaged in brawls to remain on the same team. Klaus is aware that this matter is settled and will not change. Thus he ceases to persist. Nevertheless, the penalties that are due shall be enforced without exception. Of course, as for the fines and the number of games to be suspended, that is entirely at my discretion. Jordan shrugged and remarked, however, during practice, I must continue to match up against this little rascal. I refuse to believe he cannot be subdued. Lin Tian remained blissfully unaware that on this very night, he had garnered the support of 3 prominent figures from the team, and he was oblivious to the fact that in Jordan's eyes, he had already become somewhat distinctive from everyone else. Chapter 13. Rumors of infighting within the Bulls spread throughout the league. Jerry, have you heard? In Salt Lake City, Sloan, who was preparing to leave for home, was suddenly halted by his assistant coach, Weathers. Heard what? Has Carl caused more trouble, or is Magic making a comeback? Sloan scoffed, expressing his disinterest in such league gossip. There has been infighting within the Bulls. It is said that a fierce brawl occurred within the team. Not only did it draw blood, but some individuals were even carried directly to the hospital. They are currently attempting to sell off several participants in the altercation, Weathers reported. Has that soft Pippen finally reached his limit with Jordan's temperament and taken a swing at him? Sloan's interest was piqued. In a mere blink, he conjured several potential offers regarding Pippen. If he could acquire Pippen, the Jazz's dominance on both ends of the court would be formidable. It was Randy Brown, Jack Haley, Jason Caffey, and a second-round rookie named Lin who got into the fray. Weathers glanced at the message from his source and read aloud the 4 unfamiliar names. Who are these people? Are they ball boys or janitors? Sloan exerted all his willpower to refrain from directly pointing at Weathers and unleashing a torrent of expletives. With individuals like these, I wouldn't even be curious if they were to engage in a shootout. Having said this, Sloan turned on his heel and departed without a backward glance. He had squandered 2 minutes on the names of these obscure rookies. What an utter waste. In Miami, having just departed from New York, Pat Riley, now the president and head coach of the Heat, wielding complete authority over personnel decisions and trades, promptly dialed Klaus's number. Jerry, my good friend, I have heard that you are considering some significant trades. Indeed, I am contemplating such a move. How about a trade of Longley for your morning? Klaus's tone mirrored Riley's, laced with sarcasm and devoid of sincerity. Spare me, you rotund, bald-headed fool. You know precisely why I am calling. Riley scoffed, weary of beating around the bush, and stated plainly, if the situation on your end is dire, do not hesitate to reach out to me during the transaction. For the sake of our long-standing friendship, I shall undoubtedly provide you with an offer you cannot refuse. After ending the call, Riley glanced in disappointment at the message sent by the source and promptly chose to delete it. How utterly uninteresting. It turned out to be merely a squabble between 4 minor players. He had hoped that Jordan, Pippen, and the others might be embroiled in some internal brawl. It seems he was mistaken in his excitement. In New York City, have you heard, Patrick? In the training facility of the Knicks, Starks, with an air of mystery, draped his arm around Ewing's neck and exclaimed, there was a fight within the Bulls. Rumor has it that it resulted in a fatality. What? Pippen severely injured Jordan? Ewing's ears seemed to falter, and he gasped, ready to break the news. The king of malicious fouls in New York, Anthony Mason, approached with curiosity. What are you talking about? A massive conflict in the Bulls. And Jordan was beaten to death by Pippen and Rodman. Soon after, Derek Harper arrived, having caught wind of the commotion. What are you saying? The Bulls have been attacked by a gang, and more than half the team has been eliminated? Meanwhile, from a somewhat distant seat, Charles Oakley, who had only partially grasped the conversation, relayed his own embellished account to his younger companions. Both Jordan and Pippen have gang affiliations. They clashed head-on, and outside the Chicago training facility, they were surrounded by over 100 armed gang members. Neither was willing to back down, and they engaged in a duel in front of the 100 onlookers, a fight to the finish. It is said that Jordan lost an eye, while Pippen was carried away in a body bag. As the Knicks players fervently debated and analyzed who had died or been maimed, the team's newly appointed head coach, the mad scientist Nelson, entered the locker room. Observing this notorious group of criminals, he scoffed, "Stop the nonsense. The fighters were merely a second-round draft pick and a few nameless scrubs. It was just a brawl among some insignificant players. Those you were hoping to see injured didn't even make an appearance." Immediately, a chorus of boos erupted. "Old man, how reliable is your information?" Ewing glared defiantly and impatiently at Nelson, filled with provocation. In truth, it was merely Nelson's own opinion. Ewing was only attempting to jest. Alternatively, everyone who locked eyes with Ewing felt as though he was challenging them, and this bred a sense of irritation. A similar sentiment arose among Castle and others. His appearance was undeniably unattractive, naturally exuding an aura of derision. "Gorilla, you can inquire about the accuracy yourself, rather than engaging in idle chatter here." Old Nelson unleashed a torrent of profanity and turned away, silently resolving within himself that this year he would surely rid himself of this gorilla and instead acquire a shark. In Detroit, team leader Chuck Daly was the sole individual in the entire league to contact Klaus, seeking to procure Lin Tian. "Jerry, what is the price for that troublesome rookie of yours? How about 2 future second-round picks? A 1-for-2 deal, and you'll profit immensely. Apologies, Chuck, but we have no troublesome second-rounders here. Only a well-behaved, good child." Klaus swiftly dismissed Chuck Daly's proposal and hung up the phone. As for Daly, he could only shake his head in resignation. The current Pistons were no longer the iron-willed bad boys of the late 1980s. Now, the team's leader was a refined, graceful young gentleman, Grant Hill. Hill was nothing short of perfect, an idolized superstar, yet he was entirely out of place in Detroit. Akin to a Michelin restaurant intruding into a slum, their essences were simply mismatched. Although Daly could not trade for this rising top star, he hoped to surround Hill with a few enforcers. Even if he could not alter Hill's genteel demeanor, he sought to retain as much of the Pistons' gritty style as possible. Similar scenarios unfolded across more than 20 teams in the league, each with a script that mirrored the others. A group of eager individuals deliberating, hoping to witness Jordan's downfall, only to feel disenchanted when they discovered that the brawl had nothing to do with him, and subsequently dispersed. Who would care about a scuffle involving nameless scrubs? Chapter 14. Acknowledging mistakes, accepting defeat, is impossible. Of course, had they known that this brawl lasted less than 2 minutes, involved a 3-on-1, and resulted in all 3 assailants being hospitalized, they would have felt differently. Nevertheless, Lin Tian's name had already etched a first impression in the minds of many within the league. The following morning, Lin Tian appeared unfazed by the previous day's events, driving his notoriously loud Corvette to the training facility, ready for practice. However, upon exiting his vehicle, he encountered Phil Jackson, who happened to be passing by. "Good morning, coach." Upon seeing the head coach, Lin Tian restrained himself slightly, adopting a demeanor of compliance. "Like them, just call me Phil." Jackson smiled warmly at Lin Tian, his expression reminiscent of a cunning fox, causing Lin Tian to shudder involuntarily. That old man exudes a palpable aura of mischief. "Lin, it seems this is our inaugural conversation face-to-face." Jackson continued, "The commotion you caused yesterday was indeed quite substantial. I hope it did not trouble anyone too greatly. I shall accept all repercussions without a trace of complaint." Lin Tian spoke these words earnestly, for in this world, one must acknowledge their mistakes, standing tall in the face of consequences. However, unless Tyson arrives, Lin Tian is unlikely to face any repercussions. "Are you not concerned that the team might trade away someone as contentious and troublesome as yourself?" Jackson regarded Lin Tian's demeanor with newfound curiosity. "This young man seems to have never contemplated the possibility of being traded by the team. If the team were to trade me, I doubt it would be you who would personally deliver the news. Thus, I firmly believe that the coach must have spoken highly of me last night, which is why I am still here. I assure you, I will play diligently from now on. Lin Tian gazed earnestly at Jackson. You know, it's commendable that you are putting in the effort. To ensure your retention, we convened a meeting that lasted until nearly dawn last night. Jackson squinted slightly, neither confirming nor denying Lin Tian's assertion regarding his commendations, instead opting for an ambiguous response. Jackson hoped that Lin Tian would harbor some gratitude towards him. After all, a harmonious team dynamic is essential. Yet, as he observed the look in Lin Tian's eyes, an inexplicable sense of unease washed over him. He shook his head and said, "Conversing with you psychology majors is utterly uninteresting. There are no secrets at all. However, let me make it clear. While you remain with us, you shall not evade the consequences you rightly deserve. I assure you, I will comply with everything. The first order of business is that you must apologize." Jackson fixed his gaze on Lin Tian, feeling an odd sense of being seen through by Lin Tian's evasive response. He quickly continued, "Rest assured, this is not about apologizing to those 3 unfortunate souls. If all goes well, you want to encounter them again in Chicago. Klaus will arrange for their trade before the season commences. Your apology is due to Steve. Why did you wear his clothes without permission? Do you realize he waited on the court for a full 40 minutes in his soaked practice attire, until his family finally arrived to bring him a change? I will apologize to Steve." Lin Tian felt genuinely embarrassed this time. "I recall that was Harry's locker. I never intended to humiliate Steve. Harry's locker is situated to the right of Steve's, but that detail has become irrelevant now, as that locker is empty." Jackson shrugged and proceeded. "The internal fine is set at 10,000, along with a 3-game suspension. Does that sound agreeable?" "Absolutely, I accept." This penalty was considerably lighter than Lin Tian had anticipated. He had genuinely believed he would face at least a 10-game suspension. After all, he had shown no mercy yesterday. Aside from deliberately avoiding critical areas such as the back of the head, chin, and throat, every punch had been delivered with full force, aimed to incapacitate. If one were to strike, it must be with the intent to instill lifelong fear in the opponent. These are the fundamental principles of Lin Tian's fighting spirit. Upon entering the locker room again, after having secured his position on the team, Lin Tian's mindset had undergone a complete transformation. In addition to his newfound confidence, the expressions of his teammates towards him were markedly different. Aside from Kukoc and Wennington, the other players on the team began to greet Lin Tian as well. The attitude of his teammates towards him had improved significantly. This change was not solely due to Lin Tian's undeniable skills, which made others wary of provoking him, but also because it was evident to everyone that Lin Tian would not leave the team over this incident. Rather, it was the 3 who had assaulted him who would need to seek new opportunities. This signifies that Lin Tian's position within the team is remarkably secure. Furthermore, it is highly likely that he will enjoy ample playing time in the future. Even if he does not receive significant minutes on the court, he will undoubtedly serve as the primary enforcer and protector for the team's stars. Such players, known for their exceptional physicality and tenacity, were commonplace in the NBA during the 1980s and 1990s, with nearly every team boasting a few of these formidable individuals. In cities like New York and Detroit, notorious for their rough-and-tumble culture, it is not uncommon for 80 of the roster to embody this archetype. Regardless of the setting, players who are always willing to defend their teammates and who consistently lead the charge in brawls command immense respect. Although no one explicitly states it, it is universally acknowledged that Lin Tian's status has ascended to just beneath the core triumvirate, placing him among the ranks of key players alongside the likes of Longley and Harper. His future is indeed boundless. In the days that followed in training camp, an increasing number of individuals began to gravitate towards Lin Tian, eager to engage in camaraderie and play together. Lin Tian, adept at assimilating into the collective, naturally grew in popularity among his peers. As for the 3 unfortunate souls who had suffered at his hands, they had indeed vanished from the locker room, their lockers meticulously attended to by the team's staff. Within the Chicago Bulls, it was as though those 3 had never existed, completely forgotten by all. For Lin Tian, everything was improving and becoming more comfortable, and he found himself relishing every moment. The only aspect that remained unchanged was Jordan's attitude towards Lin Tian. As if to prove to Rodman that he was unafraid of Lin Tian, Jordan continued to relentlessly target him during practice, repeatedly matching up against him and delivering elbow after elbow with unyielding ferocity. In the blink of an eye, the month-long training camp had officially concluded. During this time, Lin Tian experienced considerable growth. Not only did he increasingly leverage his innate talents on the court, but his rapport with his teammates also flourished, resulting in significant improvements across various skills. On the eve of the Bulls' preseason journey, as the training camp came to a close, Lin Tian reclined alone in his room, activating his system to examine his current attributes. Chapter 15. The arena resounds with hushed anticipation. Lin Tian's debut at the United Center. Name: Lin Tian. Age: 22. Height: 191 centimeters. Weight: 84 kilograms. Physical evaluation: jumping B-, speed S, strength C, stamina B-, explosiveness A, coordination A-, awareness A. Overall physical assessment: A. Offensive evaluation: shooting B, dribbling B-, passing A, breaking through B, low post D, dunking B, fast break S. Overall offensive assessment: B. Defensive evaluation: rebounding D, stealing A-, on-ball defense D, blocking C-, help defense B, boxing out C-, one-on-one defense B, overall defensive assessment. C. Traits: all-seeing eye, handsome boy, lightning speed skills, pick and roll shooting LV2, 632, 2000. Quick pass LV2, 121, 2000. Items: 92 to 93 season Jordan experience card, 3 minutes experience, 550 task, play more than 20 minutes in 10 consecutive games during his university years. Lin Tian diligently honed his passing skills, which have now reached level 2. However, perhaps owing to the rudimentary nature of this skill, his passing attribute rating has regrettably remained unchanged. Additionally, after a month of rigorous training, Lin Tian has finally gained 1 kilogram, shedding his previous frailness. Simultaneously, under the meticulous guidance of Jordan and the coaches, his strength, stamina, and one-on-one defensive abilities have seen some improvement. It is unfortunate that apart from a 92 to 93 season Jordan 3-minute experience card, he has not acquired any additional items or skills. All his training has yielded is experience points. It appears that to achieve rapid advancement, one must await the commencement of the official season. It is noteworthy that Lin Tian experienced such remarkable improvement in just one training camp. The relentless focus and daily rigorous practice under Jordan's tutelage undoubtedly deserve the lion's share of the credit, even though Jordan remains reluctant to utter Lin Tian's name, adopting an air of indifference as if to say, "I don't remember you, so don't bother me." Lin Tian feels that this historically obsessive figure in the NBA has already considered him a competent teammate, albeit unwilling to express it verbally. On October 20th, the Chicago Bulls are set to face their first preseason opponent, the Milwaukee Bucks, at the United Center in Chicago. The Bucks have not reached the playoffs in 4 consecutive years, and since the departure of Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, they have not regained their status as a top-tier team in the league. Currently, while they boast an all-star power forward in Vin Baker and last year's #1 draft pick, Big Dog Glenn Robinson, their roster pales in comparison to that of the Bulls. One team aims to sweep the league, while the other is striving to avoid being swept. The disparity in strength between the two teams is indeed comprehensive and multifaceted. Nonetheless, despite the vast differences in capability, the Bulls' debut in the new season attracted over 19,000 fans, filling the United Center to capacity. As the match had yet to commence, fervent fans erupted in cheers and shouts, eagerly rallying behind their team and players. Chicago, undeniably one of the top 5 basketball cities in the nation, radiated an atmosphere that few teams, even those in the playoffs, could rival. Once the game began, the cacophony of the crowd reached a thunderous crescendo, invigorating the Bulls' formidable trio alongside Longley and Hubble, who swiftly gained a scoring advantage. In the first quarter, the returning Jordan impressively shot 5 out of 7, flawlessly converting both free throws to amass 14 points, transforming the intimidating big dog into an endearing little teddy bear. The Bulls concluded the first quarter with a commendable lead of 25-17. As the second quarter unfolded, the Bulls intensified their defense, making it increasingly arduous for the Bucks to mount any offense, ultimately leading by 14 points at halftime. Throughout the first half, Lin Tian remained poised, awaiting Jackson's call. Despite Jackson rotating 10 players, Lin Tian did not receive an opportunity to take the court, not due to a suspension, which would only commence during the regular season, but because he was eligible to play in the preseason. Lin Tian, however, remained unperturbed, confident that his moment would soon arrive. With 5 minutes remaining in the third quarter and the Bulls leading the Bucks by a staggering 22 points at 60-38, Jackson finally recalled the rookie Lin Tian waiting on the bench. He called Lin Tian's name, instructing him to warm up and prepare to enter the game. Following a dead ball situation, Lin Tian stepped away from the technical area, marking his first entrance into the NBA arena. Alas, the reception awaiting Lin Tian was not one of cheers or encouragement, but rather a chorus of boos and jeers. The Chicago crowd, it seemed, held a disdain for the fresh-faced rookie with his charming smile. They longed for players of the ilk of Rodman, robust and gritty, who could better support Jordan against formidable opponents like the Jazz, Knicks, or Pacers. With Lin Tian on the roster, what could he possibly contribute? Would he merely be a target for conflict? Undeterred by the unwelcoming atmosphere, Lin Tian calmly cleared his ears and strode confidently onto the court. A mere smattering of boos would not dissuade him. He was certain that within 5 minutes, the jeers would be eclipsed by a tide of continuous applause and cheers. At this moment, the Chicago Bulls lineup consists of Lin Tian, Kerr, Kukoc, Winnington, and Beekler. It is evident that Jackson is indeed quite considerate of Lin Tian, as both of his best training camp partners, Winnington and Kukoc, are present on the court. Lin, there's no need to be anxious. The fans in Chicago are genuinely friendly. They're merely teasing you. Winnington, continuing his role as the verbose big brother, patted Lin Tian on the shoulder and then passed the ball to him. Come on, kid. Let us witness your talents. If you can't make it in the NBA, you might as well head home to tend to the fields. Don't waste a roster spot. Apart from basking in the glory of a championship you did not earn, you won't gain anything here. It would be best if you left. As soon as the fans saw Lin Tian with the ball, a cacophony of boos erupted once again, reminiscent of the fervor they had displayed towards Jordan and others during the first half. In the opening play, Lin Tian, facing off against the Bucks' backup guard Eric Murdoch, did not rush into an attack. Instead, he calmly dribbled the ball to the front court and then passed it to Kerr. Upon receiving the pass, Kerr immediately launched a three-point shot, which swished through the net. Well done, Lin. Kerr approached Lin Tian and gave him a high five, offering him a gesture of encouragement. However, the fans were not convinced. Sure, Lin Tian had recorded an assist, but the credit for that 90 success was entirely due to Kerr's accuracy. Even their grandmother could have delivered the pass successfully. Yet, the fans' discontent with Lin Tian ceased at this point. Within less than 10 seconds, their eyes widened in anticipation. After a missed shot from the Bucks, Lin Tian seized the rebound. Rather than proceeding with a conventional dribble, he turned to assess the court's dynamics and, in a sudden flourish, executed a one-handed bounce pass that sent the basketball soaring towards the three-point line on the opposite side. This seemingly unremarkable bounce pass, it is important to note, was executed by Lin Tian in proximity to the free throw line of the Bulls. The basketball soared from his hands, striking the ground near the center circle before rebounding and landing deftly in the hands of the descending Vucevic. As the game unfolded, the basketball deftly glided between the legs of two Bucks players, akin to a missile, piercing through the entirety of the Bucks' defensive line. Lin Tian merely observed the spectacle with a fleeting glance. With a resounding crash, Buckler executed a powerful slam dunk, securing an additional 2 points for the team. What a splendid pass, Lin! Buckler exclaimed, raising one hand to high-five Lin Tian. He felt that since partnering with Lin Tian, scoring had become increasingly effortless. All he needed to do was run, for the ball could arrive in his hands at any moment, allowing him to score with ease. Following that play, the cacophony of boos from the crowd finally began to subside. Lin Tian's pass was nothing short of spectacular. Yet, this was merely the prelude to Lin Tian's performance. Moments later, the Bucks managed to break their scoring drought with a three-pointer from John Newman, slightly narrowing the gap. However, their moment of joy was short-lived. At the baseline, Kukoc once again showcased his extraordinary talent as the European king, executing a swift inbound pass that sent the ball soaring into Lin Tian's hands near the three-point line in the blink of an eye. Upon receiving the ball, Lin Tian paid no heed to the Bucks' defense. With a sudden burst of energy, he transformed into a streak of lightning. Before the entire Bucks defense could react, Lin Tian had already crossed half court and charged towards their basket. At this moment, the Bucks were not only caught off guard but also utterly astonished that a previously unknown rookie, whose name they had never even heard, could possess such incredible speed. With a crisp swish, Lin Tian effortlessly scored. Remarkably, less than 5 seconds had elapsed on the timer from the moment he received the ball at the three-point line to the instant he made the basket. The speed at which events unfold could undoubtedly be described as swift as the wind and lightning. Yet, more deserving of such a phrase than Lin Tian's pace are the fervent fans of Chicago. Following Lin Tian's assist and a dazzling layup, the chorus of boos directed at him had nearly dissipated. In fact, A few scattered fans had begun to cheer for him. Go, rookie. I have always been your supporter. I recall his graduation from Pennsylvania State University. Truly a prestigious basketball institution. Remarkable indeed. I have been his fan since his days at Penn State. I am a graduate of Penn State myself. I have witnessed many of his games. My admiration for him is unwavering. Keep it up, Junior. Go for it. The only thing slightly tempering the rapid shift in the crowd sentiments was the arena's DJ at the United Center. Marvelous kid. Let's extend our sincerest cheers to our extraordinary talent. Allow me to reintroduce our incredible rookie. Hailing from a land of Huaxia, 22 years of age. Standing at 191 centimeters, a graduate of the University of Pennsylvania, playing as a point guard. LOL. Lin Tian, University of Pennsylvania, not Penn State. Many fans, who had begun to chant Go, Junior, found themselves silenced, casting furtive glances at their neighboring supporters. They felt wronged. Who could have predicted that an Ivy League player would grace the NBA and excel at it so brilliantly? What distinguishes this from Clinton residing in a Washington impoverished neighborhood and forming brotherly bonds with the local African-American community? Lin Tian revels in the rapid transformation of the fans' attitudes and their exclusive cheers for him. It is no wonder that many are captivated by the cliché like do not underestimate the youth in poverty and the trope of the underdog triumphing over the seemingly formidable. As they may be trite, yet they bring unadulterated joy, pura exhilaration, in the ensuing minutes. Lin Tian unabashedly unleashed his offensive prowess and the talent that seemed to overflow from his being, especially since he was up against the third string of a lower-tier team in the league. He played with an ease that was almost poetic. After a pick and roll, he effortlessly sank a mid-range jumper. Following Kukok's pass, he accelerated down the court, executing a fast break with finesse. In the transition between offense and defense, he located Buckler cutting to the basket, delivering a behind-the-back assist that elevated his teammate for an emphatic dunk. Within less than 5 minutes of his appearance, Lin Tian had already accumulated 6 points and 3 assists. While the statistics might appear modest, the elegance of his offensive plays and passes was nothing short of awe-inspiring. His drives and fast breaks were swift and ferocious. His passing was imaginative and imbued with a sense of whimsical flair. Even though Lin Tian committed 2 consecutive turnovers in pursuit of stylish passing, the Chicago fans refrained from chastising him. Some even lamented Buckler and Winnington's inability to rise to Lin Tian's exceptional level of passing. As the third quarter drew to a close, on the final possession, Lin Tian found himself beyond the three-point arc, facing the shorter Murdoch. Without a moment's hesitation, he launched into a powerful drive, effortlessly bypassing Murdoch in a single stride. The only thing that could keep pace with Lin Tian's speed was the gust of wind created by his explosive movement, tousling Murdoch's hair. With an audacious attack at the basket, Lin Tian not only converted a tough layup but also drew a foul from the opponent. A 2-1. In the last second of the third quarter, Lin Tian's resolute 2-1 served as a staunch affirmation that the team's choice of him was undoubtedly correct. MVP, 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 MVP. As Lin Tian took his position at the free throw line, a few exuberant fans began to chant MVP in a moment of pure euphoria. Given that it was a preseason game, no player had spent excessive time on the court. Lin Tian played for less than 5 minutes in the fourth quarter before exiting. Totaling merely 10 minutes of play, despite committing 3 turnovers, he achieved 11 points on 4 of 7 shooting and a perfect 3 for 3 from the charity stripe, alongside several spectacular baskets. Chapter 17. Pippen who lost everything. Thus, as Lin Tian departed the court, the audience erupted in a synchronized chant. We want Lin. We want Lin. Phil, let Lin play. Let him showcase a few more moves. Let him perform a behind-the-back, through-the-legs pass to assist Steve Kerr in executing a thunderous dunk. This evening, amidst a chorus of jubilant cheers from the entire arena, it is none other than Michael Jordan who has historically commanded such an ovation. Yet, in mere minutes, Lin Tian has captivated the notoriously discerning Chicago fans. As Lin Tian descended from the court and took a seat on the bench, Rodman approached with a broad grin, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Lin. Welcome officially to Chicago. How about I help you become a man tonight?" "Dennis, I appreciate your kindness, but I have no interest in men. Quite the contrary." Lin Tian swiftly rebuffed Rodman's proposition without a moment's hesitation. He could swear that he harbored absolutely no interest in this flamboyantly coiffed individual. "What nonsense is this? I have no affection for men whatsoever." Rodman, with a mischievous grin, draped his arm around Lin Tian's shoulder and declared, "But I know precisely what men desire. Dennis, don't you think your explanations are increasingly peculiar and rather unsettling? Piped in Pippin from a short distance away. Lin, for your debut tonight. Michael is treating us all. It is our tradition. In Chicago, only Michael is permitted a host, and no one dares to compete with him. After all, he earns so much in a year. He ought to treat us, Pippin added, his expression revealing that he was once again grappling with the agonies of his own rookie contract. This season, the salaries of the players have yet to soar, as the new broadcasting contract will not be signed until next summer. Consequently, Pippin's salary can still temporarily rank fourth within the team. However, as the next season approaches, with the signing of the lucrative broadcasting contract and Jordan's new contract, along with the new deals for players like Longley and Kukoc coming into effect, Pippin's annual salary will plummet to the 6th or 7th position, or even further down the list, across the entire league, as salaries skyrocket, and even the least distinguished players in Pippin's eyes secure contracts worth $7 to $8 million, or even over $10 million. He is left with a meager contract of approximately $2.6 million. Given his capabilities, earning just over $200,000 in a year at this juncture is rather darkly humorous. Yet, who is Jordan? He certainly has no intention of indulging Pippin at this moment. Scott, if you're short on cash, just say so. I can lend you some. Jordan shrugged, pulling out a cigar. Of course, if you're in need of money, it serves you right. I was more than generous to you back in the day. You didn't heed my advice. What can I do? Even Kraus, that fat man, felt compelled to intervene, advising you not to act impulsively, but you wouldn't listen. What could I do? Cut off your hand so you couldn't sign a contract? With a single remark, Jordan left Pippin speechless. After all, who could blame him for being resolute in his demand for a 7-year max contract? In 1991, Pippin, plagued by severe back injuries and fearing for his longevity in the NBA, resorted to various tactics, intimidation, coercion, and even emotional outbursts to compel the Bulls to offer him a 7-year maximum contract, amounting to $18 million. At that time, Jordan cautioned him that the salary cap would significantly increase, suggesting that while he could sign a max contract, it should be for such an extended period. Pippin disregarded this advice. Team owner Reinsdorf also assured Pippin that he would be treated fairly, urging him to remain calm, yet he ignored that as well. Even Kraus, a notoriously frugal figure, felt slightly embarrassed, hoping Pippin would reconsider, but Pippin remained steadfast in his refusal. Ultimately, he signed a contract that would be mocked for 50 years, one that even the most ruthless capitalists and cold-hearted managers would ponder whether they had been excessively harsh in their treatment of him. Whom can we blame? There is no one at fault. Of course, in the subsequent years, Pippin harbored unrealistic hopes, as during this era of the NBA, players were permitted to renegotiate new contracts with teams. For instance, Magic Johnson's 25-year, $25 million contract was redrafted after the salary cap surged, with the Lakers granting him a fair deal. Pippin, too, desired a dignified arrangement, but it was clear that not every team bore the name Lakers, nor did every owner resemble Bus. Reinsdorf could readily dismiss Jordan's request for a renegotiated contract. What chance did Pippin have? Dignity? Let us maintain our dignity until this contract concludes. Even Lin Tian, at this moment, finds himself at a loss for words to comfort Pippin, unable to assure him that if he perseveres for 3 more years, he shall secure a genuine supermax contract worth $70 million over 5 years. Though this statement holds a kernel of truth at this moment, it hardly seems comforting. Rather, it resonates more as a form of mockery. Thus, Lin Tian wisely chose to remain silent. He quietly removed his drenched jersey, preparing to take a shower, deciding that it would be best to allow Pippin some solitude. Fortunately, although Pippin's basketball prowess may not rival Jordan's, and his earnings fall considerably short, he possesses an unparalleled advantage that no one else on the team can claim. As he undressed, Pippin began to serenade himself, extolling his unique talent. Oh, my beloved, FUXX. My God, Lin, what are you doing? His favorite tune abruptly ceased. He spotted Lin Tian, who had also come to shower. Throughout the month-long training camp, Pippin had scarcely noticed, or rather, it was quite rare for anyone to observe a teammate during such private moments. But today, he beheld something that would haunt him for a lifetime. What is wrong with me showering? Lin Tian remarked, lathering himself with body wash while casting a glance at Pippin. Following Pippin's gaze, he comprehended the entirety of the situation. Pippin's expression darkened considerably. His salary was unlikely to skyrocket overnight. He was bound to endure 3 more years under a rookie contract. He felt as though he had been stripped of his right to sing. As long as Lin Tian was present, he could never again perform his cherished song. Being labeled as the second best in the league and the co-star alongside the first had already vexed Pippen enough. If he truly had nerves of steel, he would not have sulked on the bench 2 years prior during the Eastern Conference semifinals when Jackson denied him the opportunity to take the final shot. Yet, the events of this evening were far from over. Pippen's halted melody drew the attention of Rodman, who was preening himself in a nearby area. Rodman's eyes darted over, and he immediately let out a bellow that echoed through every corner of the locker room. "Scott, you just got obliterated by Lin. Oh my God, unbelievable. Everyone come quick. Hurry." With Rodman's exclamation, the system notification chimed in Lin Tian's mind almost simultaneously. Scott Pippen's emotional fluctuation has caused the permanent skill, Hand of Disruption LV1-01500, to be dropped. Hand of Disruption, steal ability increased by 5. On this fateful evening, Pippen found himself utterly bereft, following an emphatic triumph over the Bucks by a staggering 31 points. With a score of 101-70 in the first preseason game, the Bulls commenced to unveil their unparalleled dominion. Chapter 18. The Bulls' terrifying supremacy begins to manifest in the league. Even though it was merely a preseason, and despite the fact that the triumvirate of Jordan, Pippen, and Rodman averaged no more than 22 minutes on the court, they nonetheless emerged victorious in all 6 preseason contests. Furthermore, in these 6 matches, the Bulls not only achieved an unblemished record, but also secured a minimum victory margin of 13 points in each game. Their formidable prowess was already on full display in the preseason. The officially returning Jordan exhibited a dominance akin to that of the T-800 Terminator, amassing an impressive average of 19 points, 7 rebounds, and 6 assists in just 21 minutes of play, with an astonishing shooting percentage of 69. It is also noteworthy that, in the previous season, the league had shortened the three-point line by 52 centimeters, granting many perimeter shooters a considerable advantage. Traditionally averse to three-point shooting, Jordan showcased his remarkable adaptability against the newly shortened arc, posting an impressive 44 three-point shooting percentage over the 6 preseason games. This figure, surpassing his career average by at least 10 percentage points, stood as his highest since a brief return in the prior season. The forthcoming season heralds an even more formidable Jordan. A once dormant beast has been awakened. At this juncture, numerous individuals within the league undoubtedly wish for the downfall of Nick Anderson of the Magic, perhaps wishing to cast him into the Mariana Trench or send him to Mars. This fool had audaciously intercepted Jordan at a pivotal moment in the first game of the Eastern Conference semifinals last season, aiding his team in securing victory, only to arrogantly proclaim, "Jordan is back, but the number 45 Jordan can no longer soar. He is no longer the Air Jordan, just Jordan. The 23 RD Black Jesus has forever vanished." No one comprehended the extent of motivation his words instilled in Jordan. However, after an off-season of relentless training, Jordan returned rejuvenated for the new season, and Anderson would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the consequences. In addition to Jordan's impressive display of skill, effortlessly demonstrating to the world that he remains at the pinnacle of his abilities, Lin Tian gradually ascended to the position of the team's second point guard throughout these 6 preseason games. Meanwhile, the sharpshooter Kerr, more proficient in off-ball shooting, was relegated to the shooting guard position, thus becoming Jordan's primary backup. In these 6 matches, Lin Tian averaged merely 14 minutes of playing time, contributing 11, 5 points, 3 assists, and 3 rebounds. Although these statistics are not particularly dazzling, his adeptness at seizing fast break opportunities and his repeated delivery of exceptional passes during fast breaks have endeared him to the entire city of Chicago. This young, handsome, and perpetually creative individual has undeniably become the darling of the Chicagoans. However, in an era before the internet had fully blossomed and when live broadcasting and television transmission technologies were still in their infancy, most members of this alliance had yet to recognize Lin Tian's potential, and many were even unaware of his style and position. Most fans had no access to game highlights. They merely glanced at the statistics and noted that the Bulls seemed to have acquired a promising newcomer. Nevertheless, it is important to remember that this is merely the preseason. Lin Tian still requires the rigors of the regular season to truly solidify his standing within the team. Moreover, he has not forgotten that the system has bestowed upon him a task. He must achieve over 20 minutes of playing time in 10 consecutive games throughout the season. This marks the inaugural goal of his regular season this year. Following the conclusion of the preseason, the teams in the league enjoyed a brief respite of 3 days, after which the official commencement of the regular season unfolded. The Chicago Bulls' first encounter was a home game against the formidable Miami Heat. This season, The Heat welcomed a new leader, the astute Pat Riley. Under Riley's guidance, the Heat swiftly found their rhythm. Even before the season commenced, they had acquired the all-star center Alonzo Mourning from the Hornets, elevating the Heat to the status of a playoff-caliber team. As the curtain rose on this new season, head coach Phil Jackson remained silent, offering no motivational speeches. Instead, he gathered everyone in front of the television and switched it on. On screen, the Houston Rockets, led by the legendary Hakeem Olajuwon and the dynamic Clyde Drexler, basked in the jubilant cheers of 20,000 fans at the Toyota Center, joyfully donning their championship rings from the previous season. It was the Rockets' championship ceremony. In less than 5 minutes into the ceremony, before Olajuwon even had the chance to speak, Jordan yanked the television plug, abruptly turning it off. Without uttering a single word, this tyrannical figure strode out of the locker room. Aside from the seething rage emanating from Jordan, the rest of the Bulls did not require Jackson's encouragement. Each player harbored a fierce determination within. This year, the championship is ours for the taking. With an indomitable spirit, the Bulls were poised to ensure that the Heat would face their first defeat of the new season tonight. As the game commenced, Jordan charged into the paint, going straight for Mourning, the league's shot-blocking king and defensive player of the year, and executed a breathtaking dunk. After that dunk, a primal roar erupted from Jordan's mouth, akin to that of a beast. The entire United Center was engulfed in a frenzy of cheers and shouts. He has returned. Our king has returned. On the bench, Lin Tian, still serving his suspension, adeptly assumed the role of cheerleader and waterboy, leading the wave of towels and exultant roars to celebrate Jordan's spectacular dunk, destined for the season's top 10 plays. Ultimately, under Riley's leadership, the Heat posed no challenge to the Bulls, succumbing decisively to a score of 72-90 in the season opener. Jordan dominated the court, scoring a staggering 42 points along with 6 rebounds and 7 assists, leaving the Heat players utterly humiliated and in retreat. Apart from Jordan, Lin Tian also made an impressive contribution, achieving a triple-double with 33 high fives, 11 towel waves, and 12 leaps of joy, perfectly leading the Bulls bench and becoming the top figure in energizing the atmosphere. In the following 2 games, the Bulls easily triumphed over their opponents. Although Lin Tian did not take the court, his presence on the bench was greatly appreciated by Jackson. After all, no coach favors a player who sits silently without contributing. Lin Tian, with his ability to uplift the team's spirit and invigorate the entire bench, would still be valuable even if he were to suffer a serious injury. Who wouldn't appreciate an atmosphere enhancer? Chapter 19. Provoking Jordan, the frenzied Orlando. After effortlessly securing 3 consecutive victories, the Bulls boarded a flight to the Southeast Division, embarking on their first away journey of the new season. Their initial adversary was none other than the Orlando Magic, the team they now despised the most. They had dealt Jordan his only playoff defeat since the championship in '91, although nearly everyone claimed that the Magic did not face a true Jordan nor a flawless Bulls team. Such sentiments were irrelevant to him. Jordan would not entertain them. Only the weak and spineless seek excuses for their failures, and Jordan was never one to do so. He could accept defeat, but in its wake, he would intensify his training, determined to annihilate his opponents with even greater ferocity and ruthlessness. Consequently, on the flight from Chicago to Orlando, a palpable silence enveloped the cabin. No one dared to speak, and activities such as card games or music were utterly forsaken. Even the typically gambling-enthused Jordan sat motionless, eyes closed, while others refrained from taking the lead. Before facing the Magic, the Bulls' atmosphere remained tense and stifled. Equally eager for this match was Lin Tian. His 3-game suspension has officially come to an end. For him, the upcoming match against the Magic, while not a quest for vengeance, since he did not participate in last season's games, marks the formal debut of his professional career. He is set to grace the NBA regular season court for the very first time. Lin Tian is filled with both excitement and anticipation for the imminent game. Thus far this season, the Magic have achieved a remarkable 3-game winning streak. As last year's Eastern Conference champions, they currently share the top position in the East with the Bulls. The dynamic duo of Shaq O'Neal and Penny Hardaway is in peak form, untroubled by weight or knee issues, and they are at the height of their youthful vigor. In a pre-game interview, Hardaway candidly stated, "I am not afraid of Jordan. Although I grew up watching his games and idolizing him, I do not fear him. After all, I have triumphed over them once before." We possess that confidence. Moreover, he expressed his desire for everyone to cease referring to him as Jordan's successor, asserting, "I am not his successor. I am Anthony Hardaway. I am the one and only, the greatest Hardaway in this world." O'Neal, with a broad smile, added, "My good friend will become the MVP. He will be the scoring champion. And together, we will be champions. No one in the East can rival us. He and I will establish a brand new dynasty for Orlando. The league will be ours." O'Neal and Hardaway's bold proclamations reflect their current peak mentality and form. They are fearless, eagerly awaiting challenges. The Bulls had just disembarked from their flight, and before they could even leave the airport, an overly zealous reporter relayed O'Neal and Hardaway's statements to Jordan, inquiring if he had any words for the Magic. A throng of reporters eagerly looked towards Jordan, hoping he would unleash some sensational remarks. Upon facing the reporters, Jordan's gaze turned fierce, and he nodded slightly, stating, "May Jesus bless them. I hope they do not have nightmares tonight. Oh, I almost forgot. They call me Black Jesus in his airness. How unfortunate for them. For no one will be blessing them tonight. Michael, could you be a bit more straightforward? We would love to hear something even more explosive." Although Jordan's words were equally audacious, the reporters knew their role. In the lead-up to such a high-stakes game, they relished the pre-game banter and verbal sparring, hoping for something more intense, ideally for both sides to wield their metaphorical mops against each other. "More explosive?" Jordan scoffed. "Then tell O'Neal and Hardaway to clean themselves up and be ready tonight, for I shall make them regret being born, and inform their mothers to prepare tissues and embraces to comfort their weeping children." The speed of the journalists was indeed remarkable. The interview with the Magic's duo and Jordan quickly aired on television, broadcasting almost simultaneously across several sports channels nationwide. Those two Orlando players must have lost their minds. Reggie Miller, preparing for a game in Minnesota, watched the interview and chuckled with schadenfreude, proclaiming, "Tonight, they will be battered to the point of questioning their existence." In New York, Ewing exaggeratedly bared his teeth, exclaiming, "Last year it was that Anderson, and this year it's these two young provocateurs." The Magic players truly seem invincible, believing that their past victory over Jordan renders them untouchable. Meanwhile, in a training facility in Salt Lake City, Karl Malone was scribbling on a massive blackboard in the locker room. A closer inspection revealed this colossal figure crossing out the Orlando Magic's name from the championship contender section. No more. Orlando is out. They will be utterly defeated. "Turn on the television. Quickly, turn it on." In Phoenix, Barkley excitedly settled in front of the screen, declaring, "Let us crush that arrogant brat Shaq who dares to challenge me. Michael, take care of that hefty fellow." His partner, Kevin Johnson, chimed in, "Charles, perhaps you should consider shedding some weight before calling others fat. The fat on you is nearly rivaling that of a donkey." Today, the entire league seems to have reached a consensus. The Magic will face dire consequences tonight. Those who have provoked the Bulls and Jordan are all too aware that tonight's Jordan will unleash unparalleled dominance and firepower. All the Orlando players can do is pray. With the verbal sparring ignited and the long-standing grievances since last year, this match was inevitably selected by CBS for nationwide broadcast. After all, not only the players, but also the fans eagerly anticipated witnessing what kind of gift Jordan would present to the team that eliminated them last year. Countless fans, players, and executives settled in front of their televisions, eager to observe just how formidable Jordan truly is against a top-tier powerhouse like the Magic. Chapter 20, Penny vs. Air Jordan. If anything could further stoke Jordan's fury and desire to obliterate the Magic tonight, it would undoubtedly be the arrogant jeers from the Magic fans. "Michael, you're getting old. You can't jump anymore." Defeated opponents. All you can take away tonight is failure. An aging Michael is hardly a concern. We fear you not. Whether in number 45 or 23, you are past your prime. Anthony is the new king of the league. As Lin Tian engaged in shooting warm-ups, he keenly observed Jordan's expressions and demeanor. Upon discerning the extreme tension etched on Jordan's face, a visage that spoke volumes of impending calamity, Lin Tian realized that the Magic team was in for a dire evening. In his mind, he even envisioned Jordan with the countenance of Li Yunlong. "Oh, Xie Baoqing, why did you provoke that ruffian Li Yunlong?" Amidst the raucous jeers and taunts from the crowd, Jordan's expression solidified into an unwavering mask of resolve. This simmering rage, once the game commenced, swiftly transformed into a formidable offensive prowess. With three-pointers, mid-range shots, and penetrating drives, Jordan unleashed a relentless barrage upon his counterpart, Nick Anderson, leaving him in a state of utter despair. Coupled with Jordan's rapid-fire expletives, taunts, and agile footwork, it took less than 5 minutes for Anderson to accumulate 2 fouls and be relegated to the bench, while Jordan himself tallied an impressive 14 points by the end of the first half. He was demonstrating unequivocally that regardless of his jersey number or vertical leap, dismantling such feeble opponents was an effortless endeavor. However, despite Jordan's stellar performance, which had reached a nearly insatiable level, the Bulls' Hubble and Pippen also found success on the offensive end, yet the Bulls failed to widen their lead. The reason was straightforward. While the Magic could not contain Jordan, neither Shaquille O'Neal nor Penny Hardaway were figures that the Bulls could withstand. The two most prominent young stars in the league today faced their seasoned counterparts with unwavering confidence, showcasing their talents unabashedly and supporting their team while maintaining the scoreline. As the first quarter drew to a close, the contest remained intricately poised, with neither side able to assert dominance. The score stood at 27-24, with the Bulls managing to secure a slender 3-point lead by the end of the opening quarter. This match is undoubtedly a fierce contest. In the CBS studio, an enthusiastic commentator named Will Marcus exclaimed, "Tonight's game is certainly the most thrilling pinnacle showdown since the season commenced. The strengths of both teams are remarkably close, and it is highly likely that the outcome will not be determined until the very last minute." Marcus's partner, Smith, nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, no one on the Magic can stop Jordan, yet the Bulls have no one capable of halting O'Neal. Moreover, Hardaway has showcased the highest caliber of skill against Hubble." The decisive factor in this match seems to hinge on the strategies employed by both coaches and whether they can unveil some surprising elements. Marcus continued, "Furthermore, it is crucial to consider if an unexpected player might emerge. Should an unforeseen individual step up, this game could take an entirely unexpected turn. For instance, the Bulls rookie Lin, who has displayed commendable performance in the 6 preseason games. However, for reasons unknown, this newcomer has not participated in the preceding 3 matches. Let us see if Phil decides to field this rookie tonight." As the two engaged in casual conversation, the second quarter officially commenced. Lin Tian took the place of Hubble, marking his first official appearance of the season. He played for approximately 5 minutes in this quarter, but failed to deliver a remarkable performance. The primary reason being that O'Neal of the Magic was on the court, likely one of the most formidable giants in NBA history, dominating the paint and claiming nearly all rebounds. His presence thwarted Lin Tian's preferred fast breaks, naturally limiting his opportunities to shine. O'Neal left Winnington utterly helpless in the paint, with no resistance whatsoever. After 5 minutes of play in the second quarter, Lin Tian managed only 2 points and 1 assist before being substituted by Jackson. As the Magic had taken a 5-point lead, O'Neal's rampage in the paint compelled Jackson to reintroduce Jordan to counteract O'Neal's destructive force. The Magic swiftly brought Hardaway into the mix, and in the final minutes of the first half, both teams found themselves locked in an intense struggle. Ultimately, as the first half concluded, the Magic successfully surged ahead, entering the locker room with a score of 47-50. The standout players of the first half, aside from O'Neal's impressive 14 points and 7 rebounds, were undoubtedly the elite perimeter stars, Jordan and Hardaway. Jordan scored an astounding 28 points by halftime, while Hardaway contributed significantly with 19 points, 5 rebounds, and 8 assists. In this era, although such a performance may not be groundbreaking, it undeniably reflects the prowess of a top-tier superstar. Whether it be the commentators or the spectators in attendance, an immense amount of attention was directed towards these two individuals, with cheers and shouts rising and falling in an unceasing crescendo. Just before the halftime departure from the court, Lin Tian cast a glance towards the Magic side and distinctly observed Shaquille O'Neal fixated on Penny Hardaway's retreating figure. Within that gaze resided an abundance of envy and unfulfilled yearning. Lin Tian suddenly recalled that this year marked the contract year for O'Neal. It appeared that the Magic's management was rather indifferent to renewing this formidable player-esque contract. All of their efforts and focus seemed to be concentrated on Hardaway. Naturally, the sensitive and ambitious giant, O'Neal, will be profoundly displeased. As Lin Tian made his way to the locker room, he abruptly seized Kukoc's arm and inquired, "Tony, if we're to take the court together in the second half, could you assist me with a few screens?" Kukoc nodded in agreement. "What do you intend to do?" "I plan to challenge O'Neal one-on-one." Lin Tian clapped Kukoc on the shoulder, uttering a statement that sounded almost suicidal to Kukoc. Lin has lost his mind. In the second half, the players returned to the court, with Hardaway and Jordan continuing their fierce duel. Jordan executed a mid-range shot, and, in response, Hardaway consistently pierced through the Bulls' defense with his incisive drives. 6 minutes into the third quarter, Hardaway once again broke through, drawing a 4th foul on Longley and successfully earning a trip to the free throw line. Chapter 21. Today, I shall teach Jordan how to perform. As he prepared for his free throw, nearly 20,000 fans in the arena erupted in a frenzy of shouts. MVP, MVP, MVP. The deafening chant served as the most exhilarating stimulant for Hardaway. After effortlessly sinking the first free throw, he whimsically waved his arms towards the sky, signaling to the fans. This stylish gesture incited an even more fervent uproar from the crowd, elevating the atmosphere to yet another climax. Meanwhile, standing beneath the basket in anticipation of a rebound, O'Neal exhibited no mastery of emotional control, as evidenced by the pronounced downturn of his lips. His disdain was palpable, with the corners of his mouth curving downward at an angle exceeding 30 degrees, indicating long-standing grievances. Accompanying this expression, his eyes rolled upward, revealing a blend of contempt and a hint of impatience. Just as Lin Tian was intently analyzing O'Neal's mindset, Jackson suddenly called out Lin Tian's name. "Lin, you're up. Play the point guard position. Join Michael, Scotty, Tony, and Dennis." Upon hearing his name, Lin Tian hesitated no longer, rising swiftly and sprinting onto the court, substituting Longley, who had incurred 4 fouls. CBS's Marcus exclaimed, "Oh look, Jackson has made the first strategic move." He did not send Bill Winnington to confront O'Neal. Instead, he opted for Lin, a guard from the organization, thereby shrinking the lineup. However, this left O'Neal with no one capable of countering him. What on earth is Jackson trying to accomplish? Perhaps he aims to accelerate the pace of the game. He might be attempting to exhaust O'Neal with speed. Smith speculated from the sidelines. Regardless of Jackson's intentions, Lin, this rookie, is sharing the court with the Bulls' 4 mainstays, an impressive privilege for a newcomer. On the court, Jordan noticed Lin's entry and did not even spare him a glance, his tone laced with impatience. After all, the Bulls were not in the best shape. Trailing by 7 points, O'Neal and Hardaway's individual plays had already proven challenging. Now, in the third quarter, they had begun to employ pick and rolls. This maneuver further exposed the vulnerabilities in the Bulls' defense, putting them at a disadvantage. "Michael, if you grab the rebound, just throw it forward. No matter how outrageous the pass may be, I will certainly catch it," Lin exclaimed. "What nonsense are you spouting? Do you think I'm some fool like Dennis who can't pass?" Jordan shot Lin an annoyed glance, then suddenly realized, "Are you instructing me?" Lin did not respond to Jordan's skepticism, but quietly suggested, "Never mind, I'll just find Dennis and Tony. They excel at rebounding. Come back. You dare say I can't rebound?" Jordan was about to unleash his frustration at Lin when Hardaway successfully made his second free throw, extending their lead to 8 points. Kukoc and Lin had developed an extraordinary synergy during practice. The moment Hardaway sank the free throw, Kukoc swiftly reached the baseline, seized the ball, and executed a quick inbounds pass. The basketball traversed half the court in an instant, and upon receiving it, Lin took off like a shot. Nick Anderson, matched up against Lin, could not fathom that this rookie was so incredibly fast. Even as he turned to chase after Lin, the latter had already transformed into a bolt of lightning, leaving him in the dust. Dennis, Anderson, feeling helpless, realized he could not catch up to Lin and could only shout for his teammate to assist him defensively. Fortunately, Dennis Scott was well-positioned near the three-point line and quickly shifted into defensive mode, attempting to halt Lin's advance and reduce his speed. Yet, that was all he could manage. After a brief pause, Lin suddenly accelerated once more, slicing through Scott's defense and driving to the basket, completing a lightning-fast layup. So swift. This rookie is remarkably quick. Is this the reason he averaged 11 points during the preseason? Marcus was genuinely startled by Lin's clean and decisive breakthrough, his voice rising in pitch. "I believe that Damon Stoudemire is unlikely to be the fastest among this year's newcomers." Smith, too, bestowed high praise upon Lin Tian solely based on one remarkable play. It was simply astounding. The breakthrough was exceptionally swift and utterly unexpected. "Tony, your pass was magnificent. I have always asserted that your passing talent is unparalleled throughout the entire league." After scoring, Lin Tian turned around, deliberately speaking in a tone audible to Jordan, complimenting Kukoc. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, Jordan's lips began to twitch in irritation. "Damn it. First he claims I can't rebound, and now he says I can't pass? When have I, Michael Jordan, ever endured such slights?" In the subsequent play, Jordan suddenly unleashed his full intensity as Hardaway penetrated into the paint. Jordan abruptly released his defensive assignment and darted into the lane, executing a perfectly timed double team with Pippen against Hardaway. Simultaneously, Jordan's ironclad hand recklessly swatted at the basketball Hardaway was dribbling. With a resounding crack, the ball was snatched away by Jordan. Without a moment's hesitation after gaining possession, he aimed with precision, adopting a shot-put stance, and flung the ball forward. Whoosh! Both Pippen and Hardaway felt a rush of wind sweep past their ears as the basketball transformed into an orange blur, soaring directly towards the Magic's basket. A turnover was imminent. Jordan's pass appeared rather perplexing. Why didn't he? Oh my! Oh my! Marcus, who had been stating the first half of his sentence, suddenly elevated his tone in the latter part. He doesn't need to steady himself. He doesn't need to. This rookie is astonishingly swift. Lin Tian, of course, would not allow this ball to go out of bounds. Nor would he permit Jordan's statistics to reflect an unmerited turnover. At the very moment the basketball descended near the basket, he caught it, albeit with a somewhat awkward posture that lacked elegance. Nevertheless, Lin Tian secured the ball and executed a bank shot, scoring 2 points. Well done, Michael. Your passing ability is undoubtedly the finest within our team. Just as Jordan was about to extend his hand for a celebratory high-five with Lin Tian, he perceived the underlying implication in Lin Tian's words. Kukoc is top tier in the league, and I'm top tier for my team? This fellow must be tired of life. Michael Jordan's emotions fluctuated, resulting in a loss of 20 experience points. Another experience drop. However, Jordan's contemplation did not linger for too long, as the Magic team's offense was already upon him. Chapter 22. After the PUA, it was time for the Green Tea to take the stage. This time, the Magic team seemed to be influenced by Lin Tian's consecutive fast breaks, as their 3 perimeter players did not penetrate too deeply. They passed the ball to the Bulls' 3-time championship hero, Cobra Grant, who attempted a mid-range jump shot. Bang! A sharp sound echoed as Grant's shot missed, the basketball ricocheting off the rim. Beneath the basket, O'Neal was poised to unleash his might, raising his elbow to seize the rebound. But a sudden commotion nearby momentarily stunned him. Get out of my way, you fat fool. Jordan's eyes glinted with intensity as his elbow struck O'Neal's chest, causing the colossal figure to experience a jolt of pain. This terrifying beast in NBA history involuntarily took a step back. Jordan then snatched the rebound with a commanding single-handed grip, landing with authority. I said get lost. Upon landing, Jordan shot a fierce glare at O'Neal, his eyes filled with animosity and a murderous intent reminiscent of a terrorist. O'Neal, who had initially intended to apply pressure, hesitated and dared not defend closely. Within a second, he was intimidated by Jordan not once, but twice. This is undoubtedly a singular experience in O'Neal's illustrious career. After seizing the basketball, Jordan made no hesitation and effortlessly released it once more. This time, the trajectory of the basketball was evidently under control, with the angle and speed perfectly calibrated. Lin Tian, who had penetrated beyond the 3-point line of the Magic, comfortably received the ball without the need to bend down or make any adjustments. However, following Lin Tian's consecutive fast breaks, the Magic's defense was clearly prepared, responding with remarkable swiftness. Hardaway was the first to rush in front of Lin Tian, arms outstretched. Eager to teach this rookie a lesson, faced with Hardaway's defense, Lin Tian did not hastily attempt to break through. After all, the Magic's defense was already in position. Lacking both the skill and strength at this moment, he risked a turnover with a reckless charge. Instead, he took a slight step back, creating some distance. At that instant, Hardaway suddenly sensed another presence beside him. Kukoc had arrived just in time to set a screen for Lin Tian. Utilizing the pick, Lin Tian made a decisive stride towards the Magic's paint. Anderson and the recently arrived Grant were on high alert, quickly shifting to obstruct Lin Tian's path. Yet, they seemed to forget that in terms of stature, Lin Tian was the smallest on the court, and in offensive prowess, he was only marginally superior to Rodman. The Magic's interior, left vulnerable due to their overreaction to Lin Tian's dazzling performance, found Jordan completing a backdoor cut as he surged into the 3-second area. The basketball in Lin Tian's hands was launched into the air. With a resounding boom, Jordan executed an alley-oop, powerfully slamming the ball through the hoop. The score difference was narrowed down to a mere 2 points. Michael, what a beautiful run. After passing the ball, Lin Tian even praised Jordan. This remark made Jordan's lips twitch involuntarily. He was genuinely tempted to retaliate. Did I, Jordan, need a rookie like you to sing my praises? He had momentarily forgotten about his earlier annoyance due to Lin Tian's inadequate compliment. Seated at the sidelines, Jackson couldn't help but squint, as this situation was one he had never witnessed before. Was Jordan being controlled by Lin Tian? If Jackson were to inquire how Lin Tian accomplished this, Lin Tian would simply respond, "This is PUA." After further provoking Jordan's nerves, Lin Tian swiftly shifted his focus. While on defense, he crossed paths with O'Neal, who had just crossed half-court. "Shaq, how many possessions have you gone without touching the ball?" Lin Tian suddenly interjected out of the blue. "What did you say?" O'Neal frowned, disturbed by Lin Tian's remark. "It's just 3 possessions. What's there to question?" Lin Tian clarified, "What I mean is, if I had a player of your caliber, the greatest center in history, on my team, I would never allow you to go 3 possessions without the ball. But don't relay this to Anthony. He might take offense. I wouldn't want any discord between you two over this." Upon finishing his statement, Lin Tian did not afford O'Neal a moment to respond, turning on his heel and departing without hesitation. The aftermath of PUA is but a collection of green tea aphorisms. This is the power from the future. Following Lin Tian's declaration, O'Neal's demeanor unmistakably shifted. During the Magic's offensive possession, Hardaway held the ball beyond the 3-point line and in the face of Pippen's defense. He gestured for O'Neal to come forward and set a screen. Yet, O'Neal seemed oblivious, not only failing to provide the needed pick, but also positioning himself in the paint, backing Rodman and reaching for the ball. "Anthony here. I can easily dominate this weakling, Dennis." Faced with O'Neal's vocal insistence, while remaining anchored in the key, Hardaway found his rhythm disrupted. He hesitated, torn between passing or allowing O'Neal to step out first. This moment of indecision prompted the referee's whistle to sound. Shaquille O'Neal. Offensive 3-second violation. O'Neal incurred an unnecessary turnover. "Anthony, why didn't you pass me the ball?" O'Neal spread his hands, a look of confusion and dissatisfaction etched on his face. As the ball approached the 3-second zone, it was astonishing that Hardaway did not pass it to him immediately. "Dennis, your defense is truly remarkable." At this moment, Lin Tian happened to arrive at the baseline, ready to receive the inbounds pass, and deliberately exclaimed, "Only you could defend a historical titan like O'Neal in such a manner throughout the entire league." Rodman, flattered by the praise, burst into an excited laugh and declared, "Kid, tonight I shall take you to Disney, where we shall seek out the princess." Rodman was elated upon hearing this. Yet for O'Neal, it was an entirely different sentiment. His defensive prowess was of little consequence. "Just pass me the ball, and I shall obliterate him in an instant." The words Lin Tian had spoken earlier resurfaced in O'Neal's mind. "If our team had such a historically unparalleled center, I would ensure he never goes 3 possessions without receiving the ball." Historically unparalleled center. Just listen to that. O'Neal suddenly realized that Lin Tian possessed a considerable understanding of the game. He was perplexed as to why Lin Tian's words resonated so deeply within him, especially since he had yet to even remember Lin Tian's name. Nevertheless, those words echoed repeatedly in his thoughts. At this moment, Lin Tian once again held the ball at the arc. As Jordan prepared to come up for a pass, Lin Tian suddenly waved his hand, signaling Jordan to step aside. "The shot is mine, Michael. I know their weaknesses. If I miss, I shall practice 500 shots after the game." As Lin Tian commanded Jordan to move away, he boldly proclaimed his intent. This declaration left Jordan both amused and exasperated. What a kid, directing me as if he's in charge. Nevertheless, Jordan inexplicably drifted toward the baseline, silently thinking, 500 shots won't suffice. They must be 500 intense shots. Miss even one, and I'll make you regret it. "Shaq, they intend to run a pick and roll. Be vigilant in your defense and prevent him from taking a shot." Hardaway, like Lin Tian, issued commands to O'Neal. However, O'Neal's reaction was entirely different from Jordan's. He remained planted in the paint, ignoring the retreating Rodman. In his mind, he was still echoing Lin Tian's earlier proclamation. "I don't want to be baited either, but he called me the greatest center in history." Chapter 23. O'Neal, I am the true leader of this team. At that moment, a palpable surge of frustration welled up within O'Neal. He refrained from following Rodman out of the paint to defend against Lin Tian's screen. Rodman's pick, both aggressive and cunning, not only effectively obstructed Hardaway, but also seized the opportunity to deliver a sharp pinch to Hardaway's midsection. With Rodman providing support and Jordan drawing considerable defensive attention from the Magic, Lin Tian effortlessly maneuvered to create an opening for a mid-range jump shot. Swish! With a resounding sound, Lin Tian accumulated 6 points and 1 assist in quick succession, propelling his team into a fervent offensive surge that brought them level in the score. This remarkable 8-0 run has propelled the Bulls to reverse their previous misfortunes. "Shaquille, why did you not defend?" The space this young man just received was far too ample. Hardaway spread his arms in exasperation, turning to O'Neal with a complaint. Anthony, do not speak to me in such a manner. I was the first to join this team, and I am its leader. O'Neal grunted dismissively, sprinting towards the front court while addressing Hardaway. You squandered far too many opportunities. This play is for me. I intend to dominate in the low post. I could dismantle the entire Bulls defense. O'Neal's sudden assertiveness and unreasonable demeanor left Hardaway somewhat bewildered. What has happened to this big fellow? What kind of madness has seized him? Little does he know that O'Neal is still pondering Lin Tian's earlier remark. O'Neal, with a sense of delight, approached the paint, demanding the ball with determination. Although somewhat perplexed, Hardaway did not hesitate to pass it to O'Neal. In terms of passing and vision, he undoubtedly ranks among the elite in the league. Upon receiving the ball, O'Neal initiated his offensive move, the basketball barely grazing the floor when the Bulls' double team arrived. Lin Tian abandoned his assigned opponent and surged into the paint, showing little regard for precision as he unleashed a swift slap. The resounding crack echoed as his hand landed squarely on O'Neal's, resulting in a foul. 2 free throws. The referee's whistle blew promptly, and there was no doubt about the infraction. Lin Tian, unfazed, quickly raised his hand to acknowledge the foul. His intent was clear. He aimed to sever the flow of points, and even if he didn't succeed, it wouldn't be a loss. O'Neal at the free throw line posed no threat, not even to a high school player. Rookie, do not commit fouls so easily. Just defend your man well and remember what I said. Do not be a hindrance. At last, Jordan seized the opportunity to lecture Lin Tian. So, you thought you could educate me earlier? Now it's my turn. However, before Jordan could finish his admonition, Lin Tian suddenly pointed to the center circle, exclaiming, Michael, allow me to grab the rebound. You just wait at the center circle for the offense. I have a plan to make the magic crumble, but I must stand under the basket. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Do you think I would believe that? Jordan scoffed. Who do you think you are? Standing under the basket to grab a rebound will not make the magic fall apart. Who are you fooling? If you cannot accomplish this, it will be 500 intense shooting drills after the game. Not a single shot less. As he spoke, Jordan strode towards the midcourt. Once again, he inexplicably acquiesced to Lin Tian's instructions. Bang! At that moment, O'Neal had just missed his first free throw, shaking his head in dismay. Tonight, he had only made 4 out of 11 attempts from the line, falling below his average, a stroke of unfortunate luck. Just as O'Neal prepared for his second free throw, Lin Tian, standing beside him, remarked, Don't you Orlando fans call out MVP when your team leader is at the free throw line? Surely, they must fear disrupting your shot. What considerate fans you have. Lin Tian's words struck a chord deep within O'Neal. Indeed, how long has it been since he heard the crowd chant MVP for him? Last year, when he led the team to the finals, how did the people of Orlando perceive it? All thanks to Penny. All thanks to the talented, handsome, and flamboyant Penny did they reach the finals. Nonsense, it's all nonsense. Swish. Amidst O'Neal's inner turmoil, his second free throw veered wildly off course, merely grazing the net before sailing out of bounds. Shaquille O'Neal experienced a fluctuation of emotions, resulting in the drop of a disposable item, the power of the Shark Experience card for the 2000 to 2001 season, lasting 3 minutes. Here it comes. Lin Tian felt a surge of excitement at the sight of peak O'Neal's strength. Yet, it was regrettable that this card only enhanced strength attributes, lacking the invincible nature of Jordan's 3-minute all-around experience card. Nevertheless, it would undoubtedly suffice for Lin Tian to utilize at a crucial moment to create a significant impact. Simultaneously, Lin Tian gained further insight into the system's mechanics. Experience cards are indeed categorized by levels. Jordan's experience card from a 1992 to 1993 season bolstered all attributes and abilities, representing the pinnacle of experience cards, while today's offering was singular in focus, certainly of a lower tier. One could only wonder if there were other varieties available. With O'Neal's consecutive missed free throws, the Chicago Bulls officially launched another wave of offensive fervor. Lin Tian initiated a pick and roll at the arc, skillfully maneuvering around the screen to execute a mid-range jumper, successfully reversing the score. Subsequently, the Orlando Magic altered their defensive strategy, positioning Grant to provide more help defense at mid-range, aiming to curb Lin Tian's jump shots. Coupled with O'Neal's presence in the paint, Lin Tian's power and finesse were still lacking, making it difficult for him to capitalize on driving opportunities. With both mid-range shots and strong drives effectively neutralized, Lin Tian's performance dimmed once more. However, the Bulls still had the basketball deity Jordan. In moments of uncertainty, one could always entrust the ball to Jordan. After resting for a few minutes on the court, Jordan seized the offensive mantle, resuming his relentless assault. During the ensuing battle for position, Lin Tian found little opportunity to shine, missing several shots and only managing to score 2 points through fast break opportunities. Despite Lin Tian's subdued performance, by the conclusion of the third quarter, the Bulls had managed to overturn the score to 77-72, leading the Magic by 5 points. It was evident to any discerning observer that the Bulls' resurgence in the third quarter was largely attributed to Lin Tian's unexpected emergence as a game-changer. Throughout the entire third quarter, Lin Tian amassed 10 points and 3 assists. While it may seem modest, these points were accrued in a remarkably brief span. His explosive scoring ability transformed the Bulls' deficit of 8 points into a lead of 2. Not to mention, after Lin Tian's continuous banter with O'Neal, the previously seamless collaboration between O'Neal and Hardaway began to exhibit distinct fractures. The duo ceased executing pick and rolls, and O'Neal no longer provided the necessary space for Hardaway during his drives. The chemistry between the two players abruptly vanished. How could the seasoned Bulls possibly forfeit such an opportunity? In the fourth quarter, Jackson continued to deploy the core trio on the court, complemented by the prolific scorers, Kerr and Kukoc. Within less than 3 minutes of the fourth quarter, the Bulls quintet unleashed a remarkable 9-2 offensive surge, widening the gap. Chapter 24. Which Disney princess do you favor? Following this, despite the Magic launching wave after wave of counterattacks, they could never close the deficit to within 10 points. The game remained firmly under the Bulls' control. Not only did the margin fail to shrink, but it further expanded. With 3 minutes left in the game, the score stood at 99-83. After realizing that victory was unattainable, Magic's head coach, Brian, finally conceded, signaling the substitution of his starters and surrendering the match. In this match, Jordan achieved an impressive 17 out of 29 shots, including 1 out of 2 for beyond the arc and a flawless 9 out of 9 from the free throw line, amassing a total of 44 points, 6 rebounds, and 6 assists. He even managed to send Anderson, who had mocked him last year, off the court with 6 fouls. Throughout the entire fourth quarter, Lin Tian was afforded only 2 minutes of playtime, concluding the game with 15 points and 6 assists, albeit with 3 turnovers. Nevertheless, he showcased his innate talent and prowess on this memorable night. His speed, his keen observation of the game, and his overarching perspective during fast breaks garnered continuous praise from the 2 CBS commentators. Amidst Jordan's explosive performance and Lin Tian's concentrated output during the third quarter, O'Neal, who scored 29 points and grabbed 15 rebounds, along with Hardaway, who recorded 30 points, 9 rebounds, and 12 assists, could only lament their team's defeat, marking the end of their undefeated streak since the season's inception. The Bulls, on the other hand, maintained their dominance with a perfect record of 4 wins, securing their position at the top of the Eastern Conference. Following the conclusion of the game, the Bulls were able to rest for a night in Orlando before embarking on a flight to Miami the next morning, continuing their road trip in Florida. Given the proximity of Orlando to Miami and the 2-day respite for the team, Jackson, after this resounding victory, exuberantly declared that they could enjoy their evening. Indeed, go and relish the joy of Disney. Rodman chuckled and wrapped his arm around Lin Tian, who had been showered with praise, saying, "Come on, Lin. Let me show you the unique charm of Orlando. I assure you, tonight's entertainment is something you won't find in most places across America." At this moment, Pippen approached with a look of anticipation, grinning as he remarked, "Dennis, you should first ask Lin who his favorite is." "Who do I like? I adore Sophie Marceau and Audrey Hepburn, all right?" Lin Tian said with a mischievous grin while rubbing his hands together. "Oh, come on. Those are only found in Los Angeles." Rodman retorted with a cheeky gesture. "What we mean is, who is your favorite among Snow White, Cinderella, and the Little Mermaid?" Pippen continued to smile. "If you prefer something more adventurous and are willing to play the beast, I recommend you choose Belle. But don't you dare steal my queen from Snow White." Lin Tian could not help but give a thumbs up to Pippen's taste. Just as the group was animatedly preparing to discuss how to divide their evening plans, Jackson and Jordan suddenly entered the locker room, evidently just returning from a press conference. Jackson clapped his hands, signaling for silence before addressing everyone. "Gentlemen, you have 5 minutes to gather your belongings. In 5 minutes, the reporters will enter the locker room. Why let them in? We don't wish to give interviews. I only come to Orlando twice a year. I don't want to squander my precious time on tedious interviews. Rodman and his companions immediately expressed their reluctance to cooperate with a chorus of boos. "Very well, I shall inform the league that this interview is off," Jackson remarked, squinting and shrugging. "As for those girls from the journalism department at the University of San Pablo in Spain, I was going to send them back. I had hoped to provide them with a valuable internship opportunity. Journalism students? Spanish girls? College students? I adore being interviewed. We cannot disappoint the fans who have traveled from afar. We must set a positive precedent for the career aspirations of the youth. It is our duty and responsibility." At this moment, Jordan, Rodman, and Pippen exhibited a remarkable synergy, convincing all that they were indeed seamless partners. After one of them uttered a key phrase, they all expressed their enthusiasm for the interview, instantly adopting the demeanor of virtuous national icons. The entire Bulls team transformed into a top-tier internal affairs unit, swiftly tidying their belongings. In less than 3 minutes, everyone had made themselves presentable and sharp, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the Spanish journalism students. Even Lin Tian felt a flicker of anticipation for the forthcoming interview. Soon, a cacophony of chatter wafted in from outside, and Jackson swung open the door with a smile. "They are all second-year students from San Pablo University, here in Orlando, for an exchange program, and they have been invited by the Magic to attend tonight's game," he explained. "Their mentor is a longtime friend of mine, so I thought it only fitting to offer them an opportunity to interview some of the world's most talented players, essentially facilitating their internship." Jackson was uncertain how many had truly absorbed his words, for the eyes of the entire Bulls team were fixated on the 30 or so girls who flowed into the room like a tide. "Phil, we cannot thank you enough. This will undoubtedly be the highlight of their internship course." A middle-aged woman, still possessing a fair share of allure, was the last to enter and immediately greeted Jackson. "There is definitely something there." Lin Tian discerned from a single glance at the woman as almost tangible allure that her connection with Jackson was far from ordinary. "I wonder, has Jackson struck up a romance with Jenny? Hello, may I interview you?" A shy voice interrupted Lin Tian's gossiping thoughts. He looked down to see a girl standing before him, the only one. At least half of the remaining girls gathered around Jordan, while among those left, at least half gravitated towards the European sensation Kukoc. Numerous girls surrounded Pippen and Rodman as well, leading to a situation where several Bulls players were left without any interviews. Indeed, it was strikingly authentic. "Do you know me?" Lin Tian scratched his head, intrigued by why this girl specifically wanted to interview him. "I don't know you, but I just want to interview you." The girl suddenly lifted her head, her bright eyes sparkling with uncontainable enthusiasm. Chapter 25. A Taste Before Hammer Bro. Upon seeing those eyes, Lin Tian felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered her somewhere before. "What is your name?" "Pataki, Elsa Pataki. I am a sophomore at St. Pablo University, majoring in journalism, with the dream of becoming an actress. I have prepared extensively for this, even taking extra acting classes. I excel at." Pataki's words flowed like a rapid-fire barrage as she delivered a complete self-introduction. "You don't need to present your entire resume to interview me." Lin Tian chuckled, shrugging his shoulders. "You're a newcomer in journalism, and I am a novice in basketball. This is my very first official game, so I believe there's no need for either of us to feel anxious." Lin Tian's tone was gentle and soothing, the very kind that puts people at ease and encourages them to let down their guard. This skill is undoubtedly one of Lin Tian's signature techniques. One might say that psychology is indeed invaluable. The reason Lin Tian has suddenly exhibited such patience is that he has finally recalled who this individual is. Elsa Pataki, a renowned Spanish actress and a captivating goddess, is most notably recognized for her role as the enigmatic female agent in the Fast and Furious series, who had an ambiguous relationship with Dom and bore him a child. However, this character, overshadowed by Gal Gadot in terms of appearance and charm, pales in comparison to another identity of Pataki that may be more widely acknowledged. She's the future wife of Chris Hemsworth, the actor who portrays Thor. Of course, at this point, she and the God of Thunder have yet to meet, and she has not even stepped into the entertainment industry, though not particularly famous. And her acting skills and talents have never received significant accolades. Her fan base is relatively modest. Nonetheless, Pataki is undeniably striking and alluring. Many regard her as one of the top 10 beauties of Spain, despite standing just over 160 centimeters tall. Her perfect proportions and the undulating contours of her physique prevent anyone from considering her short or stout. Well, I seem to have digressed. I am quite curious as to why you are interviewing me when the illustrious Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen, and Dennis Rodman are present, as a rare opportunity for a practical experience. Shouldn't you be seeking out more renowned and formidable personalities? Lin Tian propped his chin up, employing his ultimate tactic to soothe the girl's heart. A smile from you radiates charm. This technique was learned by Lin Tian from Captain America, Chris Evans. When one harbors affection for a girl, words are unnecessary. A mere smile directed at her suffices, and she will soon reciprocate those feelings. Lin Tian had never failed with this approach. I couldn't squeeze in and... Pataki admitted somewhat shyly, I don't know Jordan. In fact, I know little about basketball and have never even watched an NBA game. So it hardly matters to me whom I interview. Is that why you chose to interview me? Yes. Why did you select me? I simply wanted to interview you. Do you feel a particular affinity for Asian men? Do you find them attractive? Indeed, Asian men tend to possess a gentler demeanor, which makes them quite approachable and relaxing. If you were to seek a boyfriend, would you consider an Asian man? I prioritize feelings and personality. So physical appearance and physique are not of great concern to you. Or perhaps they rank lower in importance. Well, not entirely. It would be nice if you were a bit more handsome. Pataki paused, suddenly realizing, wait, I should be interviewing you. How did this turn into you interviewing me? This won't do. Noticing Pataki's bashful demeanor, Lin Tian bent down and whispered in her ear, shall we find a place to continue this conversation tonight? I've never conducted an exclusive interview before. Perhaps my first could be with you? I'm also inexperienced. At this, Pataki's face turned crimson. She hastily added, that's not what I meant. I was referring to this. My other experience is not my first. Her voice trailed off, growing quieter until Lin Tian could no longer hear her. However, the content of her words was of little consequence. Lin Tian quickly took a piece of paper and a pen, scribbled a note, and handed it back to her, saying, see you tonight. The interview between Lin Tian and Pataki was undoubtedly the swiftest of the event, while the group of girls surrounding Jordan had barely exchanged a word, creating a chaotic scene with no end in sight. Fortunately, Lin Tian had already changed his clothes. Otherwise, he would have been forced to wait until the tumultuous crowd dispersed before he could leave. Seizing the moment amid the chaos, as many people jostled to pose their questions, Lin Tian quietly stood up from his corner and tapped Rodman beside him, saying, tonight, you go find the princess. I'm off to conduct an exclusive interview. After Lin Tian finished speaking, without waiting for Rodman's reaction, he strode out of the locker room. Aside from Rodman, who sat beside him, the rest of the attendees were utterly oblivious to Lin Tian's departure. The visiting team's locker room was already cramped, and with so many people suddenly flooding in, no one had the leisure to notice who had arrived or who had left. For instance, only Lin Tian observed Jackson taking the hand of a middle-aged woman and exiting the locker room, retreating to a corner where they fervently embraced one another. Over an hour later, upon returning to his hotel room alone, Lin Tian finally heard a knock at his door. He approached and opened it to find Pataki. Her cheeks still flushed. Have you been drinking? Lin Tian inquired, catching a faint whiff of alcohol. I wouldn't have had the courage to come up otherwise, Pataki admitted candidly. Then you could have refrained from coming, Lin Tian teased, hoping to provoke a playful response from her. If I hadn't come, I fear I would regret it. After all, we are returning to Spain the day after tomorrow, Pataki exclaimed, suddenly lifting her gaze and declaring, I want to conclude my trip to America on a perfect note. With that, she ceased her hesitation and, with a sudden leap, jumped into Lin Tian's arms, offering him a kiss of her own accord. In this moment, Lin Tian fully experienced the wildness and passion that uniquely belong to the Spaniards. Chapter 26. The Essence of the Spanish Matador. Why do the Spaniards have such an ardent affection for the spirited and distinctive flamenco dance? Why is their impression always one of fiery enthusiasm and overflowing passion? And why do they revel in bullfighting, a sport that embodies both danger and exhilaration? Ultimately, the result was that by the next morning, Lin Tian had already completed his morning routine and ordered 2 breakfasts. He had even consumed half of his meal when Pataki slowly awakened. Casually donning one of Lin Tian's shirts, all traces of last night's shyness vanished as she sat directly beside him and asked, Did you prepare this yourself? Not exactly. The hotel lacks a kitchen, but that is of little consequence. I would prefer to remind you of another matter. After a brief pause, Lin Tian continued, You should promptly go wash up in the bathroom and change into your own clothes. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that I will continue to behave myself at breakfast. In the next moment, she exclaimed, I will go change right now. With that, Pataki nearly sprang into action, dashing into the bathroom with great speed. Before long, Pataki emerged, having changed her clothes, and she was exceedingly careful to maintain a respectful distance from Lin Tian before finally sitting down to enjoy her breakfast. On that evening, Lin Tian remained oblivious to the whereabouts of the other Spanish ladies, unaware of whether Rodman had sought out the princesses of Disney, and entirely in the dark about whether Pippin had pursued his beloved wicked queen. However, when the time came for the team to assemble and Lin Tian stepped onto the bus, he distinctly observed the weariness etched on each face. Moreover, the head coach, Jackson, was conspicuously absent from the team bus. Phil is feeling unwell and has gone to the hospital. We are heading to Miami first. He will arrive before tonight, announced the team's chief assistant, Clemens, after a head count, offering an explanation that did little to convince the others. At the very least, Lin Tian was entirely skeptical. The old man is likely lying in the hotel, unable to move at all. So, Lin, how did your exclusive interview go last night? Rodman, adorned with his flamboyant sunglasses, made his way to Lin Tian's side. Ever since witnessing Lin Tian's extraordinary talent that could easily eclipse Pippin's, he found himself inexplicably drawn closer to Lin. Lin Tian mused that this was the influence of the strong gene. David Robinson couldn't manage Rodman simply because he lacked sufficient strength. It went well. Lin Tian replied with a smile, shrugging his shoulders. He felt somewhat different from this open-minded group, who were eager to dissect the previous night's game every morning. He wasn't particularly fond of discussing such matters. Once the team bus had transported everyone to the plane, Jordan, as per his usual routine, immediately called upon several companions to join him for a card game. Naturally, the role players had little privilege to partake in Jordan's games. Cucock and Longley, despite holding considerable status within the team, were excluded due to their lack of camaraderie with Jordan. Thus, the only ones invited to play cards with him were Rodman, Pippin, Harper, and Kerr. Kerr had earned Jordan's respect after a near altercation during a practice game, granting him access to the gambling circle, while the other three were the team's unwavering core players. Chapter 27. My involvement would diminish the gaming experience. As for Lin Tian, he had no interest in gambling or playing cards and lacked the standing to receive an invitation from Jordan. Content with his solitude, he sought a corner to catch up on sleep. After all, the battle against the Bulls last night, despite being a resounding success, had taken a considerable toll on him. He had been engaged in back-to-back games. However, just as Lin Tian settled in, barely managing to cover himself with a blanket, Jordan's voice rang out. Hey, you there. Come join us for cards. Lin Tian glanced around, realizing he was the only one in his vicinity, and decisively chose to feign ignorance, pulling up the blanket in an attempt to sleep. Damn it, Lin. Get over here. We're playing cards. Can't you hear me? Jordan rolled his eyes, reluctantly calling out Lin Tian's name this time. Lin Tian, unable to maintain his pretense any longer, relinquished the warmth of his blanket, stood up, and approached Jordan and the others, stating, I must declare in advance that I don't know how to play cards and I don't enjoy it. I might negatively impact your gaming experience. Don't know how to play? Upon hearing this, Jordan's eyes lit up. As long as you can lose money, that's all that matters. That Spanish girl from last night, didn't take all your money, did she? I hope you still have enough cash on you. The trap had been revealed. Lin Tian immediately grasped Jordan's intention. This fellow is consumed by jealousy. He is Jordan, the illustrious star of the league, the king of the basketball realm. He considers himself an epitome of handsomeness, always surrounded by admirers. Yet, what transpired last night? Despite being encircled by over a dozen college girls, he left empty-handed and had to spend money to seek joy. In comparison to Lin Tian, who effortlessly enjoys such favors, he falls woefully short. Why is this the case? In terms of charm, I, Jordan, and you, Lin Tian, are nearly indistinguishable when it comes to wealth and accomplishments. I leave you, Lin Tian, searching for your dignity. Why must I, Jordan, spend money, while you, Lin Tian, can effortlessly escort someone into a room in just 3 minutes? This matter, Jordan truly ought to maintain some semblance of dignity. He hesitated to pose the question directly. However, whether he inquired or not, Lin Tian had already discerned the truth. This individual, whose insatiable desire for victory borders on obsession, has clearly come for revenge. Let us engage in a game of poker. A simple affair. 5 cards, a comparison of hands, with an increased wager upon each deal. One may withdraw at any time. The highest hand is a straight flush. Followed by Jordan, evidently a seasoned player, busily shuffles the cards while explaining the rules. Once he concludes his exposition, he raises his gaze to Lin Tian and inquires, do you understand? Indeed, but I have a couple of minor questions Lin Tian shrugs nonchalantly. Is there a cap on the stakes? If I lack sufficient cash, can I use other items as collateral? You're a novice, so of course. I want to clean you out entirely, Jordan replies with a grin. The limit for each round is set at 100,000. Does that work for you? As for lacking cash, anything you can produce will be accepted. Sounds good. Deal the cards, Lin Tian responds, reclining in his chair as he awaits Jordan's shuffle. After the first round, the highest hand belongs to Rodman, sitting to Lin Tian's left, who reveals a king. Rodman glances at his whole cards, hesitates momentarily, and proclaims, I'll bet 300. It is now Lin Tian's turn. He holds the smallest card, a 2. Jordan regards him, saying, a 2 will never triumph over those high cards. Lin, you must recognize your position and know when to fold, lest you find yourself stripped of everything. You're right, Michael. I shall reciprocate your advice. Lin Tian replies with a shrug, retrieving the key to his limited edition Corvette from his pocket. I have no cash. I purchased this vehicle for 230,000. So I'll wager 100,000. All in. What on earth? Lin Tian's statement leaves the 4 players in stunned silence. While they're accustomed to playing, they have never encountered such an audacious all-in wager. You have a 2, and you're going all in? Do you even know how to play? Jordan exclaims, nearly losing his composure. Moreover, you haven't even looked at your whole cards. I don't know how, but I simply enjoy the thrill of going all in. Is there a problem? Lin Tian chuckles. Besides, if I were to check my whole cards, you seasoned players might deduce their value from my expression. How do we play then? Today, we shall rely on luck. Let us see who has the better hand. I'll crush you. Jordan mutters angrily, slumping back into his chair. Madman, I'm out, declares Cole, sitting next to Lin Tian, shaking his head and discarding his cards. Pippin follows suit, taking a glance at his whole cards before folding as well. That leaves only Jordan. Fuming, Jordan glares at Lin Tian, his breath heavy with frustration. He has played for stakes 20 times greater than this 100,000 game. Yet he has never encountered someone so brazenly tossing money into the pot. Is this your strategy, Lin? To challenge us on luck, thereby neutralizing our experience and skill, leveling the playing field for everyone, and ultimately winning? Jordan pondered for a moment, as if he had grasped Lin Tian's strategy, and triumphantly declared, You intend to intimidate us, don't you? But I regret to inform you that you cannot frighten me. I shall match your wager of 100,000. 2 lunatics. Upon hearing Jordan's commitment, Rodman swiftly discarded his cards. As always, he was merely reckless, not insane. In this direct pursuit of a 6-figure game, he felt no necessity or interest in participating. Since everyone had folded, there was no point in wasting time. Let's deal the cards directly and see who emerges victorious. Lin Tian extended his hand, signaling to Pippin to commence the dealing, while simultaneously addressing Jordan. By the way, Michael, there is something you seem to have overlooked. I graduated from the University of Pennsylvania's psychology department on a full scholarship. Allow me to remind you that the psychology program at the University of Pennsylvania ranks 3rd among all psychology departments worldwide. Therefore, my decision to go all in is not an attempt to conceal my lack of experience. Rather, it is a conscious choice to forego the strategy of discerning your thoughts for victory. I am deliberately allowing you to win, instead of relying on mere beginner's luck. You have no chance of defeating me without fortune on your side. After delivering this statement, Lin Tian reclined back in his chair, adding, I must reiterate, if I participate, it will significantly diminish the enjoyment of the game. What do you mean, kid? Are you suggesting that apart from luck, I stand no chance against you? Jordan exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Having navigated the gambling world for over a decade, he had often faced losses, but had never felt so looked down upon. Chapter 28. Jordan in nothing but his underwear. Indeed, that is precisely what I mean. I hope to leave you with nothing but your underwear. Lin Tian showed no leniency towards Jordan, never backing down even in training matchups, let alone in an arena where he excelled. I'm in. I will ensure that you lose, leaving you with no choice but to ride a bicycle to the arena. Jordan shouted, crossing his arms in frustration. Kerr, quick on the uptake, promptly began to deal the cards. 1 card, 2 cards, 3 cards. Gradually, Jordan's eyes widened in astonishment. Lin Tian, holding a pair of 2s, drew 3 additional 2s, forming a remarkably strong hand, for a kind. Meanwhile, although Jordan's initial 2 cards were substantial, both being face cards, they failed to create a cohesive hand. In this round, he undoubtedly lost without any suspense. Will you continue? Lin Tian, who had just earned 100,000, gazed at Jordan with an air of complete relaxation, After all, it was merely a sum of 100,000, which he hardly regarded as significant. This calmness and ease directly caused the corners of Jordan's mouth to twitch. He perceived it as a provocation, an unabashed affront. Continue. Indeed, let us proceed. Deal the cards. Beside him, Kerr hastily picked up the cards and began distributing them to everyone. In the first round, Lin Tian received an ace, the highest card, and it was his turn to speak. What was there to contemplate? All in. Lin Tian shrugged his shoulders and suddenly revealed his whole card, unveiling yet another ace. Consider this a gesture of goodwill. 2 aces, granting you a chance to escape, Michael. Fear is not a disgrace. Fear? I'm not afraid. Jordan retorted, flipping over his whole cards, revealing a 3 and a 4, both in hearts. I have the opportunity for a flush, the potential for a straight. I am unafraid. Call. The atmosphere was charged, a classic escalation indeed. At that moment, Rodman, Pippen, and Kerr obediently tossed their cards aside, signaling their withdrawal from the game. They were not foolish. They recognized that this round was purely a matter of personal rivalry, devoid of any other considerations. Moreover, the stakes of 100,000 were monumental. Rodman, with his limited savings, earned merely $3 million a year, of which a mere fraction reached his hands, making this round equivalent to a month's salary. As for Pippen and Kerr, together they earned only around $3 million annually, both regarded as penniless. They had no intention of indulging in this reckless gamble alongside Lin Tian and Jordan. As the final cards were dealt, Lin Tian emerged victorious with a pair of aces, successfully claiming 100,000 from Jordan. It was evident that fortune had favored Lin Tian. His cards were remarkably strong, consistently outmatching Jordan's. In this sheer game of luck, he astonishingly triumphed over Jordan 10 consecutive times. Throughout the game, Jordan switched dealers multiple times, from Kerr to Pippen and then to Rodman, eventually even enlisting assistant coach Clemens as the dealer. Yet, without exception, Jordan faced defeat. In less than 20 minutes, he lost over $1 million. Even for Jordan, whose annual earnings from Nike and other sponsors were staggering, the relentless losses began to induce a sheen of sweat upon his brow. Were it not for Lin Tian's unyielding consistency, having not touched a single card throughout, Jordan might have suspected that the young man was cheating. How could one be so unfortunate? Lin Tian perceived Jordan's growing frustration. At this juncture, if he were to suggest ceasing the game and playing 300 more rounds, Jordan would likely regain his composure and call it quits. However, if he were to urge him to stop while adding a few provocative remarks, Jordan might well wager even his own wife against Lin Tian. Michael, if you choose not to play now, no one will label you as fearful. After all, it's merely a matter of bad luck. Let us save it for next time, Lin Tian offered, his words dripping with false sympathy. Fear? Me? Never. We must continue. Jordan retorted, suddenly struck by an idea. But let us not play this way anymore. It's far too dull. Let us engage in a proper contest. Not merely gamble everything. A contest of skill? Lin Tian observed Jordan, whose face now bore the unmistakable expression of a reckless spender. Indeed, a contest of skill. I shall prove that your victories stem solely from luck. Winning 10 times is merely fortunate. Taking that Spanish girl home last night was also mere luck. Seeing Jordan's fiery demeanor, Lin Tian shrugged and asked, shall we set a limit on the stakes? To Jordan, Lin Tian's words sounded akin to surrender. The young man was intimidated. With a grin, Jordan replied, no limits. As long as you dare, I'll match 10 million. Come on, Lin. Let us fight to the death. At this moment, the dealer had transformed into Pippen. As the first round of cards was dealt, Lin Tian received the king. It was his turn to speak first. 50 cents. What do you say? Jordan thought he must have misheard. 50 cents? Is there a problem? You said the stakes were unlimited. Lin Tian shrugged, continuing his provocation. Jordan glanced at his cards and cursed under his breath. I call, and raise by 10,000. Deal the next cards. After another round of dealing, Lin Tian acquired yet another king. He looked at Jordan, maintaining his challenging demeanor, and declared, on top of the 10,000, let us add 50 cents. Lin Tian's intentions were no longer merely about winning. After just this brief session of play, Jordan had already lost a significant amount of experience points. This was far more than what he had lost during the practice matches. This presents an excellent opportunity. Lin, the esteemed gentleman, is determined to seize it and extract every ounce from Jordan. The more agitated Jordan becomes, the greater the experience points he will yield. Thus, Lin's provocations grow increasingly audacious, relentlessly targeting Jordan's vulnerabilities with sharp jabs. Regrettably, despite the intensity of their exchanges thus far, Jordan has yet to reveal any valuable treasures beyond experience points. It seems that Lin must intensify his assaults. Call or not, it matters not. You scoundrel. Raising by a mere 50 cents each time? Do you even know how to play cards? Jordan snapped in irritation. Could you possibly play properly? The rules of a high-stakes game dictate that a raise must exceed a certain amount, doesn't it? Lin observed Jordan's haughty demeanor, which was frankly infuriating. No rules. Jordan gritted his teeth, the words barely escaping his lips. Very well, I'll raise by 50 cents. Are you too cowardly to match? Lin lifted his eyelids, reclining against the back of his chair, and remarked, if you're truly afraid, you could always fold. Fold? Humph. I shall not rest until I've won your undergarments today. I refuse to bear the name Jordan. He retorted furiously. Chapter 29. A fiery win of 2 million. Without even glancing at his second card, Jordan exclaimed, call, and raised by 50,000. Michael Jordan's emotional turmoil caused a drop of 50 experience points. Here it begins. Lin felt a surge of joy. The experience points Jordan had previously dropped were a mere trickle of 5 or 10. Frugal indeed. Now suddenly he was yielding 50 points. It seemed that the revelation of something truly valuable was imminent. 50,000 a call, and an additional 50 cents. As Lin awaited yet another round of cards, nearly all the Bulls players on the plane had gathered around, encircling them completely. After all, witnessing Jordan so thoroughly incensed, erupting in desperate shouts multiple times, was a rarity for the Bulls in many years. Everyone in the league is acutely aware that provoking Jordan is an absolute folly. This rule is particularly well understood among the players of the Bulls. The rookie, Lin Tian, audaciously managed to infuriate Jordan right after their very first game. He must either be mad or foolish. As Lin Tian surveyed the crowd around him, it was Jordan's turn to speak. However, Lin Tian calmly declared, no matter how much Michael bets, I shall match it, and I will raise by an additional 50 cents. To hell with your 50 cents. Let's see the cards. I hold a pair of aces and a pair of fives. I refuse to believe you have a flush. Just as Jordan was halfway through his proclamation, Lin Tian revealed his hand, and indeed it was a flush. He had lost again. Damn it, let us go again. Jordan loosened his collar, his breathing noticeably heavier, as he surveyed the throng of spectators surrounding him. Suddenly, he erupted. What the hell are you all doing? Get the hell out of here. Scram. You're in my way, just get lost. At the sound of Jordan's furious outburst, the onlookers scattered in fright, retreating hastily. Only a few individuals who had initially been standing there remained. While they dispersed, the eyes and attention of all were still fixated on this unfolding drama. Curiosity reigned supreme. Everyone was eager to witness how far Jordan would be pushed today and whether Lin Tian would manage to leave the plane in one piece. They genuinely feared that Jordan might erupt in a fit of rage, unleashing a flurry of blows upon Lin Tian. Wait, Lin Tian, a single individual, unscathed, had just knocked out 3 opponents in 2 minutes? Never mind, it's all good. At this moment, Lin Tian had skillfully employed psychological tactics, utterly dominating Jordan. After nearly 10 rounds, Lin Tian's winning percentage soared above 80. In these victorious rounds, Lin Tian indeed possessed a formidable hand, while he also employed psychological tactics that intimidated Jordan into discarding his cards. After each round concluded, regardless of victory or defeat, Lin Tian's relentless banter persisted, with remarks flowing one after another, rendering Jordan's eyes reddened and causing perspiration to bead upon his forehead. In his life, he had never experienced such frustration. At this moment, Jordan had already lost over $1 million. From Orlando to Miami, a mere hour-long flight, he had squandered $2 million. Just as Jordan, consumed by rage, was eager to continue the fierce battle, the announcement on the aircraft suddenly echoed, instructing everyone to return to their seats as the flight was set to land in 5 minutes. Enough, Michael. Let us play one final hand, Lin Tian chuckled, offering him a chance for redemption. The last game is for 2 million. If you win, you take all the bets. If you lose, it doubles. What do you say? Are you willing to wager? Let us gamble. Come on, Lin Tian urged. After all, it was merely a test of fortune. Drawing 5 cards would be too cumbersome. Instead, they would each draw 1 card to determine the victor swiftly. Do you have a guts? Lin Tian continued, his tone dripping with disdain. You go first. At this point, Jordan was utterly consumed by fury, his eyes ablaze with madness. Not only was he willing to stake 2 million on this card draw, But even a wager of 20 million would not deter him. He had never faced such a devastating loss in his life. Beside him, Pippen observed, realizing that even when confronted by the bad boys of Detroit, as Jordan was repeatedly knocked down by Lambier, Mahorn, and Isaiah, he had never exhibited such madness and anger. Casting a glance at Lin Tian, Pippen could not suppress a gulp. Although Lin Tian was merely a second-round rookie who had played only one game, Pippen had already made a silent decision in his heart. In this lifetime, I shall never be adversaries with Lin Tian. Lin Tian casually spread his hand and drew a card from the pile, glancing at it with a smile as he declared, "It's your turn. Prepare for your demise, Lin. Watch as I draw an ace." Jordan shouted vehemently, his eyes aflame, as he retrieved a card from the deck. A black spade jack, a card boasting a victory rate exceeding 75%. "Come on, Lin, let me witness your capabilities." With fervent eyes, Jordan fixed his gaze upon the card in Lin Tian's possession. Upon seeing Jordan's jack, Lin Tian glanced at his own card and, with a resigned gesture, remarked, "For the final time, why has the goddess of victory forsaken me? Truly, this is infuriating. You have triumphed, Michael. You have won. I told you I was destined to win." In a surge of exhilaration, Jordan bellowed, throwing several punches into the air. He had suppressed his emotions throughout the night and finally seized a moment of release. No one can conquer Michael Jordan. No one. Do you understand? No one. Lin Tian, observing Jordan, suddenly flung his card into the deck in a fit of rage, scattering the cards across the floor. After muttering a few expletives, he rose and returned to his seat, winning 2 million in one hand. Truly remarkable, Michael. Cole, who had been overwhelmed by the tense and bloodthirsty atmosphere, finally exhaled in relief and excitedly patted Jordan on the shoulder, saying, "This hand is enough for you to boast for 3 months. Winning 2 million? Do you all believe I won?" Jordan, gazing at the chaotic pile of cards, suddenly lifted his foot and trampled down on the entire deck, his face devoid of any exuberance or pride in victory. His eyes remained fixated on the heap of cards on the floor, as a thought abruptly sprang forth in his mind. What card did Lin Tian truly possess? Why did he not allow us to see it? Why did he deliberately mix the cards into a disarray? What on earth is this fellow up to? This thought, once it emerged, lingered in Jordan's mind, an incessant whisper of disquietude. He felt an unsettling sense that the final card bore some anomaly. Even as the plane touched down and all passengers began to rise in preparation to disembark, Jordan remained seated, motionless in contemplation. Chapter 30. Lin Tian's profitable venture. The eternal skill of the deity. Once everyone had exited, he suddenly bent down to gather the scattered cards from the floor, scrutinizing them with meticulous attention. After a thorough examination, Jordan finally discerned the troubling detail. On a queen of spades, there was a conspicuous scratch made by a fingernail, accompanied by distinct creases. It was evident that this card had been held tightly for an extended period, resulting in such wear. Jordan surmised that this queen was indeed the very card Lin Tian had possessed moments ago. This lad, is he deliberately conceding defeat to me? Jordan's mind began to race at an astonishing pace. He had obtained the cue, yet he did not wish to win 4 million from me in a single evening. Nor did he want everyone to perceive that I, Jordan, had lost from start to finish. Was this young man afraid of my wrath? Or was he concerned about my reputation? He cannot possibly fear me. Why has he ever shown fear of me? This young man even dares to instruct me on the court. Thus, there remains but one possibility. This young man, evidently reluctant to see me humiliated, intentionally conceded defeat, deliberately obscuring his cards to prevent me from discerning his hand. After all, this was a high-stakes game involving a staggering sum of 4 million. Thus, he found himself in a state of inner turmoil. He yearned for victory and the accompanying riches. Yet he was equally averse to the prospect of my embarrassment before our teammates. After much contemplation and resolute determination, he resolved to act in this manner. With this realization, everything became crystal clear to Jordan. He reflected upon Lin Tian, recognizing him as a decent fellow. Unbeknownst to him, a subtle smile graced the corners of his lips. Meanwhile, having disembarked from the plane, Lin Tian received a notification from the system. Michael Jordan's emotional fluctuations resulted in the acquisition of a permanent skill, Air Dance. Air Dance LV1 02000 enhances the host's finishing ability under the basket by 7. Should the jumping rating reach A- for each subsequent level of enhancement, the finishing ability is further augmented by 3. What a treasure! Lin Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. The prowess of Jordan's layups and finishing abilities, as well as his aerial capabilities, required no further elaboration from Lin Tian. He was undoubtedly among the elite in the history of the league. The experience points required for upgrading this skill were double that of Lin Tian's own 2 skills, underscoring its exceptional value. Moreover, everything unfolded as Lin Tian had anticipated. What he had drawn was merely a diamond 7, far from Jordan's J. Although Jordan jubilantly reclaimed $2 million, undoubtedly elated, he would at least yield 500 experience points. However, Lin Tian, whose actions had incited Jordan's emotional upheaval, desired far more than trivial experience points. Thus, he needed to devise an alternative strategy. Therefore, rather than revealing his cards, Lin Tian merged them together, taking advantage of the moment to ruthlessly manipulate a queen of spades. Given Jordan's character, he would surely overthink, spiraling from elation to despair, then to astonishment and sentiment. Lin Tian was convinced that something remarkable would emerge. Ultimately, the conclusion satisfied Lin Tian greatly. All his efforts had not been in vain. As for the possibility of Jordan drawing a card smaller than the diamond 7 tonight, that would mean a windfall of $4 million for Lin Tian, a delightful prospect indeed. Furthermore, enduring an hour of relentless losses amounting to $4 million, in a single hand losing $2 million, if Jordan did not feel regretful enough to slap himself, that would be quite remarkable. Such extreme misfortune, coupled with anger and disappointment, would undoubtedly yield something valuable for Jordan. In other words, from the moment the final hand commenced, he was destined to reap substantial rewards. Victory was assured. With delight, Lin Tian observed his newfound skill as he followed the crowd towards the bus prepared by the league, eagerly anticipating their journey to the hotel. Here, they would have a moment to rejuvenate before facing the Miami Heat the following evening. As Lin Tian settled beside Winnington, a deep voice resonated, "Big guy, switch seats." Glancing up, Winnington recognized Jordan's imposing figure and dared not utter a word of protest. Swiftly acquiescing, he rose and made his way to an empty seat in the distance. "Surely, you don't wish to gamble again, Michael?" "I genuinely yearn for rest," Lin Tian thought, now enveloped in a state of serene contemplation. Having recently reaped substantial rewards, he felt disinclined to extract further from Jordan at this moment. "This is for you, kid," Jordan declared, producing a check without hesitation, slapping it firmly against Lin Tian's chest. "I am Michael Jordan. I do not require encouragement, nor do I seek sympathy. I can bear my losses. Henceforth, there is no need for such gestures." Lin Tian glanced at the check, counting the zeros. 1, 2, 3. 6 in total. Jordan had bestowed upon him a check for $4 million. "Michael, what is this?" Lin Tian feigned innocence, despite understanding the implications entirely, regarding Jordan with a seemingly harmless demeanor. "Winning is winning. Losing is losing. I do not require leniency." Jordan scoffed. "Do you think you're clever? Do you believe I am unaware that you conceal that queen within the deck?" In that fleeting moment, Lin Tian unveiled the pinnacle of his acting prowess. His mouth slightly agape, eyes wide with astonishment, he glanced left and right, scratching his head nervously, stammering. "Michael, what are you saying? What cue?" A kaleidoscope of emotions, shock, bewilderment, surprise, guilt, and the awkwardness of being exposed, flashed across Lin Tian's face in less than a second. As he internally mused, "I ought to be vying for an Oscar." Jordan, intently scrutinizing Lin Tian for several seconds, finally detected a reaction on his face that greatly pleased him, nodding in satisfaction, reveling in his triumph. A graduate of the finest psychology program? Even I, Jordan, see through him. It is nothing extraordinary. "By the way, Lin," Jordan suddenly declared, "tonight's training, we shall continue our matchup. I will persist in dominating you, relentlessly pushing you to your limits." Watching Jordan's retreating figure, Lin Tian could only shake his head in resignation. Such a proud spirit. He then glanced at the check in his hand, worth $4 million, and decisively tucked it away. Oh, the fragrant scent of beautiful bills. How delightful. Moreover, I, Lin Tian, have neither lied nor deceived you. Every word I uttered is the unvarnished truth. Thus, I accept this $4 million with a clear conscience and an unburdened heart. In fact, even if Lin Tian were to return the money to Jordan, he would undoubtedly refuse it. Given Jordan's arrogance, he would never believe a word Lin Tian spoke. A windfall of $4 million. How delightful. Of course, what Lin Tian could not possibly foresee was that Jordan, now seated in contemplation, harbored a severely crumpled queen of spades in his pocket. Chapter 31. Allow me to assist you in spouting trash talk. Currently, the Miami Heat are at the inception of their first peak in franchise history. During this offseason, they lured the power-hungry Oracle Pat Riley from New York. And owner Alonzo promptly bestowed upon Riley immense authority, allowing him to assume the dual roles of team president and head coach. Effectively entrusting the entire management of the team to him, Riley did not betray Alonzo's trust. His first act upon taking office was to poach the Hornet Star center, the renowned Alonzo Mourning, often hailed as the fifth best center of the 1990s. Mourning not only earned the title of the league's toughest player, but his capabilities also rank among the elite. Be it in defense, shot blocking, rebounding, or offensive prowess, he is truly top tier. Unfortunately, he was born in an era rife with formidable centers, overshadowed by the towering presence of the four greats. It was a challenge to rise above. If even the great Ewing could rank fourth in MVP standings, yet failed to secure a spot on the All-NBA team, what chance did Mourning have? Throughout his entire career, Mourning consistently demonstrated the capability to contribute impressive statistics of 20 points, 10 rebounds, and 3 blocks in numerous seasons, while achieving commendable team results. Yet, he found himself selected for the All-NBA team on only 2 occasions. Unfortunately, the presence of a few extraordinary players overshadowed his accomplishments. It is worth noting that this year marks merely the 4th of Mourning's professional journey, and he remains unaware that he will forever operate in the shadow of the 4 dominant centers. The acquisition of Mourning is evidently just the initial phase of Riley's recruitment strategy. It is well recognized that this astute, tactically adept, and decisive veteran is tirelessly scouring the league in search of a perimeter player who can synergize with Mourning, aiming to forge his own dynamic duo in Miami and mount a formidable challenge for the championship title. This is precisely why, when rumors of discord surfaced within the training camp of the Bulls, Riley, fully aware that no tangible gains would materialize, still chose to reach out to Klaus. His fervent desire for talent was palpable. He yearned to swiftly construct a championship-caliber team, eager to demonstrate to the perpetually reluctant denizens of New York and Los Angeles just what an exceptional manager they had overlooked. However, the Miami Heat, currently reliant solely on Mourning, evidently fell short. Their objective for this season remained merely to secure a playoff berth. After all, apart from Mourning, who could be deemed a top-tier player, the rest, be it Chris Gatling, Billy Owens, or Rex Chapman, were merely average rotation players, light years away from stardom. Such a lineup, dependent solely on Mourning, was undoubtedly insufficient to rival the Bulls. As the first quarter commenced, the Bulls, led by Jordan, quickly took the initiative, scoring consecutively. Although Mourning managed to offer some resistance, effectively schooling Hubble and Longley when they attempted to score over him, the Heat were soon left trailing. By the end of the first quarter, Jordan had amassed another 10 points, and the Bulls had established a lead of 9 points over the Heat. Observing the approaching double-digit deficit, Riley opted for a strategic maneuver. At the start of the second quarter, he summoned Mourning, who had just sat down after playing a grueling 11 minutes, back onto the court. He intended to capitalize on the absence of Jordan and Rodman to narrow the gap. On the court for the Bulls were Lin Tian, Kerr, Pippen, Kukoc, and Wennington. Opposing Lin Tian was Bimbo Coles, an unremarkable, shorter point guard. "Kid, I watched the footage of your last game. You're quite fast." Despite Coles' diminutive stature, he immediately initiated full-court pressure and banter upon facing Lin Tian. "But it's futile. I'm quicker than you. I, Coles, am known as the Miami Speed Demon." Clearly, he viewed Lin Tian as a mere rookie. "All right, I got it. Mr. Chalmers, can I commence my offensive now?" "Coles. Charles. Coles. Corey. Coles. Stop right there." Engaged in lively banter with Coles in the backcourt, Lin Tian suddenly accelerated, effortlessly slipping past Coles and racing towards the frontcourt. "Kid, is ambushing your only tactic? But it's futile. I can still catch up." Coles, desperate, chasing down, finally catching up just beyond the three-point line. This achievement reaffirmed his belief that Lin Tian was indeed swift, yet still miles behind his own prowess. "You think you can catch up with me simply because you're fast?" Lin Tian chuckled, feeling disinclined to engage in conversation with this nameless underling. Nevertheless, he recognized only 2 individuals on the entire Heat team, Mourning and Riley. He certainly could not shout across half the court to taunt Mourning, and as for Riley, if that old man dared to step onto the court, Lin Tian would ensure that his knees would crumble. The virtue of respecting the elderly was one that Lin Tian had never embraced. "Your ability to keep up with me is not due to your skill. Rather, it is because I allowed it." With that declaration, Lin Tian suddenly accelerated once more. This time, he summoned all his strength, transforming into a bolt of lightning as he zipped past cores and plunged into the very heart of the Heat's defense. True to his reputation as one of the league's premier defensive centers, Morning swiftly moved laterally, positioning himself squarely in front of Lin Tian, executing a perfect double team. His outstretched arms effectively obstructed Lin Tian's passing angle, preventing him from delivering the ball to the awaiting Longley beneath the basket. "Rookie, come. Allow me to bestow upon you a grand rejection." Morning evidently regarded Lin Tian with disdain. Yet, even with newfound skills at his disposal, Lin Tian was acutely aware of his limitations. He would never engage in the folly of charging headfirst into Morning's formidable defense. Realizing that an offensive opportunity was slipping away, he surveyed the court, then executed a bounce pass to the cutting Pippen who had just surged into the lane. "Scott, slam it down on this softie," Lin Tian shouted as he made the pass. By this time, Pippen had already ignited his speed, grasping the basketball without regard for whether Morning stood in his path or not. Fully extending himself, he collided fiercely with Morning in midair before forcefully slamming the ball down. With a resounding boom, Pippen executed a breathtaking dunk, overpowering the elite defender Morning. "This one asks for your grandmother, Alonzo. Let us hope she doesn't tee wheat for you." After making the shot, Lin Tian bellowed at Morning, "You pathetic pretender. I, representing the Charlotte Hornets, scorn you. Scott, are you mute, you scoundrel? You need a rookie to hurl insults for you?" Morning, incensed by Lin Tian's taunts, turned his ire towards Pippen. "You are unworthy of my attention." Pippen, also adept at trash-talking, shot back at Morning while discreetly flashing him the middle finger. Chapter 32. Morning exits. The game belongs to Lin Tian. Many have remarked that Morning's temperament starkly contrasts with that of the four premier centers. While none of these centers are renowned for their affability, they possess a degree of self-control that prevents them from succumbing to irrational outbursts. In stark contrast, Morning resembles a volatile powder keg, ready to explode at the slightest provocation. Once his anger ignites, he is relentless in his need to vent. Following provocations from Lin Tian and Pippen, Morning's fury was once again ignited. He became increasingly aggressive in the paint, playing with ferocity and defending with unyielding intensity. The consequence of this was that Morning scored 6 consecutive points, overwhelming the Bulls' interior defense. However, the toll was significant. He incurred an offensive foul due to Kukoc's maneuvering and, while defending against Lin Tian's advance, he was called for another foul. With less than 3 minutes remaining in the second quarter, Morning found himself penalized twice in quick succession, accumulating 3 fouls and necessitating his departure from the game. Although the Heat had managed to narrow the score somewhat, everyone understood that Morning's absence signified impending doom for the team. Jackson did not rush to reinstate Jordan. Instead, he allowed the players on the court to continue their play. With Morning sidelined, the Heat's interior defense faltered, and the substitute, Kurt Thomas, lacked the requisite skill, leaving the perimeter devoid of reliable defenders. In this state of disarray, the game devolved into a showcase for Lin Tian. He first deftly maneuvered past his defender, storming into the paint and executing a powerful layup over Thomas. Following a failed offensive attempt by the Heat, Pippen seized a rebound and launched a long pass to Lin Tian, who, with remarkable speed, surged towards the basket and scored again. Subsequently, Lin Tian, after calling for a high screen, utilized the pick and roll to penetrate the paint once more, executing a layup while drawing a foul from Thomas, converting a 2-1 opportunity. After scoring 7 consecutive points, Lin Tian propelled his team into a surge of momentum. Yet his performance was far from over. In the next play, the now disoriented Heat committed a grave error. While passing the ball at the arc, Pippen intercepted it, and the loose ball was swiftly reclaimed by Lin Tian, initiating another counterattack. With Lin Tian having already tallied 7 points, the Heat's defensive focus became entirely fixated upon him, with 3 defenders charging recklessly towards him. Faced with this fierce triple team, Lin Tian appeared momentarily taken aback, halting near mid-court in a state of apparent uncertainty. However, before the ecstatic Heat fans could rejoice, and before the trio could fully converge, Lin Tian launched the ball with precision. The basketball soared from mid-court directly to the Heat's basket. Boom! The crowd erupted again as Pippen completed the fast break with an alley-oop dunk, adding another 2 points. The score now stood at 47-30. The point differential between the two teams has surged towards 20. At this juncture, Riley finds himself with no alternatives but to call a timeout, hoping to stabilize the situation for his team. Yet, it is evident that this effort is in vain. The current Miami Heat, apart from Mourning, lacks any individual capable of shouldering the burden. Moreover, Riley is understandably hesitant to reintroduce Mourning, who has already accrued 3 fouls onto the court. Consequently, the Heat are destined to remain devoid of any rhythm. As for the Bulls, they have once again altered their lineup. With Jordan back on the court, the Bulls are poised to launch a full-scale offensive. Swish, swish, swish. This is Jordan and the Bulls. Bang, bang, bang. This is the Miami Heat. The disparity in player abilities and tactical prowess between both teams is glaringly evident. The Heat have completely lost their capacity for resistance. By the end of the first half, they managed a mere 39 points, while the Bulls had already amassed 61. A 22-point deficit in this era of rapid pace and scoring efficiency is undeniably an insurmountable gap. Nevertheless, as this is a home game, a certain attitude must be maintained. Thus, as the third quarter commenced, Mourning was once again summoned to the court. To his credit, he responded admirably, scoring consecutively with 2 interior shots, narrowing the gap to under 20 points. Yet, relying solely on him was evidently insufficient, and further reduction of the deficit was simply impossible. Both teams then engaged in a tug-of-war around the 20-point margin. After 6 minutes into the third quarter, the commanding Jackson began substituting, allowing his key players to rest in preparation for the subsequent matches, as Lin Tian, Kerr, Kukoc, and Winnington all took to the court. Meanwhile, Mourning found no opportunity for respite. The moment he stepped off the court, it was inevitable that the Bulls would unleash a barrage of offensive plays, pushing the deficit towards 30 points. But could his presence on the court truly alter this scenario? Clearly not. He may be dubbed the Iron Man, yet he is no invincible entity, sustaining the team under such intense conditions for an extended period. Even after a lengthy rest in the second quarter, his stamina was visibly waning. Recognizing this, Lin Tian understood it was his time to shine. He called for a pick and roll, with Winnington clearing the defender, allowing him to confront Mourning. A rookie. Was he truly daring to challenge me? It was rare for Mourning to be singled out in such a manner throughout his career. He mockingly taunted Lin Tian. Why not go home and ask your father who I am? A self-assured softy, an unremarkable center, inferior to the likes of O'Neal, Robinson, Ewing, Olajuwon Malone, Barkley, and Kemp. What more could I add? Lin Tian, undeterred, retorted with a smirk, young man. I will show you my prowess. I'll send you soaring to the stands, making your return home quite the flight. Fuming, Mourning slammed the floor, determined to teach Lin Tian a lesson. I will send you back to your impoverished hometown, where you'll be gnawing on corn and wearing leaves. Bring it on, trash. But in that very instant, as Mourning pounded the ground in anger, Lin Tian sprang into action. His terrifying speed erupted once more, like lightning, darting past Mourning in a flash. Mourning could only perceive a whoosh as the rookie vanished before his eyes. At this moment, he finally comprehended the true meaning behind the scout report provided by Riley before the game, particularly the section concerning Lin Tian, which stated, "Very fast, exercise caution." What an understatement. This was not merely speed, it was explosive velocity. Upon returning, the team as scout must be dismissed. The quality of this scout report was utterly abysmal. Chapter 33. Provocation of Mourning. Bolt's hidden talent. After effortlessly surpassing Mourning, Lin Tian's speed reached an unprecedented pinnacle. The Heat's defensive structure was utterly disarrayed, relying solely on Mourning's solitary efforts. With Mourning now drawn out of the restricted area, their cooperative defense was virtually non-existent. Lin Tian advanced unimpeded, heading straight for the basket. However, he had no intention of concluding this play so simply. Mourning's trash talk was rather excessive. He aimed to demonstrate to Mourning that certain words cannot be dismissed lightly. With a resounding boom, the entire Miami American Airlines arena erupted with thunderous jeers and hisses. A torrent of foul language and insults surged toward Lin Tian. Mourning's eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted obscenities and charged toward Lin Tian. A dunk, particularly one over Mourning, would not ordinarily incite such fury among the spectators or Mourning himself. What truly enraged them was the manner in which Lin Tian executed his dunk. Given his current vertical leap and physical prowess, he lacked the capacity for any elaborate dunks. However, he compensated with a different kind of flair. As Lin Tian dunked, everyone clearly observed him deliberately decelerate, glancing back over his shoulder. Not content with merely looking back, Lin Tian even gestured a single pinky finger toward Mourning. Such audacity, such blatant disregard. This action, Lin Tian had neither rehearsed nor contemplated in his mind. It emerged instinctively and effortlessly. This undoubtedly pertains to the hidden talent of both, who slows down to gauge the situation. The referee's whistle blared like popping popcorn, echoing frantically. 3 referees hastily rushed onto the court, positioning themselves in front of Lin Tian in mourning. "Let go of me! Let go of me! I swear I'll annihilate this arrogant rookie," Mourning bellowed in a frenzy, straining against their grip in a desperate attempt to reach Lin Tian. Unfortunately, within the heat, he was the sole formidable figure, whether it was P.J. Brown or the monster Mashburn. Even the feisty yet fierce Hardaway was absent from the team. The other players of the Heat were solely focused on diffusing the situation, lacking any intent to support their leader. They either watched from the sidelines or held Mourning back with all their might. Adding to the chaos, the Bulls had Bill Wennington, a 213-centimeter peacemaker, standing in Mourning's path, effectively blocking all avenues of advance, illustrating why his best career year yielded merely 7 points and 4 rebounds. Yet he managed to play in the NBA for a commendable 13 years. In a brawl, he was undoubtedly the best defender. Mourning couldn't break through. As for Lin Tian, currently encircled by 3 referees preventing him from charging forward, he remained relentless, shouting, "Come over here. Can you just shut up?" One referee, Fox, retorted irritably, "Do you have any idea how much effort we exerted to protect you? Do you realize what would happen if that human Tyrannosaurus, Mourning, were to reach you? I would kill him. Truly, referee, I would end him, as long as he dares to come over. I assure you he'll spend the next month in a hospital bed." Lin Tian declared with unwavering confidence. "Did you hear that, Alonzo? That was directed at you. You coward. When Dennis was on the court, why didn't you brawl? Why didn't you lose your mind when Scott was around? Because you feared them. You feared them, you coward. Kid, do you know, if we weren't releasing you now, we would definitely face fines or even suspensions from the referees. I certainly wouldn't be holding you back anymore." Fox erupted, "Because even I want to punch you right now. Do you dare to face Alonzo one-on-one without anyone stopping you?" "Of course I dare. I would even take on 3. Lin Tian shrugged casually, exuding confidence. After all, it was merely Mourning, not 20 mornings. What was there to fear? He felt no trepidation. "Let go of me. I want to tear this bastard apart." Mourning, now completely hysterical, was driven mad by Lin Tian, desperate to charge forward. Yet the best defender, Wennington, remained steadfast in blocking him while simultaneously attempting to calm Mourning. "Stay calm. Stay calm. Alonzo, you cannot defeat him. I'm protecting you. Stay calm. Trust me, you're not his match." What does it mean to add fuel to the fire? This is precisely it. Even Lin Tian now wishes to commend Wen Ning. This brother of mine, indeed a true companion. The assist he provided was nothing short of impeccable. "I shall vanquish you." With a fierce roar, Mo Ning was poised to unleash his fury once more when a slender figure suddenly materialized before him. "Alonzo, that's quite enough. Cease this at once." The diviner Pat Riley had arrived. Upon seeing Riley, Mo Ning's anger dissipated almost instantaneously. Though still panting heavily, he no longer exhibited frenzied aggression. "Release me. Let go, you clumsy oaf. I shall not continue. I hold my coach in high regard." Mo Ning barked at Wennington, impatiently shoving him aside, his face still aflame with rage as he glared fiercely at Lin Tian. "Kid, I shall remember you until we meet again." After delivering a menacing remark to Lin Tian, Mo Ning swiftly quelled his ire, tearing off his tattered jersey and hurling it to the ground before striding towards the bench. As for Lin Tian, he ceased his banter, for he had acquired what he desired. Mo Ning had learned a lesson. He had obtained gear just seconds earlier. The system had issued a notification. Alonzo Mo Ning's emotional fluctuation has resulted in the drop of a consumable item. 98 to 99 Mo Ning power experience card, entire game. What a splendid item. Though merely a consumable, its duration spanned the entire match, far exceeding the previous 2 experience cards in length. Clearly, this individual's emotional turmoil and desire to unleash his wrath proved far more advantageous than mere practice or casual trash talk. Alas, it is regrettable that a confrontation did not ensue. Too many obstacles lay in the way. Had it not been for those interceding, Lin Tian would have relentlessly pursued the opportunity to pummel Mo Ning into submission, extracting 2 or 3 permanent skills. However, Lin Tian observed that he possessed both a shark strength and an Iron Man strength, with both experience cards focused on power. What does this system truly signify? Chapter 34, Is it unreasonable for me to dislike you simply because I find your boasting intolerable? After being momentarily subdued by Riley's words, this confrontation was resolved without incident. Lin Tian could not help but regard Riley with newfound respect. Despite his diminutive stature, he managed to command the formidable Mo Ning to comply with just a few remarks. It is no wonder that when Mo Ning was later forsaken by Riley due to his kidney illness, he bore no resentment. As soon as his health improved slightly, he promptly returned to Riley's side, becoming one of his trusted generals once again. The prowess of this diviner in mastering the hearts of men is perhaps not inferior to that of a Zen master. After the referee determined that the conflict would not escalate further, they hastily gathered to review the replay, forming a circle to deliberate for an extended period before rendering their verdicts. Alonzo Mourning received a technical foul, while Lin Tian was assigned 2 technical fouls, leading to his immediate ejection. "What is this nonsense?" Lin Tian exclaimed, raising his hands in frustration. "I wasn't even preparing to fight. I merely exchanged a few words with him. He threatened to take me down, and you expel me while he gets just a technical foul? What kind of standard is this?" "Personal standard." Fox glanced at Lin Tian and remarked, "I find your boasting intolerable, and your incessant provocations are unacceptable, right?" "Indeed." Lin Tian laughed in exasperation, spreading his arms wide. "But I must clarify, I am not boasting. Every word I utter is within my capabilities. Believe it or not." After saying this, Lin Tian decided not to linger on the court any longer. What was the point of remaining there after being ejected? Ignoring the jeers and insults of 20,000 spectators at the American Airlines Arena, he swaggered towards the players' tunnel after exchanging a high five with Rodman and others. "Kid, just you wait. The next time we meet, I will make you pay." As Lin Tian passed the Heat's bench, Mourning, who had been substituted by Riley to cool down, relentlessly hurled insults at him once more. "Alonzo, heed my advice and use your brain." Lin Tian retorted coldly. "Reflect on why Riley was dismissed by both the Lakers and the Knicks, and ponder why neither Magic nor Ewing has a kind word for him, wishing instead for his immediate departure. Think carefully. Don't be a pawn for someone else's gain. Rookie, your tongue is quite sharp." Riley, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle, seemed to completely disregard Lin Tian's previous remarks and continued, "Your speed is indeed impressive. But do you truly believe no one can match you? Do you think I am incapable of restraining you? Pat, your tactics are commendable. So I absolutely believe you can devise countless methods to contain me, just as you maintained harmonious relations with your players during your coaching tenure. I wish you and Alonzo a lifelong bond, just as you currently share, collaborating until you capture the championship." With that, Lin Tian waved his hand dismissively, denying Riley another chance to retort, before turning to enter the players' tunnel. Of course, even if Lin Tian had remained, Riley would have found it difficult to respond. Lin Tian's previous statement was a devastating blow to the heart. Is Riley among the greatest coaches in history? Absolutely, even with Phil Jackson having secured just 1 three-peat. He remains one of the strongest contenders for the title of the greatest coach of all time. The Showtime dynasty he crafted with the Lakers stands as one of the most dazzling and formidable teams of the 1980s. His orchestration of offensive strategies and the construction of offensive systems are undeniably among the finest in history. Many believe that when it comes to constructing an offensive system, he is unparalleled in the league. However, in the 1990s, Riley ventured to New York and transformed himself into a master of defense. He led a formidable group comprising Ewing, Oakley, and Mason, forging a team renowned for its toughness, iron will, and ferocity, famously dubbed the New York Gang. Their relentless, grinding style of play made them the most notorious team in the league, second only to the Bad Boys, evoking disdain and animosity among fans. They excelled in both offensive and defensive play, capable of showcasing star-studded basketball while also orchestrating historic levels of team defense, propelling their team to the pinnacle of offensive prowess in the league. What is the most significant flaw, or perhaps the most notable criticism, of this coach? It lies in the fact that, whether in Los Angeles or New York, he ultimately found himself at odds with both the players and management, leading to his expulsion from the team by a united front of players. His excessively authoritarian coaching style, coupled with his unwavering demeanor and almost sadistically rigorous training regimen, is simply unbearable for the average individual. Moreover, it was not only Magic Johnson and Patrick Ewing who could not tolerate it. Nearly 2 decades later, even LeBron James found it intolerable, hastily departing after only 4 years under Pat Riley's tutelage. I wish for Riley and Mourning to maintain their camaraderie and hope that Riley achieves the same level of success with the Heat as he did in New York and Los Angeles. This echoes the sentiment of wishing Sima, Yi, and Chao Shuang to join forces in creating a splendid Wei dynasty, as well as wishing for the deep brotherhood and mutual progress of Li Shimin and Li Jianqing. Such an act is akin to a heartless assassination. Observing Lin Tian swaggering away, brimming with self-satisfaction as he vanished into the players' tunnel, Riley abruptly placed a hand on Morning's shoulder and declared, "Alonso, I shall not permit you to continue this solitary struggle. This season, I will swiftly find you a suitable ally, someone worthy to stand beside you. At the very least, I will ensure that you are not left to fend for yourself during conflicts on the court. Together, we shall succeed. I trust you, coach. This is precisely why I have come to Miami. You once proclaimed that I would become the premier center in the NBA. Hence, I am here. I will maintain unwavering faith in you." Morning nodded, affirming his loyalty. "And what are your thoughts on that young lad from earlier?" Riley inquired, shifting the conversation. "Him?" Morning paused momentarily, then shook his head. "His speed is undeniably top-notch, and his passing and ability to seize opportunities are commendable. He possesses the potential to become a king of fast breaks, yet he still seems a tad inexperienced. As a sixth man, he is undoubtedly promising. However, I shall reserve further judgment for now. Furthermore, and perhaps more critically, if he were to become a teammate, I would likely find myself in at least 3 more brawls this year. He is simply too provocative. Who knows, when he stirs up trouble, it might not even be your turn to intervene." Riley chuckled. "Do you recall the rumors of discord within the Bulls during training camp? The entire organization has kept a tight lid on it, and no one seems willing to divulge the complete story of what transpired. Yet, following those rumors, the Bulls traded and released Randy Brown and 2 other players, while Lin did not receive any playing time in the first 3 games of the season. Given his performances in the last 2 games, do you not find it rather peculiar? Are you suggesting that he single-handedly confronted 3 others, resulting in his suspension while the other 3 were purged from the team? He took on 3 by himself?" Morning's reaction was swift as he grasped the implication. Is he truly that formidable? Who knows? But I believe that you two might just be a match made in heaven. Chapter 35. The Plague at the Betting Table. As the match progressed, with Lin Tian's expulsion and a widening gap between the 2 teams, it swiftly lost all suspense. Ultimately, the Bulls triumphed with a decisive victory, defeating their opponents 109-76 by a margin of 33 points. Jordan effortlessly played for 30 minutes, scoring 31 points along with 5 rebounds and 4 assists. Pippen also delivered an impressive performance, contributing 15 points, 7 rebounds, and 5 assists, while Rodman recorded his signature statistics of 4 points and 15 rebounds. Regarding Lin Tian, although he had a brief moment in the second quarter where he scored 7 consecutive points to extend the lead, he regrettably spent little time on the court in the third quarter before being ejected, totaling only 11 minutes of play. Nevertheless, he managed to amass 12 points and 3 assists, an output that is commendable given the limited time. In the post-game interview, Jordan unexpectedly spoke out in support of Lin Tian, shocking everyone. "The referee's calls tonight were utterly ridiculous. I fail to understand why they ejected Lin. What did he do to deserve that? Was it merely because he embarrassed a soft player by outplaying him? If causing an opponent to lose face warrants ejection, then I would be ejected every game, as my goal each night is to humiliate the opposition. I believe the league is bullying the newcomers, and they are targeting Lin. Had I made that move, Alonso would not have dared to react, nor would the referees have ejected me. If I were to evaluate tonight's events, I would say Alonso is a bully who preys on the weak. Furthermore, tonight's referees are incompetent. What grounds did they have to expel Lin? I will always support my teammates, plain and simple." Jordan's words spread like wildfire across major media outlets, becoming the headline of the night. ESPN reported, Morning clashes fiercely with the rookie. Jordan stands up for Lin after the game. TNT bluntly stated, Jordan calls Morning a soft player, offending all of Miami for the sake of a rookie. CBS proclaimed, a furious outburst for the rookie. What magic does the 52nd pick possess? ABC questioned, why does the rookie seem so audacious after just 2 games with Jordan's support? MSG declared, this is the hallmark of a champion team. Even superstars will defend the rookies. The Open Court commented, the returning king, Jordan, and the fledgling rookie. A new dynamic duo may emerge on the Bulls' path to victory. On the flight back to Chicago from Miami, Lin Tian glanced at the newspapers he had brought aboard, astonished that Jordan had spoken on his behalf. Yet, this was the same individual who had not exchanged a single word with him after the game, and even now, as they boarded the plane, Jordan had not addressed Lin Tian, leaving him perplexed and contemplative. At that moment, a staff member approached Lin Tian, handing him a note with the words, "This is from Mr. Michael." Lin Tian glanced at the nearly 50-year-old flight attendant and couldn't help but exclaim, "Not everything about capitalism is worthy of emulation. At least in capitalist countries, flight attendants are not all leggy beauties. Middle-aged women and grandmothers comprise at least half of them. What a degradation of humanity." As these thoughts crossed his mind, he unfolded the note, which contained a single sentence. "I no longer owe you anything." Goodness, how prideful. Lin Tian mused, suddenly feeling a pang of guilt. Not only had he deceived Jordan out of $4 million, but now he had inadvertently made this proud individual feel indebted to him. That seemed rather excessive. However, it appeared that an explanation would be futile. Jordan would certainly not believe him. Since he wouldn't, perhaps he could afford to lose a bit today, allowing Jordan to regain some confidence at the gambling table. With this in mind, Lin Tian, unexpectedly filled with compassion, stood up. He resolved to grit his teeth and lose $50,000 that evening. Yes, losing him $50,000 would ensure Jordan disembarked the plane in high spirits, serving as a form of atonement. As for whether this loss would lead Jordan to believe he could beat Lin Tian again in the future, Lin Tian swore this was not a setup. He hadn't overthought it. His heart was not that callous. However, to Lin Tian's surprise, as he had just risen and taken a step toward the makeshift gambling table, he was discovered. I suddenly feel sleepy." Pippin was the first to stand up and leave. "I need to write a letter to Madonna. She wrote to me last month, and I still haven't replied." Rodman quickly followed suit. "I earn just over $1 million a year, and after taxes, it's less than $400,000. I'm out." Cole was even more straightforward, standing up and making a hasty exit. In the end, only Jordan remained, feeling somewhat awkward, unable to leave due to pride, and casting an uneasy glance at Lin Tian, who was typically fearless, exuding an exaggerated confidence. "Now," his voice trembled slightly as he said, "how about we play a couple of rounds?" After all, even Jordan could accept losing $4 million in one go. However, the prospect of consistently losing $4 million every time he boarded a plane was unbearable. He was merely a basketball deity, not a god of money printing. He couldn't withstand it. Moreover, he enjoyed gambling, but not the act of losing. Among the bulls, everyone had already concluded. Apart from fighting, Lin Tian was equally invincible at the gambling table. He had become the plague of gambling. Everyone avoided him. "Forget it, you guys play. I just need to use the restroom." Lin Tian has come to a realization. After the previous incident, he has become the most unpopular figure at the gambling table among this group of individuals. It seems that no one on the Bulls dares to wager against him anymore. For the next half-month, Lin Tian continued to engage in relentless matches and training with the Bulls, repeating the cycle of competition and practice. As before, he found himself in fierce rivalry with Jordan during every training session. The notorious Jordan still mercilessly dominated Lin Tian, showing him no mercy whatsoever. If merely being outplayed was not enough, after losing $4 million on the plane and publicly chastising Lin Tian in front of the media, Jordan appeared to believe that he no longer owed Lin Tian anything. Thus, the animosity between Jordan and Lin Tian was solely defined by that significant loss. From that moment on, Jordan's trash talk and petty antics grew increasingly exaggerated and ruthless whenever he faced Lin Tian. Many observers, including Phil Jackson, speculated that there was a deep-seated hatred between the two. Jackson was acutely aware of how Lin Tian disrespected Jordan and how fiercely Lin Tian held his ground, even when being thoroughly outplayed. He worried that one day, Lin Tian might lose his temper and severely injure Jordan. Chapter 36. Lin Tian's Exposed Weakness. The rookie wall approaches. Throughout November, the Bulls undeniably surged forward with an unstoppable momentum, demonstrating their dominance in the league. Including 4 matches from October, they embarked on an impressive 8-game winning streak in November, only to suffer an unexpected loss in Denver. They quickly rebounded with another 9 consecutive victories. It wasn't until November 30th, during the final game of a grueling 7-game road trip, that fatigue and back-to-back matches led them to their second defeat of the season. As the month concluded, the Bulls boasted a staggering record of 17 wins and 2 losses, sitting comfortably at the top of the league standings. The only unfortunate aspect was that Lin Tian had yet to accomplish the system's task of continuous playing time. This was due in part to the abundance of capable players on the Bulls, necessitating a distribution of opportunities. Additionally, many games were decided early, resulting in the fourth quarters often featuring less prominent players. Closer to the water cooler, Lin Tian never anticipated that the team's overwhelming strength would become his own source of frustration. As for the team, the triumphant return of Jordan saw him averaging an impressive 31, 5 points, 5, 6 rebounds, and 4, 9 assists per game, earning him the title of Player of the Month and placing him at the top of the MVP rankings. Moreover, he secured the leading position in the scoring charts for the 8th consecutive season. The basketball deity had returned in full force. Pippen maintained his versatile prowess with averages of 15, 4 points, 4, 8 rebounds, 4, 1 assist, and 2, 3 steals, while Rodman contributed with 3, 1 points and 15, 7 rebounds. Together, the Bulls' formidable trio became the undisputed best in the league and a nightmare for their opponents. As for Lin Tian, through his remarkable and dazzling performances, he has gradually secured the positions of the 6th and 7th man on the team. He often shares the court with Kukoc, and their growing synergy is evident. Their passing, cutting, and fast break collaborations are executed with finesse. Throughout November, Lin Tian averaged an impressive 14, 1 points, 4, 3 assists, and 1 steals per game. For a rookie and a bench player, such performance is nothing short of extraordinary. Furthermore, his average scoring ranks him 6th among rookies, 2nd in assists, and 1st in steals. As a second-round pick, Lin Tian's contributions have undoubtedly proven to be a boon for the Chicago Bulls. Not to mention, his statistics are achieved against some of the league's top-tier teams, which starkly contrast with players like Stoudemire and Stackhouse, who may inflate their statistics on weaker teams without regard for the overall record, thus rendering their accomplishments far less impressive. Consequently, although the Rookie of the Month award was claimed by Damon Stoudemire, Lin Tian found himself ranked 4th in the initial rookie standings released at the beginning of November. He trails only the season's first overall pick, Joe Smith, who averages 15, 1 points and 8, 1 rebounds, the top point guard of this draft, Damon Stoudemire, with averages of 19, 3 points and 9, 4 assists, and the new generation's North Carolina standout, Jerry Stackhouse, who boasts an average of 26 points. These 3 individuals are undoubtedly the most prominent and even worthy of a team's deliberate decline in pursuit of excellence among the elite rookies of this season. In contrast, Lin Tian merely holds the position of the 52nd pick in the second round. Furthermore, being situated in Chicago, a premier basketball market and one of the most scrutinized teams, has led to a meteoric rise in his visibility and popularity. Countless eyes have been drawn to the fact that, in Chicago, there exists a strikingly handsome and exceptionally swift Asian second-round rookie who is performing remarkably well. The attention garnered by Lin Tian has proven beneficial in certain respects. For instance, despite lacking an agent, he has managed to forge collaborations with several local brands in Chicago, reaping modest financial rewards. However, the drawbacks far outweigh the advantages. An increasing number of teams have begun to scrutinize him, analyzing game footage to dissect both his strengths and weaknesses. Presently, Lin Tian's speed is undoubtedly among the elite in the league, and his ability to handle the ball during fast breaks is commendable. While his mid-range and three-point shooting skills may not be exceptional, they are passable. Nonetheless, his deficiencies are equally pronounced. Despite possessing decent size, he appears somewhat slender, which puts him at a disadvantage when facing robust guards and seasoned veterans. In half-court situations, if he is physically pressured by opponents, his speed advantage diminishes. And although his finishing ability has shown marked improvement when attacking the basket, he still struggles against opposing centers. Many teams, when facing the Bulls, have targeted Lin Tian, employing physical play, increasing the intensity, and manipulating the pace to deny him opportunities for direct shots after screens. This strategic approach has led to noticeable fluctuations in Lin Tian's efficiency and statistics. For instance, on November 30th, during a game in Seattle against the formidable Supersonics, he was thoroughly contained by Payton's physicality and experience, resulting in a phase where his scoring was anticipated to rise, but instead allowed the Supersonics to unleash a significant offensive surge. In this match, Lin Tian's performance was dismal, hitting only 2 out of 8 attempts, marking one of the most disappointing games of his entire career. However, neither Lin Tian nor the team seemed overly anxious about such fluctuations. As a rookie, it is only natural to encounter imperfections. The key lies in diligent training and rapid improvement. Nonetheless, most of the Bulls players were taken by surprise when, after their defeat to Jordan's old rivals, the Supersonics, on November 30th, they returned home on December 2nd, only to face yet another formidable adversary of Jordan, Reggie Miller and his Indiana Pacers. In this match, Miller once again found himself in his signature moment. He astonishingly sank 9 three-pointers throughout the game, with 5 of those coming in the fourth quarter, scoring a remarkable 23 points in that single period. Meanwhile, Jordan appeared to be in dismal form, as if he had suffered from a bout of food poisoning, managing only 20 points on 6 out of 23 shooting, falling short of Miller's single-quarter tally. It is widely acknowledged that, compared to Miller's three-pointers, his incessant trash talk is the most irksome and infuriating aspect of his persona. Throughout the game, he relentlessly spewed insults, and his dismal performance left his expression resembling that of someone who had consumed 100 pounds of expired mackerel. Lin Tian, on the other hand, struggled significantly, facing off against a player he found particularly challenging, Mark Jackson. Jackson, often referred to as the Barkley of guards, is robust and formidable, using his considerable bulk to dominate the court, which left Lin Tian in a state of distress, completely on the back foot. Initially, Lin Tian hoped to unleash his shark power in the fourth quarter to teach Jackson a lesson, but to his dismay, Jackson offered him no opportunity to do so. After all, Lin Tian had an abysmal shooting night, hitting only 1 out of 6 attempts, while Jackson delivered an impeccable performance with 21 points and 10 assists. Consequently, in the fourth quarter, Jackson naturally opted to rely on the more seasoned and composed Hubble. However, the Bulls faced the God-Slayer version of Miller in the fourth quarter, leading to an unavoidable and disheartening defeat. Chapter 37. If you dislike him, trade Lin. Following this match, the Bulls' predicament was not merely the result of consecutive losses. The more daunting reality was that both the Supersonics and the Pacers were among the championship favorites this season. Losing to 2 formidable teams inevitably led to criticisms of the Bulls' inability to perform under pressure, suggesting that Jordan and the Bulls had finally aged, performing poorly in crucial matchups, a narrative they found difficult to counter. Yet, this was not the worst of it. The most troubling aspect was that both teams were led by Miller and Payton. These two individuals undoubtedly rank among the top 5 notorious provocateurs in the league today. Moreover, neither of them harbors any trepidation towards Jordan. In fact, they seem eager to overpower him in their quest for a championship. To be vanquished by them, to suffer a crushing defeat at their hands, would not only mar Jordan's record, but also subject him to relentless humiliation and mockery, which is perhaps the most excruciating and infuriating ordeal for him. A Jordan consumed by fury is not merely a nightmare for the other teams in the league, but also a source of dread for his own Bulls teammates. Thus, even though the Bulls were granted a well-deserved 3-day respite following an arduous series of matches, not a single player dared to indulge in rest. Instead, they trained with even more ferocity than usual, each session concluding in a state of near exhaustion. All of this is driven by Jordan. The Lion, in a state of fury, rendered the team paralyzed with fear. Yet there existed one audacious soul, Lin Tian. Not only did he possess the audacity, but he also remained fervently engaged in challenging Jordan, even though Jordan's mood had soured in recent days, leading him to exhibit exaggerated movements, with his elbows, knees, and claws furiously targeting Lin Tian. It seemed as if Lin Tian, rather than Payton or Miller, had been the one to rattle him in previous matches. Jordan unleashed a torrent of his pent-up rage during training, directing it squarely at Lin Tian. On December 4th, the day before the Bulls were to resume competition, a confrontation between Jordan and Lin Tian finally erupted during their last practice. The very scenario Phil Jackson had dreaded had come to fruition. While attempting to assert his position, Jordan's actions became excessively theatrical. An elbow landed directly against Lin Tian's neck. Lin Tian, not one to accept such provocations, impatiently shoved Jordan's arm away and admonished him. If you wish to avoid repercussions, you ought to exercise some caution. This bold retort left everyone present in utter disbelief. In Chicago, within the Bulls' ranks, who dared to speak to Jordan in such a manner? To demand that Jordan be mindful of his conduct? What distinguishes this from the janitor of the White House, cautioning the commander-in-chief to be mindful not to dirty the floor, lest he incite a coup? You expect me to take heed? Jordan, in disbelief, pointed to his own nose in retort. Being overwhelmed by Payton and Miller is merely a reflection of your own inadequacies. Venting your frustrations on your teammates. What kind of man are you? A coward, a disgrace, a weakling. If those two ruffians irk you, why not confront them directly? Instead, you choose to unleash your ire upon me. Do you believe I am a pushover? Let me make it clear. I fear you not. Take a single step forward, and I shall ensure you share the same fate as those 3 simpletons. As Lin Tian unleashed his tirade, he raised a finger, effectively pointing it at Jordan's nose. his anger reaching a boiling point. Engaging in the game through basketball maneuvers was something Lin Tian could accept, even find enjoyment in. However, Jordan's recent actions had clearly transcended the realm of the sport. Bullying? Then I shall retaliate. I care not whether you are the god of basketball. I am eager to witness your capabilities. Come, unleash your fury upon me, and let me see how truly manly you are. Like Lin Tian, Jordan was no meek lamb. He was far from a soft-hearted individual. Otherwise, he would not have become the nightmare of the entire league. With both men fully engaged, an altercation seemed imminent, prompting the other Bulls players to finally react. Pippen, Hucock, Harper, Longley, and Rodman rushed forward, separating the two combatants. Do not resort to violence. You might seriously harm him. Please refrain from fighting. Winnington assumed his role as the peacemaker once more, clinging tightly to Lin Tian and continually murmuring these words in his ear. One could only say Jordan was fortunate. Had he heard Winnington's pleas, he would have surely disregarded everything and demanded that everyone step aside, allowing him to confront Lin Tian one-on-one. Within 30 seconds, Phil Jackson, who had been seated on the sidelines, swiftly arrived at the scene, exclaiming, "What on earth is happening here? Are you all incapable of exhausting your energy? If you have surplus strength, all of you report to the weight room for an extra set. I do not want to see anyone leave tonight. You will all crawl out if necessary. Right now." Immediately, "Michael, you stay." Jackson's words elicited a chorus of groans from the Bulls players, who begrudgingly turned toward the weight room. Winnington continued to hold Lin Tian tightly, fearful of further impulsive actions. As for Jordan, he remained seething, glaring at Lin Tian's retreating figure, muttering curses under his breath. Yet at the very least, he stood his ground, refraining from seeking further trouble with Lin Tian. Once everyone had departed, Jackson sighed, observing Jordan's demeanor, and cautiously inquired, "Michael, what are your thoughts on Lin? Conceited, arrogant. He disregards my authority, an absolute rogue. Had no one intervened earlier, I would have torn him to shreds. That scoundrel. I shall not let him off so easily. Tomorrow during training, I will continue to face him." Jordan was evidently still seething, uttering not a single kind word about Lin Tian. However, upon hearing Jordan's words, Jackson surprisingly exhibited no sign of concern. In fact, a faint smile crept onto his face. He had grasped the crux of the matter. "Michael, since you harbor such disdain for him and believe you cannot coexist, let's trade him away. This lad openly provokes you within the team, and I believe keeping such a person around is akin to harboring a ticking time bomb that could jeopardize our chemistry at any moment. Trade him?" Jordan appeared momentarily taken aback, then resolutely shook his head and declared, "No, we shall not trade him. Keeping this boy in the team is quite beneficial. We can certainly make use of him. Yes, indeed, we can put him to good use. Once we secure the championship, we can then cast him aside." Just like that. The smile on Jackson's lips was becoming increasingly difficult to contain as he continued. "But he shows you no respect at all. Then I shall extend him no respect in return. I will relentlessly dominate him in training. Keep him around, and let me continue to trample him. Once I grow weary of this game, I shall kick him out. Chicago does not need such an arrogant presence." Chapter 38. The Unbearable Rodman. Exclusive teaching from the flowering bug. But you have already fallen out, haven't you? Everyone has witnessed it, and given Lin's character, he certainly will not back down or concede. The astute Jackson, skilled in manipulating emotions, could tell from Jordan's first utterance that the man was merely disgruntled. He absolutely did not wish for Lin Tian to leave the team. Jordan's temperament sometimes resembled that of a child, fighting fiercely with his companions one day, only to reconcile with a lollipop the next, restoring their camaraderie. At least in Jackson's view, it seemed that Jordan would rather trade Hubble, Longley, or Hucock than see Lin Tian depart from the team. Perhaps even Jordan himself was unaware that he was growing increasingly fond of this fellow. Upon hearing Jackson's words, Jordan stroked his chin, suddenly clapping his hands and exclaiming, "Simple. I shall simply apologize. They happen to be in the weight room. I will go and express my regrets to Lin, stating that my actions may have been a tad excessive." At this point, Jordan suddenly furrowed his brow and quickly added, "Then I shall invite this lad to continue facing me. Tomorrow, I shall annihilate him. Let us proceed with that." With that, Jordan seemed to have finally convinced himself, lifting his leg and striding toward the locker room, leaving Jackson wide-eyed and incredulous, standing alone in place. What had he just heard? Jordan was going to relent? Jordan was going to admit his fault? What has become of this world? Is it truly the case that Jordan is inclined to apologize to a mere rookie? Throughout his life, has Jordan ever offered an apology to anyone. Indeed, Jordan claims that this is entirely to ensure he can continue to compete against Lin Tian and to outperform him in the future. However, anyone with a modicum of discernment knows that Jordan's words are mere fabrications, a ruse to justify his actions. As he observes Jordan drifting further away, a profound sensation suddenly envelopes Jackson. Though formidable, he has always been a despicable rogue, and it is conceivable that this rookie might incite some changes. At this moment, within the weight room, Lin Tian dismissed the earlier conflict, considering it merely a trivial altercation. Of course, should Jordan persist in his provocations, he would not hesitate to retaliate. No one would escape his wrath. However, while Lin Tian brushed it off, others took note. "Lin, may I have a word?" Rodman swayed over. Leaning against the barbell Lin Tian was about to lift. "Don't you feel a twinge of discomfort being outperformed by a Michael Daly?" "Indeed, I yearn to surpass him. Yet, I still have some ground to cover. Perhaps next year. I am confident I will be able to outshine him then." Lin Tian contemplated, setting a timeline for his aspirations, and added, "Of course, if he remains obstinate, I wouldn't mind delivering a few blows to him." Rodman nearly choked on Lin Tian's bold statement, coughing violently several times before meeting Lin Tian's gaze. "That is not quite what I meant. I'm not here to incite you to assault Jordan. What I intended to convey is, in the face of Michael's underhanded tactics, don't you feel somewhat powerless to retaliate? I mean, in a basketball manner." Rodman, notorious for his wild demeanor, found himself confronted by someone even more unhinged, someone who could inflict frustration and pain upon an opponent in ways the referees would overlook. In comparison, Rodman began to wonder if he had been too restrained of late. Realizing Rodman's intent, Lin Tian swiftly wrapped his arm around Rodman's neck, grinning mischievously. "As long as you teach me, I'll treat you to a month's worth of drinks. Anywhere in Chicago, your choice." "Such generosity?" Rodman eyed Lin Tian skeptically. "Do you possess such wealth?" "Indeed, it comes from Michael. During our last flight, he insisted he had lost to me and stubbornly handed me a check." Lin Tian affirmed, adamant that he spoke the truth. It was indeed Jordan who believed he had lost and insisted on compensating Lin Tian. "I, Lin, am no deceiver." "So, you have 4 million on hand?" "Absolutely." "Excellent. I promise to teach you." Rodman chuckled, sealing their agreement. They would commence after today as training, with Rodman dedicating an extra half-hour post-training to impart his crafty techniques to Lin Tian. Just as they finalized their arrangement, Jordan and Jackson entered the weight room in succession. Jordan cleared his throat, capturing everyone's attention. It's like this. I acknowledge that my actions today were a bit excessive, and I lost control. It was my fault." Jordan had actually taken the initiative to apologize. If there were reporters present at the scene, they would undoubtedly convey this unprecedented event to all fans across the nation within a mere 30 seconds. Such an occurrence has never transpired before, nor has anyone ever dared to envision its possibility. Yet now, Jordan has indeed offered an apology. Remarkably, he has apologized to a rookie who has played merely 1 month in the NBA. "So, we're on the same page, correct? Shall we continue our competition?" After uttering this, Jordan failed to recognize how much he resembled a novel creature that would become popular 2 decades hence. A sycophant. He gazed at Lin Tian with eager anticipation, almost fearful of provoking his ire. "We're all good. Tomorrow, I shall defend you so fiercely that you 1T score a single point." Lin Tian's retort was characteristic of his usual demeanor. Indeed, Lin would assuredly prevent Michael from scoring, for there would be no practice the following day. After sharing a light-hearted joke, Jackson declared, "Let us conclude today as training. Consider this a warning. I expect no genuine conflicts within the team moving forward. Competition is welcome. Dissent is permissible, but must remain peaceful. Do you understand? Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to expel you from the team, regardless of your identity." Upon hearing Jackson's admonition, coupled with Jordan's prior capitulation, every individual present complied, nodding in acknowledgement. After all, if even the team leader displayed such cooperation, the others would undoubtedly refrain from causing trouble. Following Jackson's command, the members of the weight room hastily departed, eager to return home and rest. However, Lin Tian detained Rodman, and the two ventured to the training facility, intent on further practice. Rodman, stroking his vibrant green hair, spoke in his signature languid tone. "Before we begin, I must share my principles with you. It is well known that I am not a paragon of virtue. My style of play is often described as rough, dirty, and underhanded, terms that have accompanied my career." Chapter 39. The 3 Essentials of Rodman's Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Yet I must assert that while I am undeniably tenacious and do not shy away from physicality, I will never concede to being a player of dirty tactics. I have never intentionally injured anyone, nor would I ever aim to harm another. I am fierce and unyielding, refusing to be bullied, but I do not engage in unsportsmanlike behavior that jeopardizes another's livelihood. This sets me apart from the likes of Karl Malone, Bill Laimbeer, and Oakley. They are the true scoundrels, deriving pleasure from inflicting harm and debilitating their opponents, while I simply embody ferocity. Thus, I shall never align myself with them. And I hope you will refrain from doing so as well. Understood. Lin Tian nodded. U1T resort to stepping on toes, tripping, jabbing ribs, targeting kidneys, striking the back of the head, hitting the chin, choking, poking eyes, or delivering low blows, correct? Where do you conjure such ideas? Rodman suddenly felt akin to a warrior brandishing a sword before a deity, or rather, displaying his prowess in front of a figure like Chamberlain. This young lad, surely, does not require my guidance. He seems to possess an innate understanding of everything, does he not? I merely inquire. Lin Tian scratched his head, unaware that Rodman, upon hearing his remark, might entertain the notion that he could indeed be a well-behaved child, and would surely take pride in it. Such inept professionals, whose careers are fraught with perilous encounters, must be avoided. This is our foremost principle, followed by a strict prohibition against treacherous assaults. Much like those three who attempted to ambush you 2 months ago, I shall thwart such cowardice, for that is not the way of a true man. If you wish to confront someone, do so openly. Strike them face to face, not from behind. This is precisely why I harbor disdain for Laimbeer, Malone, and Oakley. These three are nothing but spineless individuals who rely on underhanded tactics. Oh, and let us not forget that rascal Stockton, a master of covert strikes as well. Yet Mason, Morning, and Mahorn are my comrades. Understand, I need not resort to sneaky tactics to vanquish anyone. Lin Tian nodded once more. At this juncture, Rodman grinned mischievously, stating thus, our third principle is this. If you encounter someone you truly loathe, such as Karl Malone, David Robinson, John Stockton, Charles Oakley, or any other despicable scoundrels, you may do anything to them. They have it coming. Indeed, our boundaries may lower in accordance with those of our adversaries. Is that not so? Lin Tian nodded again. I must confess, I do not fully grasp your words, but I sense you speak the truth. After witnessing a significant portion of his already limited brain cells perish once more, Rodman resolved to abandon his attempts to decipher Lin Tian's intentions. Regardless, upon sight of those rascals, I shall unleash my wrath upon them. Now, enough of this prattle. Let us commence our first lesson. Michael relishes receiving the ball in a low post position, does he not? As Rodman spoke, he simulated the stance, positioning his back against Lin Tian, continuing, his elbows will incessantly jab at your abdomen and chest to carve out space for himself. I have observed that you often engage him head-on, using your body to counter his elbows, which does indeed prevent him from easily gaining space. However, this approach inflicts considerable pain upon you and, aside from exhausting your stamina, proves largely ineffective. What you ought to do is, let us switch positions. As Rodman spoke, he maneuvered behind Lin Tian, lifting one leg and unceremoniously pressing it against Lin Tian's thigh. If I were to exert force here, you would certainly leap in discomfort. He elbows you? Simply brace against his thigh. But remember, do not apply excessive force. It will be detected. When you do exert strength, be mindful of timing and angle, ensuring you remain out of the referee's line of sight. Moreover, should he adopt a stance with his weight shifted forward and his body angled more steeply, your knee may easily attract attention and result in a foul. In such a case, you must adapt. Observe my hand closely. Do not merely use your body to hold back your opponent. Instead, lower yourself and find his waist. Here, as Rodman spoke, he pinched Lin Tian's waist, emphasizing, no matter how strong a person is, there will always be a tender spot here. Target this area. As long as he possesses the capacity to feel pain, he cannot evade this strike. Of course, one must also be cautious with the force applied. Otherwise, you might end up with an additional piece of flesh on your hand. However, this maneuver is likely to incite conflict. Although I sense that you are not someone who shies away from confrontation, I must caution you, as this can be excruciating. Moreover, this action is almost undetectable by the referees due to its subtlety and covert nature, making it quite safe. For the next several minutes, Rodman diligently instructed Lin Tian, imparting a wealth of his subtle techniques and cunning skills. Nevertheless, given that this was merely a lesson, It would require Lin Tian some time to adeptly apply these tactics in competitive and real-life scenarios without drawing the referee's attention. As for Lin Tian's practice partner, on the night of the 5th, following a significant victory over the Philadelphia team, which ended their losing streak, he found his experimental subject during their first training session. "Oh, what are you doing?" Jordan, who had just backed in a Lin Tian, suddenly let out a scream reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. "Apologies, Michael. I lost control of my strength. Did that hurt?" Lin Tian said, scratching his head sheepishly, realizing he had applied a bit too much force while pinching Jordan. Yet, this technique evidently proved to be remarkably effective. Clemens, the referee on the sidelines, watched with curiosity, puzzled by the events unfolding before him. "If you keep this up, I swear I'll take you down," Jordan cursed, raising his elbow. He was not one to take a hit lightly. He sought retribution against Lin Tian. "Where on earth did you learn such dirty tricks? Who taught you? Was it Peyton or Miller? Those two old scoundrels are spreading their trashy tactics everywhere, aren't they?" Jordan complained, clutching his thigh, nearly in tears from the pain. Rodman's words rang true. This was indeed agonizing. Moreover, Clemens remained oblivious to it all. Lin Tian suddenly realized that he possessed a certain talent for this. As the saying goes, a master leads you to the door, but it is up to you to walk through it. Lin Tian, having only been introduced to this new world by Rodman yesterday, had already constructed an intricate set of skills today. He believed that within a fortnight, at most, he would carve out a pathway to greatness that leads directly to Rome. Such is the essence of talent. Chapter 40. The Supersonics Strike Again. The enraged version of Jordan has emerged. Following 2 consecutive defeats in early December, the Chicago Bulls have finally regained their form, embarking on a new wave of victories. This time, their winning streak has reached an impressive 9 games. As they achieved this remarkable feat, the United Center in Chicago welcomed a formidable adversary once more. A fortnight and a half ago, the Western powerhouse, the Seattle Supersonics, who had previously triumphed over them, came to Chicago for a visit. When discussing the Seattle Supersonics, one cannot overlook their dynamic duo, Rain Man Shawn Kemp and the glove Gary Payton. This iconic pair boasts an extraordinary combination of skills. One is renowned for his acrobatic dunks, epitomizing the most ferocious power forward of the 1990s, while the other is celebrated for his all-around prowess, famously known as the only player in the 1990s capable of limiting Jordan to a performance akin to Kobe Bryant's. Under their leadership, along with the presence of 2-time All-Star Sam Perkins and veteran Dirk Nowitzki, complemented by a host of formidable players, particularly under the guidance of the esteemed coach George Karl, this team has finally reached its full potential. They have consistently achieved over 55 wins for 4 consecutive years, with one season culminating in a remarkable 63 victories that secured them the top seed in the West. During the 1994 to 1995 season, all 3 stars of the team were selected for the league's All-NBA first team. However, it is unfortunate that they have yet to advance further into the finals, with their best record merely leading them to the Western Conference Finals. Last season, the Supersonics, boasting an impressive 57 wins, suffered a shocking defeat at the hands of the 48-win Lakers, being swept in the first round with a gentleman's sweep of 1-3. Payton, known for his defensive prowess, was thoroughly outmatched by the unpredictable Nick Van Exel. That series marked one of the most humiliating moments of Payton's illustrious career. Following last year's disappointment, the Supersonics management took decisive action, acquiring former All-Star Jose Hawkins to bolster their offensive options, embarking on yet another quest for the championship. Their victory against the Bulls at the end of November stands as their brightest moment of the season thus far. It was after that match that the Supersonics' morale soared, as they embarked on a remarkable 15-game winning streak from November to mid-December without a single loss. Presently, they have surpassed the likes of the Spurs, Jazz, and Lakers, firmly securing their position at the pinnacle of the Western Conference. Tonight presents an excellent opportunity for them to further challenge for the league's top spot. Should they achieve a second victory over the Bulls, their morale is bound to elevate even further, and the prospect for the team will appear exceedingly bright. Simultaneously, they would surpass the Bulls in standings, claiming their rightful place as the true leaders of the league. The team is currently in exceptional form, and the notoriously outspoken Payton, upon his arrival in Chicago, readily engaged with the media. With an air of bravado, he proclaimed, I know that 95 of this league fears Jordan, to the point where they won't even dare to confront him. But honestly, I am not afraid of this guy at all. I can handle him. And I truly believe that if anyone in this league can take him on, it's me. Let us wait and see. We will defeat the Bulls tonight, and I will take down Jordan. And if they make it to the finals, I will dismantle them again. Feel free to relay this message to Jordan. To be honest, I am eagerly looking forward to it. By the way, if you do pass it along, please add one more thing. The basketball court is no longer suited for you. Michael, go back to your baseball. Of course, that is, if there are still people who want you, given your lackluster performance on the diamond. Peyton's audacious remarks undoubtedly stirred a tempest, and that evening, countless media outlets and fans gathered before their screens, eager to witness whether Jordan would indeed fall short against Peyton, or if the loquacious Peyton would receive a thorough beating from Jordan. Meanwhile, within the Bulls' locker room, the atmosphere was as somber as a funeral. No one dared to utter a word, nor did anyone feel at liberty to joke as they usually would. The cause? The figure of Jordan, glaring with intensity, radiating a palpable sense of menace, spoke volumes. He was thoroughly incensed by Peyton's words. This reigning monarch of the court had resolved to teach Peyton a lesson that very night. "Excuse me, could you please make way? I can't see the path." Lin Tian's voice suddenly echoed as he pushed open the locker room door, instantly capturing everyone's attention. He had wheeled in a cart, upon which lay a sandbag adorned with an image of Peyton. "Michael, care for a few punches?" Lin Tian chuckled. "I guess you must be feeling irked. So I had this portrait hastily made. It cost quite a bit. Come on, throw a couple of punches for fun." Everyone was astounded. Joking with Jordan at this moment? Madness. Lin Tian must be out his mind. Did he not fear Jordan retaliating? Apparently, he did not. He could take a hit. Then, unexpectedly, Jordan rose, holding a half-eaten pizza, and hurled it directly at Peyton's face. Following that, he unleashed a flurry of powerful punches upon the Peyton figure, and, as if still unsatisfied, he lifted his left leg and unleashed a series of swift kicks, not relenting until he had knocked Peyton to the ground, ultimately stepping upon it. "Thank you, that was indeed satisfying. Tonight, Peyton will suffer far worse than this punching bag." After Jordan finished speaking, clearly still unsatisfied, he hurled a pizza at the target. And only then did he express his contentment. "This evening, if we do not make the Seattle players weep and tremble in fear, you all need not report to the team tomorrow. Bring them to their knees. FXXX. This league has truly forgotten about me. First it was Anderson, and now it's Peyton. Do they truly believe that after one victory over us, they are invincible? I shall make him acutely aware of the vast chasm that separates us." After uttering these words, Jordan spat on Peyton's face and led the way out of the locker room. The atmosphere at the United Center tonight is extraordinarily frenzied. It is known that Chicago fans are renowned for their passion and fervor. This evening, in response to the provocation from their rivals, they unleashed a tidal wave of energy and volume, rallying behind their team with fervent support. They yearned to witness their team deliver a resounding defeat to these audacious intruders. When Jordan led the Bulls into the arena, the earlier cacophony of jeers instantly transformed into an earth-shattering chorus of cheers and applause. Ignoring the fans' roars, Jordan approached Peyton directly, casually remarking, "Don't tell me you're not guarding me tonight." Chapter 41. The devastating defeat of Peyton. The unstoppable fury of Jordan. "Rest assured, Michael, I will fulfill your wish." Peyton, chewing gum, wore a defiant and arrogant expression. "I shall satisfy your desire to be overwhelmed, no matter how many times it takes." With bravado, Jordan gave him a thumbs up, saying, "Let us hope that 3 hours from now, you can still muster such bravado, rather than weeping and begging for mercy." Having said that, Jordan ceased any further exchange with Peyton and turned astride toward his half of the court. Tonight, Michael exudes an unmistakable air of menace. CBS's Marcus happened to witness this scene and expressed a note of concern in the broadcast booth. "We all remember how badly Nick Anderson was defeated by Jordan just a month ago. Can Peyton tonight defy the league's unbreakable rule? Never provoke Jordan? Honestly, if I had to choose an outside player capable of putting Jordan in a tough spot defensively, it would undoubtedly be Peyton." Marcus's partner, Smith, interjected, "But the key is he must not provoke Jordan ahead of time. A calm Jordan can be contained, but an enraged Jordan, incited by provocation? I'm afraid you would need divine intervention to achieve that." Clearly, from the pre-game predictions, both Marcus and Smith harbor little faith in the Supersonics and Peyton. They believe tonight will be a day of reckoning for the Supersonics. This sentiment resonates with the majority of fans and media alike. The overwhelming pressure and indomitable impression that Jordan has imparted upon everyone is undeniably profound. It is akin to an intangible mental brand, indelibly impressed upon the subconscious of each individual. Never provoke Jordan. This is undoubtedly the foremost tenet of the 1990s NBA. Perhaps the only individuals brimming with confidence are the players of the Seattle Supersonics. No one can fathom what kind of enchantment Gary Payton and George Karl have cast upon their team. Nonetheless, the countenances of each Supersonics player are adorned with an unmistakable blend of confidence and ambition. They have resolutely resolved to exhaust every ounce of their energy to vanquish the Chicago Bulls this evening. Naturally, they have deployed their most formidable starting lineup: point guard Gary Payton, shooting guard Jose Hawkins, small forward Detlef Schrempf, power forward Sean Kemp, and center Magic, a name shared with the legendary player, yet he bears no relation, Elvin Johnson. This quintet, even in today's league that prioritizes imposing frontcourt presence, can undoubtedly be regarded as towering figures. Three members of the frontcourt exceed a height of 208 centimeters, complemented by the 193-centimeter Payton, who stands as a giant among point guards. Within the entire starting lineup, only Hawkins appears somewhat diminutive in comparison to his positional counterparts. The trio of three towering figures and two agile players is indeed the secret weapon that has propelled George Karl's team to the temporary pinnacle of the Western Conference this season. Utilizing their height, tenacity, and formidable physiques, they have dispatched most of their adversaries. It was with this very lineup that the Supersonics triumphed over the Bulls on their home turf, and now they aspire to replicate that success. On the Bulls' side, there has been no alteration to their starting lineup. The Iron Triangle, complemented by Longley and Hubble, steps onto the court together. With the referee's whistle, this monumental clash between the top teams from the Eastern and Western Conferences officially commences. The counterfeit Magic Johnson, leveraging his considerable stature, effortlessly secures the initial possession for his team. As Payton just acquires the basketball, Jordan charges in without hesitation. The full-court defense begins from the very first play. This encapsulates Jordan's resolute attitude. He plays with relentless vigor from the very first second of the game. Under Jordan's fierce defensive pressure, Payton appears somewhat flustered. But being one of the league's elite point guards, he swiftly adjusts his strategy and passes the ball. Following a series of precise passes and teamwork, Kemp receives the ball in the paint. However, as he prepares to leap for a dunk, his counterpart Rodman swats the ball away with a decisive slap. This opens the door for a fast break for the Bulls. Jordan receives the ball and purposefully seeks out Payton, charging towards him with rapid strides. Just as he approaches the three-point line, Jordan suddenly proclaims, "Are you ready? I'm shooting." Without granting Payton a moment to react, he elevates and releases the shot. Even though Payton is renowned as the Glove, he finds himself a beat too late, merely managing a token reach as Jordan sinks a two-pointer, drawing first blood. After scoring, Jordan does not relent, but instead tightly shadows Payton once more. Tonight, he is determined to embarrass Payton, instill regret, and haunt his dreams. Under Jordan's leadership, the defensive zeal and ferocity of the Bulls' other players also reach their zenith. It is worth noting that the Bulls boast three elite defenders in Jordan, Pippen, and Rodman, complemented by the tenacious Hubble and Longley. The true strength of the Bulls does not merely lie in Jordan, Pippen, and Rodman. Their actual ace is this: ramping up the intensity, enhancing defensive commitment, and employing relentless defense to dominate the game. Faced with the Bulls' intimidating defensive intensity, Payton manages to hold his ground, albeit barely. However, the rest of the team is truly struggling. They had not anticipated that the Bulls, operating at full throttle, would be this formidable. The point differential swiftly expands under this mindset and style of play. Meanwhile, Jordan repeatedly receives the ball in low and mid-range positions, consistently converting his attempts. He begins to fulfill his promise. Tonight, Jordan is intent on relentlessly overpowering Payton. The renowned defender Gary Payton had thwarted countless players and had often limited Michael Jordan to below-average performances. However, on this particular night, faced with an enraged Jordan, whose sole intention was to demolish Payton, he suddenly realized that his pride in his defense was, in fact, quite unreliable. With an impressive shooting performance of 8 out of 11 attempts, including 1 out of 1 from beyond the arc and a perfect 4 for 4 from the free throw line, Jordan amassed 21 points in just 9 minutes of the first quarter, leading his team to a 28-20 advantage over the Supersonics by 8 points. Meanwhile, Payton, who had boasted before the game, found himself benched after just 5 minutes due to 2 fouls. Scoring a mere 2 points and 1 assist with 2 turnovers, his performance was abysmal. The team's modest deficit of 8 points had little to do with Payton. It was largely due to the Supersonics' towering frontcourt, where Kemp and Johnson secured 4 offensive rebounds and garnered 6 points through second-chance opportunities, which was the primary reason they had not fallen further behind. Chapter 42. Traveling off-peak, preying on substitutes? A daydream. Before the first quarter concluded, George Karl discreetly approached Peyton, who was sitting on the bench, visibly dejected. Sitting beside his troubled disciple, Karl offered words of comfort. "Gary, don't be so disheartened. Everyone has nights like this. Your misfortune tonight is merely a matter of luck. You just didn't start off well. I'll have you back on the court at the beginning of the second quarter. By then, the Bulls will likely have their rookie guard, that speedy little newcomer, on the floor. Take him down. Find a rhythm with him. It's in the latter half of the second quarter that you and Jordan will truly clash and battle fiercely. The outcome of the game will be determined then. Understand? Rest assured, coach, I'll handle it. I'll give that rookie a proper lesson. Fast? That's exactly the type I relish dealing with." Karl sat his feet, patted his disciple's shoulder, and rose with confidence. While Peyton struggled against a focused Jordan, bullying a rookie was a task well within his capabilities. Soon enough, the second quarter commenced. Revitalized after a lackluster first quarter due to foul trouble, Peyton took to the court once more, while Lin Tian, along with his reliable partners Kukoc, Winnington, Kerr, and Pippen, joined the game as well. The first possession of the second quarter belonged to the Supersonics. Peyton, upon encountering the handsome Lin Tian, felt an inexplicable surge of anger. He was irked by the mere sight of Lin Tian. Why should this young man be more aesthetically pleasing than him? Coupled with the fury from being overwhelmed by Jordan, Peyton brought the ball up the court and immediately gestured for everyone to clear out. He turned his back to Lin Tian and began to back him down from beyond the three-point line. "Kid, I've seen your scouting report. Slender, weak, average in contact." As Peyton turned around, he smirked and said, "So, can you guess how your old man Peyton plans to obliterate you now?" "I'm sorry, but I haven't seen your scouting report, so I can't make an educated guess. Our coach mentioned that for mediocre players, there's no need to review their scouting reports. One can simply play carelessly and still dominate." Lin Tian countered, supporting himself against Peyton's waist, his voice dripping with mockery. "Kid, you're courting death." Upon hearing such insolence from a mere novice, Peyton felt no need for civility. He thrust his hips forward and charged at Lin Tian. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 dull thuds of flesh colliding, Peyton suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. In that fleeting moment of his agony, Lin Tian retracted his hand from where it had been resting at Peyton's waist, having enjoyed the grip immensely. Seizing the opportunity while Peyton was distracted by his own cries of pain, Lin Tian swiftly snatched the basketball from Peyton's grasp. Then, with terrifying speed, Lin Tian erupted into motion once again, becoming a streak of crimson lightning upon the court. Boom! He surged into the front court and executed a one-handed slam dunk, extending the point gap to 10. "Oh, I just remembered. I think I glanced at your scouting report, which mentioned something about your sluggish speed, asserting that I could easily surpass you without even accelerating. I just tested that theory, and indeed it holds true." After scoring, Lin Tian taunted Peyton. "I barely exerted half my speed, and you couldn't even come close. Can your speed compare to that of my 90-year-old neighbor? You think you can keep me at bay with underhanded tricks? What just transpired was merely luck on your part." Peyton continued to rant, genuinely believing that Lin Tian's interception was nothing more than a stroke of fortune. This time, Peyton was exceedingly cautious in protecting the ball, while simultaneously remaining vigilant against Lin Tian's potential subtle maneuvers, steadily advancing towards the paint. Thud, thud, thud. Under Peyton's intense focus, Lin Tian found himself at a disadvantage, being pushed all the way to the vicinity of the 3-second zone. Just as Peyton, brimming with confidence, prepared to launch a direct layup, Lin Tian suddenly shouted, "Scott!" The sudden sound startled Peyton, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Who in the realm of basketball is oblivious to Pippen's exceptional ability to provide defensive support and his prowess in stealing the ball? By instinct, Peyton swiftly gathered the ball, cradling it against his chest, and turned to assess the situation on the court. However, as he cast a quick glance around, he realized that Pippen was several meters away, utterly incapable of offering assistance. Yet, it was this moment of hesitation that allowed Lin Tian's hand to strike out once more. Crack! In that moment, Lin Tian struck with ferocity and precision, showing no regard for whether his blow landed on Peyton's hand or the basketball itself. Accompanied by a resounding crack, the ball slipped from Peyton's grasp, eliciting a pained cry from him. Lin Tian's slap was impeccably accurate, landing squarely on Peyton's hand. This evening, the baseline referee was none other than Fox, an old acquaintance of Lin Tian, who had officiated the game a month prior when the Bulls triumphed over the Heat. Although Fox harbored no fondness for Lin Tian, his view was obstructed at that moment, preventing him from discerning the incident clearly. Furthermore, being in Chicago, he was unlikely to call a foul that seemed dubious. Hence, the infraction went unnoticed by him entirely. Lin Tian, however, was unconcerned with the referee's oversight or whether he had actually struck Peyton's hand. He dashed forward swiftly, cast a glance across the court, and then sent the basketball soaring. In the blink of an eye, the orange projectile darted across the entire arena, landing directly beneath the Supersonics basket, where Pippen, already in sync with Lin Tian, seized the ball and executed a powerful two-handed slam dunk. Boom! The gap between the teams widened to 12 points. Are you blind? He hit my hand. My hand is completely swollen. Look, open your eyes and see. My hand is swollen, you idiots! Peyton exclaimed, hands outstretched, unleashing a torrent of fury at the referee. He was utterly displeased. The strong prove their might through action, while the weak merely complain. Before the referee could issue a warning to Peyton, Lin Tian turned to him and taunted, "Am I right, Glove Peyton? That last strike of mine resembled your signature move, didn't it? Kid, are you provoking me?" Peyton glared at Lin Tian, his eyes ablaze with madness. "I thought you were merely weak in skill, but it seems your intellect is lacking as well." Lin Tian shrugged. "Indeed, I am provoking you, and I do so without any respect or pretense. Pure, unadulterated provocation. What can you do about it, you cowardly weakling? You can't even compete with Michael, yet you seek to bully the bench players? A weakling like you can only be bullied, even without Michael tonight. I could still overwhelm you. Repeat what you just said." Peyton stepped forward aggressively, nearly pressing his forehead against Lin Tian's, and spat. "If your family never taught you how to behave, I shall teach you tonight. Did your mother even teach you how to brush your teeth?" Lin Tian raised a finger to block his nostrils, expressing disdain. "When you haven't brush your teeth, you should speak from a distance. Otherwise, it's a crime. Do you realize your breath is worse than a public toilet in a slum?" Peyton yearned to hurl another insult at Lin Tian, but Fox was already rushing over. Whistle in hand. "A warning to both of you," Fox declared, his indignation palpable as he positioned himself between the two. "Do not attempt to cause any disruptions in my game. One more incident like this, and I shall call a technical foul on both of you, especially you." The final remark was directed pointedly at Lin Tian. "Fox, my dear Fox, we are old friends," Lin Tian replied, shrugging nonchalantly. "He was the one causing trouble first. I am merely the victim, and you expect me to be cautious? I shall file a complaint against you. Kid, your sharp tongue won't serve you well. If I were in your shoes, I would immediately call for a timeout and let Michael come in." Peyton glared intently at Lin Tian, suddenly feeling that this rookie was even more infuriating than Jordan himself. "Why would I want him to come in? To witness how I thoroughly dominate you?" Lin Tian rolled his eyes. "If you wish for Michael to enter the game, you ought to exhibit some prowess first. How about narrowing the score difference to within 10 points? After all, we have already trounced you with a score of 4-0. Hold on. Your scheme cannot be so easily dismantled. Is this your plan, to let us obliterate you so that you can hastily enter garbage time and avoid further punishment from Michael? You are doomed." Peyton nodded sharply at Lin Tian, his anger reaching a boiling point. He was determined to teach Lin Tian a lesson, to give him a memorable initiation gift. Gary Payton's emotional turmoil resulted in a loss of 20 experience points. Upon hearing this announcement, Lin Tian's eyes lit up with anticipation. It has begun. Peyton is truly incensed. This is splendid news. Tonight, we must ensure that Peyton bleeds a little. At that moment, the Supersonics finally advanced past half court. Peyton approached the three-point line, arms outstretched, demanding the ball. Faced with yet another aggressive advance from Lin Tian, Peyton opted for a forceful drive. Utilizing his formidable physique, he swiftly maneuvered past Lin Tian and surged into the paint for a powerful layup. At last, Peyton has scored. "Did you see that, kid? If I desire, I can effortlessly outplay you in an instant." After netting the basket, Peyton raised his arms triumphantly, taunting Lin Tian. "It's merely 2 points, isn't it?" Lin Tian dismissed him with a glance and then sprinted towards the front court with fervor. Peyton was momentarily taken aback. Yet that brief hesitation rendered him utterly incapable of catching up to Lin Tian. At the baseline, Kukoc swiftly passed the ball to Pippen, who took just a single dribble before reciprocating with an exquisite pass. In this moment, Lin Tian, moving with astonishing speed, seized the basketball before anyone from the Supersonics could react. racing towards the basket to complete a layup. Once again, it was a swift transition from defense to offense, a realm where Lin Tian excelled, demonstrating his prowess in rapid scoring. On the sidelines, George Karl, incensed by this play, smashed the tactical board onto the ground. The sophistication he had displayed while comforting Peyton moments earlier vanished instantly, replaced by an outburst. Are you all a bunch of fools? How many pre-game meetings have I held? How many scouting reports have I reviewed? This kid is lightning fast, faster than your old man shooting. For heaven's sake, keep an eye on him. Don't let him execute another fast break. Focus on him. And you, Gary, as the team leader, play properly, instead of squabbling with a rookie. Karl's fury finally galvanized the Supersonics' defense, allowing Peyton to regain some composure. The entire team became increasingly vigilant in guarding against Lin Tian's fast breaks. Over the next 3 minutes, the Supersonics gradually regained their rhythm, utilizing screens and Shrimp's shooting range to score several consecutive points. Meanwhile, Lin Tian's performance dimmed slightly, especially after Peyton, now focused on protecting the ball, stopped underestimating Lin Tian. Peyton managed to score repeatedly, pushing the score to 38-32. After nearly 4 minutes into the second quarter, the Supersonics had only managed to chip away by 2 points. Peyton, in his matchup against Lin Tian, had entirely failed to showcase the expected level of skill and advantage. At this juncture, Jordan rose from the sidelines and approached the scorer's table, signaling that the next dead ball would herald his re-entry onto the court. In this round, the possession still belonged to the Supersonics. As Peyton observed Jordan preparing to return to the court, a sense of urgency surged within him. He yearned to score this basket to narrow the gap further. Before Jordan's return, he aimed to close the distance as much as possible, ensuring a competitive game. If they couldn't catch up while Jordan was absent, what hope would remain upon his return? Peyton endeavored to maintain his composure, deliberately slowing the pace of the game. Facing Lin Tian, he gestured for everyone to spread out before he once again opted for a strong drive to the basket. Lin Tian had long perceived Peyton's determination to exploit the opportunity before Jordan's re-entry, and he gritted his teeth, resolved to thwart Peyton's advances. As Peyton sought to control the tempo of the game in search of an opening, Lin Tian seized a moment to glance at his system. After nearly 2 months of accumulation, Lin Tian had amassed over 1,400 experience points. After a brief contemplation, he decided to wager nearly all of his experience points to enhance his skill, the disruptive hand, inherited from Pippin. Congratulations to the host. The disruptive hand has been upgraded to level 2. Disruptive hand level 2, 03000, steal ability increased by 10. Subsequently, Lin Tian accessed his system panel. Name, Lin Tian. Age, 22. Height, 191 centimeters. Weight, 84 kilograms. Physical evaluation. Jumping B-, speed S, strength C, stamina B-, explosiveness A, coordination A-, awareness A. Overall physical rating A. Offensive evaluation. Shooting B, dribbling B-, passing A, breaking B, low post D, dunking B, fast break S. Overall offensive rating B. Defensive evaluation. Rebounding D, stealing A, on-ball defense D, blocking C-, help defense B, boxing out C-, one-on-one defense B, overall defensive rating C. Traits: all-seeing eye, handsome boy, lightning speed skills, pick and roll shot LV2, 983-2000, quick pass LV2, 898-2000, disruptive hand LV2, 03000, aerial dance LV1, 192-2000, items, 92-93 season Jordan experience card, 3 minutes, 00-0, 1 season O'Neal power experience card, 3 minutes, 98-99 season morning power experience card, entire game, experience, 105 mission, play over 20 minutes in 10 consecutive games following the enhancement. Lin Tian's stealing attribute had finally improved, reaching an A level. While not elite, it was certainly commendable, qualifying him among the league's finest, thus providing Lin Tian with more confidence and opportunities to defend against Peyton's play. Chapter 44. The moment has come. Lin Tian's first kill on the NBA court. With everyone spread out, Peyton initiated his move head-on. He intended to leverage his slightly superior height and more robust physique to overpower the bothersome rookie, Lin Tian. With a resounding thud, Peyton surged forward, initially colliding with Lin Tian before making another advance toward the paint. He barreled down to the basket and, in a sudden motion, gathered the ball and executed a jump step, leaning forward with his shoulder to deliver a heavy blow to Lin Tian's chest. He aimed to create space for his shot through this impact. Under normal circumstances, given Peyton's superior skills and strength, Lin Tian would have had no choice but to either foul or watch as Peyton effortlessly scored 2 points from such close range. However, Lin Tian was prepared for this moment. Although he was nearly knocked off his feet by Peyton's forceful charge, he had already primed himself. His newly enhanced stealing ability rendered his hands alarmingly swift. With a decisive slap, Lin Tian struck the basketball just as he lost his balance, sending it careening out of Peyton's grasp and towards the baseline. At that instant, Lin Tian, having lost his equilibrium, dove after the ball, managing to regain control before hitting the ground. In this critical moment, he chose not to seek out a teammate. He had no time to glance back at the court. He relied solely on his recollection of the court's layout before his leap, forcefully passing the ball backward towards Peyton's previous position. Then, he tumbled into the throng of photographers by the baseline. Just before losing his balance completely, he distinctly heard a muffled thud. Lin Tian was convinced that the basketball had indeed struck Peyton, for such a sound could not have been conjured otherwise. To his surprise, however, the fans at the United Arena erupted into uproarious laughter at that moment. The atmosphere was electric, akin to a festive celebration. Lying amidst the crowd, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events, Lin Tian was pulled to his feet by a smirking Pippin. "Lin, your aim is truly impeccable." Pippin chuckled, gesturing with his chin towards Peyton, who was kneeling on the floor, hands shielding his vital areas. The expression and actions that only a man could comprehend immediately made Lin Tian aware of the consequences of his reckless throw, which had struck a certain individual. It was none other than Peyton, his most harmonious collaborator, who had sustained an injury. Remarkably, less than 30 seconds later, the previously agonized Peyton suddenly rose to his feet, casting a menacing glare at the baseline referee. "Fox, are you blind or just foolish? That kid threw the ball right at my most vulnerable spot." Peyton shook his head in disbelief, exclaiming, "He's trying to kill me. Aren't you going to blow your whistle?" "I am the referee, not you," Fox replied with unwavering integrity. "I am fully aware of what transpired, as well as what constitutes a foul and what is not. That last play was clean, without issue. If you persist in your complaints, I shall issue you a technical foul, allowing you to conclude your evening early." "Fine. That's your claim. Do not blame me." Peyton shot Fox a thumbs up before striding towards Lin Tian. "Don't hold it against me, kid. He claims it wasn't a foul." Peyton's demeanor turned menacing as he threatened Lin Tian. "Of course it wasn't a foul. After all, I did nothing," Lin Tian responded unperturbed. "Moreover, I didn't hit anything." "What did you say?" Peyton's eyes blazed with fury. A man cannot tolerate certain provocations, especially when Lin Tian's words struck at his very core. "Gary, what expression is that?" "I was merely jesting." Lin Tian, upon witnessing Peyton's sudden change in countenance, recognized his accuracy and metaphorically twisted the knife further. "Did I guess correctly?" "Fuxx." At this moment, Peyton could no longer contain himself. All reason and restraint evaporated in an instant. He thrust his hands towards Lin Tian. The two were nearly face to face. And in Peyton's mind, even if Lin Tian were the reincarnation of the Flash, he could not evade this move. Just by unbalancing Lin Tian, he could unleash a flurry of punches upon him. Peyton was confident he could bring Lin Tian down before anyone arrived, ensuring Lin Tian would never dare to provoke him again. However, reality proved to be quite different from his expectations. The instant Peyton pushed forward, Lin Tian executed a seamlessly fluid turn, cleverly evading Peyton and positioning himself behind him. Peyton, having initiated the attack, lost his balance and stumbled forward, nearly falling and embarrassing himself. "Gary, what are you doing? Are you lost?" Lin Tian, positioned behind Peyton, refrained from striking, remembering Rodman's teachings. Avoid ambushes whenever possible. But when Peyton turned to ascertain Lin Tian's whereabouts, he was met with an enormous fist. Bang, bang, bang. With lightning speed, Lin Tian unleashed a flurry of 3 powerful punches, landing a blow from the left and another from the right, leaving Peyton dazed and reeling backward, retreating 7 or 8 steps before his legs buckled, causing him to collapse onto the floor. At that moment, the players on the Supersonic team finally grasped the unfolding situation. The nearest towering figures, Johnson and Kemp, both exceeding 208 centimeters, charged towards Lin Tian, grumbling and cursing incessantly, clearly not intending to mediate. The absence of any intention to intervene was, in fact, a fortuitous circumstance. Unfazed by the advancing Johnson and Kemp, Lin Tian remained composed, swiftly formulating a strategy to confront them. Kemp, possessing remarkable talent, was notably faster, while Johnson, merely an ordinary giant, lagged behind by a considerable margin. Thus, Lin Tian retreated 2 steps, prompting Kemp to mistakenly believe that Lin Tian was attempting to flee. With an enraged shout of "Don't run," Kemp accelerated his pace, further distancing himself from Johnson and isolating himself as a lone warrior. Chapter 45, Triple Kill, a stunning debut that shook the league. At that moment, Lin Tian finally made his move. He suddenly confronted Kemp, launching a powerful left punch. Kemp, being a seasoned street fighter, displayed remarkable reflexes. In an instant, he managed to halt his advance and lean back, seemingly attempting to evade the blow. However, unbeknownst to him, Lin Tian's initial strike was merely a feint, while the true force was delivered by his concealed right fist. With a dull thud, Lin Tian's punch connected squarely with Kemp's face, followed by a rapid succession of 2 punches that landed on Kemp's abdomen. After rendering Kemp nearly incapacitated with 3 strikes, Lin Tian swiftly pivoted to face Johnson, denying the towering figure any opportunity to react. In a fluid motion, he unleashed a fierce elbow strike directly into Johnson's midsection. Johnson, unable to utter a sound, clutched his abdomen and collapsed to the floor. Had Lin Tian not shown restraint and avoided targeting Johnson's temple or carotid artery, the blow would have resulted in more than mere discomfort. It could have induced unconsciousness. The entire sequence, from Lin Tian evading Peyton's initial straight punch to the devastating elbow strike on Johnson, transpired in no more than 10 seconds. The United Center fell into a hushed silence. Over half of the audience, bewildered, struggled to comprehend what had transpired. Some, caught mid-yawn, realized only after concluding that 3 individuals lay sprawled on the floor. Cole had yet to reach the sideline from under the basket, missing the chance to celebrate with Jordan, while Pippen and Kukoc had just begun their descent to the front court, unprepared to return. The baseline referee, Fox, stared in disbelief, unable to grasp the events unfolding before him. The most awkward of all was Rodman. Upon witnessing his young protege engage in a brawl, he had just leapt onto a chair, ready to charge onto the court, only to find the altercation had already concluded. Standing atop the chair, he became the most conspicuous figure on the bench, uncertain whether to sit down or rush in to intervene. In his embarrassment, Rodman could only raise an arm and shout, "Let's go." At this juncture, the referees finally regained their composure, frantically blowing their whistles to separate Lin Tian from the scene, preventing any further escalation of the conflict. In truth, the referees' actions were somewhat unnecessary, as the 3 most formidable members of the Supersonics lay on the ground, leaving no one else with the audacity to challenge Lin Tian, unless they were courting recklessness. As for Lin Tian, he stood amidst the 3 fallen figures, seemingly unaffected, as if he had merely sneezed a few times. His commanding presence and unyielding bravado were fervently captured by the photographers, whose flashes illuminated the arena in a dazzling display. It was only then that the audience began to grasp the magnitude of the spectacle that had just unfolded. Lin Tian accomplished the astonishing feat of knocking out 3 supersonic players in less than 10 seconds, and they were indeed the strongest and most formidable among them. The spectacle was so extraordinary that even the audience found it hard to believe, despite witnessing it firsthand. At this moment, Fox finally recalled his duty as the match referee. He swiftly blew his whistle and positioned himself before Lin Tian. "Fox, I wasn't exaggerating, was I? I have no fear of those 3 morning players. For me, the only distinction lies in identifying which 3 are sprawled on the ground." Lin Tian jested effortlessly, fully aware of the consequences that would follow such a display of might. "I must admit, I have a newfound respect for you," Fox replied candidly. "Initially, I perceived you as merely a braggart, a master of verbal provocation whose words served only to incite anger, unworthy of respect. However, I now realize that your prowess is genuine, which justifies your bold statements." Upon hearing Fox's frankness, Lin Tian felt a twinge of concern for him. "Are you genuinely praising my performance?" From the perspective of a martial arts enthusiast, there was no denying that it was indeed an impressive display. "Yet, I am a referee," Fox interjected. At this juncture, he swiftly crossed his arms and blew the whistle, issuing Lin Tian a foul for unsportsmanlike conduct while directing his attention to the technical table. "Lin Tian, unsportsmanlike conduct, you are disqualified." Then, looking back at Lin Tian, Fox continued, "It is my pleasure to admire your skills, but it is my duty to penalize you. Prepare for a suspension notice and a fine." Lin Tian shrugged with a smile, finding a shared sense of amusement with Fox as they both began to appreciate each other's intriguing qualities. At this moment, the spectators and players of the Bulls had come to comprehend the extraordinary events that had just transpired. Thus, an overwhelming wave of exuberant cheers and continuous applause resonated throughout the United Center. After Lin Tian's remarkable feat of single-handedly overcoming 3 opponents, he was bestowed with the adoration of a hero. Yet, it was evident that he was celebrated not solely by Bulls fans. After all, while the Bulls players were aware of Lin Tian's ability to swiftly dispatch 3 adversaries without sustaining any damage, they knew little of the caliber of players like Randy Brown and Jason Halley. What of Kemp, Payton, and Johnson? They had only witnessed Lin Tian's triumph over 3 individuals previously, without any insight into how he achieved it, as the showers lacked surveillance, did they not? However, this time, everyone clearly beheld Lin Tian's astonishing speed and agility. The trio of supersonic opponents never even grazed his attire before collapsing. It was a decisive annihilation. With an air of ease, Lin Tian made his way towards the players' tunnel. Rodman was the first to leap forward, clapping Lin Tian on the back, exclaiming, "Well done, Lin. Is that the art of Huaxia Kung Fu? I have never witnessed such dazzling boxing techniques." Huaxia boxing? Nay, it is boxing, and this style of Lin's is undoubtedly worthy of vying for the title of world champion. Absolutely professional. Beside them, Hubble gave Lin Tian a thumbs up. Subsequently, the Bulls players approached one after another, each offering their praises for Lin Tian's remarkable prowess. The only one who did not join the throng was Jordan. At that moment, he stood awkwardly alone before the technical table, seemingly lost in thought. Observing Jordan's demeanor, Lin Tian discerned that he was hesitant to approach, torn between the desire to boast and his pride. Since he would not come to him, Lin Tian decided to take the initiative. "Michael, you need not fear. During our training, you should play as you always do. Unless provoked, I assure you I will never lay a hand on my brother." Lin Tian smiled warmly, patting Jordan on the shoulder. "The young man, is he here to threaten me?" Chapter 46. Payton's fallen signature skill. What does it mean to be unable to hold back? Is he implying that I should be cautious during training, or else he is prepared to strike me? Jordan gazed at Lin Tian and proclaimed, "Do you think that because you have taken down 3 mere amateurs, I would fear you? Let me assure you, if your opponent is me, the one who will fall is unequivocally you. I could dispatch you in no more than 20 seconds. Lin, you cannot intimidate me." "What on earth?" Lin Tian scoffed slightly, surprised by Jordan's abrupt declaration. He had initially intended to exchange a few more words, but the referee was already blowing the whistle. The referee urged Lin Tian to exit the court promptly to avoid disrupting the flow of the game. Simultaneously, he awaited Jordan's swift return to the court to resume the match. With a smile, Lin Tian patted Jordan on the shoulder and said, "The remainder of the game is in your hands. I believe you can score 50 points tonight. At the very least, 50 points. Go for it, Michael. I'll be in the locker room waiting to celebrate with you." After Lin Tian's words, regardless of Jordan's increasingly peculiar expression, he strode back into the players' tunnel amid the cheers of the crowd. At that moment, Jordan wore a signature expression reminiscent of Nick Young. "What in the world? This guy is actually cheering me on? What gives him the right?" Jordan nearly rushed into the players' tunnel to question Lin Tian's audacity to encourage him to perform well. Fortunately, the referee blew the whistle once again, urging Jordan to promptly take the court. Meanwhile, the 3 members of the Supersonics who had been on the receiving end of Lin Tian's earlier blows were gradually regaining their footing. Although Lin Tian had struck them with considerable force, he had restrained himself to some extent. Otherwise, these 3 individuals would likely still be lying down until the following morning, unable to rise on their own. It was not a matter of avenging a personal vendetta. There was no need to truly incapacitate them. The unexpected events on the court had now been entirely resolved, and all players, regardless of whether their emotions were settled, had to prepare to continue the game. As for Lin Tian, he had already returned to the locker room and reopened his system. The earlier altercation was not without merit. As soon as he initiated the confrontation, the system had begun to relay notifications. Sean Kemp's emotional fluctuations resulted in dropped items. Fatty tissue, 3 portions. Fatty tissue. Upon use, it replenishes 30 stamina. But each use will increase one's weight by 1 kilogram the following day, resulting in a decline of 5 in touch, speed, and jumping ability for 1 week. Goodness. Is this a reward of 1,000 at the cost of 800? Elvin Johnson's emotional fluctuations yielded experience points, 100. Shrimp's emotional fluctuations resulted in a one-time skill experience card. German Cannon, 3 minutes. German Cannon. Acquire Shrimp's 3-point shooting ability. Indeed, the rewards from engaging in action are vastly superior. Lin Tian observed the items dropped by these two individuals, confirming that they were entirely distinct from the trivial rewards he had previously garnered through mere verbal exchanges. Even the bystander, Schramm, experienced an emotional upheaval, resulting in the acquisition of a disposable skill experience card. Furthermore, Perkins, Hawkins, and others also garnered a significant amount of experience points. Lin Tian undoubtedly profited immensely from this encounter. However, the most astonishing revelation came from Gary Payton. Payton's emotional fluctuation led to the drop of a permanent skill. Steel Glove LV1, 01500. Steel Glove LV1. Enhances the host's stealing ability by 7. Good heavens! Lin Tian mused to himself, feeling truly fortunate. With just a couple of casual punches, he had struck a grand prize. Why, you may wonder, does the illustrious Payton hold a prominent place in history and instill fear in countless individuals? His success relied on two primary attributes, a sharp tongue and formidable defense. Fortunately, Lin Tian need not learn the art of the caustic tongue. His own had already provoked even Payton. Thus, the remaining focus was on Payton's defensive prowess. What Lin Tian obtained was indeed Payton's signature technique that earned him the title of Best Defensive Player and 9 selections to the All-Defensive team. The steal. Remarkably, this was merely one aspect of Payton's defensive capabilities, specifically the steal. Coupled with the previously acquired hand of interception, Lin Tian now possessed 2 skills related to stealing. Regrettably, Lin Tian's stealing ability did not elevate to a level despite the new enhancement of 7. It seemed that an upgrade to LV2 would be necessary for that achievement. In his mind, Lin Tian began to contemplate which skills to upgrade once he accumulated enough experience points. Perhaps he should focus primarily on enhancing his stealing capabilities? In the NBA, mastering a singular skill often proves far more advantageous than being a jack of all trades. After all, if the so-called versatility is not refined, it can easily devolve into total ineptitude. Conversely, mastering one skill to perfection, regardless of significant shortcomings in other areas, can certainly allow a player to thrive within the league. Not to mention Lin Tian's current proficiency in fast breaks and transition plays. If he could add top-tier stealing ability to that repertoire, it would undoubtedly result in a tremendous boost. Nevertheless, with only a little over 200 experience points remaining, pondering those possibilities felt distant. Rather than indulging in fruitless thoughts, it was wiser to focus on the present. Upon returning to the locker room, Lin Tian felt remarkably at ease, entirely unconcerned about the brawl. He removed his shoes, turned on the television, and began watching the game displayed on the screen. Ever since his departure from the court, the Chicago Bulls surged with momentum. Particularly, a pent-up Michael Jordan continued his nearly ferocious performance from the first quarter. From Jordan's perspective, Lin Tian had dared to threaten him. Thus, Jordan was determined to make the Seattle players understand the consequences of provoking him. Do not question why Lin Tian threatened Jordan, while Jordan sought to vent his frustrations on the Seattle Supersonics. The answer is simple. Seattle is perceived as an easy target. In the latter half of the second quarter, the Sonic players, battered and bruised, resembled wilted eggplants, each exuding an air of lethargy and utterly failing to match the requisite intensity. With effortless grace, Jordan amassed another 10 points within the span of just half a quarter, having already secured over 30 points in the first half. Under his leadership, the Bulls once again widened the gap in the score. As the first half drew to a close, the scoreboard settled at 55-40, with the Bulls enjoying a 15-point advantage. As the second half commenced, Jordan, brimming with audacity, directed a barrage of trash talk towards the Sonics bench, proclaiming, "In 3 minutes, you can start preparing to head home, for I shall utterly dismantle this game." In Jordan's perspective, this trash talk should carry considerable weight and impact. However, to his astonishment, the entire Supersonics team remained unfazed, completely unaffected. Perhaps their morale had long been shattered by a few punches from Lin Tian, who had simultaneously extinguished all their courage and aspirations for a commendable performance that night. Chapter 47. Congratulations, Michael. This is undeniably the night of your career. The suspense of this match was nearly extinguished halfway through the third quarter. With 5 minutes remaining in the third, Jordan drew Payton's 6th foul, sending the distracted adversary off the court. He subsequently converted both free throws, thereby securing his 50th point of the evening. With these two free throws, the point differential widened to 27. It was after this that Jackson promptly called a timeout and swiftly removed Jordan, Rodman, and Pippen from the game. This contest had become decidedly unusual. The Supersonics were increasingly faltering, having endured a humiliating defeat in the first half. It was uncertain whether they might resort to unsportsmanlike conduct out of desperation. If either Jordan or Pippen were to sustain an injury in a game already decided, the consequences would be dire. Thus, despite the crowd's fervent chants for Jordan to remain on the court and aim for 60 or even 70 points, both he and Phil Jackson remained unmoved, seemingly deaf to the clamor. Jordan willingly relinquished the opportunity to set a new personal scoring record, having long since lost interest in such ephemeral milestones at his age. Ultimately, as the final buzzer sounded, the Bulls triumphed effortlessly with a score of 109-80, defeating the Supersonics by 29 points, thereby ending their opponent's 15-game winning streak and avenging a prior defeat from a month ago. More significantly, Jordan's flawless performance, comprising 50 points over 3 quarters and forcing Payton to exit due to fouls, thoroughly obliterated Payton's pre-game bravado, wherein he claimed not to fear Jordan. In this match, Payton, under the dual pressure from Jordan and Lin Tian, managed a dismal 4 out of 17 shooting, accumulating only 11 points, 7 assists, and 4 turnovers, representing a significant decline in his form. The question of who reigns as the premier guard in the league and who stands as the strongest player was unequivocally answered by this game. The finest player is Jordan, while the fiercest competitor is Lin Tian. In this instance, Lin Tian executed a flawless 1v3 knockout of 3 formidable opponents within a mere 20 seconds, captured vividly on camera. His agility, instantaneous reactions, and tactical acumen were nothing short of exquisite. Following this extraordinary display, the name Lin Tian will undoubtedly be etched in the memories of countless fans across America for the very first time. After all, for spectators, a player scoring 30 or even 40 points is commonplace. Many can achieve such feats. However, a single individual managing to incapacitate 3 robust adversaries in just 20 seconds, without sustaining any injuries, will certainly pique the curiosity of innumerable onlookers eager to understand the mechanics behind this impressive accomplishment. Yet, not everyone is enamored with Lin Tian's prowess. Numerous media outlets and commentators expressed their discontent following the match, with some even alleging that the rumors of internal discord within the Bulls at the season's onset stemmed from Lin Tian's altercation. Many have dubbed him a volatile presence in the locker room and the new generation supervillain on the court. In response to these accusations, Michael Jordan once again took the stage at the post-match press conference. Confronted with inquiries from the press, Jordan eschewed any tactical evasion, opting instead for candidness. "I'm aware of what you wish for me to articulate, and I recognize what I ought to say. Yet, I choose to diverge from that path. Today, I merely wish to share what I witnessed. I observed Payton's incessant taunting and humiliation of Lin. I saw Gary attempt to overpower Lin, yet failing miserably. I also noted that, after Lin deftly and intelligently thwarted him, Gary lost his composure and resorted to violence. My comrade, my teammate Lin, at that juncture, was merely defending himself, an entirely justifiable act of self-defense. Payton initiated the contact with Lin, prompting Lin's retaliatory response. It was Kemp and Johnson who charged at Lin, compelling him to fight back. I even observed that when Kemp advanced, Lin's initial instinct was to evade, to retreat. But what the Supersonics? They incessantly chatter. Their trash talk so overwhelming it borders on repugnant. They relentlessly pursue Lin, intent on inflicting harm. I urge everyone to contemplate this. It was Lin, a masterful athlete, who was assaulted tonight. What if it had been someone else, someone less adept in combat? Would they have been subdued by the Supersonics? Would they have been left unable to rise? Lin is merely 22 years old. He is simply a bit impulsive and desires to avoid harm. What fault lies in that? What fault? I believe that everyone shares my sentiment and already possesses the answer. Thus, allow me to conclude with a resolute statement. Let there be stringent repercussions for those who instigate conflict. They should not be allowed to revel in their violent antics on the court. I demand that the league conduct a thorough investigation into this matter. A satisfactory explanation and declaration must be provided to all. We, the players of Chicago, shall not endure such indignities. Jordan's words resonated with strength, bearing the weight of conviction. He adeptly reframed Lin Tian as the victim in this narrative. The image of Jordan as the quintessential leader has once again been firmly established before the audience. After expressing his views, Jordan felt a surge of exhilaration within his heart. This time, that little rascal Lin will surely express heartfelt gratitude to himself. His actions were solely to avenge Lin Tian, without any ulterior motives. Although Jordan himself is perplexed as to why he is so concerned about Lin Tian's feelings. However, he could never have anticipated that upon entering the locker room, he would be met with a colossal bucket of ice, a deluge of ice that cascaded from his head, infiltrating his underwear and even his shoes. Jordan was thoroughly chilled to the bone by that avalanche of ice descending upon him. Congratulations. Congratulations, Michael. Congratulations on scoring 50 points in 3 quarters. This is undeniably your career night. Do you fancy the gift I have prepared for you? FUXX. Lin, I shall end you. There are ice cubes in my underwear. The exhilaration Jordan had felt moments ago vanished, replaced by an overwhelming desire to eliminate Lin Tian. Moreover, it was merely 50 points. Just 50 points. What is there to celebrate? I've achieved 50 points 100 times. This is hardly worthy of celebration. Is that so? Lin Tian leaped from his seat and looked at Jordan, saying, but this is 50 points in 3 quarters, something you've accomplished too, at least 30 times. So when you score 60 points next time, I shall prepare another ice bucket for you. No, I do not want an ice bucket. What about when you score 70 points? No, 80 points? If you dare prepare an ice bucket for me again, I will kill you. You scoundrel. Tomorrow's practice. I'm going to take you down. Jordan could no longer contain his frustration and raised his middle finger at Lin Tian. Chapter 48. The Master of the League. The ambitions of David Stern. This night is undeniably perfect for the people of Chicago. They have decisively taught the arrogant Supersonics a lesson, reclaiming their rightful throne atop the league, thus dispelling numerous prejudices that have lingered against them. The splendid performance of Jordan, scoring 50 points in 3 quarters, coupled with Lin Tian's astonishing feat of single-handedly taking on 3 opponents, brings a double delight to the Chicagoans. What could be more exhilarating than having an unparalleled superstar and a formidable brawler within the same team? Nothing at all. From this day forth, the fans of Chicago shall harbor no fear or concern towards anyone. New York, Denver, Utah, Indiana, as long as they dare to come and provoke. Lin Tian will deliver a resounding blow. Indeed, many Chicagoans have already begun to chant a new rallying cry throughout the night. Take down Malone. Take down Stockton. Take down Barkley. Take down Miller. What does arrogance truly mean? This is it. On this night, besides the ecstatic Chicago fans and the disheartened Seattle supporters, there exists a group of individuals unable to find slumber, led by David Stern, the league's upper echelon. Even before the game had concluded, Stern had summoned several high-ranking officials for an urgent meeting. They needed to deliberate on the appropriate repercussions for this incident. A severe penalty is imperative. The head of the league's public relations department slammed his fist on the table, exclaiming, "How difficult is it to establish a healthy image for the league? We have toiled for a decade. We have gone 10 months without any form of brawls or altercations. These 2 teams have ruined everything. They have shattered our efforts. At least a 20-game suspension for the instigators. None of them should escape unscathed. You must be mad." The head of marketing interjected, frowning. Do you comprehend what Chicago and the Supersonics represent in the league? Their viewership ranks among the top 5, and their arena attendance and jersey sales are equally impressive. Their performance directly positions them at the pinnacle of both conferences. To suspend their key players for 20 games? Who will compensate for the financial losses this season? Yet, a punishment must be administered. Otherwise, how can we maintain order? Stern's chief assistant, Silver, remarked, otherwise it will cast a detrimental shadow over all teams. They may perceive that the league's management has grown lax, and their opportunity to rise again is at hand. However, we must tread carefully. If it affects viewership and league revenues, it would be counterproductive. Adam, congratulations on articulating a few useless platitudes. The remaining attendees dismissed Silver with disdainful scoffs, completely disregarding his input. All right, gentlemen, enough. Stern finally spoke, having waited until this moment to address the assembly. I understand your perspectives. I am acutely aware of the situation we face. I can vividly recall the tumultuous circumstances I faced 12 years ago when I took on the role of league president. The landscape was fraught with drugs, brawls, gangs, promiscuity, and a dire public image. Everything was in disarray, leaving us in a state of despair. I still remember the shock we experienced following Bias's tragic overdose the day after the draft, as well as the desolation we felt upon Magic Johnson's HIV diagnosis. Yet, we persevered, did we not? We have since found our footing and evolved into a thriving, well-functioning league. In comparison to those genuine crises, a mere brawl pales in significance. It hardly merits our contention. The purpose of gathering you all here today is, in fact, not to dwell on this altercation. Such trivial matters can be resolved according to league regulations. Larry, what is the proper course of action for this conflict per our established guidelines? Larry, head of the officiating department, responded. Peyton initiated the altercation, warranting a suspension of 1 to 2 games and a fine of $30,000 to $50,000. Johnson and Kemp escalated the conflict by aggressively engaging, which typically would call for a suspension of 2 to 5 games. However, given that no physical harm was inflicted, such a scenario is exceedingly rare. At this point, Larry nearly chuckled, shaking his head as he continued. As for Lin, a suspension of 5 to 10 games and a fine of $50,000 to $100,000 seems appropriate. Stern smiled and interjected. Let's not impose overly harsh penalties this time. I propose a 1-game suspension for Peyton and a $30,000 fine. As for the unfortunate Johnson and Kemp, who merely faced the brunt of the altercation, let us forego suspensions and settle for a $20,000 fine. Lin will receive a 5-game suspension and a $50,000 fine. Let us proceed with this plan. See, it's resolved. It's that straightforward. David, what exactly prompted you to summon us? The head of the public relations department raised his hands in confusion. It does bear some relation to this brawl incident, or rather, to a specific individual involved. Stern paused momentarily before shifting the conversation. Esteemed colleagues, while the league is currently thriving, with the successful inclusion of 2 Canadian teams, we must acknowledge that our growth has reached a plateau. In the competitive landscape against the NFL, MLB, and NHL, we do not hold the advantage. We remain the 4th largest league. Therefore, if we wish to continue our development and progress, our best objective is to direct our gaze toward international markets. This is precisely why I have passionately advocated for professional players to participate in the Olympics and sought to attract European stars to the NBA. We require globalization. We must set our sights on the entire world. This also explains my extensive travels over the past 5 to 6 years, endeavoring to secure broadcasts, even free broadcasts, of our games across the globe. After a brief pause, Stern continued. We need to enhance our visibility. It must be acknowledged that our progress has not been particularly smooth. Neither Sabonis, nor Schramm, nor even the highly anticipated Kukoc has delivered the performance and impact I desired. Our development in Europe has been far from ideal. I understand this is not a fault of anyone involved. It is simply that football has captivated the continent. The number of individuals willing to engage in or even watch basketball is lamentably scarce. Thus, I propose that we shift our focus away from Europe and turn our gaze towards Asia, a rapidly developing region, an economic powerhouse, no longer a barren desert. For years ago, I journeyed alone to China, a vast nation with a population of 1 billion, a place so unfamiliar to us. The pace of its development is undoubtedly beyond what any of you could have imagined. Skyscrapers, modern cities, and an array of innovations abound. Its capital is likely more vibrant and bustling than half of the cities in America. I waited a full 5 hours to meet with their representatives, and the opportunity one was granted was merely to send them a tape each week, allowing them to air a 20-minute highlight reel of our games during their news segments. At that time, many questioned my humility and why I would bow so low before a developing nation. However, I hope you all now understand the rationale behind my actions. Chapter 49. Could Stern be considering me as his protege? At this juncture, Stern mentioned something, and suddenly, Silver leaned down, retrieving a poster that had long been prepared, one featuring Lin Tian. Lin Tian, a Chinese player, his style of play, the visibility of his team, his prowess, and the status of his team render him a promising newcomer. Most notably, amidst a league where many stars possess unremarkable appearances, Lin is exceptionally handsome. He possesses the potential to become a new idol, a universal star who can bridge our connection to China. I firmly believe that Lin's inclusion will represent one of the most significant opportunities in the history of our league, an opportunity to step beyond North America and bring our games and league to China and the broader Asian continent. My personal plan is to make another trip to China in the coming days. I aim to engage in a thorough discussion with their representatives to secure a commitment for them to broadcast our games weekly. I intend to elevate our visibility exponentially. With Lin and the Bulls as our foremost promotional points, I aspire to market our entire league, encouraging the populace of China to turn away from football and embrace basketball instead. Esteemed colleagues, This is the true purpose of my gathering you here. I need you to commence preparations, employing every means and connection at your disposal to promote our league throughout China and across Asia. My role is to persuade their representatives to agree to broadcast our games, while your task is to entice the Chinese populace to position themselves before their screens, eagerly anticipating our matches. This endeavor promises to be a protracted journey, and perhaps we shall not reap considerable profits in the immediate future. However, when the day arrives that the NBA becomes an indispensable part of Chinese culture, when our significance surpasses that of the 5 major leagues, we shall undoubtedly secure substantial gains. Indeed, monumental profits. Stern's impassioned address ignited fervor among the league's executives. As Stern noted, their recent globalization efforts have been lackluster. Although the Dream Team, featuring luminaries like Jordan, receive a superstar's welcome in Barcelona, the NBA has not effectively penetrated the overseas market. Their progress has stagnated. Yet now, they have encountered a pivotal opportunity. Lin Tian may indeed become the crucial figure in this venture. Thus, under Stern's motivational rhetoric, everyone quickly set aside the recent altercation and immersed themselves in their new tasks. Once the crowd dispersed, Stern remarked, "Adam, arrange for me the swiftest flight to China. I must expedite this process." After a moment's contemplation, he added, "No, let's not rush. I believe it prudent to converse with Lin first. Reaching a consensus with him could greatly enhance our promotional efforts." "Are they scheduled to play in New York soon?" "In a week, they will face the Nets in New Jersey," came the reply. Stern nodded. "Then let us book a flight for after that game." Meanwhile, far away in Chicago, Lin Tian remained blissfully unaware that he had become the most vital pawn in Stern's Asian strategy. He lay in bed, deep in slumber, having been dragged to a nightclub by Rodman the previous night, indulging excessively and now suffering from a dreadful hangover. Yet, the more he struggled with his malaise, the more incessantly his phone rang. From the moment he returned home and closed his eyes, the phone had not ceased its relentless ringing. Finally, in frustration, Lin yanked out the phone line and surrendered to sleep once again. When he eventually awoke, it was nearly noon. After leisurely tidying up, he sought out the phone line he had disconnected and reconnected it. Almost instantly, the phone began to ring anew. "Lin, have you seen the news? Your suspension results are in." The voice on the other end belonged to Klaus, the Bulls' general manager, unmistakably brimming with excitement. "Not yet. How many games am I suspended?" Lin inquired, stifling a yawn. 5 games, along with a fine," Klaus replied eagerly. "But that is not the crux of the matter. The key point is, this morning Stern called me to obtain your number. He should be reaching out to you soon. So be vigilant. Why should I keep an ear out for his call? He doesn't pay my salary." Lin retorted, "Not only does he not compensate me, but he has also fined me quite a sum." Upon hearing that Stern was seeking him, Lin Tian's interest immediately waned significantly. If it had been Stern's daughter reaching out, he might have felt a flicker of curiosity. However, as for the shrewd old man himself, Lin Tian could hardly muster the enthusiasm for extensive conversation. Thus, after concluding his call with Klaus, Lin Tian did not linger by the phone, nor did he care to listen to the more than 10 voicemail messages. Instead, he turned his attention to finding something to eat, entirely disinterested in pondering the reason for Stern's call. Unless, of course, Stern intended to adopt him as a godson, promising that in future games he would be granted leniency on traveling violations, and any opponent who touched his body hair would be penalized, ensuring an average of 15 free throws per game. In that case, Lin Tian might consider the prospect of having an older brother figure. Well, at most, just a brother. "I, Lin de Guanjuan, have my principles." While leisurely enjoying his meal, Lin Tian switched on the television to watch the news and various programs. Within less than 30 minutes, his phone rang once more. "Hi, Lin, this is David Stern. I believe Klaus mentioned I would be calling you," came the congenial voice from the phone. Even without video or a visual of Stern, just the sound of his voice conjured an image of the bespectacled man, smiling in Lin Tian's mind. This marked Lin Tian's first direct conversation with Stern. During the draft, Lin Tian had merely been a second-round pick, responsible for reading names while the league's vice president took the photos with him, not Stern himself. "Yes, Klaus did inform me, Mr. President. What can I assist you with?" Lin Tian maintained a polite demeanor, uncertain of Stern's intentions. "Given your impressive background as a Penn graduate, I want to indulge in unnecessary pleasantries. Let us get straight to the point, shall we?" Stern continued, without waiting for Lin Tian's response. "I hope you can present yourself as more amiable and sunny in the coming days. Pay attention to your image. We envision you as a refined gentleman akin to Grant Hill, a truly educated elite, rather than the current rough-and-tumble persona you project. This could hinder your future prospects. Chapter 50. Empty promises, no benefits. You, Stern, are a cunning capitalist. Future prospects? What future prospects? I'm not aiming to run for a representative of good deeds or a moral exemplar. Why should I care about such matters? Of course, there are benefits. Stern's voice took on a sly tone once more. We are prepared to cultivate you into the first superstar of Asian descent in the NBA. What do you think? Is it worth making some changes? Can I then travel freely during games, with the referees turning a blind eye to my violations? Lin Tian asked earnestly. Absolutely not. We are a very fair league. We do not grant special privileges to players. Stern's response was equally resolute. So, are you suggesting that I can merely flail my arms and emit a couple of cries to earn a whistle? Or that any form of contact, even if my opponent merely brushes against my arm hair, would grant me a position at the free throw line? What are you thinking, Lin? What I am discussing is an entirely new initiative to cultivate a superstar. We aspire to elevate you to global prominence, transforming you into a new basketball icon and thought leader. We are prepared to make you a super popular star not only in your homeland, but throughout Asia. Yet here you are, seeking some peculiar preferential treatment? There is no benefit for me. Why should I compromise myself? That would simply be lining your pockets at my expense. Absolutely not. My suspension has ended, and I intend to engage in combat with whomever I choose. There are many eagerly anticipating my confrontation with Malone. Lin Tian casually reclined against the back of the sofa, testing Stern's boundaries, eager to ascertain what Stern was truly willing to offer. Do you comprehend the advantages of becoming a superstar? Endorsements, exposure, immense commercial value. Wherever you go, people will revere you as a hero. More importantly, a vast fortune. David, I believe you should investigate my background, perhaps take a look at the Forbes list. Is your family on the Forbes list? Stern was momentarily taken aback. Well, not exactly, but my family is indeed quite affluent. My pursuit of basketball is purely a passion. I'm afraid financial incentives do not particularly entice me. Lin Tian continued to probe Stern's limits. His love for basketball was genuine, yet who would not covet the allure of money? He aimed to extract something tangible from Stern. Otherwise, this old man was merely painting grand illusions, offering empty promises with no real substance to present, expecting to benefit without giving anything in return. Where does one find such a deal? Even a miser would not stoop to such exploitation. Lin, I am utterly sincere. Stern realized he had been outmaneuvered by Lin Tian and inwardly cursed the clever young man before continuing with heartfelt earnestness. As far as I understand, your nation is a basketball wasteland, lacking in skill and desperately in need of a new idol to invigorate the sport's development. You could inspire countless children in Huaxia to embrace basketball, transform many into heroes, and guide numerous families onto the right path. Lin, I genuinely hope to collaborate with you to accomplish such a monumental endeavor. David, I have a project. You need only invest 10,000, and after a year, I will return to you 24 million. Furthermore, for every individual you introduce to our project, I will provide you an additional share of 2 million. Just 1 year, and your 10,000 will multiply 1,000-fold, granting you financial independence. What do you say? Are you ready to change your life together? Lin, what are you saying? What project could possibly be this lucrative? Stern was momentarily taken aback. Given his stature, he had never encountered such a rudimentary and utterly uninspired pyramid scheme. What project? Don't ask. How money is made? Don't concern yourself with that. Just hand over the cash, and that will suffice. Lin Tian exclaimed, slapping his thigh with increasing fervor. 1 spreads to 10, 10 spreads to 100. We can establish an entirely new order for the world. The entire globe will heed our call. We can become the new Rothschild family. This world will be dictated by us. And for all this, you need only invest $10,000. Lin, what absurdity are you spouting? Stern had already realized that this young man was toying with him. Indeed, David, and what nonsense are you uttering? You speak of caution and becoming a benevolent leader. Yet isn't that also nonsense? Lin Tian retorted over the phone. This is moral coercion. This is blatant fraud. Enough. Lin, cease this nonsense. Stern's temper flared. At that moment, he finally comprehended why Peyton had such a strong desire to confront Lin Tian. He was on the brink of losing his composure. Is this what studying psychology leads to? A heart so tainted? During a layup, one can take an extra step, guaranteeing at least 10 free throws per game. Those are my terms. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Tian put forth his conditions. If you continue this folly, I will hang up. Stern's anger had risen, and he began to question why he had engaged in such a lengthy conversation with someone so insufferable. I am discussing serious matters. The things you desire are not beyond my reach, but you must first demonstrate commensurate capability. I can assist in transforming a second-rate star into a first-rate one. A few calls are trivial. However, to elevate an ordinary role player into a star, I'm afraid we have our limits. Reckless officiating and forced endorsements will only breed disdain. Thus, Lin, articulate your desires, and let us explore how we might collaborate to propel the NBA into China, and indeed, all of Asia. At this juncture, Lin Tian ceased his frivolities. He understood that the jesting had gone far enough, as Stern was beginning to lose his patience. Should this continue, the old man might indeed terminate the call. After all, Lin Tian's objective had been achieved. The dynamic between him and Stern had, unbeknownst to them both, undergone a complete reversal. What began as the league president calling a problematic player to implore him to tread carefully and merely indulge in empty promises had transformed into Stern engaging in equal negotiation, inviting Lin Tian to voice his demands. Although Stern might not acquiesce to Lin Tian's requests, at the very least, the initiative in this conversation had been firmly grasped by Lin Tian. He had never missed a single class in his 4 years of psychology studies. My demands are, in fact, quite simple. Lin Tian chuckled, ready to initiate his advance. Chapter 51. Lin Tian's Demands. A relationship of equals. My family resides in Huaxia, where we possess certain connections. Compared to the people here, they possess a deeper understanding of the national conditions of Huaxia, as well as the desires and needs of its basketball enthusiasts. They are far more adept at discerning how to cultivate a passion for watching the NBA among Huaxia's fans. You wish for your team to take charge of our promotional efforts? Stern, that old fox, quickly grasped the situation and recognized Lin Tian's ambitions. If this requirement is fulfilled, the resulting benefits and profits will undoubtedly be an extraordinarily staggering figure. The ambition and appetite of this young man are terrifyingly vast. Stern has only now realized, almost unwittingly, that he has fallen into Lin Tian's trap and succumbed to his rhythm. This young man is far more formidable than one could have imagined. Lin, your request is rather extravagant. The myriad of interests and relational ties involved renders it utterly impossible for me to acquiesce. Stern, without a moment's hesitation, flatly rejected Lin Tian. Even if Lin Tian were to retire on the spot or succumb to substance abuse, becoming the league's foremost problem player, Stern would not easily relinquish the immense benefits at stake. He is merely the league's president, not a dictator. Even if he were to agree to Lin Tian's demands, his word would not necessarily hold weight. Stern was acutely aware that should he consent today, he might find himself ousted from the league by tomorrow. Do not be hasty in your refusal, dear president. You will find yourselves in need of us. Reflect upon our advantages and the aspects that you will never grasp, and then consider your rejection. Lin Tian asserted with unwavering confidence. You shall never comprehend what the people of Huaxia wish to see and hear. You cannot pinpoint our sensitivities. Thus, your promotional efforts will inevitably yield little success. I am not here to profit from you. I am here to help you save money. At this juncture, Lin Tian deliberately slowed his tone. Allow me to present an example. How do you intend to promote my altercation? Promote? We shall not promote it. Stern replied resolutely. We must minimize the situation, allowing the repercussions to fade swiftly. This incident could tarnish the league's image and would not sit well with the middle class or those with spending power. But in Huaxia, you cannot proceed in such a manner. Lin Tian chuckled. Let me provide you with some headlines and concepts. If you wish to promote the NBA in Huaxia, it must be done thus. Lin Tian decisively defeats 3 Americans, showcasing our might. 1 against 3, and he emerges unscathed, KOing 3, exemplifying the spirit of Huaxia martial arts. What do you think of this? Do you believe your audience would appreciate it? Stern found Lin Tian's assertions perplexing. Of course, and the majority would indeed favor this. Lin Tian replied with a smile. However, there is no rush. You may first experiment with this approach, and then we shall reconvene. Yes, you. Collaborating with us will leave you without regrets and lead you to unprecedented success. David, you have already attained the status of the most successful president in NBA history, rescuing the league from the clutches of crime and illicit substances. You salvaged the NBA through the narrative of Michael and the rivalry between black and white. Yet when compared to other North American leagues, or even the top 5 European football leagues, you possess no distinct advantage. What I present to you now is an opportunity unlike any you have ever encountered. A chance to become the foremost president of all sports leagues in North America. An opportunity to elevate the NBA to the pinnacle of global sports. A chance to propel basketball beyond football, establishing it as the world's preeminent sport. Consider this. Some opportunities truly arise, but once in a lifetime. What is reverse brainwashing? What does it mean to counter a narrative with a narrative, to respond to broth with broth? Magic must be vanquished by magic. Lin Tian was unaware of Stern's thoughts when he hung up the phone, nor did he know if Stern had placed any faith in his grand proposal. However, he was certain that Stern had taken his words to heart. His suggestion, even if it ultimately failed, would undoubtedly be given serious consideration by Stern. After all, in Lin Tian's previous life, Stern had exerted every ounce of his strength, laboring tirelessly from 1989 until 2002, when he finally ushered in Yao Ming to the league. The rise of the internet era and the soaring economy of China enabled the NBA to seize a substantial share from the fierce competition of Europe's top 5 leagues. Yet, that achievement was the result of over a decade of relentless effort, fraught with hardships and countless futile attempts, which undoubtedly left Stern both physically and mentally exhausted. Lin Tian firmly believed that his proposal held immense allure for Stern. It was a genuine opportunity for him to become a preeminent figure in the annals of North American sports history. Such a substantial opportunity. Lin Tian could hardly believe that Stern would not desire a share. Furthermore, it is evident that Lin Tian has no intention of inheriting his family's business in this lifetime. He harbors a slight sense of indebtedness towards his parents. Thus, the primary objective of this proposal is certainly not solely for Stern's benefit. Ultimately, Lin Tian aspires to compensate his parents in some manner. Even if they possess little understanding of media, promotion, or sports, it matters not. Lin Tian comprehends. More crucially, he is aware of those who do understand. Numerous names occupy his thoughts. Of course, all of this is merely the beginning. Whether he will ultimately succeed, whether Stern can persuade the NBA board, and whether his parents will gain an opportunity remains to be seen. For now, Lin Tian must relish his rare holiday, with a 5-game suspension, equating to nearly 10 days. He is free from the rigors of competition, enjoying the privilege of being a front-row VIP spectator. Naturally, while he indulges in rest, he does not neglect his daily training. Lin Tian continues to engage fiercely with Jordan, exchanging banter while matching him in training. After acquiring a new stealing ability, Lin Tian has, on several occasions, managed to gain the upper hand against Jordan, successfully snatching the ball from him. Equally notable is Lin Tian's enhanced judgment and interception ability regarding passing routes during training. He consistently positions himself correctly, intercepting opponents' passes and launching fast breaks. However, with advantages come disadvantages. There are times when he fails to intercept, causing him to lose his defensive position and allowing opponents to score easily. Consequently, he has received ample guidance from Clemens and Jackson, advising him against gambling for steals and emphasizing the importance of maintaining his defensive position. Forcing opponents to miss their shots proves far more beneficial to the team than a risky attempt at a steal. How to strike a balance and enhance one's success rate in stealing the ball while minimizing positional errors is the paramount focus for Lin Tian in the forthcoming period. Chapter 52. How much hatred does a magician endure? He ruined every player's post-game dessert. In Lin Tian's absence, the Bulls continued their formidable dominance, achieving 4 consecutive victories. As for Lin Tian, during the team's visit to New Jersey, he had his official encounter with David Stern, yet no substantial progress was made. As Lin Tian remarked, he merely presented Stern with an option, a plan B, after facing repeated setbacks in swiftly penetrating the domestic market in Huaxia. Stern's perspective was not without merit. Even though Lin Tian conveyed his profound understanding of the domestic media landscape and the fans' grievances, along with a comprehensive promotional strategy and overall planning, Stern could not hand over the responsibility to Lin Tian directly. He needed to allow the NBA's existing partners to test the waters, to navigate numerous convolutions and encounter failures before reconsidering Lin Tian's proposition. Regrettably, everything must unfold slowly, as the myriad of interests and relationships involved is exceedingly intricate. Thus, neither party felt the urgency. After engaging in some trivial conversation, Lin Tian boarded the plane to Los Angeles with the Bulls. They were set to play 2 consecutive games in Los Angeles, facing the Lakers and the Clippers. Lin Tian would not be able to participate in the game against the Lakers, but against the Clippers, his 5-game suspension would conclude, allowing him to return to the court. This season, while the Lakers still held a position within the top 5 of the Western Conference. It was evident to all that relying on Nick Van Exel and Divac could not restore this historically prestigious franchise to the glory of the 1980s or reclaim the championship. Speaking of the Lakers of the 1980s, one cannot overlook the iconic figure of their Showtime era. The legendary superstar who once had the potential to be considered the greatest in NBA history, Magic Johnson. In 1991, Johnson was diagnosed with the HIV virus, becoming a carrier, which ignited a media frenzy and plunged the entire NBA into a new wave of scandal. At this moment, Stern stepped forward and, alongside the magician, held a press conference, portraying the magician as a valiant warrior and hero in the battle against the virus. This crisis management, often regarded as the most successful in the realm of North American sports leagues, witnessed a remarkable transformation from an impending collapse of the league's reputation due to personal scandals to emerging as a valiant champion against adversity. All accomplished by Stern in a single press conference, an absolute exemplar of textbook crisis resolution. Yet, despite the impeccable public relations effort, the illustrious Magic Johnson, still at the pinnacle of his career, averaging 19 points, 12 assists, and 7 rebounds, ultimately chose to retire in the face of the widespread aversion and trepidation exhibited by numerous players across the league. Thus, the golden era of the Lakers in the 1980s came to a definitive close. Moreover, the most significant consequence of the Magic's incident was undoubtedly the league's imposition of a strict prohibition. NBA players and cheerleaders were henceforth forbidden from any interaction, on or off the court, let alone romantic entanglements. Prior to this decree, there had been countless enticing tales of camaraderie between players and cheerleaders. After all, one side comprised young and beautiful aspiring individuals eager for fame and fortune, while the other consisted of affluent millionaires brimming with vitality. A spark could ignite between them without any friction whatsoever. Rumors circulated that Ewing would select a cheerleader for a rendezvous in the locker room following each game, while it was said that Mutombo would inquiringly ask, "Who will share a bed with Mutombo tonight?" There were even whispers that if the Pistons led by more than 15 points at halftime, Isaiah Thomas would seize the opportunity during the intermission for a moment of pleasure in the locker room. Numerous such tales existed, fueled by players' fervent desires to release their pent-up energy after games, while cheerleaders sought to capitalize financially, with some fortunate enough to secure lifelong alimony. However, following the Magic's episode, Stern's prohibition severed the aspirations of these young women and destroyed the players' modest post-game indulgences. For several years, Magic Johnson became the most despised figure in the league. Yet, as of this year, he appears to be contemplating a return. Despite being 37 years of age and weighing an astounding 112 kilograms, he believes he has successfully managed his HIV condition, deeming this minor ailment no longer a threat. He has commenced training, aspiring to make a comeback. If all goes well, he may grace the court once more within a fortnight, though he must first secure the approval of the Players' Union, allowing him to return to the sport he cherishes, even while living with this illness. As for the current attitude of the players towards this matter, it is rather ambiguous. Many are filled with trepidation, fearing that should the magician suffer any misfortune, it would not only jeopardize his career, but also his entire life. Numerous individuals are staunchly opposed to the magician's return. "You have spoiled our post-game indulgence, and now wish to rejoin us on the court? Dream on." However, it is evident that Jordan and Rodman do not share the same sentiments. In fact, they eagerly anticipate continuing their rivalry with the magician. For instance, at present, as Lin Tian sits behind the bench observing the team's warm-up, Jordan excitedly pulls the magician, who was originally seated among the audience, onto the court to engage in one-on-one. They are genuinely playing a high-stakes game. The intensity of their confrontation is palpable, and Lin Tian perceives that Jordan is exerting every ounce of his effort in challenging the magician. After several rounds of play between Jordan and the magician, Rodman, unable to contain his enthusiasm, snatches the ball from Jordan and continues the contest with the magician. Lin Tian understands that these two are actively creating a buzz for the magician's return, expressing their support for their dear friend in the most direct and physical manner. It must be said, one of these two is an absolute rogue, while the other is a bit of scatterbrain, yet their loyalty to friends is undeniably commendable. Who would have thought this hefty gentleman possesses such prowess? I had assumed he lacked understanding of basketball. Suddenly, a voice, rich and resonant, capable of evoking myriad emotions, drifted from beside Lin Tian. He couldn't help but glance back, and all that remained in his mind was one word: immense. Truly immense. Chapter 53. A A child star that failed to rise, Lin Tian even had to tilt his head to navigate around the enormous obstacle to glimpse the exquisite face that seemed entirely incongruous with its size. Absolutely stunning. Even amidst the Atlantic Sports Arena, a venue renowned for hosting numerous beautiful women and female celebrities, he found several notable stars from the 1990s nearby. Everyone knows that the front rows of the Atlantic Arena are not merely VIP seats for watching the game, but also a battleground for female celebrities to showcase their allure. Yet, despite this, as Lin Tian scanned the crowd, he found none that could rival the grandeur of the individual before him. Not to mention that this person bore a slightly youthful and innocent visage, reminiscent of a high school student. You don't recognize him? Lin Tian, after a brief moment of somewhat impolite scrutiny, redirected his gaze towards the enchanting lady with a smile. The lady, slightly embarrassed, remarked, "To be honest, I don't know much about the NBA, but judging by his skills and physique, I would guess he is an assistant coach. However, I do recognize the two individuals beside this hefty gentleman, Jordan and Rodman. It appears that your knowledge of the NBA is rather limited." Lin Tian chuckled and shrugged his shoulders, remarking, "I assumed all Angelinos would recognize this ill-informed, chubby fellow. He is Magic Johnson, once the king of Los Angeles and even a monarch of this league. He stands as the finest point guard in the annals of NBA history, without a doubt." Lin Tian gazed at the perspiring figure of Magic sitting on the sidelines, genuinely wishing to approach him for a brief conversation, hoping to extract some skills from the maestro. After all, who among point guards does not aspire to the achievements and prowess of Magic? All right, I confess, it was my agent who urged me to come here, to stir up some gossip or whatever else might help me grace the pages of entertainment tabloids and garner a bit of exposure. The young woman shrugged, her ample frame exuding a playful sarcasm as she remarked, "This ticket is indeed quite expensive. By the way, I haven't introduced myself. I am Jennifer Connelly. And you? You must be a budding actor." Suddenly, Lin Tian recognized her. It was indeed her, once hailed as Hollywood's most innocent and beautiful top child star in 1984. The 14-year-old Jennifer Connelly made a fleeting yet stunning impression in Once Upon a Time in America, embodying an ethereal beauty. Though her role was minor, merely a few minutes long, anyone who has seen the film would indelibly remember Connelly's striking visage. This work marks Connelly's debut, and following such a dazzling introduction, she officially entered the entertainment industry. With the fame garnered from this film, she swiftly secured numerous roles in various movies. However, subsequent developments ceased there. She has since portrayed a wide array of characters across genres: horror, suspense, fantasy, fairy tales, romance, and action. From the resilient schoolgirl to the love-seeking young woman, the dream-chasing girl, the valiant female agent, and the graceful ballet ghost, it can be said that from her emergence in 1984 until the early 1990s, Connelly explored every conceivable genre, seeking every possible avenue for advancement. Regrettably, all these endeavors met with failure. The film she later starred in failed to achieve success, and many began to comment on her decline in beauty, lamenting the loss of the vivacity and allure she possessed at the age of 14. In summary, Connelly's path in the entertainment industry grew increasingly narrow and arduous, pushing her to the brink of despair. An absolute prodigy at the outset, she found herself relegated to minor roles. However, this cannot solely be attributed to Connelly. Hollywood is replete with strikingly beautiful actresses whose talent goes unrecognized, as well as those who burn brightly for a moment before vanishing entirely. Often, this phenomenon bears no relation to ability, attitude, or character, but rather hinges on mere fortune. For instance, Connelly undeniably exerted herself, yet she consistently lacked that fortuitous spark. Her current state, oscillating between third and fourth-tier status, persisted into the 21st century, until the dawn of the new millennium brought her a film that truly transformed her career, elevating her to a second-tier actress with a significant global presence. Yet, prior to that, she would languish in obscurity for another 4 or 5 years. At 26 years of age, her window of opportunity is growing narrow. While Hollywood may become increasingly forgiving towards women, even accommodating roles for those who might err in bed, the reality remains that once female stars surpass 35, they often find themselves with scant opportunities. A glance at the film she has taken on in the past 2 years reveals her mounting urgency. Her recent projects have pushed her boundaries further than ever before, showcasing a tumultuous passion in the campus brawl and even exploring same-sex love while in Mulholland Drive. She audaciously portrayed a corpse. Unfortunately, this series of boundary-pushing performances has not garnered her the accolades and recognition she sought. in both commercial success and award nominations. She remains empty-handed. As Connolly reflects on her 12-year career, she finds that the most notable role she can claim remains that of the naive young girl in American Pastoral. This is precisely why she heeded her agent's advice and purchased front-row tickets to the Lakers game, positioning herself directly behind Jordan, eagerly awaiting an opportunity. If she could create even the slightest stir with him, at the very least, it would lead everyone to believe she had a connection with Jordan, potentially landing her a few front-page headlines. Who knows? Perhaps this would catch the eye of a director, granting her another chance. After all, if she did not seize the moment, Connolly risked fading entirely from the audience's memory. However, it was evident that she lacked any genuine understanding of basketball. She had scarcely watched a game, which explained why she couldn't even recognize the Magic Man. Lin Tian suspected that, more likely than not, the only player she truly knew was Jordan, and her awareness of Rodman likely stemmed from a newspaper she had perused prior to her arrival. Lin Tian noticed the newspaper beside her, its front page adorned with sensational news about Rodman. "My name is Lin. I'm not an actor, but an athlete. A player for the Bulls, albeit currently suspended." Lin Tian cast another glance at the panting Magic Man and resolved firmly, to hell with the Magic Man. He would rely on his own prowess, not his skills, to become the finest point guard. At that moment, a struggling young lady desperately needed his assistance and comfort. Lin Tian, the esteemed gentleman, would not hesitate to step forward. Chapter 54. There is not so much true love in this world. "Wait, you're a player?" Connolly exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment. The gathering of her arms accentuated the obstructions before her, making them appear even more pronounced. It was as if her chin were nearly obscured. Lin Tian couldn't help but sigh in admiration. His decision to forego conversing with the Magic Man was influenced by another significant consideration. If Lin Tian recalled correctly, Connolly belonged to a type whose prime was rather fleeting. Debuting in '84, she reached her zenith and left the world in awe of her beauty. Yet, subsequent years saw a gradual decline, her allure waning irreversibly. By her early 20s, despite the gradual disappearance of the youthful collagen from her skin, she still managed to maintain a formidable charm thanks to her suddenly developed assets and her still youthful visage. However, beyond the age of 30, her beauty would rapidly deteriorate, blending her into the crowd. Reflecting on this, Lin Tian concluded that the Magic Man would certainly not depart this world for at least another 30 years. There would be ample opportunities ahead. Yet, Connolly's prime would soon be a thing of the past. Missing this chance might mean waiting another year for the next encounter. He had to seize this moment. Lin Tian gazed at Connolly with a smile, teasingly remarking, "What's wrong? Does it not seem so?" As he spoke, he playfully lifted his shirt slightly to reveal his abs, declaring, "I am the real deal." Upon his proclamation, Lin Tian distinctly noticed Connolly's throat subtly move, a nearly imperceptible swallowing motion. Could it be that he belongs to the carnivorous type? Apologies, but I have truly never encountered such an extraordinarily handsome basketball player. I always imagined they resembled a plumber, much like Jordan. Connolly chuckled as she candidly expressed her views on Jordan's looks, simultaneously enlightening Lin Tianming as to why she struggled to find her footing in Hollywood. The young woman remarked that individuals often speak ill of others without regard for their company. Ordinarily, one would not disparage a prominent figure in the presence of their subordinate, particularly when the two individuals have only just been introduced. Even if Connolly spoke the truth, there are certain truths that ought to remain unspoken. Among the illustrious stars of Hollywood, who among them is not astute? The ability to converse appropriately with various audiences is the bare minimum of professional decorum. Of course, there exist anomalies, but such individuals typically enjoy fleeting fame before swiftly vanishing from the public eye. It is no wonder she struggles to secure major productions. Lin Tian then engaged Connolly in a light-hearted conversation, traversing topics from basketball to cinema, from luxury handbag brands to renowned global landmarks. Lin Tian appeared to possess an extensive breadth of knowledge on all matters. It proved that, for a psychological expert, forging a quick rapport with someone is indeed a remarkably straightforward endeavor. And when such an expert boasts a visage akin to that of Keanu Reeves, the process accelerates tenfold. Thus, even before the game commenced, and while the players were still warming up, Lin Tian was already sharing laughter with Connolly. During their jovial exchange, Connolly would occasionally pat Lin Tian, who, in turn, began to seek some favor from Connolly. It all progressed with astonishing speed. As the team concluded their warm-up, Pippin noticed Lin Tian conversing animatedly with an exceptionally attractive woman. "Michael, Has Lin brought a companion to Los Angeles this time? Pippin inquired of Jordan. Companion? He had no one with him. He entered alone. When on earth did he manage that? Jordan followed Pippin's gaze and saw Lin Tian whispering a joke to Connolly, prompting a hearty laugh from him. The spectacle was breathtaking, eliciting gasps from onlookers. In unison, Jordan and Pippin entertained the same thought. Surely, she must be a gold digger. Perhaps she invested her entire fortune in a front-row ticket, hoping to secure a lifetime of comfort by ensnaring an NBA player. Jordan exclaimed, I must remind Lin to tread carefully. I have encountered many such women. They might even deliberately compromise protection, awaiting an opportunity to conceive and secure their future. Indeed, a woman of her caliber would not be so easily won. She must be a gold digger. Lin is bound to fall for it. Call him over. We must protect him. Pippin fervently agreed, nodding vigorously while signaling Lin Tian to join the team for their final pre-game rally. I apologize, but I must participate in the entrance ceremony with my teammates. Shall we continue our conversation afterward? Lin Tian smiled at Connolly and said, I haven't yet told you about the intriguing spots in Chicago. I await your words. Connolly had entirely forgotten her purpose for being there, which was to stir rumors with Jordan or Pippin. At that moment, her gaze was solely fixed on Lin Tian. It was not mere infatuation. Clearly, Lin Tian was, well, he was also an NBA player. That alone could spark rumors. As Lin Tian rose to approach the team's bench, Connolly quietly conjured excuses in her mind. Lin, you must be cautious. We are millionaires, surrounded by opportunistic women who think only of spreading their legs to acquire wealth from our pockets. Jordan interjected, do not let yourself believe you possess irresistible charm, nor that you can receive anything for free. Everything in this world comes at a price. Indeed, Lin, some women may even puncture condoms to conceive a child, and there are those who would accuse you of rape afterward. Such actions could ruin your life. Exercise caution. Pippin, standing beside Lin Tian, offered his sage advice. From the excessively bitter tones of these two, Lin Tian discerned their thoughts and immediately replied with a smile. I will be careful, but she is different. She is not the same. Jordan believed he had finally grasped Lin Tian's vulnerability. This young man still had much to learn. No matter how impressive one might be, there are always weaknesses, are there not? Upon seeing a beautiful girl, one could easily lose their composure. Jordan earnestly patted Lin Tian on the shoulder and said, everyone thinks they are unique, that they will encounter true love. But let me tell you, Lin, there is not as much true love in this world as one might hope. Instead, there are more interests and calculations at play. Just like Michael, you surely know her. She is not an innocent. Lin Tian interrupted Jordan with a mischievous grin, thinking that he might indeed reap additional rewards that night. Chapter 55. Rodman, go ahead. Make Hollywood your backyard. Lin, you must heed what Michael says. He has your best interests at heart, Pippin chimed in. These are lessons learned through the blood, tears, and significant sums of money of those who came before us. At this moment, Rodman, who had been observing from the sidelines, could no longer contain himself. He interjected, you two should refrain from imparting any advice to Lin. He truly does not require it. Moreover, do you not recognize who she is? Or do you not find her somewhat familiar? Unfamiliar? Is she famous? Jordan and Pippin replied in unison, their voices harmonizing in a manner that was unprecedented for them off the court. Connolly, Jennifer Connolly, Rodman exclaimed, yet Pippin and Jordan remained perplexed. It was evident that they were entirely unaware of this once prominent child star's existence. Rodman rolled his eyes and remarked, she can be considered a third or fourth-tier Hollywood actress, a child star who debuted several years ago. However, it seems she has not appeared in any films in recent years, or perhaps I simply have not seen them. She is certainly not a household name, but she is by no means a mere extra. In essence, she has experienced a decline akin to that of a rookie who, after winning the Rookie of the Year award, sees their career trajectory plummet. Although she has never graced the All-Star stage, she remains a key rotation player. In other words, if she were to become involved with Lin, it is likely he would be leveraging her fame rather than she pursuing him for any ulterior motives. Upon finishing, Rodman noticed the astonished expressions on the faces of those around him and casually shrugged. Aside from the countless unknown newcomers and peripheral figures in Hollywood, I can remember all the beautiful girls ranked above the 90th percentile. My dream and ambition is to cultivate extraordinary friendships with each of them. At this juncture, there was no need for Lin to elaborate further. Jordan and Pippin appeared as wilted as frostbitten eggplants, rendered speechless. Lin, perhaps she merely wishes to engage in conversation with you. Do not overthink it. if she declines to share her phone number or accompany you for a stroll later. Do not be disheartened. This is Hollywood, where such occurrences are commonplace. Jordan could not resist adding a sour comment. Indeed, Lin. She has encountered countless handsome men and wealthy individuals. Even if something were to develop between you two, do not allow yourself to become ensnared. They may merely be engaging in frivolity. You are young, so be wary of falling into the trap of love. Pippin's words dripped with envy even more than Jordan's. Despite their own abundance of beautiful women, they were acutely aware that their allures stemmed from wealth, fame, status, and the glow of celebrity. Whereas Lin possessed something they would never attain. Enough of this chatter. Come over for a strategy meeting. Quickly. At that moment, Clemens appeared, his words serving as a remedy for Jordan and Pippin, who promptly made their escape from the awkward situation, racing towards Jackson to hear about the tactics for the evening. Rodman then patted Lin on the shoulder and encouraged, "Go for it. Lin, I believe you can fulfill my dreams. I am confident that if you desire it, all of Hollywood could become your playground." Upon concluding his remarks, Rodman departed. As for Jordan and Pippin, these two exchanged a glance while absorbing the tactical discussions. And in that fleeting moment, they intuitively comprehended each other's thoughts. You, Lin Tian, may possess a modicum more charm in us, and we do indeed lack that slight edge. However, the prowess we exhibit on the court is something you shall never attain in your lifetime. Relying on mere looks to attract women hardly defines a true man. A genuine man speaks through his hard-earned skills. The Lakers, are they not? The second most illustrious franchise in NBA history? FUXX. I will annihilate you. Across the court, the Lakers players, including their current leaders, Ceballos and Nick Van Exel, simultaneously experienced an involuntary shiver, a wave of foreboding crashing over their hearts. Tonight's match, they feared, could be quite disastrous. You must have a splendid rapport, Connolly remarked as she observed Lin Tian's return, continuing their conversation with a smile. Unbeknownst to her, during Lin Tian's brief absence, her gaze had been almost fixated upon him, disregarding all else. Even with the presence of Hollywood titans nearby, including Nicholson, James Cameron, Pierce Brosnan, and Schwarzenegger, among a host of other luminaries, actors, directors, and producers alike, she remained utterly oblivious. Such is the allure of Los Angeles, and such is the charm of the Lakers. If tonight I could foster a rapport with any one of these individuals, it might very well alter Connolly's destiny. Yet at this moment, she has completely forgotten all the instructions imparted by her agent. Her sole desire is to discover what fascinating elements Chicago still holds. It is tolerable, but they do not seem particularly welcoming to me tonight. They are envious. Lin Tian shrugged and remarked, "They envy me for sitting next to a future Oscar winner and a leading lady of Hollywood. Were it someone else making such a statement, I would likely perceive it as mere flattery or superficial banter. However, when you speak, I sense the authenticity in your words." Connolly supported her chin with her hand, momentarily diverting her gaze from Lin Tian to the court. "I believe I can grasp the Oscar trophy and become a true leading lady." In response to Connolly's assertion, Lin Tian offered a mere smile before abruptly shifting the subject. "As we watch the game, let me share with you my favorite French restaurant in Chicago. Such behavior, where an individual is on the verge of revealing their true feelings only to have their words abruptly retracted, is generally detestable and exasperating to most. Yet, Lin Tian possesses an uncanny ability to seize the opportune moment, executing his actions with remarkable finesse. Take, for instance, the current Connolly, who feels no discomfort at having her thoughts bottled up. Rather, she yearns to confide in Lin Tian and share her emotions. However, Lin Tian persists in depriving her of this chance, engrossed in extolling the delectable French cuisine of Paris in bloom. On the court, the match commenced with an overwhelming display of dominance. Jordan and Pippin appeared as though they had ingested some form of energizing elixir, with Jordan targeting the Lakers' primary scorer, Ceballos, while Pippin focused on their secondary threat, Nick Van Exel. Their defensive intensity was relentless. In the first quarter, both Jordan and Pippin exhibited a level of performance akin to a championship showdown, fully committed to their defensive efforts, relentlessly pursuing and entangling their opponents. Although Ceballos and Nick Van Exel are both all-stars in their own right, their skill and capability paled significantly in comparison to that of Jordan and Pippin, who were simply operating on a different stratum of excellence. During the initial quarter, Ceballos was held to a dismal 0-for-4 shooting performance, accruing no points and committing 2 turnovers, while Van Exel fared little better, managing only 2 points on 1-4-5 shooting, also with 2 turnovers. With their 2 leading stars faltering, the Lakers' offensive output was abysmal, finishing the quarter with a mere 11 points, a truly disheartening statistic. Conversely, the Bulls thrived under the leadership of Jordan, who amassed 14 points, 3 assists, and 2 steals, while Pippen contributed 10 points, 3 rebounds, and 3 assists. Together, they propelled the Bulls to a staggering 33 points in the first quarter. The rhythm of the game continued in this vein, with Jordan and Pippen relentlessly pursuing the Lakers stars, as if engaged in a fierce rivalry. By halftime, the Lakers had managed a paltry 29 points, while the Bulls had explosively surged to 67 points. During the final timeout of the first half, Jordan and Pippen felt a slight alleviation of their pent-up frustration. Yet, when they turned to seek out Lin Tian, eager to demonstrate that some attributes, particularly that of game dominance, would elude him for life, they were met with the sight of Lin Tian nearly enveloped in an embrace with Connolly. The two appear to be sharing laughter and joy, reminiscent of a couple in the throes of romance. "Damn it, Ceballos, is it? And Nick Van Exel, is it? Lousy, I will vanquish you." In truth, even Phil Jackson was perplexed, utterly unaware of the source of such formidable ferocity and fervor emanating from his two stalwart players this evening. Why were they so intensely aggressive? They harbored no animosity towards the Lakers, and their rapport with Magic Johnson was quite amiable. Why then had the game devolved into such chaos? He was genuinely at a loss. Of course, it was only Jackson who failed to discern the root cause, overlooking Lin Tian entirely. Were he to realize that it was Lin Tian's exceptional prowess in courtship and the unparalleled quality of his romantic endeavors that had incited jealousy in these two players, he would likely arrange for Lin Tian to have a companion for every match henceforth. If one was insufficient, then 2. If 2 were inadequate, then 4. He would not fear the Bulls' chances for the championship. Naturally, he would cap the arrangements at 4, for beyond that, complications might arise. For instance, at this moment, the game had progressed into the latter half of the third quarter, with a staggering 40-point lead separating the teams. Yet, Jordan and Pippen remained on the court, exerting themselves to the utmost. Across the way, Coach Harris had begun to voice his frustrations vocally. What in the world is happening here? Just 6 minutes remained in the third quarter when the game once again slipped into a timeout. At this juncture, the score has escalated to an astonishing 81-40, marking tonight's game as an unequivocal slaughter. Jordan has amassed 41 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, and 4 steals, while Pippen contributed 21 points, 11 rebounds, and 10 assists. These two illustrious stars have delivered remarkably impressive statistics in merely 2.5 quarters. On the opposing side, the unfortunate Ceballos managed a dismal 2 out of 12 shots for 5 points and 3 turnovers, while Nick Van Exel recorded 3 out of 15 for 8 points and 5 turnovers. These two hapless individuals are destined for a nightmarish experience. And what of the instigator of this debacle? He is reveling in the moment. Even though the team trails by a staggering 40 points, the DJ at the Atlantic Pavilion, the entertainment capital, remains dutifully engaged, initiating the beloved Kiss Cam segment. This entails the camera capturing a random couple who, upon being displayed on the large screen, are encouraged to share a passionate kiss, an undeniable treat for the audience. Typically at this point, the photographers will seek out pairs who unmistakably appear to be couples to incite some cheer, though there are often instances where they orchestrate more elaborate scenarios. And some teams even script entertaining skits for the fans. But here, in Los Angeles, what is least needed here is a script. Simply sweeping the camera across the stars in the front row, regardless of whether they share a kiss or not, is sufficient to excite the fans. On this night, when the team suffered a staggering 40-point defeat, the live director and cameraman knew they had to conjure some entertainment to uplift the spirits of the audience. Thus, after selecting a few regular couples, the camera focused directly on the Hollywood titans Arnold Schwarzenegger and Sylvester Stallone, fortuitously seated together. The crowd erupted in cheers, and Stallone exaggeratedly cupped Schwarzenegger's face for a kiss, igniting a wave of excitement among the fans. They momentarily forgot the team's crushing loss. Next, the camera panned again, this time landing on Lin Tian and Connolly. To be honest, among the over 18,000 fans present, not many recognized Connolly and Lin Tian. Given the era's limited internet and broadcasting capabilities, although both were public figures, Lin Tian had only played professional basketball for less than 3 months, while Connolly, despite having a 12-year career, was hardly notable in the star-studded Hollywood scene. Apart from a few who recognized them, most spectators merely found the duo charmingly matched, one handsome, the other beautiful. The more envy they felt, the louder the cheers grew. Soon, the entire arena joined in the revelry. Then, The considerate live director introduced the pair. Suspended Chicago Bulls player Lin Tian, Hollywood actress Connolly. Upon hearing this introduction, the fans were taken aback. What? A player from our arch-nemesis who just thrashed us today, alongside our own lovely star from Los Angeles? That simply cannot happen. Consequently, the fans who had just been shouting Kiss instantly switched their allegiance, and the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Slap him. Connolly, give him a slap. Slap him. Connolly, give him a slap. The mood had been fervently amplified by the fans. Now was a matter of whether Connolly would deliver a slap to Lin Tian or share a kiss. Regardless of her choice, it was bound to incite a frenzy among nearly 20,000 attendees at the Atlantic Pavilion, ensuring her presence in that evening's entertainment headlines in Los Angeles. As for the two protagonists, Lin Tian could only think one thing. My wingman has arrived. Chapter 57. Now Lin must realize the disparity between us. Well, what about Lin? The camera's focus on the pair lasted but a fleeting moment. After all, the timeout was limited. From the moment the fans began to cheer until the overwhelming boos erupted. It barely took 20 seconds. Yet, in those brief moments, Lin Tian had already become the most wanted man in the entire Atlantic Pavilion. The fans loathed the sight of him laughing and chatting with a beautiful woman from Los Angeles, while the beleaguered Lakers players seethed with resentment, thinking, here I am, getting pummeled, and you're off enjoying a delightful evening with a lovely lady? As for the Bulls contingent, Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen were undoubtedly among the nearly 20,000 in attendance who most wished to witness Lin Tian being struck by Connolly. Anticipation hung thick in the air, a palpable excitement. They could then approach Lin Tian as seasoned veterans, offering their consolation and urging him not to despair, assuring him that a bright future lay ahead. I recall that your intention was to find a way for others to notice you and seek out some opportunities. Wasn't he it? Lin Tian suddenly interjected. I believe if you were to slap me right now, you would instantly win the adoration of all Los Angeles. And that could very well open doors for you, perhaps leading to several more gigs or other opportunities. As he spoke, he gently closed his eyes, adopting a posture that conveyed, come on, I'm ready. Hit him, hit him, hit him, destroy him, echoed the fervent cries of the crowd. What are you waiting for? Darling, land a punch, just one punch. Nearly everyone resonated with a primal urge. This was perhaps the most eagerly awaited kiss cam moment in NBA history. Yet, Connolly seemed poised to disappoint the entire arena. Initially, when the camera panned to her, she exhibited a fleeting moment of surprise coupled with a hint of shyness. However, her true thoughts mirrored Lin Tian's entirely. The moment had arrived. As Lin Tian uttered those words, Connolly swiftly made her decision. With unabashed confidence, she wrapped her arms around Lin Tian's neck and unhesitatingly bestowed upon him a passionate kiss. Boo! Hiss! Go to hell, you shameless woman! The crowd erupted in a cacophony of boos, with a significant portion aimed squarely at Connolly. The cameras quickly shifted away from the couple post-kiss. The director, despite seeking entertainment, would not linger on them for an awkwardly extended moment. Were they truly going to broadcast such an intimate scene to the audience? More importantly, the timeout had concluded, and the game resumed. The spectators soon noted that Jordan and Pippen had returned to the court. Initially, Jackson had no intention of allowing these two to continue their dominance. After all, who knew if the L.A. crowd could handle the humiliation without resorting to foul play? Yet, Jordan and Pippen gazed at Jackson with utmost seriousness, their expressions pleading. Coach, we want to play basketball. What could Jackson do? Should he demand they kneel and weep before him to repeat their plea? He could only appease these two individuals. The carnage on the field persisted, as Lin Tian and Connolly continued their passionate embrace. After several minutes of fervent kissing, Lin Tian, resisting the overwhelming temptation, gently pushed Connolly away. It could not go on any longer. Connolly's hands had begun to wander. Lin, he esteemed, could not engage in such public display before 20,000 spectators. Thus, he had to unceremoniously push Connolly aside. As they parted, Lin Tian distinctly heard the sound of soft pop. The kiss had been quite fervent. Connolly, gazing at Lin Tian, now possessed an almost intoxicating allure. What does it mean to have eyes like spring, imbued with tender emotions? That's it. Lin, I have never been like this before. Connolly's face flushed to the tips of her ears. Uncertain whether it was due to the passionate kiss or her shyness after revealing her true feelings before nearly 20,000 spectators. What transpired in the past is inconsequential, and what lies ahead is also irrelevant. What matters is that in this moment, we are together, Lin Tian whispered softly in Connolly's ear, December 29, 1995. From 9:41 to 9:44 p.m., Section A, Row 1, Seat 3 at the Atlantic Pavilion. Because of you, I shall forever remember these 3 minutes. Lin Tian believed that Connolly had undoubtedly never seen days of being wild, for if her gaze moments ago had merely been a fleeting glance, now it was imbued with an almost tangible affection. Regardless of whether it was impulsive or not, at this moment, Connolly suddenly felt an overwhelming certainty. She had fallen in love with this Asian man she had known for less than 2 hours. 5 minutes later, the third quarter finally concluded. Under the fervor of Jordan and Pippen's performance, the point difference had widened to 50. At this juncture, no matter how petulant they might be or how they might kneel before Jackson in tears, pleading to play basketball, Jackson would not allow them back onto the court. At this moment, these two individuals found themselves utterly satisfied. As they sipped their water, they turned back, intending to impart their wisdom to Lin Tian on the correct way to play basketball and how to confront life challenges. They possessed a wealth of motivational anecdotes and advice from their own experiences to share. However, upon glancing over their shoulders, they were met with an unexpected sight. The seats behind them were vacant. Lin and Connolly had departed, likely around 3 minutes prior, leaving the gym one after the other. Without needing to be prompted, Rodman eagerly interjected. He had already taken leave from the coach, who had graciously granted his request, stipulating only that he must attend the team's training promptly the following morning. This revelation rendered Jordan and Pippen utterly disheartened, akin to withered eggplants. Even though they had long anticipated that such an event would inevitably unfold, the actual occurrence ignited an irrefutable twinge of jealousy within them. Why indeed? Why was it that this young man could effortlessly charm a third-rate Hollywood actress in merely 2 hours? Why, I ask? Was it merely because he possessed a slight edge in attractiveness over them? Meanwhile, Lin Tian had just taken a seat in Connolly's car when he suddenly received 2 notifications from the system. Michael Jordan's emotional fluctuations resulted in a loss of 500 experience points. Scott Pippen's emotional fluctuations yielded a 93 to 94 season Pippen experience card half-court. Even though they were already en route, Lin Tian couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment at the remarkable treasures that had just been unveiled. This marks the first occasion he has ever garnered over 100 experience points in a single instance. As for Pippen's experience card, it signifies the only time in his life that he, as the primary leader, achieved a place on the All-NBA first team and led his team into the second round during a season. An epitome of both offensive and defensive prowess. Undoubtedly a top-tier figure within the league. Observing this recent acquisition, Lin Tian's mind began to race once more. Perhaps he should consider flaunting his charm in front of these two gentlemen every time he pursues romance. Or perhaps he could compose a dedicated diary chronicling his romantic endeavors, allowing these two to peruse it. Given tonight's extraordinary success rate and the efficiency of his romantic pursuits, he could potentially ascend to the ranks of a top 10 NBA player within just a season. Chapter 58. Michael, you are just a plumber. However, that is not the matter Lin Tian needs to contemplate at present. Currently, he and Connery are seated in Connery's orange Chevrolet sports car. Having just departed from the arena, Lin Tian quickly observed that at least 4 or 5 vehicles were trailing closely behind them. There was no need to inquire. It was the Los Angeles paparazzi, akin to the FBI. Yet, after a series of deft drifts and stylish tail slides that Lin Tian deemed remarkable, all pursuers vanished from behind. With such mastery behind the wheel, Lin Tian felt as though Sean Connery himself was seated beside him, a seasoned performer in the crime genre. Having undergone extensive training, Connery, catching a glimpse of Lin Tian's expression, provided the answer. Regardless of how formidable the Los Angeles paparazzi may be, they would not manage to catch up to or obstruct Connery tonight, for the car was neither heading home nor to a hotel. Connery was acutely aware that every conceivable location was teeming with paparazzi eager for a snapshot. While it was likely that everyone in the Atlantic Arena was aware of Connery's departure with Lin Tian, Connery preferred not to be seen. 30 minutes later, on a secluded stretch of highway atop the highest peak in Los Angeles, the orange Chevrolet was parked in solitude. The surroundings were utterly deserted, enveloped in silence. Aside from a few chirps of birds, there was scarcely a sound to be heard. Yet, upon closer inspection, one would notice the car was rhythmically bouncing up and down. The amplitude, intensity, and frequency of the motion quite astonishing. On the following morning at 9 o'clock, Jackson arrived early at the training facility. With 2 consecutive games scheduled in Los Angeles, the team had temporarily rented this venue for their practice. Naturally, given that they were the visiting team, Jackson did not intend to impose too strenuous a training regimen on his players. His early arrival was motivated by a desire to review footage of the Clippers' recent matches, intending to provide a thorough analysis of strategies and the opponent's characteristics to his team. The training session planned for today primarily consisted of shooting drills, tactical runs, and concluded with a tactical analysis lecture. The objective was simply to help the players maintain the victorious momentum from their recent triumph over the Lakers, thereby ensuring the continuation of their winning streak. However, as Jackson stepped into the gymnasium, he was greeted by a cacophony of intense sounds. There were shouts of exasperation, the scrape of sneakers against the wooden floor, and the resounding collisions of bodies in vigorous confrontation. With a game looming tomorrow, why were they practicing so early and fiercely today? Jackson furrowed his brow as he entered the training hall. Before him stood 2 assistant coaches, along with Jordan, Pippen, and Lin Tian. The 2 assistant coaches were tasked with retrieving the basketballs and officiating the game, while the trio appeared to be engaged in a spirited game of 21. This game, known as 21, is a popular street basketball variant in the United States, featuring 3 players. In essence, the player with the ball attacks, while the other 2 defend in a 2-on-1 setup. If the ball handler scores, they continue the offense. If they miss, the player who secures the rebound becomes the offensive player, with the others resuming their defensive roles. The first to reach 21 points is declared the victor. This game imposes a formidable challenge on players' physical endurance, their ability to counteract, break through double teams, score, and rebound. Many have dubbed it the Devil's 21 points. When 2 players set their sights on an individual, the targeted player is destined to face dire consequences in this game. Clearly, Lin Tian is the unfortunate target today. He effortlessly secures offensive rebounds, while Pippen and Jordan relentlessly swarm him with aggressive double teams and close defensive maneuvers. Whenever Pippen or Jordan gains possession of the ball, it transforms into a one-on-one battle between Lin Tian and the other, while the remaining player merely watches from the sidelines. Jackson approached the basket, inquiring of his 2 assistant coaches, "How long have they been at this?" One of the assistant coaches, with a forlorn expression, replied, "About an hour." Michael insisted I act as referee, but every time I blow the whistle, he berates me for being blind and criticizes my officiating skills. My whistle has become little more than a prop. I fear they intend to dismantle Lin. Following the assistant coach's words, Jackson glanced towards the court and saw Lin Tian once more in possession of the ball, with Jordan closely guarding him, taunting, "Aren't you fond of handling the ball under pressure? Come on, show me how you maneuver and break through." Pippen occupied the space on Lin Tian's other side, equally deriding, "Is this truly your level? Is this what it means to be a man? You weren't this feeble when you were charming the ladies last night. If this is all you can muster, Connolly must be sorely disappointed." Lin Tian was seething with anger. He had been with Connolly until 6 this morning, and with training awaiting him, he had to suppress temptation and declined Connolly's invitation to extend their time together at a residence. However, he had underestimated the intense grudge held by Jordan and Pippen against him. It was astonishing that these 2 miscreants, who rarely visited Los Angeles, chose not to indulge in revelry, but instead camped outside Lin Tian's room from the early hours. Upon his return, they wasted no time in dragging him to the training facility, insisting on putting him through rigorous challenges. Lin Tian's frustration boiled over. Had he known, he would have gone to Connolly's place instead. He had no desire to engage in this relentless game of 21 points, especially not in a targeted manner. Lin Tian was not a masochist. Yet, these 2 continued their unyielding pursuit, playing game after game with no sign of respite. As the games progressed, Lin Tian's temper flared. Did they truly believe him to be so easily dominated? Thus, he retaliated, enduring the onslaught while delivering sharp elbows and knees, unleashing a torrent of trash talk that was merciless. "Michael, I've heard whispers of your underdevelopment. Care to demonstrate?" He jested. "Scott, I've heard that Madonna once turned down Michael's advances, claiming he was lacking. I am rather curious. Was this secret divulged to Madonna by you?" "Michael, Scott has revealed this secret to Madonna, preventing you from engaging with the world's foremost female star. Do you harbor any resentment? Shall we confront him together?" "Scott, without financial resources, how do you expect to attract even a single lady in your lifetime?" "Michael, do you have any idea how Connolly perceives you? A mere plumber. You don a mustache, resembling Super Mario." Chapter 59. Fortunately, there is a basketball on the court. The banter among the 3 of them continued unabated. and the intensity of their rivalry escalated. Had there not been a basketball present, Jackson might genuinely believe that these three individuals were engaged in a brawl. Thankfully, there was indeed a ball on the court. Otherwise, Jordan and Pippen might have been overwhelmed by Lin Tian. All right, you three. Cease your commotion. No more antics. We have a game tomorrow. If you possess such vigor, why not reserve it for facing the Clippers? Jackson, unable to tolerate the increasingly unbearable trash talk, finally intervened forcefully. I scored 130 points and won 5 games. Jordan, rather than insisting on continuing the game, looked at Lin Tian with pride and remarked, Scott must have garnered around 70 points and won 3 games. What about you? I played 5 rounds with Connolly last night. Moreover, I am prepared to pursue any ladies you both fancy in the future. How does that sound? Lin Tian defiantly raised his middle finger at Jordan, truly feeling the pain coursing through his body. If he were to remove his shirt, one would immediately notice the array of bruises adorning his skin. Jordan and Pippen had indeed played with utmost intensity. Phil, when shall we commence our training? We have devised a new strategy that we wish to practice. It will certainly be applicable in tomorrow night's match against the Clippers. Pippen scoffed and ignored Lin Tian, directing his gaze towards Jackson. There will be no practice game today. That is not in the plans. Without a moment's hesitation, Jackson flatly rejected the two of them. This is absurd. If we continue in this manner, will there even be a game to play? These three could easily exhaust themselves. What game are we even going to play tomorrow night? Fortunately, at that moment, the other team members began to arrive at the training facility. Regardless of Jordan and Pippen's thoughts, this somewhat ludicrous battle of 21 points could not persist any longer. Yet, Jackson's refusal to conduct a practice match lingered unresolved. Jordan and Pippen had transformed into petulant children that evening, adamantly insisting on a practice match to test their newly devised defensive strategy for the upcoming game against the Clippers. Unable to resist their persistent pleas, Jackson ultimately acquiesced, permitting them to showcase their ingeniously conceptualized tactics. Then, Jackson found himself on the verge of expletives. Fully aware that these two rascals were utterly incapable of concocting any semblance of a genuine strategy. However, he did not anticipate that the so-called new strategy presented by these two individuals would be so ludicrous. Was it not merely an incessant double-team press on Lin Tian? This is utter nonsense, a new tactic indeed. They charge in without even a semblance of finesse. In this moment, Lin Tian finds himself thoroughly rattled by these two adversaries. During yet another offensive attempt, before he could even cross his own three-point line, these two fellows lunged at him once more. Lin Tian raised his elbow to strike at the approaching Pippen, but before he could elevate the other elbow to deal with Jordan, that terrifyingly swift hand of Jordan had already swatted the basketball from Lin Tian's grasp. With a resounding crash, Jordan effortlessly executed a slam dunk, shaking his finger at Lin Tian. That is your 8th turnover tonight, Lin, the 8th. Make sure you remember it. Do you two have no shame? Lin Tian retorted. Here I am, a rookie, and you two, seasoned superstars, are strutting about in a 2-on-1 situation and feeling proud of it. If you enjoy the 2-on-1, then let us set the basketball aside. Let us head to the boxing ring or step into the octagon and see if I can make you two unrecognizable to your own mothers. I refuse to relinquish the basketball. I want to step into the boxing ring. I will stand my ground on the basketball court. Today, I shall make you suffer. A rookie? I shall relish in taking down a rookie. Today, you shall experience the sensation of the finals ahead of time. Jordan and Pippen have truly cast aside all semblance of shame. The two individuals harmonized so seamlessly that even someone with Lin Tian's thick skin found it somewhat overwhelming. They truly seem to have cast aside all semblance of dignity. It is essential to recognize that these two, who have collaborated for nearly a decade and garnered countless accolades, including 3 championships, have maintained a rather poor relationship in private. Yet today, under Lin Tian's charm, they astonishingly presented a united front. In their entire lives, they had never exhibited such solidarity and synergy. Fortunately, at this juncture, Jackson could no longer bear to watch. With a sweeping gesture, he forcefully halted the match. You three, it's time to wrap up your little game. If this continues, what is the difference between this and playing 3 matches in 3 days? Will we even be ready for tomorrow's game? The Clippers, after all, has this pitiful team ever reached the playoffs since its inception? Jordan scoffed. At most, the game will be decided in 2 quarters. Today, we're merely expending some excess energy. Who is the leader of the Clippers again? Pippen tilted his head. Is it Louis Alton or Pyson Deller? Never mind. It's irrelevant. The total number of all-star appearances by their entire team is equal to Lin's 0. What's there to fear? Let us practice our new tactics today to ensure we can dominate them tomorrow. If you don't stop this incessant chatter, none of you will play tomorrow. Jackson, now visibly agitated, questioned their sanity. He barked, "All right, let us resume the game. We want to leave until 10 o'clock tonight. No one is allowed to return to the hotel. Clemens, bring me a sofa. No, just bring me a bed. I want to see exactly how much energy these two wish to unleash. Let us see what they're truly capable of. Are we starting or not? If not, get out of here, head back to the locker room, change your clothes, and rest at the hotel." Observing that Jackson was genuinely furious, even the fearless rascals, Jordan and Pippen dare not utter another word. They shrugged and hurried toward the locker room. Lin Tian naturally followed closely behind them, along with the other Bulls players, who felt as though they had narrowly escaped a dire situation. The intensity of the confrontation among the three had genuinely frightened them. Considering Lin Tian's prior display of combat prowess, it was highly likely he could have subdued both Jordan and Pippen. Had that transpired, the Bulls' season would have been irrevocably damaged. Thankfully, Jackson had intervened, and the group collectively sighed in relief as they made their way to the locker room. However, just as they reached the locker room door, the commotion from within made the players realize they had perhaps been overly optimistic. Chapter 60. When in my life have I ever endured this? At this moment, Hucock suggested, "How about we return and add another set of strength exercises? I feel that today's energy has not been fully expended." The others nodded vigorously, recognizing from the sounds within that it was best to refrain from entering the locker room just yet. For inside, Lin Tian's melodious voice resonated, singing that song, which was once Pippin's favorite but had not been heard in ages, the Little Brother song. What melody could pierce the soul and evoke despair? Lin Tian's rendition undoubtedly fit that description. Before encountering Lin Tian, Pippin had been invincible, never tasting defeat. Even Madonna, who had eluded Rodman, had once succumbed to him. However, after meeting Lin Tian, Pippin's previous advantages vanished into thin air. As for Jordan, while he may not be the little Karami Lin Tian spoke of, he was merely ordinary, and faced with such direct confrontation, he felt both angered and powerless. Moreover, Lin Tian's retribution was clearly far from over. Just look at the myriad of bruises adorning his bare body, all left by Jordan and Pippen that very morning. Did they think they could simply walk away unscathed? Not a chance. Michael, where's yours? I can't seem to find it. Wait a moment. Let me grab a magnifying glass. This is practically a treasure hunt. Lin Tian unleashed a barrage of insults aimed at the very core of these two men's vulnerabilities, just as Jordan and Pippen showed no mercy in their double-team defense. Lin Tian, too, was utterly unrelenting. "Come on, let us harm each other. One day, I will surpass you. Can you two ever hope for a second chance at glory?" The onlookers outside dared not enter, oblivious to the unfolding drama within, only aware that the sound were gradually diminishing, until suddenly the locker room door swung open with force. Astonishingly, Lin Tian and his companions had donned their clothes once more. Come, you talked about one-on-one. Let us see if I can turn you into Swiss cheese." Lin Tian strode ahead, turning back to the two greats with a gesture that was far from courteous, since they had agreed to the challenge. Lin Tian was determined to demonstrate just how swift he truly was, in a one-on-one scenario devoid of help defense or rotation. He was confident he could breach the defenses of anyone in this world. Jordan and Pippen had never encountered someone as formidable as Lin Tian in their lives. Truly fearless. They were intent on pushing the limits, were they? Then let it be so. If I don't beat you to the point where you dare not approach women in front of us ever again, we are not the top duo in the league. No one knew how long these three battled there. The entire team, adhering to a philosophy of avoiding trouble, had departed the arena early, with several even skipping their showers to make a hasty exit. Originally, the earnest Wen Ning was inclined to remain, yet he was forcibly pulled away by Hucock. Rodman, too, had intended to linger and observe the spectacle, but he had a prior engagement with a B-list Hollywood starlet. Thus he had no choice but to depart for his date. As for the others, they truly dared not linger for even a second, fearing that a brawl might erupt among the three before they could make their exit. It is no jest. Should a confrontation ensue and no one else were present, it would be one matter, but if there were onlookers, the team would surely disband on the spot. Such are the intricacies of human behavior. When no one is aware, everyone can feign ignorance. But should outsiders catch wind of the situation, it would become quite complicated. Thus, in less than 5 minutes, the entire training facility was left with only Lin Tian, Pippen, and Jordan. Judging by their demeanor, It was evident that none would leave until they had exhausted themselves in a fierce contest. The outcome of the bullfight remains a mystery to all but the three participants. What is known is that, prior to the game against the Clippers the following evening, the Bulls gathered and Lin Tian's voice had become utterly hoarse, evidently from spewing an abundance of trash talk. As for Jordan and Pippen, despite their smug expressions, they were noticeably quieter and more subdued than usual, likely exhausted from their exertions. Jackson observed their demeanor with a clear understanding, yet aside from muttering a few expletives, he found himself at a loss for words. What could he do? Should he subject these three to an additional 10 sets of strength training or 50 sets of sprints? Surely, he couldn't push them to the brink of collapse. Jackson could only suppress his frustration, biding his time for an opportunity to firmly reprimand these three scoundrels who so blatantly disregarded him. Unbeknownst to Jackson, as the Bulls completed their pre-game strategy and re-entered the Atlantic Arena for the second time in 3 days, a figure he certainly did not wish to see appeared in the front row of the audience. Connolly was back. Upon spotting her, Lin Tian immediately rushed over. "How are you?" he inquired with a grin, simultaneously hiding his hands behind his back to give Jordan and Pippen a cheeky gesture. The paparazzi are relentless. They are more curious about where we went and what we did last night than my own parents. They've been tailing me nonstop. What about you? Are you not being followed? Perhaps, but we took the team bus and are staying in a hotel with tight security. I doubt the paparazzi could easily infiltrate. Lin Tian shrugged. By the way, do you need me to cooperate in any way? Wouldn't you naturally cooperate with me? Connolly gazed at Lin Tian, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Lin Tian effortlessly took the empty seat beside her, entirely disregarding the cameras pointed in their direction. I merely wish to assist you. Then let us inform them that we are in a relationship, Connolly suggested, her eyes locked on Lin Tian, refusing to blink. In that moment, Lin Tian distinctly sensed the return of the unforgettable girl from American cinema, embodied in Connolly once more. A pang of panic surged within him. Yet, he understood that he must not reveal his inner turmoil. Otherwise, the prospect of a deeper connection with Connolly would slip away. He smiled and replied, "Sure, why not?" "So straightforward?" Connolly chuckled. "I thought someone like you wouldn't want a legitimate girlfriend." "Why would that be?" Lin Tian responded, gazing at Connolly. On this side, Lin Tian and Connolly were deeply engrossed in each other, while Jordan on the court muttered in frustration, "This kid needs to face some real competition. It's high time someone taught him how to break through a double team." Pippen nodded in agreement. When have our Chicago stars ever been subjected to this? We must take him down. Chapter 61. What constitutes a textbook scoundrel? I truly feel a flutter in my heart. Connolly suddenly broke into a bright smile. Yet Lin Tian could discern a trace of sorrow hidden within that radiance. "Regrettably, I spent the entire day conversing with my agent, the company, and several sponsors with whom I still have ongoing collaborations. We talked for hours." Connolly sighed, saying, "They all believe that if it's merely for some fun, or even a genuine romance, that's acceptable, but it cannot be approached in this manner." Connolly then lowered her head, avoiding Lin Tian's gaze. "I came here 2 days ago seeking gossip and publicity, but now that I've garnered a bit of attention, they immediately want me to sever ties. I don't understand what they're thinking, but if I don't comply, I might spend the rest of my life repaying breach of contract fees. What's more, my agent is negotiating a film for me, an art house piece. I read the script, and it is the finest I have encountered in recent years." Hearing Connolly express this, Lin Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Regarding Connolly's predicament, Lin Tian found himself puzzled. He thought about how Connolly was perceived as a pure-hearted actress, yet she had already portrayed numerous audacious roles in films. Furthermore, this was Hollywood, where genuine relationships, marriage, and even more extravagant affairs were never barriers for stars. They indulged in such escapades freely. However, Lin Tian understood that as a scoundrel who had agreed to support Rodman in realizing his dreams, he should neither question the rationale behind it nor express understanding. Naturally, he could not adopt a domineering demeanor, declaring, "I'll cover your breach of contract fees." At this moment, a scoundrel should simply smile and exude charm. This is by no means an easy task. Misjudging the balance or going too far can render it quite distasteful. Yet, at this moment, Lin Tian, in Connolly's eyes, suddenly exuded an inexplicable feeling, an impression as if he had missed the entirety of the world. Although the two had known each other for barely 48 hours, and this was merely their second encounter, certain sentiments defy reason and logic. Connolly felt an overwhelming urge to weep, but her rationality and aspirations for an acting career compelled her to suppress all her impulses. She merely smiled softly and said, "Go warm up. You'll be playing tonight, won't you? This might be the last time I get to watch you play live. Could you provide me with a memorable performance?" Lin Tian nodded, rising from his seat and making his way to the court. He too wished to leave Connolly with an indelible impression. However, he felt overwhelmed. He could scarcely recall how long he had played with Jordan and Pippen the previous day. All he knew was that Jordan had a disappointing start, hitting only one of his 4 attempts in the first quarter, while Pippen had committed 3 turnovers in that same period. The performance of these two individuals was utterly aberrant. The Bulls found themselves trailing the Clippers by 9 points at the end of the first quarter, with a score of 18-27. In the second quarter, Lin Tian stepped onto the court. Just before his entrance, he was suddenly reminded of the numerous serious basketball novels he had read in his previous life, where the protagonists would invariably emerge like heroes at such moments, wreaking havoc and reclaiming the score, concluding the night with a game-winning shot or a career-high performance. However, Lin Tian was evidently no paragon of virtue, nor were his teammates. Even the elusive god of basketball seemed to be in jest. The final score read 78-100, marking a staggering 22-point defeat for the Bulls. Jordan managed only 20 points on 7 of 20 shooting, marking his worst performance of the season. Pippen contributed a mere 8 points, 9 rebounds, and 5 assists, alongside a troubling 6 turnovers. Lin Tian's performance was even more dismal. He recorded a paltry 2 points and 3 assists without making a single shot, missing all 8 attempts. In light of his poor form, Jackson allotted him a mere 11 minutes on the court. This evening not only marked the Bulls' first loss of over 20 points this season, but it was also the most abysmal outing for Jordan, Pippen, and Lin Tian collectively. Phil Jackson could no longer tolerate the team's dismal state by the third quarter. He seized a random opportunity to unleash a tirade at the referees, venting his frustrations, only to receive 2 technical fouls and exit the arena. Following such a monumental defeat, the mood among the Bulls was profoundly somber. The specter of failure loomed over them, and the locker room was steeped in silence, with teammates quietly gathering their belongings before departing. As for Lin Tian, upon learning that the team would not return to Chicago until the following morning, he brazenly sought Jackson to request leave, but was unsuccessful in locating him. Who could know where Jackson had retreated to vent his ire after leaving the game in the third quarter? Perhaps he had gone to seek solace with Aunt Jenny? This, of course, implied that Lin Tian could do the same. Thus, after everyone had vacated the locker room, Lin Tian, unhurried and composed, stood up and made his way to the now desolate underground parking lot. He located a Ford Raptor, entirely different from the one he had driven the previous night, and, opening the door, leapt inside. Awaiting Lin Tian was a warm and inviting presence. "Why are you so late?" came Connolly's voice as she eagerly climbed in, pushing him back into his seat. "We should wait until everyone has left. After all, starting tomorrow, I will have to tell all interviewers that we have no relationship." Lin Tian, unwilling to be subdued, managed to twist around, regaining the upper hand, despite the limited space. "Is this the memory you choose to bestow upon me? Just from this one game?" Connolly struggled for a moment, but ultimately chose to surrender. Once Lin Tian had firmly established control, he relaxed, sitting upright and gazing at Connolly. Who was it in the third quarter that said, "Wait a moment, I'll find you in the parking lot"? You even specified the parking space and license plate number clearly. Just because we keep it private and refrain from dating doesn't mean we can't meet. Connolly felt somewhat embarrassed under Lin Tian's scrutiny. "I don't know how the atmosphere became so peculiar back then. Perhaps you should consider acting, as I sense you possess remarkable talent. You have an innate ability to evoke emotions effortlessly. Even the least skilled actress would surely be drawn into the performance by you." Lin Tian did not respond to Connolly's remarks. He had never contemplated acting in films, preferring authenticity instead. However, at that moment, he wished to refrain from further conversation, deciding to make his final statement before addressing the main topic. "Next time, let us switch to a Hummer. That vehicle offers ample space." Chapter 62. The most unsportsmanlike in NBA history. After departing from Los Angeles and completing yet another series of away games, the Chicago Bulls were once again granted 2 days of rest. In recent days, Jackson, nearly in a fit of rage, firmly locked the training facility's doors, prohibiting anyone from entering outside of scheduled practice times. He unequivocally stated that should anyone engage in petty rivalries or frivolous antics that compromise their competitive performance, they would find themselves relegated to the bench, regardless of who they were, including Jordan, Pippen, and all members of the team. Following Jackson's nearly explosive outburst, Both Jordan and Pippen acquiesced to his authority. Though they still sought to challenge Lin Tian during practice, the absurdity of their double-team drills was finally set aside. After a few days of recuperation, the Bulls rediscovered their status as one of the league's elite teams, triumphantly defeating the visiting Nets and the league's newcomers, the Raptors, by an impressive aggregate of 47 points across the two games. They swiftly dispelled the lingering gloom from their unexpected defeat to the Clippers and were back on the path to success once more. In these two matches, Lin Tian exhibited an exceptionally flawless performance, scoring over 20 points consecutively in both games, with playing time exceeding 20 minutes in each. The system's task of achieving 20 minutes of playtime in 10 consecutive games has finally resumed counting, as the Chicago Bulls re-established their momentum and the season progressed. Coach Jackson began to readjust his lineup. The Bulls' 5 main starting combinations are no longer fixed, apart from Jordan and Pippen. Even Rodman has come off the bench for 2 games. Although it is still January, Jackson, with the championship as his goal, has already commenced preparations for the playoffs, seeking to refine the best lineup for the postseason. What is most astonishing is the Bulls' terrifying consistency during this period. Throughout January, they cycled through 7 different starting lineups, with 9 players having taken the court as starters, including Lin Tian, who was elevated to the starting lineup twice. Nevertheless, during this time, the Bulls lost only once, achieving an undeniably perfect record, regardless of how they shuffled their lineup or deepened their bench to experiment with various combinations. They continued to secure victory after victory, firmly maintaining their position atop the league standings. As January 31st arrived, the Bulls had embarked on yet another 9-game winning streak, elevating their overall record to an astounding 41 wins and 6 losses. They not only unambiguously held the top position in the league, but Jordan also averaged 31 points per game this season, while Hakeem Olajuwon, in second place for scoring, averaged merely 27 points, an impressive lead of over 4 points that virtually secured Jordan's 8th scoring title 3 months in advance. The Bulls are averaging 105 points per game this season, leading the league, while conceding an average of only 92 points, the second lowest in the league. In other words, the Bulls possess the number 1 offense and the second best defense this season. Their average margin of victory stands as the highest in the league without doubt. The unique and formidable dominance of Chicago has swept across the entire league by the halfway point of the season, leaving the entire league trembling in its wake. This season seems to be drawing to a premature conclusion, as the Bulls' ambitions have subtly shifted from merely winning the championship to achieving the best record in NBA history. After all, based on the Bulls' current winning percentage, their first-half performance ranks as the second highest in league history, second only to the invincible Lakers of the 1971-1972 season, the team that achieved a 33-game winning streak and finished the season with a flawless record of 69 wins and 13 losses, ultimately breaking the Celtics' dominance to claim the championship. Now, the Bulls stand as the most likely candidates to shatter the Lakers' record, potentially becoming the first team in NBA history to achieve 70 wins in a single season. Expectations for them are soaring. On January 31st, 1996, the Chicago Bulls, riding a remarkable 9-game winning streak, prepared to face yet another formidable opponent at the United Center in Chicago. The Bulls' longtime rivals, the Utah Jazz, led by the legendary duo of Karl Malone and John Stockton, stood as the second seed in the Western Conference. For the Bulls, the Jazz represented a significant challenge, having secured their position as the Western Conference's runner-up, just behind the equally formidable Seattle Supersonics. The partnership of Malone and Stockton is renowned as one of the most celebrated duos in NBA history, having played together for nearly 2 decades and accrued numerous accolades, though a championship title has eluded them. Besides being known as the Utah Duo, they are also famously referred to by the monikers the Utah Dirty Duo or the Utah Dark Duo. These two individuals engage in play that is undeniably marked by an unsportsmanlike nature. Throughout the annals of NBA history, countless players have garnered a reputation for their unscrupulous playing style. Names such as Lammer, Mahorn, Oakley, and Mason follow by the likes of Bowen, Beverly, and Pachulia, all of whom could easily find their place on such a roster. However, it is noteworthy that the majority of these players are role players rather than the cornerstone of their teams. In other words, while true team superstars may exhibit toughness and occasionally resort to underhanded tactics, the overwhelming majority of elite players hold themselves above engaging in such base conduct. They cannot afford to tarnish their reputations. Yet, Karl Malone and John Stockton stand out as absolute anomalies within this list. These two individuals can undoubtedly be regarded as superstars of the league. In terms of skill, status, and statistics, they epitomize the pinnacle of excellence within the NBA. However, both possess an unusual affinity for underhanded tactics, dirty plays, and aggressive maneuvers. They revel in the art of the foul, embracing the physicality of the game. Consequently, if one were to seek out the most notorious player in the annals of NBA history, opinions would vary widely, and numerous candidates might emerge. Yet, if we were to impose the prefix elite superstar upon this selection, it becomes evident that only these two individuals stand out throughout the entire history of the NBA. Their duality of being both unscrupulous and exceptionally skilled serves as their defining hallmark. Perhaps it is this shared penchant for a more ruthless style of play that has allowed these two to collaborate seamlessly, battling together in Utah for nearly 2 decades. Birds of a feather, as they say. Thus, the Jazz not only rank among the league's elite teams, but also stand as one of the most unpopular franchises in the entire NBA. Particularly after the dissolution of the Bad Boys era in Detroit, they have become the most despised team in the league. It could be said that outside of Utah, they struggle to find any fans at all who among the respectable populace would take a liking to them. At such a juncture, encountering the Jazz is particularly disconcerting for the people of Chicago. This marks their 3rd occasion this season achieving a 9-game winning streak. On the previous 2 instances, they unfortunately faltered in their pursuit of a 10th consecutive victory. This time marks their 3rd attempt to achieve 10 consecutive victories. Yet at this very moment, they find themselves confronting the most formidable opponent in the league, the toughest nut to crack, and the most despised rival. Chapter 63. The Utah Duo proudly embracing darkness. In this match, Jackson has once again altered his starting lineup. Rodman, Kukoc, Pippen, Jordan, and Harper have united to take the court as the starting 5. We observe that the Bulls have deployed their 9th starting lineup of the season. Faced with a formidable opponent like the Jazz, and at a crucial juncture in pursuit of a 10-game winning streak, it is quite astonishing that Phil Jackson has opted for such a novel arrangement. This truly comes as a surprise. In the CBS studio, Marcus expressed his astonishment, pondering whether to commend Jackson for his audacity or to deem him yet another mad scientist of the league. Incidentally, speaking of mad scientists, Coach Don Nelson was dismissed just hours prior. No one anticipated that the 3rd-seeded New York team would encounter such upheaval at this juncture. Yet perhaps this outcome was fated from the moment old Nelson arrived in New York. After all, his first order of business was to trade the team's leader, Ewing, in a bid to acquire O'Neal. From a moment management declined to trade Ewing, Nelson had already offended the entire New York Mafia, making his dismissal merely a matter of time. However, no one could have predicted it would come so swiftly. This year, the Bulls have one less rival in the East. Smith, Marcus's partner, chuckled and remarked, "Now, returning to tonight's game, the Jazz's starting lineup has also been announced, featuring their most proficient quintet, center Felton Spencer, team leader Karl Malone, and John Stockton, complemented by the second scorer, former All-Star Jeff Hornacek and David Benoit. This starting 5 has been utilized by the Jazz for an impressive 72 consecutive games since last season. The synergy and energy among these 5 cannot be underestimated." As the commentators introduce the players, both teams have taken to the court, awaiting the official commencement of the match. The referee glanced at his watch, then proceeded to center court, tossing the ball into the air, with the Bulls now adopting a smaller lineup. Even the indomitable Rodman found himself outmatched in the jump ball against the 213-centimeter Felton Spencer. Thus, Rodman refrained from jumping altogether, neglecting even to assume the customary jump ball stance. As the referee tossed the ball, he turned and made his way toward his own basket. Rodman's character was unmistakably on display at that moment. The Jazz's offense commenced with a classic pick and roll from Stockton and Malone, with the two executing a high cross screen. Harper initially aimed to maneuver around the screen, but upon turning, he found Malone's imposing elbow blocking his path. Had it not been for Harper's quick reflexes, he might have suffered a concussion and been forced to exit the game in the very first possession. Meanwhile, Stockton, having gained space from the screen, surged toward the paint before promptly delivering the ball to Malone on the opposite side. Upon receiving the basketball, Malone elevated for his signature catch-and-shoot jumper. Swish! With a crisp sound, Malone opened the scoring for the Jazz. In just a single possession, one could discern Malone's fierce playing style. During pick and rolls, his elbows cleared the path. Yet his approach to offense belied his muscular physique. If one were to judge Malone solely by his appearance without witnessing his gameplay, they might mistake him for a bruising interior player akin to Barkley or O'Neal. However, those who have watched Malone in action understand that he is, in fact, a mid-range virtuoso. When considering the skill of mid-range shooting, he stands out as the most accurate and proficient among all interior players prior to Nowitzki. Indeed, extending this observation to the entire 1990s, aside from Jordan and the mid-range king Allen Houston, there is no one else who would dare to claim their mid-range shooting surpassed Malone's. The subsequent possessions took many by surprise, as neither team opted for staunch defense. Rather, they collectively channeled their energies into offense. The Jazz's offensive scheme featured an endless array of pick-and-roll combinations and off-ball screens, with each player engaging in a relentless dance of screens and movement. Their offensive structure was meticulous yet monotonous, executed almost entirely according to strategy, with scant moments of breathtaking excitement for the spectators. Monotonous, yet formidable. On the other hand, with Kukoc elevated to the starting lineup for the Bulls, the team's offensive spacing became extraordinarily expansive. Kukoc beyond the arc was a threat no coach would dare to leave unguarded. Consequently, Sabonis had no choice but to match up with Kukoc on the perimeter. In this scenario, Jordan's formidable offensive prowess was fully unleashed. The Jazz's interior defense had effectively transformed into his personal playground. Standing at a mere 191 centimeters, the lackluster Horacek was utterly incapable of posing any real threat to Jordan. His presence was less intimidating than that of Jordan's grandmother. After all, Jordan had to be cautious about inadvertently injuring Horacek's grandmother with a shoulder check, which restrained him from unleashing his full potential. However, when it came to Horacek, Jordan showed no mercy, effortlessly dominating him with ease and grace. Jazz head coach Sloan found himself powerless to intervene as Jordan effortlessly overwhelmed Horacek. What could he possibly do? Sacrifice the 185-centimeter Stockton to face certain defeat? Or substitute the defensively challenged David Benoit to absorb a beating? Not only would Jordan continue to thrive under such circumstances, but even Pippen, upon witnessing the diminutive Horacek, would undoubtedly revel in the opportunity to indulge in a personal scoring spree. The inherent disadvantage in roster composition was something even the most skilled coach could not rectify. Sloan was left to gamble, opting to deploy the nearest Jazz player to double-team Jordan, while leaving Huber or Kukoc open. Initially, the Jazz's consecutive double teams yielded some effect, causing the somewhat flustered Bulls to miss twice. However, Jackson swiftly recalibrated the strategy, positioning the sharpshooting Kukoc alongside Jordan to exploit the double team with Kukoc's shooting range and passing prowess. With both Jordan and Kukoc on the same side, the Jazz's defensive scheme was immediately dismantled. Jordan's elite passing and defensive anticipation, coupled with Kukoc's court vision and range, punctured the entire Jazz defense. Kukoc seized the opportunity to score 2 consecutive three-pointers and then executed a seamless cut alongside Jordan to finish with a layup. As the Jazz's defensive focus began to shift towards Kukoc, he continued to facilitate the Bulls' offense, revitalizing their attack. Chapter 64, A Sudden Shift, an unexpected reduction in forces. With Jordan, a lethal weapon in the low post, the Jazz's defense had begun to crumble, revealing vulnerabilities everywhere. Under their leadership and orchestration, the Bulls surged ahead in the latter half of the first quarter, quickly establishing a lead of approximately 10 points. At this juncture, Sloan's sole recourse was to pray. Pray that Malone's offensive prowess could match Jordan's, pray that Jordan would miss his shots, and pray that every pass he made would fail to find its mark. Alas, for the latter half of the first quarter, it appeared that the heavens had not heeded Sloan's entreaties. Throughout the first quarter, the Jazz found themselves consistently outmatched by the Bulls. It wasn't until the final 3 minutes of the first quarter that Lin Tian received his opportunity to take the court. Yet, despite the Jazz's unyielding defensive strategy, Lin Tian managed to evade the initial line of defense. However, his shooting ability remained somewhat inconsistent, leaving him with few advantageous chances to score. Fortunately, even against the Jazz's bench players, Lin Tian's modest performance kept the score differential hovering around 10 points, without any significant shifts in momentum. Lin Tian played from the end of the first quarter until just 8 minutes remained in the second, during which he recorded 4 points and 2 assists on 2 of 5 shooting, an unremarkable performance at best. Following this, both teams re-entered the fray with their star players. The initial probing of the first quarter had concluded, and both sides began to play with fervor and intensity. The confrontation escalated, with actions becoming increasingly reckless, and a flurry of trash talk and elbows began to fly. The score differential remained relatively balanced, oscillating between 6 to 10 points, as the Jazz struggled to close the gap while the Bulls had no effective means to extend their lead. As the second quarter approached its final 4 minutes, the score stood at 41-48, with the Bulls leading by 7, thanks to Kukoc's stellar performance in the first quarter. Then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded on the court. During a low-post offensive maneuver, Jordan's elbow made a somewhat excessive motion, causing Hornacek, who was defending behind him, to tumble to the floor. Although the referee refrained from blowing the whistle, Malone, who was positioned for help defense, could not stand idly by while his teammate was so brazenly knocked down. He stepped forward, unleashing his renowned iron elbow toward Jordan, who had just leaped into the air. The resulting thud was a sound that shattered hearts throughout the United Center, as Jordan let out a pained cry and plummeted to the ground, losing his balance and crashing heavily onto the floor. I don't care if this is Chicago or the moon. If you dare to throw elbows at our player, I will take you down. Do you understand? After entangling with Malone for nearly a half, and fueled by countless past grievances, Rodman could not let this affront slide. He charged at Malone, delivering a shoulder check that sent the Utah bruiser sprawling to the ground. Rodman was not one for idle banter or back-and-forth exchanges. He swiftly executed a one-handed save, landing on top of Malone, and in an instant, the two were engulfed in a fracas. In teams like the Bulls and the Jazz, one might question the presence of any virtuous characters. Even Kukoc, in a subtle act of malice, tripped the ever-cunning Stockton as he attempted to intervene. In an instant, chaos erupted on the court as players surged forward. Meanwhile, Lin Tian was the first to rise from his seat, eager to rush onto the court. However, Jackson, well acquainted with Lin Tian's temperament and penchant for brawling, was prepared. "Bill, restrain him," exclaimed Wennington, seated beside Lin Tian. As the team's foremost peacemaker, he used his considerable strength to envelop Lin Tian. "Don't go. You'll end up hurting someone." Wennington knew all too well the extent of Lin Tian's fighting prowess. What could Lin Tian do? Strike Wennington? Faced with this well-meaning companion, he found it impossible to lay a hand on him. His only recourse was to forcefully attempt to break through Wennington's embrace. "Ugh, hey, ha!" Lin Tian exerted himself thrice, but to no avail. Wennington proved steadfast. His years in the league were a testament to his commendable durability. Lin Tian's lack of strength was once again laid bare. Insufficient power hindered my offensive capabilities. However, at that moment, Jackson appeared before Lin Tian, stating, "If you refrain from fighting, you shall become our primary offensive threat for the remainder of this game. I assure you, Michael will not return to the court, and Scott is likely to be ejected. Consider your options, Lin. Either charge into the fray or seize this rare opportunity to experience unfettered freedom in scoring. That is bribery. It is a shameless inducement." Lin Tian retorted indignantly. "My bond with Michael cannot be swayed by mere promises of unrestricted scoring. He is my brother, my dearest friend." As Scott threw another punch, Michael lay motionless on the ground, both sidelined, one suspended, the other injured. Upon concluding his remarks, Jackson took a seat. "I've sweetened the deal. The rest is up to you." "Bill, let me go," Lin Tian declared, having regained his composure. With a doubtful look from Wennington, Lin Tian swiftly positioned himself beside Jackson, earnestly proclaiming, "I am not motivated by mere scoring privileges. I play for the team's 10-game winning streak, for the honor of Chicago, and to prove that I can avenge my teammates through the art of basketball." Jackson cast a sidelong glance at Lin Tian, shrugged his shoulders, and uttered not a word. At this moment, the situation on the court, thanks to the efforts of security and the referees, was gradually coming under control. Malone and Rodman were entangled in a fierce struggle, with no one able to discern who had the upper hand. Yet, judging by their expressions, it was evident that both considered themselves victors. Stockton, having been tripped by Kukoc, found himself flat on the ground, feigning injury and howling in distress. Meanwhile, Pippen single-handedly confronted Bannister and Morris, earning the title of the evening's foremost warrior. Undoubtedly, the greatest concern was Jordan. Until the conflict subsided, he remained sprawled on the floor, refusing to rise. Chapter 65, granting you unlimited firepower. Fortunately, the situation had stabilized, and the Bulls team physician hurried forth to assess Jordan's injuries. A few minutes later, under the watchful gaze of all Chicago fans, the physician rose slowly, addressing Jackson. "There appears to be no significant issue. No structural damage is evident, and it is likely just a minor injury. However, for precautionary reasons, we recommend that Michael does not participate in the second half of this game." We hope he can proceed to the hospital for further examination to ensure his well-being." Without hesitation, Jackson nodded, instructing the medical staff to escort Jordan away immediately. For Jackson, concerns about historical records, the curse of 10 consecutive victories, or the need to deliver a resounding blow to the Jazz were utterly inconsequential. His singular goal for this season was a championship. The team star, Jordan, simply could not afford to be injured at this juncture. He must remain healthy. Thus, the notion of playing through a minor injury was unacceptable, particularly during the regular season. Even as Jordan protested, insisting he could continue, the medical staff and Jackson resolutely disregarded his pleas, almost dragging him off the court. At around the same time, the referees rendered their decisions. Rodman, having been the first to throw a punch, was promptly ejected from the game, while Pippen, Kukoc, Bannister, and others received technical fouls. Conversely, Stockton, having been tripped before entering the fray, escaped without incurring a technical foul. These officiating decisions are, in essence, not overly contentious. In contrast, the home crowd is far more preoccupied with Jordan's injury. However, the subsequent calls made by the referees incited an absolute uproar at the United Center. Remarkably, Malone was penalized with merely a flagrant foul, escaping ejection and remaining on the court. His brutal elbow against Jordan and the skirmish with Rodman went unpunished. How could the fans possibly tolerate such injustice? A torrent of boos and vehement disapproval directed at the referees surged through the arena. The cacophony of vulgarities and expletives persisted for several minutes. Yet, it was evident that no matter the outcry from the fans, the referees remained steadfast in their rulings, allowing Malone and Stockton to continue playing. Conversely, the Bulls found themselves at a disadvantage, losing two of their indispensable core players, Rodman and Jordan, due to a single altercation. The Bulls were in dire straits. This is the first thought that crosses the minds of everyone watching the match. Lin, go ahead. Remember what I told you. Jackson, unfazed, as if the struggles of his team bore no weight upon him, calmly declared, "You have unlimited freedom to shoot. Play as you wish." With that, Lin Tian rolled up his sleeves and stood up. Together with Kukoc, Pippen, Rodman, and Kerr, he strode onto the court. With 3 minutes and 40 seconds remaining in the first half, the score, following a series of technical free throws, stood at 50-42. The Bulls maintained an 8-point lead, and the first possession belonged to them. "Kid, are you ready to take a beating?" Stockton taunted. "I thought you were tough. Why didn't you step up earlier? Or did the scene frighten you into submission? Did you perhaps wet yourself? Are you wearing diapers? Have you soaked through?" Stockton wasted no time before unleashing a barrage of trash talk directed at Lin Tian. After having dismantled two of the Bulls' key players, his verbal onslaught was relentless, aimed at shattering the Bulls' morale completely. Simultaneously, Malone emphatically clapped his hands, urging everyone, pick up the intensity. Defend this play. Don't be as soft as the Chicago girls. He was determined that they would secure the lead before the end of the half. "Old dog," Lin Tian said, using his elbow to create space for himself as he prepared to receive the ball. "Have you even seen my scouting report? Do you know how fast I am?" Upon finishing his sentence, he suddenly accelerated with the dribble, transforming into a streak of crimson lightning, darting past Stockton in an instant. As for Stockton's physical prowess, one might argue it is lacking. However, he is a paragon of endurance, having completed 17 out of 19 seasons in his illustrious career without missing a game, only absent for 22 games across 2 seasons. This marks a lengthy career spanning 19 years. Even in Stockton's final season, the 2002-2003 season, the 40-year-old Stockton managed to play all 82 games. The endurance of this body is undoubtedly that of an elite figure at the pinnacle of the pyramid. However, if one were to claim that his physical attributes are exceptional, speed, vertical leap, strength, flexibility, everything one can conceive as indicative of physical prowess is rather unremarkable in his case. It is as though this individual has allocated all his innate talents solely to endurance. At this moment, the defender, intent on delivering a spectacular maneuver akin to Stockton, was astounded to find himself not only easily surpassed by Lin Tian, but also unable to keep pace with him. Indeed, without the ball, he was unable to catch up to Lin Tian, who was dribbling. Observing that Stockton could not close the gap, Lin Tian saw no reason to grant him the opportunity to reposition himself defensively. He sprinted past the three-point line of the Jazz, then abruptly halted, raising his hand as if to signal a play. Just as the Jazz players relaxed their vigilance, believing he intended to temper the tempo, Lin Tian accelerated once more. Whoosh! Stockton, who had finally managed to reach Lin Tian's side, was met with a sudden rush of air as Lin Tian vanished from sight again. Once more, he effortlessly bypassed Stockton. The Jazz players could scarcely fathom Lin Tian's swiftness, nor could they anticipate that Stockton's once proud defense would be so easily breached not once, but twice in succession. Lin Tian charged directly towards the basket, undeterred by the imposing presence of Malone, who approached with an air of aggression and challenge. What purpose is there in shying away from difficulty? With immense determination, Lin Tian launched himself into the air, colliding with Malone. In that instant, he deftly maneuvered the basketball from his fingertips, eluding Malone's outstretched arms just in time. Swish. Beep. Foul on Karl Malone. 2 points awarded, plus a free throw. The referee immediately blew his whistle, eager to prevent any further escalation of conflict. The number of individuals departing the court tonight had already been substantial. There was no need for any additional casualties. Their year-end bonuses and performance evaluations could not withstand any further losses. Yet it was evident that Lin Tian was unconcerned with the referee's potential bonuses. Chapter 66. Teaching the innocent to play dirty. After successfully scoring and earning an opportunity for a free throw, Lin Tian, without a moment's hesitation, made a provocative gesture toward Malone. He bent slightly at the waist, gesturing with his hand just 20 centimeters above the ground, proclaiming, "Is this all you've got? Who do you think you can intimidate? My 90-year-old grandmother? Kid, do you wish to be carried off like Michael?" Malone's eyes widened, fixated on Lin Tian, his demeanor suggesting he was ready to strike at any moment. "Old dog, do you wish to be taken off like Kemp? If so, we can certainly test that." Lin Tian stood his ground, locking eyes with Malone. Should Malone dare to show any inclination to escalate the situation, Lin Tian would ensure that Malone would be on the ground within 10 seconds. "Do you think I am a weakling like that incompetent Camp, easily toppled at your whim? Do you believe I am soft like Michael, someone you can dismiss with ease?" In the face of trash talk, Lin Tian shows no mercy. If it weren't for the fact that Jordan had already been forcibly carried off by the team physician, he would have certainly stepped forward to inquire how exactly he had become so soft. "Kid, just wait. If you dare, charge into the paint in the next round." Malone scoffed, choosing not to engage further in banter with Lin Tian. There was no need to exchange words with a madman who would insult even the team's leader. Such taunts would not affect him. Instead, it was imperative to deliver something substantial to this young man. As Lin Tian stood at the free throw line, he took a deep breath and confidently sank the shot. Today marked the first day he had unlimited freedom to shoot. He had to seize the moment. After scoring, Lin Tian couldn't resist taunting Malone once more. "In your lifetime, can you score without relying on mid-range shots, softy? Have the guts to drive into the paint." Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, two individuals' eyes widened in astonishment. Malone erupted in anger. "You bastard, I'll show you who the real softy is." Meanwhile, the peacekeeper Wellington wore a look of despair. "Why provoke him when you don't even play in the paint? Don't worry, he has nothing to fear, just a paper tiger." Lin Tian patted Wellington on the back and declared, "In the next round, let's play like this." As he spoke, he swiftly returned to defense. In this instance, Stockton entrusted the ball to Malone, who, contrary to his usual demeanor, positioned himself in the low post. With a forceful thrust of his body against Wellington, he unleashed a powerful elbow strike directly to Wellington's chest, nearly causing the towering figure to cough up blood. Wellington lost his footing, stumbling back 2 steps, while Malone wore a triumphant grin, poised to leap for a dunk. Suddenly, he felt the ball slip from his grasp. Lin Tian had deftly intercepted it, cradling it in his arms. With the finesse of a level 2 interceptor combined with Peyton's gloved theft, Lin Tian executed the maneuver with remarkable ease. After securing the ball, Lin Tian feigned a rapid advance, but after merely 2 steps forward, he halted abruptly, prompting Malone to scramble back defensively. Lin Tian smirked, almost forgetting his intention to challenge him again. "Hurry back, you slow old dog," he taunted, dribbling as he dismissively waved his hand. "I'll give you a chance to avoid claiming I'm bullying you. Get moving, boy, when this next round concludes. If you can still walk off the court under your own power, I'll share your surname." Lin Long, as a name, had its merits indeed. Lin Tian chuckled while gradually advancing. As the play settled into a half-court battle, he suddenly surged forward, effortlessly slipping past Stockton, who had never been known for his speed. Stockton realized that to thwart Lin Tian, he would have to resort to underhanded tactics. However, at that moment, he deemed it more fitting to leave the dirty work to his reliable teammate. Thus, in a rare display, Stockton refrained from hindering Lin Tian, allowing him to penetrate the paint unimpeded. Malone stepped forward, his infamous iron elbows poised and ready. Prepare to prematurely conclude Lin Tian's season at the slightest hint of him leaping. Yet, just as Malone braced himself for action, Lin Tian unexpectedly released the basketball, sending it soaring over Malone's head. Almost simultaneously, Malone felt a weight descend upon him as Bill Winnington bore down upon him. The towering figure, standing an impressive 213 centimeters, leapt from his side, forcefully overpowering Ma Long with a spectacular alley-oop dunk. With a thunderous crash, the entire United Center erupted in a frenzy. A tidal wave of exuberant cheers and vehement jeers surged towards Ma Long. Wellington sent Ma Long crashing to the ground with a resounding slam. Such a scene, Chicago fans could scarcely dare to imagine. What a splendid pass. Lin once again showcases his composure and exceptional passing ability. Just when we all anticipated he would take the shot himself, he astoundingly opted to pass. Marcus from CBS expressed a heartfelt admiration. While Worthington's dunk was equally impressive, the credit for this play predominantly belongs to Lin. Now, I eagerly await what Malone will do to redeem himself. Smith chuckled, remarking, in his lifetime, he has likely never been dunked on like that. Not to mention the one who dunked him is merely an obscure character. His pride will surely compel him to take action to restore his reputation. After Worthington's dunk over Malone, his initial reaction was to reach out and help the fallen Malone. Fortunately, Lin was right beside him, pulling Worthington back and scolding. Have you forgotten how this scoundrel just elbowed you? Moreover, didn't I just tell you what we should do now? Upon hearing Lin's words, Worthington, feeling somewhat embarrassed, responded, Isn't that a bit inappropriate? If you wish to dunk like that again, you better listen to me. Lin then bent down again, this time pressing his palm firmly against the floor. If you go any lower, you might as well dig a hole to bury yourself, you soft-hearted weakling. After a moment of hesitation, Worthington also placed his hand on the floor, declaring, Let us bury ourselves. Then, as if he had done something particularly embarrassing, he quickly turned and fled. His speed even surpassed that of Lin. Karl Malone's emotions were in turmoil, causing him to drop a disposable item. Indomitable Iron Elbow, 3 uses. Indomitable Iron Elbow. When the host intentionally injures someone, each use inflicts an additional 20 damage. Good heavens! Lin felt a surge of joy upon seeing what Malone had just dropped. Simultaneously, he made a secret determination. Tonight, this item must be put to use. Chapter 67. The Overbearing Lin Tian. At this moment, Malone's remaining rationality was dwindling. His eyes were bloodshot, nostrils flaring with rage. He truly felt the urge to kill. This rascal Lin is pushing it too far. As Lin quickly transitioned back on defense, he immediately sensed that Malone's condition was rather precarious. Thus he patted Worthington on the shoulder and said, You go guard their substitute center, Adam Feeke, and let Tony handle their small forward. What about you? Worthington inquired with concern. He was a pacifist at heart, but he wasn't foolish. He could clearly see that Malone was in a furious state. Let me take on Malone. I can handle it. After all, I was the one who provoked him. You rest easy. Lin playfully swatted Worthington's backside and said, I don't want anyone else falling victim to his elbow. Leave him to me, and I will ensure the world recognizes my terror. Lin Tian, after finishing his words, forcefully pushed Wen Ning aside and swiftly found himself behind Malone. Are you here to meet your demise, kid? Malone exclaimed, his eyes lighting up at the sight of Lin Tian personally defending against him. Akin to a starved man suddenly encountering a sumptuous feast. Eagerly, he reached for the basketball, preparing to launch his attack while not forgetting to hurl taunts. May I interview you? What compels you to confront me, even after I've been provoked? Seeking your own destruction? It's the confidence that I can defend against you. Lin Tian retorted, fully aware that Malone was merely a mediocre power forward. Had he been up against the likes of Kemp, Robinson, O'Neal, Ewing, or Olajuwon, he might have felt some trepidation. However, dealing with Malone was a matter of ease. You're courting disaster. Malone continued, probing Lin Tian's strength and defensive stance, intent on shattering him with this play. With a resounding thud, the initial collision saw Lin Tian barely resisting, stumbling back 2 steps under Malone's force. Attempting to withdraw? Such trivial tactics won't deceive me. Malone sneered, launching a second assault. Another thunderous impact echoed as Lin Tian retreated once more, now encroaching upon the restricted area. Once more, Malone gathered his strength, his elbow sharply raised, preparing to deliver a devastating blow, determined to topple Lin Tian entirely. After the initial exchanges, Malone had already gauged Lin Tian's strength. Insignificant, utterly insignificant. As long as he safeguarded the ball from being intercepted by this youth, he was confident that this play would leave Lin Tian utterly humiliated. Taking a moment to compose himself, Malone assessed Lin Tian's footwork, confirming that he had no intentions of attempting any tricks. With unwavering determination, Malone unleashed a powerful elbow strike towards Lin Tian. Bang! At that moment, the strike landed squarely on Lin Tian's prepared hand, yet it failed to inflict any harm upon him. Simultaneously, Ma Long was abruptly overwhelmed by an immense force emanating from Lin Tian, rendering him nearly incapable of completing his turn. This power! Ma Long gazed in disbelief, his eyes wide open, staring at Lin Tian, filled with astonishment. This young fellow actually possesses the strength to withstand the full force of my explosive impact? How could this be possible? In truth, it is indeed impossible. As a speed-oriented defender, strength is not Lin Tian's forte. Yet, just moments ago, following 2 consecutive collisions with Ma Long, Lin Tian unleashed a treasured asset he had been reserving. The power experience card of Shaquille O'Neal from the 2000 to 2001 season. The duration of this card, though merely 3 minutes, has sufficed for Lin Tian to endure the first half of the match. Upon harnessing the Shark's power, Lin Tian felt an overwhelming surge of frenetic energy coursing through his entire being, an experience inexplicable yet undeniably real. So wondrous it was. Despite Ma Long's astonishment and disbelief, he found himself thwarted by Lin Tian's defense, compounding the challenge. The time for offense was dwindling. Even if Ma Long could not displace Lin Tian, he had no choice but to muster his strength once more, striving to carve out whatever offensive space he could. Bang! Another resounding thud echoed as Lin Tian remained resolute, refusing to yield an inch. Come on, Carl. Don't bring shame to the women of Salt Lake City. Lin Tian taunted, unleashing yet another provocative remark that ignited Ma Long's fury. With no reservations left, Ma Long unleashed all his might in an explosive charge toward Lin Tian. Bang! Another reverberating impact resonated through the arena, causing many fans at the United Center to shut their eyes, unable to bear the sight. This is none other than the league's most notorious villain and the strongest interior player, Malone. They genuinely feared that Lin Tian, who is not known for his strength, would be utterly crushed by Malone. However, the subsequent scene sent the entire United Center into a frenzy. Not only did Lin Tian remain steadfast, seemingly rooted to the floor, but he also leapt alongside Malone as the latter attempted a jump shot. With a resounding clap, Lin Tian astonishingly held his ground against Malone's back, forcefully swatting his shot away, sending it soaring beyond the three-point line. Pippen swiftly embraced the basketball, opting not to rush the play, but instead waiting for Lin Tian to land and extend his hands for the ball before passing it to him. Go for another one, Lin. Go for another one. Pippen, now thoroughly exhilarated, clapped his hands and vocally encouraged Lin Tian. The previous exchanges had been nothing short of explosive, igniting even Pippen's adrenaline, not to mention the audience present. Such a forceful block after establishing position beneath the basket was enough to elicit the most fervent cheers for Lin Tian. After securing the ball, Lin Tian did not immediately exploit his speed advantage to advance. Instead, he stood his ground, turned to Malone, and asked, "What's wrong, darling? Are you too scared to even defend?" Malone's expression was one of sheer dismay, as he could never have anticipated that, after sending Jordan off the court, he would be schooled by a rookie. At this moment, he seemed to have forgotten how to deliver even the most trivial banter, uttering only a single phrase, "You're doomed." However, such a feeble threat held no weight in Lin Tian's eyes. Seizing the opportunity while the peak strength of O'Neal coursed through him, he aimed to orchestrate a grand play. Gradually advancing into the front court, Lin Tian spread his arms, signaling a tactic for the entire team to spread out. He was determined to engage in a one-on-one battle. Are you prepared to be surpassed once more? Lin Tian maneuvered the ball effortlessly, casting a glance at Stockton and inquired, "How about from the right side?" Chapter 68. A singular round of instruction for the Utah duo. With everyone spread out, Lin Tian ceased his weight. Confronted by Stockton, a defender of rather ordinary physical prowess, he felt no need for any feints. The basketball shifted to his right hand as he surged forward with unyielding speed. Even though Stockton was fully aware of Lin Tian's intentions, he found himself utterly powerless in the face of such an expansive opening. The chasm in speed is not something that can be altered by mere experience or skill. All Stockton could do was to directly grasp Lin Tian's arm, hoping that such a trivial gesture could impede Lin Tian's advance. Yet, the current Lin Tian is beyond Stockton's capacity to halt. If one were to liken Lin Tian before harnessing the power of a shark to a top-tier sports car with a W12 engine and a displacement of 6 litres fast, yet lacking in impact, then the Lin Tian of now is akin to a T-90 main battle tank equipped with a rocket engine. He has transformed into a rampaging mammoth. The hand Stockton placed on Lin Tian's arm did not pose any hindrance. Rather, it was Stockton himself who lost his balance under the overwhelming force of Lin Tian's momentum. With a dull thud, Stockton found himself unceremoniously sprawled on the floor, utterly disheveled. The ferocity of Lin Tian's impact is truly formidable. Meanwhile, Lin Tian paid no heed to Stockton's plight, for he was already charging forward. Down by the basket, Malone once again positioned himself between Lin Tian and the hoop. In that moment, his eyes were utterly crimson, consumed by an overwhelming fury that obliterated his reason. With a ferocious roar, Malone charged towards Lin Tian. Observing his movements, it was evident that he had no intention of merely blocking or defending the rim. His singular aim was to seize Lin Tian and hurl him to the ground. No. At that instant, more than half of the fans within the United Center instinctively closed their eyes, unable to bear witness to the impending spectacle. Concurrently, countless individuals had resolutely decided to intercept the Jazz team's bust that evening. Following Jordan, it was Lin Tian. If they could still endure this, what did it mean to be human? This night, they would ensure that Malone and Salt Lake City would pay dearly. Bang! Boom! Yet, what transpired next exceeded the wildest expectations of all the fans at the United Center. Lin Tian evaded the grasp of Malone entirely. His momentum was unaffected by the might of this colossal figure. The first sound of impact was the collision of Lin Tian and Malone, sending the latter sprawling. Malone's arm had barely the time to reach Lin Tian before he was sent flying. Then, in a moment of disbelief bordering on terror, Malone beheld Lin Tian launching into the air, executing a spectacular two-handed dunk. The play left even the referees in a state of bewilderment. They were undoubtedly aware of Malone's intentions and had even prepared a rush onto the court to prevent a second altercation during the match. However, the unfolding scene was beyond their comprehension. With sheer force, Lin Tian first toppled Stockton and then sent Malone flying. If this were the doing of O'Neal or Barkley, it would be within the realm of normalcy. Yet Lin Tian is merely a guard standing at 191 centimeters and weighing around 80 kilograms. My God, what has transpired? My God, Malone has been unceremoniously knocked over. He has been upended. Marcus's voice was clearly strained, filled with astonishment. Casting aside all notions of professionalism and the composure expected of a commentator. The best dunk of the season. No, the best play of the season has just occurred. This is it. Lin's performance tonight is nothing short of exhilarating. Absolutely exhilarating. No one could have anticipated that, in the absence of Rodman and Jordan. The Bulls would not only evade the Jazz's advances, but, under the leadership of rookie Lin Tian, deliver such a fiercely electrifying sequence. I believe that after this night, everyone will remember the name, Lin Tian. At this moment, after landing, Lin Tian glanced at the fallen Malone with a disdainful snort, then beckoned to Winnington beside him. The two shared an unspoken understanding and bent down together, with Lin Tian pressing his hand firmly against the floor. No words were necessary, no further trash talk required. Tonight, Lin Tian has utterly dismantled Malone. Karl Malone's emotions surged, dropping a disposable item. The mailman mid-range shot, entire match. Mailman mid-range shot acquires Karl Malone's mid-range shooting ability, with an additional 10 accuracy boost if the shot is taken following a screen and roll. Upon seeing Malone's dropped equipment, Lin Tian felt a surge of joy within. This is indeed a skill worthy of a scoring champion. It is this remarkable shooting ability that has elevated Malone to the status of a two-time MVP and a premier scorer in the league. This time, the shark power has proven its worth. After being imbued with the essence of the shark power, it astonishingly did not affect his speed or agility in the slightest. Such an occurrence defies logic and is utterly unscientific. For an ordinary individual to cultivate such formidable strength, one would typically need to gain at least 20 kilograms and sacrifice several tiers of speed to achieve it. Yet, he has harnessed the power of O'Neal without losing anything in the process. It is simply preposterous. Of course, if there were an interview at this moment, Lin Tian would undoubtedly tell the reporters, Do not be superstitious. Do not believe in concepts such as inner strength, lightness of body, or the weight of 1,000 pounds. Believe in science. He certainly does not wish to lead the youth astray. Simultaneously, amidst the frenzied fans of the United Center, Sloan found himself compelled to call for a timeout. He could hardly fathom that, even with two key players absent from the opposing team, his squad was being outmatched, failing to score a single point. This rookie named Lin Tian is simply astonishing. It seems that Lin Tian is a second-round pick. That implies he is bound by a mere 2-year contract. Let's bring him to Salt Lake City. The thought swiftly emerged in Sloan's mind, intensifying with each passing moment. After this notion took hold, he scarcely focused on devising strategies during the timeout. His mind was elsewhere. Meanwhile, the Jazz team utterly failed to regain their momentum and vigor after the break, still shaken by Lin Tian's earlier display of prowess. Consequently, the final minutes of the first half transformed into Lin Tian's personal showcase. He single-handedly dismantled the entire Jazz squad. In less than 4 minutes, Lin Tian achieved a flawless 5-4-5 shooting performance and converted all 3 of his free throws, amassing 13 points and delivering 2 assists. His assists led to a dunk by Winnington and a 3-pointer by Kukoc. During this span of 3 minutes and 40 seconds, the Bulls executed a perfect 7-4-7 from the field, erupting for an astonishing 18 points, while the Jazz could only muster a mere 5 points. The score stood at 68-47, with the gap exceeding 20 points. Chapter 69. The Power of Michael Guides Me. If there was anyone in the arena who was most astonished, it was undoubtedly Phil Jackson. He had indeed granted Lin Tian the freedom to shoot at will, positioning him as the focal point of the offense. Yet, he could never have imagined that Lin Tian would deliver such an exhilaratingly audacious performance. The entire United Center erupted in chants of MVP. In less than 4 minutes, he achieved a perfect shooting record, netting 13 points, providing 2 assists, and contributing 1 block and 1 steal. Such a performance, even when viewed across the entire league, is undeniably remarkable. Not to mention that Lin Tian is facing one of the top teams in the league, the second-ranked Jazz in the Western Conference. The intrinsic value of this situation far surpasses that of struggling teams like the Raptors, Grizzlies, and Timberwolves by an immeasurable magnitude, although Jackson maintained an air of calmness. As if everything were firmly under his control, his assessment of Lin Tian had once again elevated, with a commanding lead of 21 points. The Bulls' locker room was filled with exuberance during halftime, creating an atmosphere of sheer elation. Jackson merely advised them to remain vigilant, cautioning that 2 arduous quarters remained, after which he refrained from further commentary. He would allow his players to celebrate at the appropriate moment. His current concern was not the possibility of the team becoming overly complacent in the second half, but rather how to best position Lin Tian within the team. As the second half commenced, Jackson reached some preliminary conclusions. The first decision he made took everyone by surprise. Lin Tian was not included in the starting lineup for the second half. He opted for a starting duo of Hubble and Kerr, while the front court featured Winnington, Kukoc, and Pippen. In the absence of Jordan, he did not deploy the team's most effective guard, leaving many bewildered and unsure of Jackson's intentions. The fans in attendance even directed faint boos towards Jackson. Let Lin play. Let him annihilate the filthy Utah garbage. Phil, tonight Lin could score 50 points. Yet, you have relegated him to the bench. You are ruining a perfect evening. You clueless hippie. In response to the fans' protests, both Lin Tian and Jackson remained remarkably composed, seemingly unfazed by the uproar. Lin Tian, in particular, sensed a hint of Jackson's strategy. With neither Lin Tian nor Jordan on the court, and the Jazz regaining confidence and momentum during halftime, they embarked on their quest to close the gap. With 8 minutes remaining in the third quarter, the Jazz successfully reduced the deficit to 15 points. Should they manage to narrow the gap further, ideally to around 10 points, the intrigue of the game would be reignited instantly. At this moment, Jackson made a substitution, bringing Lin Tian, who had been trembling on the court during the first half, back into the game. Upon his return, he swiftly showcased his speed advantage, effortlessly bypassing Stockton and charging into the paint, heading straight for Malone. Then, an unexpected scene unfolded. It appeared that Malone, intimidated by Lin Tian's formidable explosiveness in the first half, refrained from contesting the shot. Instead, he merely gestured in a half-hearted attempt to defend, allowing Lin Tian to glide in for an easy layup. Subsequently, on the defensive end, Lin Tian applied intense, close-quarters pressure on Stockton, teaming up with Hubble for a double team and successfully stripped the ball from Stockton's grasp. After a furious sprint, he scored once more. In under 30 seconds, Lin Tian had amassed 4 points, erasing the hard-fought lead the Jazz had cultivated over the course of the half in an instant. The subsequent minutes of the third quarter transformed into yet another showcase for Lin Tian. Although the sharp power was no longer present, it was evident that Lin Tian had arrived at the pinnacle of his form tonight. As the saying goes, who doesn't indulge in dumplings during the new year? Every NBA player experiences a breakout moment that defines their career. This night undoubtedly belonged to Lin Tian. He first sank a three-pointer off a screen with precision, followed by a mid-range jumper, effortlessly bypassing Stockton once again. After these two baskets, Lin Tian was certain of his exceptional form this evening. No longer hesitating, he unleashed the formidable German cannon he had acquired from Schramm. This showcases the remarkable three-point shooting prowess of a two-time All-Star. Last season, Schramm boasted an impressive 50 shooting accuracy from beyond the arc. Coupled with Lin Tian's notable height advantage of 6 centimeters over Stockton and his absolute superiority in speed, along with his current form, there was no need for him to engage in physical confrontations in the paint with Malone. Time and again, Lin Tian maneuvered around Stockton using screens, either launching three-pointers or executing sudden mid-range jump shots. As Lin Tian repeatedly released the ball, it consistently found its way through the hoop. The point differential began to widen, and Stockton was left to witness the terrifying scoring ability and extraordinary speed of Lin Tian. He simply could not keep pace. With a remarkably simple motion, Lin Tian effortlessly outmaneuvered him, leaving Stockton in the dust. Even when the Jazz attempted to double-team Lin Tian in an effort to stifle his scoring momentum, he continually found open teammates to conclude the offensive plays. Fortunately for the Jazz, both Malone and Hornacek were in exceptional form during the second half, and despite Rodman's absence, they managed to keep scoring, albeit unable to contain their opponents. By the end of the third quarter, the score had settled at 102-77. In this era, achieving 77 points in 3 quarters is no small feat, and the Jazz's offensive performance tonight was undoubtedly commendable. Yet, they found themselves trailing by 25 points. This was due to the extraordinary Lin Tian. He led his team to surpass the century mark in the third quarter. Such scoring is a rarity in this era. Aside from teams like the Warriors and Nuggets, known for their offensive explosiveness, such performances are typically reserved for All-Star games. As for Lin Tian, he scored 22 points, dished out 4 assists, and recorded 3 steals in the third quarter alone. By the conclusion of the third quarter, his remarkable statistics stood at 15 successful shots from 21 attempts, 2 out of 3 from three-point range, and 7 out of 8 from the free throw line, totaling an astounding 39 points, 8 assists, 4 steals, and 0 turnovers. He completely overwhelmed the league's steals leader, Stockton. That night was destined to belong to Lin Tian. In the fourth quarter of the game, Sloan chose not to substitute Malone and Stockton. He was determined to make one final attempt. He could not believe that Lin Tian could maintain his astonishing form from the third quarter and was unwilling to concede defeat easily, especially in the absence of Jordan and Rodman. Jackson, evidently, had anticipated Sloan's intentions as well. He similarly deployed his strongest lineup, featuring Pippen, Kerr, Kukoc, Longley, and Lin Tian. If the Jazz refused to yield, he would ensure they were thoroughly vanquished. Chapter 70. After the black elbow comes the black foot. The Utah duo of black was undeniably fearsome. 3 minutes, gentlemen, 3 minutes. Phil Jackson clapped his hands and declared, increase the lead to 30 points. And then you can come off the court to contemplate where to hold Lin's victory banquet tonight. A victory banquet. I'll book the venue. Let us show those Utah folks what we're made of. Amidst a chorus of cheers, the Bulls united once more as they stepped onto the court. In the opening round, Stockton finally found his opportunity. He received the ball beyond the three-point line and, despite Lin Tian's defense, launched a shot that swished through the net. After being suppressed for almost the entire game, Stockton's triumphant grin was unmistakable as he unleashed a barrage of taunts at Lin Tian. 9:39. Facing Stockton, Lin Tian effortlessly recited their current scoring status. Less than 10 seconds later, he maneuvered past Stockton once more, executing a sudden stop-in pop jumper that found its mark. Tonight, Lin Tian was in a state of euphoria, experiencing a transcendental sensation that many might only encounter once in a lifetime. 9:41. Following his basket, Lin Tian turned to Stockton and proclaimed 2 numbers. Even my dog would not be humiliated as badly as you are. Perhaps it's time for you to consider retirement. Old dog, what are you so proud of, kid? Stockton retorted, "You're merely a substitute. Your significance to your team is less than that of a water cooler. Indeed, your status is elevated. You're the second in command of your team. However, do you know why you never reach the finals and are consistently outmatched in the West?" Lin Tian pressed against Stockton's body, suddenly making a move. Though he did not steal the ball from Stockton, he managed to instill a sense of dread. For any team, if the second in command is of such caliber, even if the leader were a deity, championship glory would remain elusive. "You are utterly inadequate," Lin Tian continued, casting a knowing glance towards Pippin, who, ever the cunning strategist, rushed over to form a double team with Lin Tian against Stockton. Noticing that Pippin had blocked the referee's view, Lin Tian raised his hand and viciously pinched Stockton's waist. With a pained cry, Stockton was distracted just long enough for Pippin to swipe the basketball away. Lin Tian immediately sprinted towards the front court, effortlessly receiving Pippin's pass and executing a one-handed slam dunk with ease. When Lin Tian faced Stockton once more, Stockton's eyes were filled with resentment and fury. "You deceived me," he exclaimed. "Indeed, I did deceive you. What of it?" Lin Tian shrugged, entirely unfazed by Stockton's meager threats. "Moreover, it's 9:43, consumed by hatred." Stockton gritted his teeth as he launched his offensive. Seizing the moment, he aimed a vicious elbow strike at Lin Tian's chest. He had anticipated that Lin Tian would stand firm against him, and he envisioned delivering a decisive blow that would leave Lin Tian at a disadvantage. However, to Stockton's astonishment, Lin Tian let out a cry of pain and toppled backwards. That elbow barely grazed Lin Tian. Yet, Stockton's reckless maneuver was fully visible to the referee, who accurately called the foul. Offensive foul. Here lies the United Center. The referee, of course, would not show any favoritism towards Stockton, immediately calling an offensive foul. "Is this all you've got? I expected you to be more formidable." Lin Tian shrugged, remarking, "Offensively inept, defensively lacking, devoid of speed and strength. And even your little tricks are so feeble? What else do you possess? Huh? Pray tell, what else do you have?" As Lin Tian advanced, he relentlessly hurled taunts at Stockton, all the while keenly observing the dynamics on the court. "Could you not at least stop me once, just once? Don't make it so easy for me to drive through." Upon reaching the front court, he continued to provoke Stockton with his words. Then, seizing the moment, he accelerated once more, forcefully breaking through. This time, Stockton clenched his teeth, unwilling to yield an inch, resolutely maintaining his defensive position alongside Lin Tian. At long last, he had not lost his guard. Yet, this was precisely the moment Lin Tian had been anticipating. He had been waiting for Stockton to keep pace with him. Thus, Lin Tian's speed had not reached its utmost limit. Instead, he advanced at a steady pace. The Jazz's defense, which had been tormented by Lin Tian throughout the evening, swiftly collapsed as he charged into the paint. Malone and Hornacek simultaneously surged towards him from opposite directions, creating a three-man encirclement. Under ordinary circumstances, Lin Tian would have opted to pass the ball. However, this time, he discerned the malice and ferocity in Malone and Stockton's eyes. He realized that these two were not merely intent on thwarting his progress. Consequently, he equipped himself with the invincible iron elbow that he had just acquired in the first half. A mere second later, the three Jazz players had successfully surrounded Lin Tian. Malone's iron elbow came crashing towards Lin Tian's face. He had waited far too long for this moment, eager for Lin Tian to penetrate the paint so he could deliver a punishing blow. At this moment, he showed no restraint whatsoever. Stockton, ever so cunning, had positioned his foot beneath Lin Tian's, anticipating that a misstep would result in a sprained ankle, necessitating at least 10 to 15 days of recovery. In stark contrast, Hornacek harbored no ill intentions towards Lin Tian. His focus was solely on the basketball. Just as Malone and Stockton reveled in their perceived dominance, eager to completely dismantle Lin Tian, the latter's speed suddenly surged. He forcefully leaned into Stockton, deftly evading Malone's iron elbow, and then unleashed a vicious elbow strike aimed at Stockton's side. With a dull thud, Stockton's eyes widened in shock, followed by a muffled groan as he crumpled to the floor. Lin Tian, seizing the moment, executed a clever feigned fall, artfully losing his balance while simultaneously evading Malone and Hornacek and landing atop Stockton. Amidst the ensuing chaos, both Lin Tian and Stockton found themselves sprawled on the hardwood, leaving most spectators bewildered as to what had just transpired. The fans at the United Center, believing Malone and Stockton had once again incapacitated Lin Tian, erupted into a cacophony of boos and jeers. It was one thing to eliminate a Jordan in a match, but now they had seemingly sidelined our Lin as well. Damn it. If this band of Salt Lake City ruffians were allowed to leave Chicago unscathed tonight, the fans of Chicago might as well stay home forever. They could not afford such humiliation. Lin Tian, lying on the floor, was, of course, unscathed. In fact, he felt exhilarated. The entire evening of suppression and the explosive finale of that iron elbow had finally provoked a reaction from Stockton. Stockton's emotions fluctuated, causing him to drop a disposable item, cutting Blackfoot 3 times. Cutting Blackfoot upon use. The probability of inflicting severe injury on an opponent when stepping on their foot increases by 5. Chapter 71. Becoming the archenemy of Salt Lake City. Lin Tian would never resort to such underhanded tactics voluntarily. However, if faced with opponents like Malone, Stockton, or any other unscrupulous adversaries who strike first, he would not hesitate to employ such methods without any moral qualms. He does not possess the affliction of a moral purist. He views it merely as a useful means of self-defense. Following Lin Tian's decisive elbow strike, Jackson swiftly called for a timeout. He was not inclined to allow his main players to return to the game. The intentions and strategies of the Jazz team had become glaringly apparent. They could no longer afford to lose and were resorting to desperate measures. The sentiment remains unchanged. In this contest, Jackson would rather concede defeat than risk his primary players. He gave no thought to the fact that even with 10 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, he promptly replaced all the starters, sending in the bench players to face the Jazz. Meanwhile, for the Jazz, Stockton was rendered unable to rise after a brutal elbow from Lin Tian. He was swiftly carried off to the locker room by the team physician. Observing that Stockton could no longer participate, Sloan did not hesitate to substitute Malone and other key players, accepting the defeat of the evening. Ultimately, as the final whistle echoed throughout the arena, the Bulls, despite losing Jordan and Rodman in the first half, withstood the Jazz's resurgence and secured a spectacular victory. The score stood at 123-99, with the Bulls triumphing by a remarkable 24-point margin over the formidable Western team. Undoubtedly, Lin Tian was the standout performer of the night, delivering an astonishing 43 points. 8 assists, 5 rebounds, 4 steals, and 2 blocks, showcasing the most magnificent performance of his professional career. This marks the first occasion in his professional career that he has achieved a score exceeding 40 points. Remarkably, Lin Tian accomplished this feat in under 30 minutes of playtime, showcasing an efficiency and brilliance in scoring that can only be described as flawless. Following his early exit in the fourth quarter to rest, the fans in attendance repeatedly called out, hoping to see Lin Tian return to the court. After all, with 43 points already on the board, a few more could have pushed him past the illustrious 50-point mark. Unfortunately, Jackson disregarded the fervent cheers of the crowd, resolutely keeping Lin Tian firmly planted on the bench, preventing his return to play. After the conclusion of the game, it came as no surprise that Jackson escorted Lin Tian to the customary press conference. This marks Lin Tian's debut at a press conference this season. Traditionally, the player who participates in such conferences is typically the standout performer of the match. In Chicago, it is almost always Michael Jordan who graces the post-game pressers. Yet tonight, the spotlight finally shines on Lin Tian. As he entered the venue, the journalists swiftly aimed their cameras at him, well aware that there was but one protagonist this evening, Lin. First and foremost, congratulations on achieving a career high of 43 points. How does it feel to have triumphed over multiple-time Defensive Player of the Year, Stockton? Scoring 43 points feels absolutely exhilarating. Tonight, I found it quite effortless to put the ball through the hoop. This night will forever be etched in my memory. Of course, I must express my gratitude to Sloan for allowing Stockton to defend me one-on-one. After all, I am taller, faster, stronger, and more precise than he is. As for dominating him, I can only say it was a rather unremarkable experience. His defense was merely adequate, Lin Tian remarked, shrugging nonchalantly. If this is the caliber of the league's best defenders, I believe I could perform at such a level every night without difficulty. Lin Tian's audacious words stirred a commotion among the reporters. After all, they were speaking of the notoriously challenging Jazz. Lin, aren't you concerned that your comments might offend Stockton and Malone? They are esteemed veterans in the NBA. Is it not considered offensive to have played them in such a manner? Lin Tian chuckled. Then their tempers must be remarkably mild. It dawned on the reporters that throughout the game, Lin had indeed taunted Malone multiple times, even sending him sprawling, and had utterly dismantled Stockton to the point of injury, leading to his departure from the game. Given Stockton's history of consecutive seasons without missing a game since the 89-90 season, it was likely that this top-tier Iron Man would now be sidelined due to injury. Amidst this confluence of actions, it is evident that even if Lin Tian remains silent after tonight's match, his relationship with the Utah players will not improve in the slightest. In fact, those individuals may even regard him as an easy target, failing to take him seriously. Nevertheless, come what may, following this day, Lin Tian has acquired another formidable adversary in the league, the Utah Jazz. Their enmity is irrevocably established. At this moment, the Jazz's locker room lies in disarray. The players, who were initially engrossed in the live broadcast of the press conference, found themselves disrupted when Lin Tian's words reached a fever pitch. Malone, in a fit of rage, erupted with profanities, wreaking havoc throughout the locker room. "That kid, that scoundrel. The next time we meet, I shall make him pay dearly." Malone's teeth nearly ground to dust as he fixed a fierce glare upon Lin Tian's visage on the screen, consumed by an intense desire to shatter Lin Tian's face with a single punch. "By the way, how is John?" Malone inquired. The head of the medical team promptly replied, "Not good. Preliminary diagnosis indicates that John has fractured a rib. He is currently undergoing further examinations at the hospital. We will need to wait for the diagnosis results to ascertain if there are any additional issues." After a brief pause, the team doctor continued, "John's consecutive game streak will end at 483. He will undoubtedly miss the next match." "Damn it," Malone cursed vehemently, acutely aware of how much his longtime partner valued the streak, and how much Stockton yearned to surpass AC Green's record. However, with Stockton's streak now halted, given his age, he will never surpass Green in this lifetime. Malone's fury and animosity toward Lin Tian were unmistakable to Sloan, who had initially intended to remind Malone that this was merely a regular season game and that future collaboration might be possible. However, it was now clear that such thoughts were futile. With Malone's temperament, he and Lin Tian had become irrevocable enemies. Reconciliation and teamwork were utterly out of the question. Chapter 72. Lin, this is the surprise we have for you. Lin Tian found himself in an utterly unexpected circumstance. After offending the entirety of Salt Lake City during the press conference, he inadvertently became a hero across the league. In today's NBA, nearly every team boasts a following throughout the United States. Yet, one team stands as an exception, the Jazz. The Jazz are the only team in the league that can scarcely find a supporter outside Salt Lake City. Once they leave their home turf, they are akin to pariahs, universally reviled. No one harbors affection for them, nor for their two-star players. After all, despite the ruggedness and ferocity of the league in the 1990s, fans harbored no fondness for the duplicitous and the vile. In particular, Malone, whose conduct both on and off the court is so reprehensible that he deserves to be condemned to the depths of hell, epitomizes true villainy. What he has done transcends the mere antics of foul play on the court. He is a genuine predator who preys upon the vulnerable, abandoning women after deceitfully leading them to pregnancy, neglecting his responsibilities, and refusing to acknowledge his illegitimate offspring. While rogues may find admirers, and fanatics and madmen may garner their share of supporters, a scoundrel is universally reviled. On this night, Lin Tian not only triumphed over the Jazz, but also captured the adoration of the entire Chicago fan base. His stature among the fans has begun to ascend rapidly. Apart from the formidable trio, he has become the most beloved player on the Bulls. Throughout the league, countless individuals rally behind Lin Tian, applauding his remarkable performance. From fans to players and commentators alike, the list of those whom the Utah duo has offended is extensive. Not to mention the legendary Jordan. Though Jordan is a rogue and has many detractors, he undeniably possesses a multitude of friends within the league. Nonetheless, the admiration of fans and the support of fellow players are not paramount for Lin Tian at this juncture. He has just attended a press conference and is on his way back to the locker room. Each step he takes is slow, as every bone in his body trembles with pain. Lin Tian surmises that this must be a consequence of the Sharks' power. It seems that one should minimize the use of incompatible forces in the future. Fortunately, this aftermath did not manifest until after the game. Had it struck him during the match, he would not only have failed to score 40 points, but might not have completed the game at all. He wonders how long this excruciating sensation will persist. If it lasts beyond 2 days, it could jeopardize his performance in the next game. Amidst his discomfort and contemplation, Lin Tian unknowingly pushes open the door to the locker room. "Welcome, Lin. Here is the surprise we prepared for you." Jordan and Pippen, flanking the doorway, cheer simultaneously as they pour ice buckets over him. Despite his preoccupation with thoughts, his innate talent and instinct for danger, honed by Mayweather, alert him to their prank. With a swift and decisive motion, Lin Tian unleashes powerful hooks, creating an afterimage as he strikes. Almost simultaneously, his fists land with pinpoint precision on the two ice buckets, causing the ice that was meant for him to return to its container before cascading back onto its original owners. In the midst of chaos and exclamations, Lin Tian observes Jordan and Pippen sprawled helplessly on the floor, their heads ensnared by the very buckets that were intended for him, while ice fragments litter their bodies, rendering them utterly disheveled. After a fleeting moment of silence, both Jordan and Pippen simultaneously emitted cries of despair, springing from the floor in a frenzy to extricate the ice cubes that had inadvertently tumbled into their garments. It was simply too cold. The Bulls players present were genuinely inclined to laugh. However, apart from Rodman, none dared to let out a chuckle. Who would be audacious enough to offend both of the team's titans at once? Thus, Rodman's exaggerated laughter pierced the air, yet this character showed no signs of restraint, enthusiastically slapping his thigh as he reveled in mocking the duo. I told you, this method will not suffice against Lin. You simply refuse to listen. Did you not witness how he bested Peyton? Are you unaware of the extent of Peyton's humiliation? Haven't I informed you of the martial arts masters from Huaxia, possessing a unique form of combat? What was it called again? The ability to discern sound, to foresee danger. Therein enables them to keenly sense the murderous intent and conspiracy in the air. That is precisely why you too find yourselves in such a predicament. Dennis, I merely reacted swiftly. It's not as mystical as you suggest. Lin Tian, observing Jordan and Pippen nearly stripping themselves bare, instinctively shut the locker room door. Should some passing paparazzi capture the moment and concoct a scandalous headline, such as Bulls locker room passion play, featuring Jordan and Pippen in compromising states, it would surely lead to a grand spectacle. Once the door was secured, Lin Tian promptly assisted Jordan and Pippen, offering a hint of apology. I am truly sorry. I was simply too fatigued, so my reflexes preempted my thoughts. I failed to recognize it was you too, hence my lack of control. Are you implying that every time we pull a prank on you, if it succeeds, it was because you anticipated it and allowed it to happen? Jordan mumbled, as if he had suffered a grave injustice. Then forget it. You are rather dull, my friend. Your presence here confirms your foot is fine, does it not? Lin Tian inquired, observing Jordan's nonchalant demeanor. I returned from the hospital just after halftime. I am perfectly fine. Had Phil not insisted I get checked, I would have never set foot in a hospital for such a trivial matter. It hardly qualifies as an injury. I am ready to play in the next game. Jordan proudly patted Lin Tian on the shoulder, suddenly grinning mischievously. I heard Phil just granted you unrestricted shooting privileges? Too bad. Just for one game, those privileges will vanish. Recognizing Jordan's intent to provoke him, Lin Tian shrugged nonchalantly. Well, you could very well find yourself injured at any moment, and then I would regain those unrestricted privileges. Would Ti, even if you remain unscathed during the games, I can certainly ensure your downfall in practice. Observing Lin Tian's audacious demeanor, Jordan promptly raised two middle fingers, bestowing upon him an exquisitely heartfelt and sincere blessing. Chapter 73. The aftermath of the conflict, which transcends mere discord. Neither Lin Tian nor anyone else could have anticipated that his altercation with the Jazz would extend far beyond the confines of the court. 4. On the very next day, following the clash, Stockton's camp was the first to unveil the grim tidings. The Iron Man of the court, due to a fractured rib, necessitates a period of rest ranging from 2 to 4 weeks before he can return to competition. Given the current timeline, Stockton will undoubtedly miss the All-Star game scheduled for early February in San Antonio. The All-Star event often elicits feelings of impatience and disinterest from players, many of whom express a preference for not being selected rather than participating. However, when injuries occur, particularly due to the malice of opponents, resulting in absence from the game, it leaves everyone considerably discontented. For instance, Malone is currently quite vexed, as his esteemed partner will be sidelined for at least half a month. The discontent lingered during the Jazz's home game against the Lakers. This season, the Lakers, despite lacking the competitiveness for the championship, remain a team rich in narrative from the entertainment capital of Los Angeles. Thus, even with a dearth of star power and no hope of clinching the title, they still managed to capture the attention of the entire league. The return of Magic Johnson. Indeed, after retiring in the 1991 season due to an HIV infection, Magic, having battled the virus for a full 5 years, finally deemed his body fit to return. He has once again graced the basketball court he adores. Regarding Magic's comeback, some players expressed joy and welcomed him, while others, despite harboring fears and displeasure, refrained from openly voicing their discontent due to the stature of Magic. For instance, Michael Jordan and Dennis Rodman are among the few current stars who warmly welcomed Magic's return. Jordan, having fought alongside him in 1992, shares a strong bond and is eager to support his good friend. As for Rodman, it seems he is concerned about the possibility of contracting HIV himself someday, thus preemptively endorsing Johnson's return. Should Rodman face a similar plight in the future, he would hope for a warm reception back into the league as well. This flower-headed worm possesses a keen intellect. Naturally, there are those who openly express their concerns, discontent, and opposition. For instance, there is Karl Malone. As soon as the signals of Magic Johnson's desire to return to the league emerged, Malone unequivocally voiced his dissent. He asserted his complete opposition, declaring that he would never compete alongside a patient, emphasizing that he had not lived enough and did not wish to contract a terminal illness, nor did he want to be infected by such foolish behavior. From the outset, Malone has been the most formidable obstacle to Magic's return and has been the most vocal among all dissenters. However, despite Malone's vehement objections, Magic ultimately passed all league and players' union examinations and votes, making his return to the league a reality. On February 2nd, during the Lakers away game against the Jazz, Malone, already known for his poor attitude towards the media and his short temper, faced the additional challenges of Stockton's injury and the prospect of contending with Magic. Consequently, during an interview, Malone was even more irritable and audacious. "I will not compete alongside a patient, nor will I jeopardize my life for a mere game. That would be foolish. I do not care what others think. Perhaps they are reckless fools, but I will not join them in their folly. In this game, I will absolutely not share the court with Johnson. If he steps on, I will step off. Only when he departs will I take my place." Furthermore, he demanded the highest standards of sanitation, insisting on continuous disinfection throughout the arena. To be frank, if not for the fans in Salt Lake City, whom I did not wish to disappoint, I would certainly not step on the court tonight. I am playing for the fans, not because I agree with Johnson's return to the league. My stance is that I will never consent to his return in my lifetime. Absolutely not. Following these declarations, Malone indeed adhered to his commitment not to share the court with Magic during the game. Whenever Magic took the floor, Malone would promptly exit for rest. Conversely, as soon as Magic sat down, Malone would re-enter the game, even the final 3 minutes, with the Jazz leading by a mere 3 points. Upon seeing Magic enter the game, Malone immediately committed a foul to request a substitution. Throughout the match, Malone played only 23 minutes, scoring 17 points and securing 9 rebounds. Consequently, the Jazz suffered defeat at the hands of the Lakers, losing their second consecutive game due to the absence of their 2 leaders in the closing moments. After the game, Magic, who recorded 15 points, 5 rebounds, and 8 assists, smiled during the interview, lamenting, "It's unfortunate that I could only play 26 minutes. My stamina is currently dreadful. If only I could play 48 minutes, then Karl wouldn't have to change clothes and could rest continuously. I will strive to address my physical shortcomings." Malone's sentiments may resonate with many players, but ultimately, he was the one brave enough to voice his true feelings. Thus, more individuals began to scrutinize Malone following this match. Miller, Barkley, Olajuwon, Rodman, Jordan, and Payton. Dozens of all-star caliber players have publicly expressed their disappointment regarding Malone's remarks while simultaneously voicing their support for Magic Johnson and all individuals living with HIV/AIDS. Several of these prominent stars, boasting commendable teams, have seized the opportunity to engage in charitable activities aimed at aiding those afflicted by the disease, thereby garnering a significant surge in their popularity. Consequently, Malone has emerged as the principal loser in the wake of the Magic Johnson incident. Furthermore, a glance at the schedule reveals that on February 10th, merely 3 days prior to the commencement of the All-Star Game, the Los Angeles Lakers are set to face the Chicago Bulls on their home turf. As a close friend of Magic, Jordan had been unwavering in his support even before Magic's formal return, having previously challenged him to a one-on-one match at Staples Center. In this home game against the Lakers, it was indeed an opportunity for Jordan to express his unwavering support for a dear friend while simultaneously showcasing his own prowess. As for Lin Tian, despite his relentless exertion resulting from Jordan's continuous presence on the court, the extent of his offensive freedom was curtailed to merely a half due to his immediate entry into the subsequent match. However, Phil Jackson's adjustments to the lineup have reached a definitive stage. Notably, there has been a discernible transformation in his utilization of Lin Tian. From February 1st to 8th, the Bulls engaged in 4 matches within a week. Aside from the first game, which saw alterations in the starting lineup due to Rodman's suspension, the remaining 3 contests featured a completely unchanged starting 5. Chapter 74. The Ultimate Quintet Leading the Trend. This signifies that Jackson's adjustments to the roster have reached a momentary conclusion. In the Bulls' latest starting lineup, apart from the unyielding core trio, the other 2 names belong to Kukoc and Longley. Jackson has assembled a starting lineup that could be considered immense even by the standards of the 1990s. This lineup lacks a traditional point guard, with only Jordan playing in that role. However, they boast 2 of the finest playmaking forwards in the league today, Pippen and Kukoc. Therefore, despite the absence of a designated point guard, the Bulls' starting lineup exhibits no issues in organization and ball distribution. Furthermore, with Longley's height, rebounding, and defensive prowess, combined with Rodman's rebounding and tenacity, this starting 5 possesses an unparalleled uniqueness. Firstly, consider their height. Apart from Jordan, who stands at a mere 198 centimeters, the remaining players all exceed 203 centimeters. Of course, Rodman's height remains a mystery, yet he claims to be 206 centimeters, with Pippen at 203 centimeters, Kukoc at 208 centimeters, and Longley towering at 213 centimeters. This Bulls lineup can indeed be described as a death lineup. Moreover, this ensemble is not only impressive in stature, but also incredibly robust. In terms of defense, they feature 3 elite defenders of all-defensive first-team caliber, capable of stifling 99 of the teams in the league, complemented by Longley, a formidable physical presence. Offensively, while the interior scoring ability of this lineup may be modest, Longley and Rodman combined often fail to reach 10 points in a game. They have Jordan. When has a team with Jordan ever had to worry about scoring? Not to mention the ever-ready firepower of Kukoc and Pippen. This starting lineup of the Bulls, although somewhat challenged against smaller, quicker guards like Stoudemire and Tim Hardaway, can dominate over 90 of the teams in the league with overwhelming prowess. Following Kukoc's ascension to the starting lineup, Lin Tian officially became the team's 6th man and primary substitute. In the subsequent games, after solidifying this lineup, whenever Jordan rests, Lin Tian invariably takes the court. In other words, although Jordan has not taken a single break, preventing Lin Tian from enjoying the so-called unlimited shooting privileges. During those 10 minutes of Jordan's rest, he becomes the team's primary offensive option. His speed, drive, fast breaks, and shooting off screens, combined with Pippen and Kukoc's exceptional court vision and passing abilities after securing rebounds, have solidified Lin Tian's scoring consistency. In the 3 games leading up to the matchup against the Lakers, although still coming off the bench, Lin Tian averaged 6 points, 3 rebounds, 6 assists, and 3 steals per game, with an astonishing shooting percentage of 64. This remarkable accuracy is attributed to his average of an impressive 3 fast break points in those 3 games. Unbeknownst to many, Lin Tian has emerged as the premier fast break weapon in the league, with his scoring and extraordinary efficiency during fast breaks categorizing him among the elite. With remarkable speed, exceptional finishing ability, and astute awareness, he refrains from seeking personal glory after receiving the ball, promptly passing it to a teammate in a more advantageous position. Under the amalgamation of these attributes, Lin Tian's fast breaks have begun to emerge as a focal point of concern for other teams when facing the Bulls. In these recent matches, the Bulls have effortlessly secured a remarkable 4 consecutive victories, bringing their winning streak to an impressive total of 14 games. Then, on February 8th, the Bulls finally faced the Lakers. The legendary Magic Johnson, a former icon of the NBA, once again found himself pitted against the current superstar, Michael Jordan. This marks the second occasion that these 2 individuals have competed together since the 1992 Barcelona event. Consequently, the arena is once again filled to capacity, and when the Magic Man enters, the crowd rises in jubilant applause, all chanting Magic. The large screen at the venue showcases a tribute video expressing gratitude towards the Magic Man. The Chicago Bulls officials and fans undoubtedly elevate their respect for him to the highest echelon. Their admiration stems not only from their genuine respect for this jovial and affable figure, but also from the recent disparaging remarks made by Malone regarding Lin Tian, the Magic Man in the league. Thus, from the perspective of the Bulls, the Magic Man is unequivocally on their side. As the pre-game tributes reach their zenith, Jordan and others approach the Magic Man to exchange greetings. Lin Tian, as the team's most prominent newcomer, finds himself entitled to engage in conversation with the Magic Man, a privilege typically reserved for established players. Hi, Irvin, I've always been your fan. Lin Tian beams, exchanging a high five and a brief embrace. I've always dreamed of playing alongside you. Jordan, standing nearby, perks up, eager to hear what Lin Tian will say next. That guy, Michael, doesn't he pass the ball? He has no comprehension of the essence of sharing the game. If I were on the same team as you, my speed and fast break skills would surely be maximized. I could score at least 25 points each game. You are the greatest in my eyes. It's a pity I was born too late to compete alongside your prime. Ha ha. Aren't you worried about Michael overhearing that? The Magic Man, noticing Jordan's attentive ear, finds it curious what kind of relationship Lin Tian has with him. I'm doing it on purpose. That guy has been rough with me during training. Lin Tian shrugs, deliberately raising his voice. If we trained together, such issues wouldn't arise. Train with me? The Magic Man continues to chuckle. Do you dare? I have nothing to fear except for the unaffordability of a house in Los Angeles. Lin Tian pats the Magic Man's shoulder. I wholeheartedly support you and truly wish to train alongside you. Are you serious? A flicker of surprise crosses the Magic Man's face. You know, although I have successfully returned, and many publicly extend their welcome and support, deep down, most harbor sentiments akin to Carlos. This is evident from the fact that I can easily grab 7 or 8 rebounds each game. They're too intimidated to confront me. They fear me. I'm not afraid of you, Irvin. Jordan, having listened intently, suddenly strides over, shoving Lin Tian aside. I guarantee you one grab a single rebound tonight. I will shadow you. Jordan cast a glance at Lin Tian and inquired, do you believe my passing skills are lacking? Chapter 75. Well, it's not that they're entirely inadequate, but rather somewhat unremarkable, Lin Tian replied, spreading his hands. Among our team, you would still rank within the top 5, trailing behind me, Scott, Tony, and Ron. Very well. I shall remember that, Jordan nodded. Then, with a cheeky gesture, he flashed Lin Tian a middle finger and declared, I will show you what true mediocrity is. Now, do not disrupt the warm-up of this 37-year-old veteran. Otherwise, if he cramps up during the game, you shall bear the blame. I need to practice my shooting intensity, so come and retrieve the balls for me. Jordan insisted, tugging at Lin Tian's jersey and pulling him along without any hesitation. There are assistant coaches and ball boys for that. Why should I pick up the balls? Lin Tian protested. I do not wish to put them out of work. Besides, I need to warm up as well. You warming up? Picking up balls is your warm-up. Jordan retorted. Did you not hear me earlier? I said I let Elvin grab a single rebound. You need to practice how to secure rebounds properly. If he manages to grab one while you two are matched up later, your training intensity will double tomorrow. I didn't hear anything. I am different from certain individuals. I never eavesdrop on others. Magic stood still, observing as the two bickered and playfully tugged at each other while drifting away. Suddenly, he chuckled. He sensed that Jordan had changed. The Jordan of old would never engage in such playful banter with his teammates. He was a notorious tyrant and a perfectionist. Even during the Dream Team era, he played the role of the villain, shouting fiercely at every one of his NBA top 50 teammates. The notion of joking around with teammates before a game or during practice, at least for Magic, he had neither heard of nor seen such a side of Jordan before. This newcomer truly seems to possess remarkable talent. As the minor pregame incident comes to a close, both team starting players take the court. Over a month ago, these two teams faced off, during which Lin Tian brazenly flirted with women on the sidelines, infuriating Jordan and Pippen, who unleashed their fury upon the Lakers. In today's match, although there were no distractions from beautiful women and Jordan and Pippen did not exert themselves to the same extreme, the Bulls' newly configured starting lineup proved to be quite a challenge for the Lakers. The substantial disparity in strength was evident almost from the outset of the game. Within less than 7 minutes, the Bulls had already established a 9-point lead. Subsequently, Lakers head coach Del Harris called the first timeout and brought in Magic Johnson, hoping the veteran could stabilize the situation. Jackson also substituted Lin Tian and Winnington for Longley and Kukoc. Both teams began to enter the first wave of substitutions. The Lakers had the initial possession of this phase. Nowadays, Magic, having been sidelined for 4 years, has experienced a remarkable weight gain, now tipping the scales at an astonishing 112 kilograms. This is heavier than many of the interior players in the league. Moreover, considering his advanced age, to safeguard his knees and overall well-being, Harris refrained from allowing the magician to continue playing the point guard position, opting instead to shift him to the power forward position, which is more suitable for his current physical condition. However, Despite being designated as a power forward, the basketball still rests in the magician's hands as he orchestrates the offense. In the low post, he secured the ball while holding off Rodman, not rushing to attack, but instead keenly observing his teammates' movements while vocally directing the strategy. Suddenly, with an unexpected behind-the-back pass, the basketball soared over Rodman's head, landing perfectly for Eddie Jones, who effortlessly received the ball and executed a powerful dunk. This remarkable play undoubtedly showcased the brilliance of the magician in his prime. While age may slow one's speed, the vision and finesse remain unblemished. Witnessing this moment, Lin Tian reaffirmed his determination to train diligently with the magician this summer. With such vision and passing technique, which point guard Lin covet these skills. In the ensuing exchanges, both teams continued to engage in a spirited contest. Yet, with Jordan on the court, Lin Tian's performance lacked any standout moments until just 2 minutes remained in the first quarter. Jordan secured a defensive rebound and shouted, "Run." The basketball in his hands swiftly soared down the court like a cannonball. Lin Tian, without needing any reminder from Jordan, had already begun his sprint, having shaken off Nick Van Exel, racing ahead to the front court. Then, just a step away from the 3-second zone, Lin Tian effortlessly caught the ball and executed a one-handed slam dunk, securing his first 2 points of the evening. "My passing may be rather ordinary, wouldn't you agree?" Jordan extended his hand and tapped Lin Tian's shoulder, asking, "Have you ever received a more comfortable pass than this in your life?" "I've received many, so what?" Lin Tian was not one to give Jordan any leeway. "Scott and Tony have delivered passes far more comfortable than this. Tony even made a half-court alley-oop pass to me." "An alley-oop, you say? 3/4 of the court? Is it? All right." Jordan nodded, "Just keep running." In this round, the Lakers secured 2 points through Divac's low-post offense. Subsequently, Jordan, with unprecedented speed, darted to the baseline to retrieve the ball. After assessing the situation on the court, he immediately adopted a shot-put stance and effortlessly launched the basketball with one hand. In that moment, even Jackson was taken aback, having known Jordan for so many years. He had never witnessed him taking a baseline throw before. This was undoubtedly the first time Jackson had seen Jordan execute such a play. Even during the Dream Team era, Jordan never performed a baseline throw. The subsequent scene, however, ignited an explosion of excitement in the United Center. Jordan's cannon-like pass from the baseline soared across the entire court. Reaching the Lakers' backboard, Lin Tian had already leaped into the air, securing the basketball with both hands before it struck the backboard, and then launched it back towards the hoop. The ball, after rebounding, cascaded into the net. Oh, MVP, 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 Michael, Lin, Michael, Lin. The breathtaking connection between Lin Tian and Jordan sent the United Center into a frenzy of ecstatic cheers. This is precisely what they wish to witness. This is what delights them. Not to mention, the pass was simply exquisite, soaring from the baseline directly into an aerial relay at the opposite hoop. This pass, without a doubt, is the most distant one that could ever grace a basketball court. There can be no one who surpasses this distance. What do you think of this throw? Can you find any flaws? Jordan looked at Lin Tian with a smug expression, clearly pleased with the pass he had made himself. Could there be a more perfect throw than this? It's decent. I would rate a 9 out of 10, though it fell slightly short of excellence. Lin Tian gestured slightly, stating, if it were Elvin making the pass, he would have placed it right at the edge of the rim, allowing me to execute a dunk rather than a layup. Chapter 76. Someone bring Lin Gongzi some cakes. Fu XX. Jordan exclaimed, cursing, you jumped too low to dunk. Is that my fault? Isn't it? Lin Tian rolled his eyes in response. If I pass the ball to the top edge of the backboard and you can't catch it, should I blame you for not being Garnett? If I send the ball over a 300-pound Shaquille O'Neal to you and you can't compete with him, should I blame you for lacking strength? If I pass the basketball to a spot 3 meters away from you and you fail to catch it, is it my fault because your arms are too short? Lin Tian's words flowed like a torrent, leaving Jordan speechless. After all, there was an undeniable logic in Lin Tian's arguments. Wait, who is Garnett? Can he actually reach the top edge of the backboard? Jordan furrowed his brow, suddenly realizing there was a name he was unfamiliar with. Perhaps you should watch more basketball and do some research. Garnett is a rookie from my draft class, selected 5th overall, renowned as the strongest high school player in history. With explosive athleticism, it's said he can touch the top edge of the backboard and perform thunderous dunks. If you don't even know this, you're bound to get blocked by him when we face the Timberwolves next time. Me? Blocked by a rookie whose name I have never heard before? Fine. I'll remember your words. When are we playing against the Timberwolves? I shall see how I get blocked. Jordan was so exasperated by Lin Tian that he nearly burst into laughter. In this league, what monstrous beast has he not encountered? Among the four great centers, who has not felt the presence of the African mountain Matambo or the Iron Man morning? Now, you, Lin Tian, dare to suggest that a rookie could block my shot? The rookie is doomed. In the very first game following the All-Star break, Lin Tian, without a moment's hesitation, provided Jordan with a decisive response. All right, then we shall meet at that time. In the ensuing minutes of the first quarter, Lin Tian received 2 more passes from Jordan, scoring effortlessly. One instance occurred when Jordan attracted a double team, allowing Lin Tian to cut through for an easy layup. The other saw Lin Tian seamlessly sink a mid-range jumper off a pass from Jordan. By the end of the first quarter, Lin Tian had impressively made all 4 of his attempts, amassing a total of 8 points, while Jordan had delivered an astonishing 6 assists. The synergy between these two individuals is truly a harmonious masterpiece. I, Jordan, shall ensure that you, young Master Lin, are abundantly fed to the point of satiety tonight. As the second quarter of the game commenced, Jordan temporarily stepped off the court for a respite, while Lin Tian continued to take charge on the field. In the initial 6 minutes of the second quarter, Lin Tian's efficiency experienced a noticeable decline, managing only 1 basket out of 3 attempts, accumulating a mere 2 points. However, by the time Lin Tian exited the game with 6 minutes remaining in the second quarter, the Bulls had secured a commanding lead of 18 points. Lin Tian had already achieved commendable statistics of 10 points, 3 assists, and 1 steal, with an impressive shooting accuracy of 5 out of 7 attempts. Without me, this is your level? A mere 2 points from 3 attempts? When Jordan returned to the court, the pride on his face was utterly unabashed. This young man dares to claim my passing skills are lacking? Without my contributions, the score would indeed reflect a dismal situation. Are my 3 assists not visible to you? My focus in the second quarter was solely on facilitating play, on orchestrating our offense. I'm a point guard, and the task of scoring such a simple endeavor is better left to others. With a disdainful glance cast upon Lin Tian, Jordan emitted a dismissive hum through his nose before stepping onto the court. In the remaining minutes of the second quarter, Jordan unleashed a veritable display of his vast repertoire. He delivered passes without regard for defenders, executed high-entry feeds into the paint, and swiftly transitioned to assist teammates with thunderous dunks following defensive rebounds. He drew double teams in the low post, distributing the ball to teammates on the weak side, penetrating defenses, facilitating inside passes, and, after seizing offensive rebounds, he selflessly dished the ball to a teammate for an emphatic slam. During this segment of the second quarter, Jordan took only 2 shots, scoring a mere 2 points while delivering an astounding 9 assists. Coupled with the 6 assists from the first quarter, he amassed an extraordinary total of 15 assists by halftime. The score at the end of the first half stood at 63-40, granting the Bulls yet another substantial lead of over 20 points. The tone of the match seemed firmly established. However, to everyone's surprise, in the third quarter, Harris abruptly altered his strategy, opting to abandon the double team on Jordan, allowing him to operate independently. Perhaps it was due to his relatively low shot attempts in the first half. Or perhaps Jordan was simply eager to demonstrate his passing prowess to Lin Tian. Faced with Eddie Jones's solitary defense in the third quarter, Jordan surprisingly struggled mightily. He managed only 1 successful shot out of his first 5 attempts, accompanied by 2 passing turnovers. Meanwhile, on the opposing side, the player known as Madman Nick Van Exel erupted once more. Within the first 5 minutes of the third quarter, he hit 3 three-pointers, accumulating a total of 15 points. Under the leadership of Van Exel, the Lakers rapidly closed the gap, narrowing the score difference to a mere 15 points in just 3 minutes. At this moment, Lin Tian re-emerges. Upon his return to the court, he swiftly intercepted the basketball from the exuberant Nick Van Exel, immediately passing it to the fast-breaking Jordan, who executed a flawless dunk. Following this, Jordan and Pippen orchestrated a perfect double-team defense at the high post, stealing the ball from Jones. Lin Tian then received a pass from Jordan after the latter's steal, securing another 2 points. A spectacular scene unfolded once more. Lin Tian called for a screen from Longley at the arc, and with the Australian's assistance, he deftly maneuvered past Nick Van Exel. Upon reaching the mid-range, he released the basketball, which soared towards the hoop. From the opposite side, Jordan leapt majestically, catching the ball with both hands and delivering a ferocious 2-handed slam dunk. The Lakers seemed momentarily daunted by the sudden surge in intensity from the Bulls, as Ceballos, facing Pippen's singular defense, was directly stripped of the ball. After securing possession, Pippen intended to pass to Lin Tian, but Jordan, almost frantically, let out a fierce shout beside him. Pippen had no choice but to quickly deliver the ball to Jordan, who executed a magnificent one-handed bounce pass, the basketball slipping through Nick Van Exel's legs and landing perfectly in Lin Tian's hands. With a resounding thud, Lin Tian completed another one-handed dunk. Subsequently, the Lakers finally managed to score 2 points through Divac, but turning back, Jordan found Lin Tian beyond the three-point line during his drive and sent the ball his way. Without hesitation, Lin Tian caught the pass and launched a three-pointer. Swish! With that crisp sound, he had already accumulated 15 points solely through Jordan's assist tonight. Indeed, he was well fed by Jordan. Thanks to this surge in defensive intensity, the Bulls unleashed a relentless wave of counterattacks, widening the score gap once more. This time, the Lakers' mad Van could not find his rhythm, unable to score consecutively to close the gap. By the end of the third quarter, the point differential had reached 30, leaving no suspense in the game. In the fourth quarter, Jackson decisively substituted all the starters, allowing the main players to rest well for the next day's back-to-back matchup against the league's bottom-dwelling Grizzlies. In Chapter 77, could this old fat guy be made of glass? The fourth quarter saw Lin Tian and his teammates creating a ruckus on the bench. In this game, Lin Tian was exceptionally efficient, hitting 11 out of 14 shots, making both of his free throws and sinking one of his three-point attempts, amassing 25 points, 2 rebounds, and 6 assists. Although Jordan scored only 19 points, he delivered a career-high 22 assists. This remarkable figure not only marks a career high for Jordan, but also sets a new record for the most assists in a single game in the history of the Bulls. Having already dominated every scoring record in the annals of the franchise, Jordan has now etched his name in the realm of assists as well. Notably, out of those 22 assists, 9 were directly delivered to Lin Tian, facilitating his scoring. This evening, Lin Tian was feasting on opportunities, leaving him quite satisfied. Meanwhile, the magician seated on the bench gazed at the Bulls with a look of deep admiration. It was not merely due to the Bulls' superb passing and movement, nor was it the exceptional court vision of this familiar face, Jordan, that prompted such appreciation. He was far too well acquainted with both Jordan and Pippen. No matter the performance they delivered, he would remain unfazed, devoid of such expressions of admiration, for they possessed the capability. The magician's keen gaze was firmly fixed on Lin Tian. This rookie is truly delightful. With unparalleled speed among the league's elite, an exceptional understanding of the game, and although his passing techniques may not be exquisite, they are certainly commendable. Coupled with his charming personality, he has even managed to navigate the complexities of dealing with Jordan, the most notorious and obsessive figure in NBA history. This young man is undoubtedly destined to become an all-star. No, wait. This lad may very well evolve into my successor as a premier point guard. He is bound to ascend to the status of a superstar and MVP. To be candid, throughout the annals of NBA history, there have been remarkably few teams that have thrived with a point guard as their primary core. The number of those that have ultimately clinched the championship is even more scarce. Aside from Magic Johnson himself, only the legendary smiling assassin Isaiah Thomas can be counted among those who successfully led their teams to victory. Apart from these two, neither Bob Cousy nor K.C. Jones, nor even Nate Archibald and Wes Unseld have managed to secure a championship as the leading core. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that although point guards are perceived as the orchestrators of the court, their stature and weight often inhibit them from exerting dominance and impact, particularly on the defensive end. They must facilitate scoring opportunities for their teammates, particularly the more offensively and defensively capable big men. Even if we cast our gaze 30 years into the future, the only alteration to this narrative is Stephen Curry, who has revolutionized the style of play in the NBA, once again leading his team to a championship as a point guard. Other luminaries such as Jason Kidd, Steve Nash, Gary Payton, and John Stockton have failed to accomplish this feat as the primary core. While there have been instances of players like Chauncey Billups and Tony Parker achieving the honor of Finals MVP, it is widely acknowledged that teams like the Spurs and Pistons, which excelled in team basketball, do not represent the pinnacle of leading a team to a championship. In simple terms, the point guard position stands as the weakest of the 5 positions in the rich tapestry of NBA history. After all, when ranking other positions, figures like Jordan, LeBron, and Duncan can easily be regarded as the unequivocal best in their respective roles. However, beyond the top tier, the subsequent rankings are fraught with contention, leading to endless debates with no definitive resolution. This is due to the plethora of exceptional players who have graced the NBA, each shining brightly in their designated positions. As for the point guard position, Magic Johnson is an iconic figure of presidential stature in NBA history. Following him is the smiling assassin Isaiah Thomas, who can at best be ranked between 15 to 20. The remaining contenders are all figures who fall outside the top 30 in the historical context, rendering them unworthy of mention. In other positions, the competition revolves around who is stronger and who deserves to be ranked higher. However, when it comes to point guards, one either possesses commendable individual skills but leads the team into chaos or excels in team performance while their personal accolades and statistics remain insignificant. Aside from Magic Johnson and, subsequently, Stephen Curry, there has yet to be a player who truly stands out on the grandest stage, capable of competing against all. In contrast, other positions vie for second, third, and fourth ranks. The essence of point guard seems somewhat lacking. As Magic Johnson approached the twilight of his illustrious career, having long relinquished the vigor of his prime, he harbored a certain indescribable sentiment towards the current crop of point guards in the league. They are simply underwhelming. In Magic's eyes, not a single player has emerged to bear the banner of the point guard position, to become the new face of the league. Yet, now Johnson believes that Lin Tian may indeed be able to carry this mantle. He could be the next player after Magic to uphold the dignity of the point guard position. Though Lin Tian is merely a second-round draft pick and a sixth man, with statistics that fall short when compared to contemporaries like Damon Stoudemire, Magic possesses an inexplicable conviction. His intuition tells him that Lin Tian is destined for greatness. With this thought in mind, Magic feels compelled to seek out Lin Tian after the game to request his phone number. This young lad seemed to express a desire to train alongside me before the competition. This summer, I shall take it upon myself to mentor him diligently. The next extraordinary point guard will be nurtured under my own guidance. After Magic Johnson's retirement, he has cultivated a disciple who stands as the foremost playmaker in the league. Contemplating this, Magic feels the embers of ambition, long extinguished, reigniting within him. He senses a surge of vitality coursing through his veins. He is almost eager to commence teaching Lin Tian the art of basketball immediately. On one side, the magician was filled with fervor and passion, while on the other side, Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback. Even as Jordan repeatedly berated him, he remained silent. This was due to the system suddenly providing him with a notification. Elvin Johnson's emotional fluctuation resulted in a loss of 200 experience points. What was happening? The oblivious, portly figure, seemingly distressed, piqued Lin Tian's curiosity. He turned his gaze towards the magician on the other side. At that moment, their eyes met, creating an electric collision in the void. However, their emotions were worlds apart. Lin Tian pondered, could this fellow be an old fool? His affliction must stem from something less than honorable. How else could his eyes betray such a lack of clarity? The magician, on the other hand, thought, behold, this is the legacy of the supreme point guard. This is the connection that exists between elite playmakers. He comprehends my thoughts, just as I grasp his. Together, we are destined to become the most formidable mentor-mentee duo in the annals of NBA history. Chapter 78. The tremors in the league triggered by a single remark from the magician. The match culminated in a resounding victory for the Bulls, who triumphed by a staggering 33 points, marking their impressive streak of 15 consecutive wins. They have distanced themselves from all other teams in the league, currently boasting a formidable record of 47 wins and 6 losses, firmly securing the top position. The second-ranked Supersonics lag behind with a mere 41 victories. While the Eastern Conference is second place, the Magic holds only 39 wins. By the halfway mark of the season, the Bulls have established a significant lead over the entire league, with a 6-game margin that nearly guarantees their first place, standing more than 2 months in advance. The city of Chicago has erupted in jubilation, aware that after a 2-year hiatus, their era has returned. Following the game, the legendary Magic Johnson participated in numerous media interviews. Despite his team's 30-point loss, he maintained a relaxed demeanor, as his return this season was not motivated by a quest for a championship, but rather a desire to reconnect with his beloved basketball. He felt he had found a successor in Lin, which further diminished any disappointment over a regular season defeat. Lin possesses remarkable talent. His skills, game awareness, and the charisma he exudes are unparalleled. Magic effused in post-game praise. I believe this league has never seen a player quite like him. If I were to describe him, Lin embodies a fusion of my essence and Isaiah's. At times, he can be as audacious as a rogue destined for hell. Yet he also possesses an innate charm that draws people to him. On the court, He showcases the speed and agility of Tim Hardaway, coupled with a creative flair in his passing. Yes, I know what you're about to say. He's just a rookie, and he hasn't even started a game. But honestly, I believe in him. I am confident that he can deliver the performance I envision, and he is destined to become an elite player. Most importantly, let us not forget that Lin is achieving these statistics with the Bulls, a team boasting an 80-win rate. Imagine if he were to play for a slightly lesser team, devoid of Jordan, Pippen, and Kukoc. What numbers might he then produce? What if his playing time reached 35 minutes? What if he had the first option on shots and the freedom to score? The scenario would undoubtedly be different. I have faith that he will emerge as the next premier guard in the league. Magic Johnson's effusive accolades for Lin became the highlight of the evening. Meanwhile, in Toronto, the current leading rookie, Damon Stoudemire, who averages 20 points and 9 assists per game, angrily switched off the television. How can a second-round pick, someone who can't even secure a starting position, garner such attention from Magic? Fast. I've never been outpaced in my life. At our next encounter, I shall ensure that everyone knows that Lin is utterly insignificant compared to me. In Seattle, upon hearing the Magic Man's words regarding the premier point guard, Peyton uttered not a single word, but instead retreated to the strength room to undertake an additional regimen of strength training. He harbors a vivid recollection of the humiliation he suffered at Lin's hands, and with the Magic Man's words echoing in his mind, Peyton has resolutely determined that he will make Lin regret their next meeting. Similarly, in a hospital in Salt Lake City, Stockton's face was marred with resentment. His ribs still throbbed with pain, and his record of consecutive appearances had come to an abrupt halt. He undoubtedly held the title of the individual in the league who harbored the deepest animosity towards Lin. Meanwhile, in Miami, Riley switched off the television and turned to mourning, saying, "What do you think? Even a Magic Man holds him in high regard. Should we consider bringing him in as your partner? Do you believe he is worthy? But would the Chicagoans be willing to trade him?" Mourning replied to Riley, "Do you wish for me to wait until his contract expires?" "Pat, that is 2 years. I truly cannot wait." "Rest assured," Riley responded, "I have promised you that before the season concludes, I shall present you with a peak all-star caliber assistant. I will deliver on my word. Just wait patiently. As for Lin, I shall devise a means to acquire him in 2 years' time. That shall be when we ascend to championship glory." In Los Angeles, Buss was seated in his office, and after witnessing the Magic Man's interview, he immediately contacted the team's current president, the illustrious logo man, Jerry West. "Jerry, have you heard what Elvin said? Do you believe he intends for us to halt our current plans and wait another year?" "I saw it." West's voice resonated through the phone. "I believe he certainly hopes we can secure Lin during next year's offseason. This is the signal Elvin is sending us. However, that is a task for next year. This year, our objective is singular and resolute. That imposing figure, I have already established connections with those around him. I will exhaust all my resources and methods to bring that giant to Los Angeles. Just wait and see." A similar narrative was unfolding across numerous locales within the league. After all, this is the future premier point guard, as designated by the Magic Man. It is imperative that the management and players in similar positions do not underestimate him. It is worth noting that while the Magic Man is generally a jovial character, he has seldom bestowed such high praise upon anyone. To explicitly designate a player as the future face of the league and the foremost point guard is a historic first. The seasoned and aspiring point guards, yearning for fame, seek to outshine Lin Tian, hoping to demonstrate that Magic Johnson has erred in his judgment. They believe they are the rightful heirs to the title of the premier point guard of the future. Meanwhile, executives and scouts have begun meticulously analyzing Lin Tian's game footage and scrutinizing his contract status, eager to ascertain whether he is worthy of their investment and consideration for recruitment once his contract expires. Beyond the franchises, a multitude of individuals have engaged in this discourse. Is it merely Magic's misguided praise? Or does Lin Tian indeed possess the potential to ascend to the ranks of a new superstar? Numerous inquisitive media outlets have even juxtaposed the statistics and achievements of the league's prominent guards with those of emerging point guards, attempting to discern who truly deserves the accolade of the foremost point guard. Naturally, such discussions and analyses gradually intensified over the subsequent days, as information traversed slowly in today's world, still in its nascent digital stage. As for how Lin Tian spent that evening, he found himself in a private dining room of a Chinese restaurant in Chicago. Initially, he intended to return home directly after the game. However, Jordan informed him that Magic wished to meet him there, just the two of them, with Jordan absent. Chapter 79. Magic Johnson's toast to heroes at this moment. Lin Tian felt somewhat restless. His unease stemmed primarily from Magic's unexpected acclaim post-game, which left him feeling undeserving of such praise. He was acutely aware of his own situation. Despite his commendable performance, he doubted his standing among the league's point guards, likely not even placing within the top 10, let alone deserving the title of the league's best. Nevertheless, Lin Tian harbored an unwavering confidence in his potential to become the premier point guard, free of any doubts or reservations. However, the primary source of his agitation was the fervent gaze Magic had cast upon him during the game, which left Lin Tian feeling quite vulnerable. That look was imbued with unrestrained admiration, overwhelming in its intensity, making Lin Tian genuinely hesitant to meet him. If not for the invaluable experience he had gained from that game, he would have preferred to avoid a rendezvous in such a dimly lit, romantically charged atmosphere, where couples whispered intimate secrets. Lin Tian did not have to wait long. Within 5 minutes, Magic entered the private room with his characteristic smile and took a seat opposite Lin Tian. Had you been waiting long? I was delayed by an interview. I trust you heard my remarks after the game? I did, Lin Tian replied, adopting a mindset of acceptance, acknowledging the situation, while inwardly feeling a sense of unworthiness. Do you lack confidence? Do you doubt your capabilities? No, I am certain I can become the league's top point guard, undoubtedly the best player in the league. That is my purpose in joining the league, Lin Tian candidly stated, but I know, not now, I am still far from it. Having both confidence and self-awareness is commendable. I feel I have not misjudged you. The magician then inquired, who do you believe is currently the premier point guard in the league? Gary Payton from Seattle. Excelling in both offense and defense, could be considered the best, Lin Tian replied. The magician scoffed. He plays without any finesse. His style is awkward and ungraceful, and he thrives solely on ferocious defense. How can he claim to be the best? Absurd. What about Jason Kidd from Dallas, who entered the league brimming with talent? Could he be regarded as the finest? Lin Tian suggested. The magician continued. He favors nightlife over basketball. His offensive skills are painfully inadequate. A third-rate player. Tim Hardaway from Golden State, with exceptional ball handling and unparalleled crossovers. Could he not be deemed the best? Lin Tian posed. Yet, he cannot defend, cannot halt his pace, leading his team to the lottery. How can he be called the best? The magician retorted. John Stockton from Utah, as sturdy as iron with consistent statistics. Could he be the best? Lin Tian queried. His play is dirty and underhanded, relying on petty fouls for defense and open layups for offense. His passing depends heavily on his teammate strength. How can such a person be deemed the best? The magician shot back. What of Kevin Johnson from Phoenix, with unparalleled leadership qualities, explosive athleticism, capable of passing, shooting, driving, and dunking? Could he not be considered the best? Lin Tian asked. Yet, he could not lead Barkley and willingly settled for second place. Now, past 30, his prime has faded, insufficient to dominate the league. The magician argued. Penny Hardaway from Orlando, with an elegant playing style and handsome looks, once triumphed over Jordan in the playoffs. Could not be the best? Lin Tian inquired. Under the guise of a point guard. He acts like a shooting guard, hardly worthy of the title. The magician exclaimed. What about Damon Stoudemire from Toronto, Mark Jackson from Indiana, or Clyde Drexler from Portland? Can any of them be considered the best? Lin Tian jested. Hearing this, the magician could no longer contain himself, bursting into laughter as he declared. These individuals are hardly worth mentioning. None are deserving of the title. In response, Lin Tian shook his head, knowing well what the magician was about to say. However, playing the role of a supportive audience to amuse his esteemed senior might yield some fruitful benefits, and Lin Tian was thoroughly enjoying it. The only individuals worthy of being called the premier point guards in the league, the magician said, pointing to himself and then to Lin Tian, are you and I. Just as the magician finished speaking, the door to their private room swung open, and a waiter peered in, asking, May I take your order now? Yes, let's order. The magician replied, turning around only to notice that Lin Tian had accidentally dropped his chopsticks. Curiously, he asked, What caused your chopsticks to fall? Were you startled by the sound of the door opening? Lin Tian retrieved his chopsticks from the floor and replied, No. I just suddenly felt that my chopsticks should drop. Let us order. I am eager to see what signature dishes you have here. He placed the chopsticks back on the table and then opened the menu presented by the waiter. Sir, our signature dish is the steamed baby bok choy with potatoes. A must-try here. If you wish to savor the authentic taste of Huaxia cuisine, I recommend the dumplings filled with tomatoes and greens. Among the dishes with a notably high order rate, we have recently introduced a fusion dish, stir-fried pasta with chives, which is also quite delightful. Lin Tian gazed at the menu filled with an array of flamboyant and bewildering options, utterly confounded as to what they might entail. He felt an overwhelming urge to rise and depart, yet the magician beside him had eagerly already ordered several dishes, compelling Lin Tian to remain seated and continue perusing the menu. He sensed he was faced with one of the most challenging dilemmas of his life, perhaps the most consequential choice he would ever encounter. Making an ill-fated decision could lead to dire consequences. Ultimately, after gritting his teeth, he ordered a tomato tofu burger and a serving of spicy soup dumplings before hastily setting the menu aside. The choices were rather overwhelming, too eye-watering. He resolved never to indulge in American Chinese cuisine again. Lin Tian remained uncertain of the magician's palate, but observing him relish an assortment of dishes that could easily be mistaken for anything but authentic Chinese cuisine, Lin Tian clenched his jaw and cautiously took a bite of the tomato tofu burger. To his relief, he was still alive. Splendid. Is this the feeling of surviving a catastrophe? The magician suddenly lifted his head, gazing at Lin Tian, who was overwhelmed with joy at having survived, and said with a smile, "So Lin, does it taste reminiscent of home? This restaurant also has a location in Los Angeles, and I believe it serves the finest and most authentic Huaxia cuisine. If you enjoy it, I can lend you my membership card, so you can visit often." No. Lin Tian hastily waved his hands in refusal. "Let us focus on why you call me here. I already stated my intention. I hope you can become the premier point guard. Therefore, I wish to know your thoughts." The magician, feeling a bit bashful, reached up to stroke his bald head, continuing, "You mentioned before the game that you wanted to train with me after the season ends. Are you serious? It's just the two of us now, so there is no need for pretense. If you're afraid, or if those were mere niceties, I would mind. Even if you reject my offer, I am willing to help you find someone else to train with, perhaps Isaiah Thomas. I have a good relationship with him." Chapter 80. The Magician's Friendship. Isaiah, could he train with me? Lin Tian, noticing the eager expression in the magician's eyes, felt a surge of mischief. He opened his mouth and mentioned Isaiah Thomas. The smiling assassin is undoubtedly one of my favorite players. If I could train with him, it would be a tremendous honor. I was worried about his relationship with Michael, fearing I wouldn't be able to reach him. But if I could train with him, that would be simply fantastic. Once Lin Tian finished speaking, he observed the magician's expression noticeably dimming. Lin Tian was acutely aware of the magician's feelings at this moment, akin to those who muster the courage to confess their feelings to a goddess, only to find her interested in his best friend, certainly filled with despair and anguish. "I understand. I will reach out to Isaiah. I believe he would also appreciate you. However, perhaps this summer you will need to go to New York. That fellow has been residing in New York and has always disliked the weather in Chicago." The magician's momentary disappointment quickly faded as he adjusted his mood, beginning to introduce Thomas to Lin Tian. "Is that so?" Lin Tian realized it was about time, smiling as he remarked, "But he need not come to Chicago. He can simply go to Los Angeles. I cannot believe anyone would dislike the weather in Los Angeles. It is the most marvelous place I have ever visited." "Los Angeles? Why go to Los Angeles?" The magician, momentarily perplexed, suddenly brightened. "So, you intend to go to Los Angeles to train with me?" "Of course. How could I refuse the invitation of the greatest point guard in the world? I certainly wish to train with you." Lin Tian replied with a smile. "As for your so-called condition, Elvin, I hope you understand. I am willing to dine with you. So how could I possibly be afraid to train with you? I must confess that I cannot be entirely indifferent to your condition. Thus, I shall not engage in the frivolities you once indulged in, as they instill a sense of dread within me. However, the prospect of training together fills me with excitement and honor." Lin Tian's words caused the expression of the magician to swiftly shift from a sunny disposition to a more somber cloudiness. Yet his signature smile reemerged as he cheerfully declared, "As long as you're willing to come, rest assured, Isaiah will undoubtedly be eager to join us in Los Angeles. Even if I must bind him, I shall bring him here. Therefore, you, like Michael and Isaiah, genuinely support my return to the league, correct?" "Indeed," Lin Tian affirmed with a resolute nod, wholeheartedly backing the magician's resurgence in the league. Unlike Jordan and Isaiah, whose support stemmed from friendship, Lin Tian's endorsement arose from a profound understanding of medical knowledge, a field in which he had advanced 30 years ahead of them. Although AIDS remains an incurable affliction, it has become less daunting, particularly for those with wealth. "I wish everyone could be like you," the magician sighed heavily. "However, this time may very well be our last encounter on the court. Once I complete this season, I shall formally retire. After all, it is only upon my genuine return that I will realize the extent to which I am welcomed or rather, not welcomed by others. Even within the Lakers, although no one openly opposes me, they do not share baths, meals, or leisure time with me. Their silence is born not from inability, but from fear of dissent. I sincerely appreciate you, Lin, for before today, we were not even considered friends. Yet your support for me, genuine and heartfelt, is something I truly thank you for. In truth, if given the choice, I would prefer bathing alone rather than with teammates. Who desires to share such intimacy with other men? Lin Tian shrugged and suggested, shall we meet again in the summer? Indeed, see you in the summer, Lin. Lin Tian's urgency to part ways with the magician stemmed from a recent notification from his system. Elvin Johnson's emotional fluctuation has resulted in the acquisition of a permanent skill, one-handed pass. One-handed pass LV1, 0-2000 when the host employs a one-handed pass. The speed of the release is enhanced by 10, and the accuracy of the pass is improved by 10. A permanent skill. Having already spent half a season in the league, Lin Tian understood the rarity of such permanent skills better than anyone. It is not simply the intense, emotional fluctuations combined with sheer luck that grant one a permanent skill. Acquiring one is indeed a monumental challenge. Furthermore, Lin Tian recognized that the strength of a skill is most directly reflected in the experience points required for its advancement. For instance, Jordan's aerial dance requires a remarkable 2,000 experience points to attain level 1, while Peyton and Pippen's intercepting skills, known as the glove and the hand, only demand 500 points. As for Lin Tian's innate abilities, even when elevated to level 2, they still necessitate 2,000 experience points, clearly establishing the disparity in prowess. Furthermore, the one-handed pass is yet another elite skill that requires 2,000 experience points. Although Lin Tian has merely acquired a singular one-handed pass rather than the entirety of Magic Johnson's passing techniques, it represents a significant advancement in his capabilities. As for other skills, such as the signature no-look pass and fast break pass, there is no rush. This summer, opportunities and time abound. Lin Tian's ambitions extend far beyond just emulating Magic. His eagerness to train alongside him in Los Angeles reflects his broader aspirations. This summer, Los Angeles will be undeniably vibrant. Not only will Magic Johnson and Isaiah Thomas be present, but the legendary Shaquille O'Neal, set to embark on his own journey, will also grace the city. Additionally, the young version of Kobe Bryant, selected 13th overall in 1996 and heralded as the most formidable shooting guard since Jordan, will make his appearance in Los Angeles this summer as well. Lin Tian believes that with a stroke of good fortune, this summer could propel him into the ranks of the top 20 superstars in the league. Having accumulated experience over the past few months, Lin Tian now possesses 500 points, nearly half of which stem from two significant drops. 500 points from Jordan and 200 from Magic, which have left him reflecting on their generosity on his journey home. On his way back, Lin Tian refrained from hastily upgrading. He decided to wait a little longer. Thus far, he has played over 20 minutes in 6 consecutive games. Given his current form and standing within the team, it is highly likely that his playing time in the next 4 games will also exceed 20 minutes. By the end of these 4 games, the All-Star game will be upon him. Chapter 81, Lin Tian's Evolution. Aiming for the All-Star Rookie Game. Lin Tian is poised to complete his upgrade before the All-Star Game begins, allowing him to present himself in a more formidable state and enhance his visibility in the All-Star arena. Of course, this year's All-Star main event holds no relevance for Lin Tian, as he did not secure a spot. In the 1990s, the rules for All-Star selections dictated that each team would nominate 6 candidates within the first month of the season, and fans could only vote among these 174 players across the league to choose their desired All-Star starters. When a list of candidates was unveiled, Lin Tian had yet to achieve the level of notoriety he enjoys now, and thus he did not earn a place among the All-Star starter nominees. Among those sharing a similar circumstance is the renowned magician, who had not yet made his return when this list was revealed. As for the subsequent All-Star reserves, in principle, all players not included in the starting lineup are eligible for selection. The coaches of the 29 teams choose a total of 14 players based on a rule of 1 center, 2 forwards, and 2 guard from each conference. Although Lin Tian has performed admirably when compared to the long-established stars of the league, whose tactical positions, game time, and influence far exceed his own, he stands at a considerable disadvantage in terms of record, connections, and stature. Thus, even though the All-Star reserve roster has yet to be announced, Lin Tian is acutely aware that his chances of selection are virtually non-existent. Consequently, his sole objective for this season's All-Star game is to participate in the All-Star Rookie Challenge. After all, he has consistently maintained a position within the top 5 of the rookie rankings, and particularly as February approached, with Stuckey's performance declining. Lin Tian surged to second place, trailing only Stoudemire, who is currently averaging over 20 points and 9 rebounds. His inclusion in the Rookie Challenge is undoubtedly well-deserved and expected. Therefore, having decided to temporarily refrain from utilizing experience points for upgrades, Lin Tian devoted himself to the games, consistently playing over 20 minutes in the last 4 matches leading up to the All-Star game. He has finally accomplished the system task of appearing in 10 consecutive games exceeding 20 minutes. In these 4 matches, the Bulls have once again secured a remarkable 4 consecutive victories, bringing their overall winning streak to an astonishing 19 games. Unbeknownst to them, the Bulls have shattered their franchise record for the longest winning streak. Each subsequent victory marks a new chapter in history for the people of Chicago. Following the final match, Lin Tian boarded a flight to San Antonio alongside Jordan, Pippen, and Rodman. This year's All-Star Game is being held in San Antonio, and the journey from Chicago is quite extensive. While on the plane, Lin Tian took advantage of the opportunity to delve into his skills. As Pippen and Jordan were both fast asleep, his experience points have now accumulated to 700, with Jordan undeniably contributing significantly to this total. However, it is unfortunate that this rather possessive fellow has not acquired any new skills in quite some time. It remains uncertain whether he will be able to provide Lin Tian with any delightful enhancements during the All-Star Game. Lin Tian's first action was to open the task settlement gift package obtained after completing the system's mission. The host has completed a total of 57 tasks, with a task evaluation of A-. An A-level task settlement gift package has been issued to the host. Would you like to open it? What a loss. What a tremendous loss. Even before opening the package, Lin Tian silently cursed the system in his mind. Why on earth does it require a rating? Had he known there would be a rating, he certainly would have refrained from engaging in physical altercations during the game against the Supersonics. He would have made sure to flatter Jackson more during the game, allowing himself more time on the court during garbage time. How could he not aim for an S rating? Next time, he must complete the task swiftly and decisively. However, regretting now is clearly futile. Lin Tian quickly composed himself and proceeded to open his gift package. The A-level task settlement package has been opened. The host has received a goji berry thermos, 5 servings, each serving restoring 10 stamina. With a maximum of 3 servings per day, the host has received an injury waiver card, which can be used to negate any injury once. The host has also gained 500 experience points. And that was all. How shall I express this gift package? In truth, it is rather commendable. Although I did not acquire the most valuable talents and skills, the stamina replenishment and injury immunity are undeniably beneficial. However, having anticipated for the better part of the season to receive such a modest reward is indeed somewhat disappointing. Nevertheless, this has solidified Lin Tian's resolve. Should another task arise, he shall complete it with utmost urgency. After opening the task settlement gift package, Lin Tian delved into the study of his skills. He has now accumulated over 2,200 experience points, and each of his skills has seen a remarkable surge in experience after half a season of rigorous training and practical application. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Tian decided against wagering all his experience points on the skill's one-handed pass and aerial dance and instead allocated approximately 1,000 points to elevate both of his diligently honed skills to level 3. Screening and shooting LV3. 04000. The host's mid-range shooting accuracy is increased by 7 after executing 2 dribbles following a screen. Quick pass LV3. 04000. The host's passing speed is enhanced by 5, and the velocity of the pass is increased by 5. How should one articulate these 2 skills? Indeed, they are rather unremarkable. However, for Lin Tian, they represent the inception of his dreams. Out of sentimentality, Lin Tian is still inclined to invest a modicum of effort into them. Just a little. Subsequently, the remaining 1,000 experience points were utilized to elevate the glove steel acquired from Peyton to level 2. Glove steel LV2 03000 enhances the host's stealing capability by 10. Before Lin Tian could even calculate or analyze how the 2 values of 10 from glove steel intercepting hand were computed, the system preemptively offered him a delightful surprise. It detected that the host possesses 2 skills of identical attributes at the same level and inquired if he wished to merge them. Merge? Lin Tian hesitated for a mere moment before being overtaken by excitement. He was well acquainted with the concept of merging skills of the same attribute. Typically, when two skills merge, the outcome could either double the ability effect, reduce the experience points required, or yield both benefits. In any case, whether the cost-effectiveness improves or the skill amplifies, Lin Tian was undoubtedly in for a lucrative gain. Merge. The system proceeded to combine intercepting hand LV2 with glove steel LV2. Merge successful. The host has acquired a brand new skill, glove intercept. Glove intercept LV2 212-4000. The host stealing capability is enhanced by 17. Chapter 82. The System's new module. Skill fusion. Good heavens! Lin Tian quickly discerned that this skill fusion did not follow the enhancement route, but rather the cost-effectiveness route. The reason the merged skill's experience value was not 0 was likely due to the original intercepting hand already possessing some experience points, which directly contributed to the new skill's experience post-fusion. Initially, Lin Tian had expended 3,000 experience points to elevate both skills to level 2, thereby acquiring a total enhancement of 20 to his stealing capability. However, to upgrade both skills to the next level, he would need 6,000 experience points. Now, although the stealing capability increment is only 17, the requirement for the next level is a mere 4,000 points. Although the enhancement is somewhat diminished, it is certainly a gain. After all, experience points are not easily amassed. Even with Jordan as a bountiful source, accumulating 2,000 points requires considerable time. Moreover, this pertains solely to the transition from level 2 to level 3. If one considers the experience reductions for ascending from level 3 to level 4, and from level 4 to level 5, this skill fusion undoubtedly proves to be a remarkable profit. The only lament is that Lin Tian completed the fusion of these two skills only after reaching level 2. Had he merged them at level 1, the cost-effectiveness would have been even more advantageous. Alas, it appears that in the future, enhancing skills will necessitate greater caution and in-depth study. Upon reaching this point, Lin Tian found that his over 2,000 experience points had been nearly depleted. He promptly opened his system panel to examine his newly acquired attributes. Name: Lin Tian. Age: 22. Height: 191 centimeters. Weight: 84 kilograms. Physical evaluation: Jumping, B. Speed, S. Strength, C. Stamina, B. Explosiveness, A. Coordination, Awareness, A. Overall physical rating, A. Offensive evaluation: Shooting, B. Dribbling, B. Passing, A. Breaking through, B. Low post, D. Dunking, B. Fast break, S. Overall offensive rating, B. Defensive evaluation: Rebounding, D. Stealing, A. On-ball defense, D. Blocking, C. Help defense, B. Boxing out, C. One-on-one defense, B. Overall defensive rating, C. Traits: All-seeing eye, Handsome boy. Lightning speed skills: Pick and roll shooting LV3 04000, quick passing LV3 04000, air dance LV1 592 2000, one-handed passing LV1 862000, glove interception LV2 212 4000. Items: 92 to 93 season Jordan experience card, 3 minutes. 98 to 99 season morning power experience card, full game, thick fat, 3 uses. 93 to 94 season Pippen experience card, half game. Invincible iron elbow, 2 uses. Mailman mid-range, full game, sneaky black foot, 3 uses. Goji thermal cup, 5 uses. Injury waiver card, 1 card. Experience: 105 task. Achieve rookie game MVP or dominate at least one of the top 6 players in the rookie rankings before the end of the regular season. Goodness! Upon glancing at the final line of the system, Lin Tian discovered a brand new task had been issued, causing his eyes to light up with excitement. This time, Lin Tian has truly learned his lesson. What does it mean? It signifies and it is imperative. It is essential. The MVP of this rookie tournament is undoubtedly secured. Furthermore, to truly dominate, he must outperform at least one player from the top 6 rookies. In essence, he should strive to surpass all 5 remaining competitors. This time, it is imperative to achieve an S rating. With this thought in mind, Lin Tian located a schedule and began to study it meticulously. Currently, the top 6 on the rookie leaderboard are Kevin Garnett, Damon Stoudemire, Jerry Stackhouse, Joe Smith, Sabonis, and Lin Tian himself. Among the rookies, Sabonis' Trailblazers and Joe Smith's Warriors have already faced the Bulls twice, and they will not meet again this year. Fortunately, there is still the All-Star Rookie Game. In contemporary times, the rookie game does not pit first-year players against second-year players or the United States team against the world team. The current All-Star Rookie Challenge selects 16 individuals from the pool of first-year players, dividing them into two teams based on their respective divisions, East and West, to compete in a match consisting of two halves, each lasting 20 minutes. This presents an exceptional opportunity for Lin Tian. After all, if he wishes to surpass Sabonis and Smith, it can only be achieved during the All-Star Rookie Challenge. Fortunately, it is not in the coming years. Had it been transformed into a contest between first-year and second-year players, Lin Tian would have lost the chance to outshine these two this season. With the goal of accomplishing his task with an S rating, Lin Tian is certainly not inclined to let this opportunity slip away. However, at this moment, everything remains possible. In addition to Sabonis and Joe Smith, Garnett's Timberwolves and the Bulls will face them once more after the All-Star game. As for Stoudemire and Stackhouse, they have already clashed twice in previous matches. The Bulls will also compete against the Raptors and the 76ers again at the end of the season, specifically in April. Lin Tian's opportunities are indeed plentiful. These five individuals must be utterly defeated. The primary targets are the prodigious talent, Joe Smith, and the most illustrious and aged rookie in history, Sabonis. The only aspect to contemplate is the system's definition of defeating. Does it imply overwhelming data, dominating a particular round, exceeding in direct matchups, or perhaps executing impressive dunks over these opponents? Regardless, the objective is to play with relentless fervor. With this in mind, Lin Tian is filled with enthusiasm for the upcoming All-Star Rookie game in 2 days. Initially, he was reluctant to expend too much energy on such an exhibition match. He would much rather devote that energy to exploring the culture of San Antonio and experiencing the charm of its innocent youth, which would bring him tenfold more joy than participating in a trivial game. But now, however, this rookie game is destined to become the stage for Lin Tian's performance. Just as Lin Tian had managed to configure the system and was preparing to close his eyes for a well-deserved rest, Jordan suddenly tapped him on the shoulder. "What's up, Michael? Did someone offend you? Would you like me to take care of them during the rookie game to help you vent your frustration? Who could possibly offend me? I can handle them myself. I don't need your assistance. They are merely a few rookies. Do you really think I need your help?" Jordan scoffed, rolling his eyes. "Once we reach San Antonio, I'll take you to a place." "What place?" "You'll find out when we get there." Jordan said no more. "I'm not going." Lin Tian resolutely shook his head, showing no hesitation. Who knows what Jordan might have in store for him? Lin Tian would be foolish enough to fall for it. A place where you could earn a fortune of $1 million or even more in a single night and gain unparalleled fame. You're not interested? Jordan looked at Lin Tian and added, "If you don't go, I assure you, you will regret it." "Lin, Michael is preparing to take you to their exclusive club. It's filled with the CRME de la CRME of NBA superstars. Such a gathering occurs only once a year. If you don't go, you will surely regret it." Clemens, an assistant coach sitting a few seats behind, leaned forward and affirmed, "I can guarantee you, Michael is not deceiving you." Chapter 83. Would you be willing to sleep with Leonardo DiCaprio or Johnny Depp? This year's All-Star Game head coaches are Phil Jackson and George Karl, and their respective chief assistant coaches are the ones overseeing the rookie game. This means that Lin Tian will be playing the rookie game under Clemens. Given their relationship, Lin Tian can play as long as he desires. This is precisely the source of Lin Tian's confidence and assurance in his ability to triumph in the rookie competition and ultimately secure the MVP title. Well, the little flying squirrel Stoudemire, the new flying man of North Carolina Stackhouse, and the ever-so-quiet roaring Didi Rashid Wallace. Just a few of you. When the time comes, should any of you perform inadequately, I shall have Clemens replace you all without hesitation. The head coach is in my corner. What right do you have to compete with me? However, whether you earn $1 million or see it slip away will ultimately depend on Lin's fortune. Pippin lifted his gaze to Lin Tian and remarked, "You must think this through. Those rascals will not show you mercy simply because you are a rookie." At this point, Lin Tian began to comprehend Jordan's intentions. It was to engage in gambling with other stars. This is one of Jordan's most cherished activities each year, reveling in the thrill of gambling. The exhilaration he derives from outmaneuvering those superstar athletes at the gaming table is undoubtedly on par with clinching a championship title. It has been 2 years since you last participated in the All-Star gambling competition, hasn't it? Lin Tian remarked to Jordan. This time, instead of indulging in the pleasure yourself, you choose to bring me along. You must have lost quite a fortune 2 years ago. A snicker erupted from Rodman, who had been assumed to be asleep behind his sunglasses. It appeared he was merely feigning slumber. Not only did Jordan endure a significant loss, but within the Bulls, Rodman was the most keen to tease Jordan about his misfortunes. He stifled a laugh and said, "Ever since Michael secured his first championship, he has been ruthlessly targeted in the All-Star games for 2 consecutive years, mercilessly outmatched by those other fellows. They were specifically gunning for Michael, seeking to profit at his expense. After all, he is loathed and despised. During those 2 years of All-Star games, Michael must have lost at least $5 million. Frankly, if it weren't for his genuine passion for baseball and his subsequent return, I might suspect he retired not due to a loss of interest in basketball, but rather because he could not bear the defeats." Jordan, in response to Rodman's revelations, simply shrugged. The fact that he faced such staggering losses due to being targeted was hardly a secret. In any other context, he would have preferred to avoid the situation entirely. Despite his penchant for gambling, he detests losing. However, in the realm of all-star betting, if Jordan chose to abstain, he would undoubtedly face relentless mockery from that loathsome crowd, accused of cowardice and an inability to handle defeat. This is indeed the most intolerable situation for Jordan. However, at long last, he has awaited Lin Tian. With Lin Tian by his side, Jordan is filled with confidence, convinced that this year he can reclaim his glory. He intends to show those rascals what it means to be a gambling god, stripping them of their very undergarments. What isn't it for me? Just as Jordan was reveling in the fantasy of dominating the all-star gambling table alongside Lin Tian, a single remark from Lin Tian brought him crashing back to reality. What isn't it for you? You're going to gamble and win, and you're asking about benefits? Jordan stared incredulously at Lin Tian. Of course I want something. I'm not particularly fond of gambling. Would you prefer to take on Leonardo DiCaprio or Johnny Depp? They are both the epitome of male beauty. Lin Tian rolled his eyes in exasperation, as if Jordan's words were nothing but nonsense. I certainly wouldn't. Jordan retorted without a moment's hesitation. No matter how handsome they are still men. I have no interest in men. Exactly. You dislike men, and I detest gambling. It's as simple as that. Lin Tian continued. So what isn't it for me? If I lose, it's on me. If I win, we split the winnings evenly. Jordan gritted his teeth and proposed a condition he believed to be quite satisfactory. Isn't that essentially devoid of benefit? If we win, it's my money, isn't it? Or do you expect me to pay for my own gambling? Lin Tian's gaze towards Jordan increasingly resembled that of someone regarding a fool. At that moment, even Jackson approached, fully aware of the fact that Jordan had lost several $1 million in the All-Star game. His curiosity was piqued. Just how much would Jordan concede for the sake of pride? If I lose, it's on me. If I win, you take it all. After uttering an expletive, Jordan firmly articulated his bottom line. He valued his pride above all else. Nothing else mattered. If you lack sincerity, then let us not continue this discussion. I have plans to experience the local culture of San Antonio tonight. Lin Tian shrugged his shoulders and reached for the newspaper beside him to take a glance. FUXX. Jordan, in a fit of rage, snatched the newspaper from Lin Tian's hands and stomped it underfoot. You can't expect me to win and still pay into it. What do you truly want? Speak clearly. He continued. Had you shown sincerity earlier, we could have had a fruitful discussion by now. Lin Tian shrugged again, assuming an air of entitlement, while those around him regarded him with increasingly incredulous expressions. This fellow refers to this as a sincere discussion? Jordan was so infuriated that steam seemed to rise from his head. He even tore up the newspaper. Is this truly what one would call a genuine conversation conducted with earnestness? Is this what it means to be a master of psychology? Is this the reason he became the god of gambling? Lin Tian sighed and remarked, first and foremost, if I lose, it is your responsibility, which is only fair. Furthermore, I cannot claim the entirety of the winnings. That would be inappropriate. You can take 1/10. Is that acceptable? Without waiting for Jordan to protest, Lin Tian continued. Next, in our upcoming match against the Timberwolves, I need you to feed me the ball. Feed me relentlessly, just as we did in our last game against the Lakers. I must score at least 30 points, and I intend to dunk on Kevin Garnett a few times. Is that all right? Do you have a grudge against that high schooler? Jordan pondered the last encounter between the two teams, attempting to ascertain if there was any conflict between Lin Tian and Garnett. Ultimately, he gave up. He couldn't even remember if their teams had faced off against the Timberwolves at all. Forget about that. Just tell me if you can manage to give me the ball the moment I shout ball. All right, it's just one game, no problem. Jordan slapped his chest, indicating that this was a trivial matter. But what else do you want? Don't get carried away, kid. Upon hearing Lin Tian's series of requests, Jordan struggled to contain his urge to curse. Chapter 84. Just add one. I'm not very skilled. Now, I'm going to sleep. Keep your distance and refrain from making noise. If my poor sleep affects my performance and I end up losing money, it will be you who loses face. Lin Tian stretched lazily and looked at Jordan. Aren't you leaving yet? You want me to leave? Jordan's eyes widened in disbelief as he pointed to himself, utterly astonished. Well, no need to actually leave, just move a bit further away. Your voice is too loud and your snoring too boisterous. I can't sleep well. Lin Tian continued his verbal assault, showing no regard for Jordan. Unfortunately, compared to Lin Tian's jibes, Jordan was far more concerned about the evening's card game. He managed to suppress his emotions, slammed his hand on the armrest in frustration, and turned to walk away. Nothing was revealed. Such a superstar with a heart of steel is truly troublesome. Lin Tian shook his head. It seemed that this journey would yield little from Jordan. He could only wonder if he might gain something once they disembarked the plane. After all, it was a grand gathering of 24 of the league's top superstars. If he didn't extract at least 100 or 80 skills, he would feel he had let down his ancestors. Impressive. I believe you are the only one in this league brave enough to tell Michael to get lost. I, for one, have never seen anyone speak to him like that. Robin gave a thumbs up, saying, I had originally scheduled a date with a B-list actress from San Antonio tonight, but now I have decided to stand her up. I want to see what happens in this gambling match. Clemens added, to have the audacity to speak to Michael like that. Just for that courage, Lin. I believe you are destined to become an all-star. Jordan, keeping his distance from it all, remained blissfully unaware, choosing to see and hear nothing of the matter. Throughout the journey, Jordan exhibited an unusual silence. He uttered not a single word. It remained a mystery whether he was sulking or simply adhering to a promise. Wary of disturbing Lin Tian's state of mind, when the Chicago Bulls disembarked from the plane, it was already 5 in the afternoon. The presence of superstars like Jordan and Pippen inevitably attracted a throng of fans and journalists who had gathered at the San Antonio airport, eager to capture photographs, obtain autographs, and seize the opportunity for a brief interview. However, at that moment, Jordan clearly lacked the inclination to squander time amidst the crowd. He yearned for a swift transportation to the hotel, where he could quickly change and prepare, eager to rendezvous with his fellow stars. His anticipation to witness Lin Tian's prowess was palpable. Yet, despite his impatience, Jordan found himself constrained by the throngs of people, unable to escape the bustling airport until the security personnel arrived to escort them. As they lingered, by the time they arrived at the hotel, it was nearly 8 in the evening, while the rendezvous was set for 7. Thus, upon his arrival, Jordan hastily dropped his luggage and sprinted to Lin Tian's room. Upon opening the door, he eagerly seized Lin Tian and pulled him along. We have an agreement. Regardless of the circumstances of the wager, irrespective of who wins or loses, we shall play until midnight, not a second longer. This is to prevent anyone from losing their composure and insisting on continuing. As Jordan dragged Lin Tian along at a swift pace, he exclaimed, we must hurry. The time you have left to win is dwindling. Michael, this rule they established is clearly aimed at you, no matter how one looks at it. You're the one more prone to losses and the one who enjoys keeping everyone from leaving. At this point, Lin Tian no longer feigned disinterest. However, he made sure to tease Jordan relentlessly. Indeed, it was because of me that during the 1992 All-Star Game, I lost nearly $1 million by midnight, compelling me to keep everyone there until 5 in the morning when I had lost $3 million before finally allowing them to leave. Jordan reminisced about his illustrious past, his frustration palpable. Damn it, that time was because of those two scoundrels, Patrick and Reggie, incessantly chattering from start to finish, utterly annoying. This time, target those two first. Make sure to win everything from them. Rest assured, once I take action, you need not worry about a thing. Lin Tian followed Jordan to the top floor of the hotel, and as the grand doors opened, a boisterous hall unfolded before them. By the way, Michael, you might want to buy a few pairs of underwear. When I win everything from them, you can present those pairs. Then, you can thoroughly mock them. Excellent idea. Jordan's eyes brightened, and he promptly turned to a waiter to issue a few instructions, after which the waiter promptly vanished. It was only at this moment that Lin Tian shifted his gaze towards the interior of the hall. He intended to assess the caliber of his opponents for the evening. A mere glance revealed that this gathering of NBA superstars was indeed as grand as proclaimed. At least half of the 24 players selected for this year's All-Star Game were present. Jordan's longtime rivals from the East, Miller and Ewing, the Miami King Morning, the Magic duo Hardaway and O'Neal, the Supersonics pair Payton and Kemp, the Jazz's Malone, the newly crowned nightlife King Kid, the Clyde Drexler, the African Mount Mutombo, and Jordan's good friend, Sir Charles Barkley. The illustrious top-tier stars of the league, surprisingly, have all congregated here, regardless of stature, team standing, fame, ability, or statistics. Lin Tian undoubtedly finds himself at the bottom among all present. His mere presence, as a novice, feels rather peculiar. "Ah, Michael, you've arrived. I thought you might not grace us with your presence and bring us some funds." The first to speak was Barkley, a good friend of Jordan, whose remarks dripped with sarcasm. "Well, it seems our late-night snacks and all expenses during the All-Star festivities have been covered." "Shut up, Charles, you glutton. Can you even win back the money I've put on the line?" Jordan retorted with a scoff, effectively silencing Barkley. "Michael, what is this kid doing here? What gives him the right to be present? You'd better send him packing immediately, or else I cannot guarantee whether he'll be escorted out or carried out." Malone interjected, his gaze landing on his longtime rival, Lin Tian, ready to dismiss him. "Who would have thought it was you? The infamous Salt Lake City diva, Karl Malone, who I sent packing last time. Are you intimidated by my presence? Or does it remind you of that unforgettable night?" Lin Tian shot back, not one to back down from a challenge. Chapter 85. The True Master of Provocation Kid. "Do you have a death wish?" Malone bellowed, attempting to push through the crowd to confront Lin Tian. However, Admiral David Robinson intervened. "Carl, I don't care what grudges you two hold. This is my territory. I won't allow any fighting here. David, it's been a year, and you've truly taken on the mantle of a leader." A mocking voice suddenly echoed from the entrance. It was none other than Robinson's former teammate, Rodman. Last season, the Spurs achieved an impressive 62 wins, the best record in the league. They navigated through the playoffs with determination, reaching the Western Conference Finals, where they faced the reigning champions, the Rockets, led by the illustrious Dream, Olajuwon. This round of confrontation represents a direct face-off among the four eminent centers. Whosoever prevails between Olajuwon and Robinson will undoubtedly gain a favorable position in the hierarchy of these towering giants. The anticipation surrounding this series is palpable, as everyone yearns to witness who among the Dream and the Admiral emerges as the more formidable force in the paint. The Spurs, fortified by the twin towers of Rodman and David Robinson, boasted Rodman's recent accolade as a first-team all-defensive player, alongside his title as the league's rebounding champion. From any perspective, the combination of Rodman and Robinson ought to have been capable of containing Olajuwon. Yet, once the game commenced, the reality unfolded quite differently. David Robinson found himself utterly overwhelmed by Olajuwon in their one-on-one encounters. The average statistics for the series reflected Olajuwon's dominance with 35 points, 12 rebounds, 5 assists, and 4 blocks compared to Robinson's 23 points, 11 rebounds, 2 assists, and 2 blocks, not to mention the stark disparity in shooting percentages, which was a full 10 percentage points apart. Olajuwon decisively transformed the Admiral into a mere deckhand. Faced with Robinson's inability to retaliate against Olajuwon, he found himself retreating in despair. Initially, Spurs coach Bob Hill hoped that Rodman would assist in double-teaming Olajuwon to curtail his offensive prowess. However, in a shocking turn of events, Rodman outright declined. His reasoning left everyone astounded. "I am not one of the four great centers, so why should I interfere in their duel? David earns the most money and receives the greatest accolades. Therefore, he ought to handle Olajuwon one-on-one to validate his worth, rather than whining for my help." No one could fathom Rodman's motives for refusing to assist against Olajuwon. It was clear that Robinson emerged from this series with his reputation in tatters, relegated to the bottom of the four great centers. However, one could argue he was not entirely at the bottom. After all, in the 1994 finals, Ewing suffered an even more humiliating defeat than Robinson. Among the four great centers of the 1990s, only the young Shaquille O'Neal could truly contest Olajuwon in a series, exchanging blows in a competitive manner. This is precisely why Olajuwon's consecutive championships, despite not facing Jordan, are regarded by all as possessing an exceptionally high level of significance. This individual, on the path to championship glory, has decisively triumphed over the other three prominent centers. Not only did his personal performance overshadow each competitor, but he also secured every victory. Furthermore, if one includes power forwards in the equation, Olajuwon has, during this consecutive championship journey, vanquished both Barkley and Malone, and astonishingly, he accomplished this feat against each of them on 2 separate occasions. In the championship journey of the past 2 years, Hakeem Olajuwon has encountered 5 MVP-caliber supercenters, 2 of whom he faced on 2 occasions. Throughout these 7 playoff series, Olajuwon consistently outperformed his opponents, leading his team to victory in every instance. With such an indiscriminate annihilation of all his adversaries, how can one dare to question the significance of his achievements? Of course, tonight Olajuwon is absent, and all present are merely the vanquished beneath his prowess. However, the animosity between Dennis Rodman and David Robinson will not dissipate simply due to Olajuwon's absence. After all, following Rodman's refusal to double-team Olajuwon, he was discarded by the Spurs as if he were worthless, practically handed over to the Bulls. Such a maverick. The Spurs lacked the audacity to retain him within the team. At that moment, Robinson caught sight of Rodman, his resentment palpable, as if he were ready to grind his teeth to dust. Among all in the league, Rodman was the one he loathed the most. Had it not been for Rodman's obstinate refusal to double-team Olajuwon, he might have secured his first championship last year. Consequently, the scene on the court quickly transformed into a cluster of individuals restraining Robinson, preventing him from confronting Rodman. Don't be impulsive, David. We're here to enjoy ourselves. The most important thing is to have fun playing cards. Ewing, the tallest among them, grasped Robinson, attempting to calm him down. Patrick, if I were you, I would feel embarrassed to show my face here. Who is it that was outplayed by Olajuwon, averaging less than 20 points per game? And you dare to call yourself one of the 4 great centers? If I were you, I would relinquish that title to, let me think, Mutombo. At least he is genuinely imposing. FUXX, who are you calling small? Ewing's ears perked up at the mention of size, his eyes bulging with fury as he glared at Rodman, nearly igniting with rage. Nearby, Lin Tian was swiftly jotting down notes. Ewing's stature was indeed diminutive. He could certainly use this to launch a future attack against him. After all, if Ewing were not small, he wouldn't be so incensed. In a corner, O'Neal and Hardaway stood with broad grins, clearly unwilling to engage in the older generation skirmish. Yet Lin Tian was determined not to let these two off the hook. He deliberately spoke in a volume audible to O'Neal while addressing Pippen, who had accompanied Rodman. I've heard that O'Neal's is not so large. Have you heard about this? What did you say? O'Neal's eyes widened in fury, mirroring Ewing's expression. But it was Hardaway's firm grip that kept him from charging at Lin Tian. Regrettably, this incident had only yielded a mere 10 experience points. Lin Tian, observing his meager gains, shook his head in dissatisfaction, then turned his gaze towards Rodman, his eyes brimming with envy. As soon as this individual stepped through the door, he uttered merely 3 sentences, yet succeeded in throwing the entire venue into disarray. Truly, he is the Ares of the realm of animosity. Regrettably, the emotional upheaval stirred among the players by Rodman could not yield any benefit for Lin Tian, and had Lin Tian expressed the same sentiments, they would have carried little impact. Such a pity, indeed, a lamentable squandering of potential. Nevertheless, regardless of how the assembled crowd deliberated, it was evident that the game could no longer proceed. Before the game had even commenced, tensions among a few individuals escalated to the point where they were ready to exchange blows. If this continued, it was all too likely that a brawl would erupt. Chapter 86. I am not targeting you. I am merely stating that you are all worthless. How long do you intend to drag this out? Are we going to play or not? A thunderous shout suddenly pierced through the clamor of their quarrel, as the outspoken Reggie Miller could no longer contain himself. If you wish to fight, then let us continue. If you desire to brawl, then act like men and engage. Those attempting to mediate, step back. What business do you have intervening? Withdraw and allow me to see if they have the guts to throw down here on the eve of the All-Star game. Miller's words were as abrasive as they were resolute, much like his unlikable persona. Yet, it was undeniable that his sentiments resonated with everyone present. This group of individuals is filled with exuberance, yet aside from Rodman, the fearless and audacious one, the others are indeed hesitant to engage in a conflict at this moment. This is right under Stern's watchful eye. If a fight breaks out here and he finds out, not to mention the possibility of suspension and fines, that bespectacled old man will undoubtedly incite the referees against their team. Everyone present understands that Stern is not genuinely benevolent. His smile merely serves as a facade for protection. Once provoked, the repercussions of angering this old man are undeniably unbearable for anyone. Following Miller's remarks, an awkward silence enveloped the venue. At that moment, Jordan clapped his hands and declared, "Then let us play. Let us place all our grievances and frustrations on the poker table. Let us see who emerges as the ultimate victor." Michael, if I were you, I wouldn't sit at the table. Have you forgotten about the nearly $5 million you lost 2 years ago? If you play tonight, you'll have to risk another $5 million. Barkley observed his friend. resembling a lamb led to slaughter, and could not resist offering a warning about the inevitable targeting Jordan would face at the table. You are indeed correct, Charles. Therefore, I have no intention of participating in the game tonight. Jordan shrugged, remaining standing instead of taking a seat. What on earth? Barkley gazed incredulously at Jordan. What are you here for? To enjoy the air conditioning? I'm here to introduce someone, a superlative talent known as the gambling master of Chicago. Jordan proudly patted Lin Tian's shoulder, refocusing the attention of everyone present before he continued. Tonight, Lin will play in my stead. Any losses he incurs, I shall cover. Rest assured, there will be no delays. Payment will be immediate. You want a kid to play cards with us, Michael? Is this your solution to your abysmal card-playing skills? You want to even play yourself? Barkley, being Jordan's closest friend, was unabashed in his teasing, asking, "What did you realize that you always lose when you sit at the table? Charles, if you could learn to keep your mouth shut, you might become the best power forward in the league instead of merely hovering outside the top 5. Jordan retorted without hesitation, then addressed everyone. Now, is there anyone else who wishes to join the table for a proper game? This kid earns what in a year? Does he have the funds to play with us? Did you inform him of the stakes involved, Michael?" Malone scoffed, seated comfortably. "If he dares to owe money, I'll make sure he pays dearly. Literally. I'll bankroll him tonight." Jordan triumphantly patted Lin Tian's shoulder. "Come on, Lin, let them see your prowess." Lin Tian shrugged. "Exactly. Michael said that any losses are on him. So even though I've only played cards once in my life, I'm still here." "You've only played once?" "Ewing found a spot to sit. Do you expect us to believe that?" "I swear I have only played once, and that was on airplane against Michael. Fortune favored me that time, as I managed to win 10 consecutive hands, which may have led him to perceive me as a skilled player." Lin Tian chuckled and remarked, "But I assure you, I truly lack proficiency. I am merely a novice." "I couldn't care less whether you're a novice," Malong retorted fiercely, his gaze fixed on Lin Tian, brimming with animosity. "If you dare to sit down, I will ensure you leave without a stitch to your name. Place your bets, kid." Lin Tian shot back at Malong with a string of expletives. "You call me garbage?" Malong pointed at his own nose. "No, I'm not targeting you." Lin Tian glanced around at the assembled crowd, contemplated for a moment, and then slightly altered a classic line. "What I mean is, the entirety of Salt Lake City is garbage." With a resounding slap, Malong slammed his palm against the table, cursing, "Come on, kid. Show me how much money Michael has for you to lose." During the exchange of insults between Lin Tian and Malong, Peyton, Kemp, and Matambo also took their seats. Alongside Lin Tian, Ewing, Barkley, and Malong, a total of 8 individuals commenced the first round of the game. "Reggie, aren't you joining?" David Robinson inquired, standing beside Miller, who had a curious expression. After all, Miller was also a gambler who never missed an opportunity to bet. "I'm not going," Miller replied decisively, shaking his head. "Have you ever seen Michael hold someone in such high regard, especially in a domain where he considers himself adept? This is undoubtedly a first for him. Think about it. If Michael endorses someone claiming they excel at basketball and that he has been outplayed by them, would you easily challenge that individual?" Miller shrugged, continuing, "Surely. You must have seen this kid's scouting report. He graduated from the psychology department at the University of Pennsylvania. Penn's psychology program is ranked #1 in the world. I'll observe for a while before making a decision. I enjoy gambling, but I do not relish the idea of handing over money to an expert." Robinson nodded in agreement. "Let these fellows determine whether this kid possesses genuine talent or if he is merely a charlatan." While the two conversed, the door to the private room swung open once more. The newcomer was not a basketball star, but rather the server who had been dispatched by Jordan to purchase underwear. The waiter, balancing a tray adorned with several pairs of oversized underwear, hurriedly approached Jordan and inquired, "Sir, where should I place this?" "Here, please," Lin Tian responded, snapping his fingers at the waiter, adding, "However, do remember to collect the tip from Michael." "What is this?" Ewing asked, gazing curiously at the items in Lin Tian's hands. Chapter 87. The Stage of NBA Superstars. Lin Tian declared, "Tonight, I shall take on 10 opponents. Here are the undergarments I prepared for you." He casually tossed a pile of underwear at his feet, teasing, "If you all end up losing to me, these shall be your treasures to cover your embarrassment." No need for gratitude. Generosity is simply in my nature. Hurry up. No more dilly-dallying. Enough already. Malone, now thoroughly exasperated, cursed, "Deal the cards. I can't bear to hear another word from this kid." With Malone's outburst, the others settled into their seats, and after tossing in the ante, the first round of cards finally commenced. Following the initial deal, Malone held the highest card, a king, and, glancing at the community cards, proclaimed with glee, 1,000. The subsequent players opted to match his bet, as no one wished to concede in the opening hand. However, when it came to Lin Tian, he stood as the sole exception. After a brief examination of his hand, he nonchalantly tossed his cards into the discard pile, declaring, "Too small, I'm out." "Humph. Are you intimidated by a single king? Kid, is that all the courage you possess?" Malone scoffed triumphantly as he continued to deal the cards. In this round, ultimately, Barkley emerged victorious, pocketing over $10,000 in a single hand. As the second round commenced, Ewing received an ace and took the initiative to speak first. "Let's wager 500 and test the waters." Ewing glanced at his whole cards and opted for caution. The turn then fell to Lin Tian, who, after surveying his cards, decisively tossed them back into the pile, declaring, "Too weak, I'm out." Behind him, Jordan opened his mouth, eager to express his thoughts. For he had seen Lin Tian's whole card, a king, coupled with a queen in Lin Tian's hand. This could have formed a straight. To discard such a promising hand seemed a lamentable loss. Yet, he merely parted his lips without uttering a word, embodying the essence of fundamental poker etiquette. As the game progressed through approximately 10 hands, Lin Tian opted to fold in 8 of them, only choosing to play with a pair and a hand containing an ace and a king, both of which led him to victory. His cards were indeed commendable. After another 10 hands, Lin Tian persisted with his strategy. Most hands were discarded outright, yet the few he retained did not guarantee success every time. In total, within less than 40 minutes, Lin Tian had already lost a significant amount of money. Jordan, upon a rough calculation, realized he had incurred losses nearing $100,000. At this moment, Jordan was on the verge of madness, as Lin Tian's frequent folds were exasperating. Many promising hands slipped away, discarded without a second thought. It was a pity and a disaster. Had it not been for his deep trust in Lin Tian and the haunting memory of losing for $1 million on the plane, he would have long since ousted Lin Tian and taken his place at the table. Nevertheless, Jordan restrained himself and chose to continue believing in Lin Tian. Meanwhile, engrossed in the game, Jordan remained oblivious to the perceptions of others regarding Lin Tian. Yet, the onlookers had already formed a judgment. Indeed, a novice. A very cautious and prudent novice. This young man only chose to play hands he felt confident in, folding at every other opportunity. This signifies 2 crucial points. Firstly, Lin Tian is indeed a novice, lacking any comprehension of strategy, tactics, or psychology. Secondly, this young man is utilizing Jordan's funds, thus playing with utmost caution. He would rather incur a minor loss than allow Jordan to suffer significant setbacks. Thirdly, it appears that Jordan has misjudged the situation this time. It seems that Lin Tian's previous victories over Jordan on the plane were merely a stroke of incredible luck. However, what these stars fail to realize is that while they're scrutinizing Lin Tian, he is equally observing them. For over an hour, Lin Tian was not merely throwing cards around, aimlessly pursuing a loss. He had adeptly utilized this brief span to discern the psychological nuances and playing styles of several star players at the table, even those concealed beneath it. For instance, Ewing was quite the crafty player, the most prone to deceit among the 8 at the table. In contrast, Barkley was more straightforward, favoring substantial bets when holding a strong hand. Peyton, while calm, frequently took risks, often choosing to stay in the game even with a mediocre hand before eventually folding. Others, such as Mutombo and Kemp, each displayed their own distinctive habits and tendencies. As long as these patterns existed, Lin Tian could read their expressions and demeanor during each bet, allowing him to accurately predict their hands. Much like the renowned gambler Chun Jinsheng, who mastered the art of observation by studying 100 rounds of the God of Gamblers, Lin Tian was meticulously analyzing their habits. As for Malone, he seemed to be the luckiest tonight, achieving the greatest victories and exuding the most confidence. Lin Tian believed that had he not been present, Malone would likely have triumphed decisively. However, the time has come for Lin, the great official, to make his move. You have all had your victories, haven't you? Now, it is my turn to challenge 10. At long last, it was Lin Tian's turn to speak. Holding an ace in his hand, he cast a glance at the community cards, and a conspicuous smile spread across his face as he declared, "Finally, I've waited long enough. $10,000. What card do you have to match that?" Peyton, glancing at his own cards, found himself in a quandary. He shook his head, then said, 10,000 I call. Observing Peyton's demeanor, Lin Tian was convinced that this individual was up to some trickery, or perhaps he was merely waiting for the next card to be dealt. He hoped that the subsequent cards would bestow upon him a stronger hand. allowing him to salvage the situation if his current hand was lacking. Conversely, should his hand prove weak, Peyton would fold. In Lin Tian's eyes, such behavior was akin to inviting misfortune, merely gifting away more money in the process. Subsequently, Malone, Kemp, and others followed suit, all seasoned players who would not be intimidated by Lin Tian's single card. As the following cards were revealed, Lin Tian raised his bets increasingly with each card drawn, exuding a joy that led everyone to believe his hand was indeed formidable. When the final round arrived, Lin Tian unveiled his 4 cards: Ace, King, Queen, and Jack. If his whole card happened to be a 10, he would possess a straight. Conversely, Malone held a pair of queens and a pair of 9s, which constituted 2 pairs. Thus, should Lin Tian's whole card not be a 10, Malone would undoubtedly emerge victorious. However, upon drawing the Jack, Lin Tian initially erupted into a jubilant celebration, only to immediately temper his expression, adopting a demeanor of hesitation and deep contemplation. After an intense minute of deliberation, he timidly announced, 50,000. My hand is exceedingly strong. In a heartfelt message regarding the upcoming release, the author expressed a sense of trepidation as the launch approached. Grateful for the generous support from fellow readers and the guidance of Qinghu, the author reflected on the smooth journey thus far, extending sincere thanks to all. Regarding the eagerly anticipated update schedule, the author mentioned a brief announcement. Tomorrow, I will release 3 chapters. I previously promised that if fortune smiled upon me with a chance at the top rankings, I would deliver an explosive release on the first day of publication. After discussing the matter with Qinghu, it has been decided that I will present a significant update next Tuesday. Therefore, I shall release an initial 5,000 words tomorrow and the day after, followed by an explosive 20,000 words on Tuesday. Thereafter, I will strive to maintain a daily update of 20,000 words, ensuring everyone has ample reading material. Lastly, I kindly request your initial support. In Chapter 88, the question arose, how long would it take to knock out Malone? A mere 5 seconds would suffice. Malone scrutinized Lin Tian, carefully analyzing the expressions that played across his face. The young man's initial reaction upon seeing Jay was undoubtedly the most genuine. He was certainly taken aback. However, his subsequent demeanor, timid and hesitant, contrasted starkly with his first response. This young man seeks to deceive me. He wishes for me to believe he does not possess a straight, that he is engaged in subterfuge. Upon this realization, Ma Long became convinced that Lin Tian's hidden card must undoubtedly be a 10. With such a wretched performance, he dares to play the fool and attempt to mislead me? Not in this lifetime. Declining to proceed, Ma Long discards his own cards. In the preceding rounds, he had made substantial bets, yet in this instance, he incurred a loss of nearly $30,000. However, by refraining from participating in the final hand, Ma Long considered it a savings of $50,000 for himself. Foolishness. Beside him, the acerbic Miller could not restrain his scorn after Ma Long folded. Carl, are you daft? How could he possibly have a straight? Have you lost your sight? Reggie, if you wish to play, join in. If not, remain silent. You imbecile. Cannot you see this lad is merely pretending to be a fool? Ma Long scoffed, declaring, this young man aims to deceive me, yet he shall not succeed. In truth, I have outsmarted him. Ordinarily, when an opponent folds, Lin Tian would not reveal his cards, thus preserving an air of mystery and his strategy. Yet at this moment, Lin Tian voluntarily exposed his card, stating, I have an ace. I possess only a pair, not greater than yours. Moreover, Reggie is correct. You are indeed a fool, for I could not possibly hold a 10. Did you not notice that among the discarded cards, Charles had 2 10s, while Gary and Patrick each had 1? How could I conjure a 5th 10? The words of Lin Tian and Miller left Ma Long speechless, his mouth agape, rendered mute for an extended moment. Lin Tian's earlier performance was not lacking in skill, but rather, it was executed with remarkable finesse. Every expression was part of his act. This is truly the essence of cunning. In this round, Lin Tian triumphed magnificently, while Ma Long suffered a humiliating defeat. The star-studded audience could not refrain from applauding in admiration. This hand was nothing short of spectacular. Lin Tian, having largely discarded his previous cards and incurred minimal losses, secured a staggering victory of over 100,000 in this single hand. With this one round, he not only recouped his costs but also transformed his losses into profits. Continuing onward, Lin Tian cast aside his 5 cards and embarked on the next round of play. Over the course of the subsequent hour, he unleashed his full potential. The timid player who had been discarding cards was nowhere to be found. regardless of whether the cards were high or low. Lin Tian exhibited unwavering confidence and a dominating strategy. Remarkably, each of his plays was entirely distinct, at times brazenly aggressive, at times cautiously stealthy, at times exuding fearlessness with a strong hand, and at other moments meticulously calculating despite holding a powerful hand. Faced with a group of athletes who had neglected their studies in high school and hardly attended classes in college, Lin Tian executed a thorough and decisive superiority. Moreover, his sharp tongue showed no mercy as he won, mercilessly taunting his opponents, leaving them in a state of frustration and despair as they lost money at the table. Soon, the table saw the likes of Kemp and Payton, who bore animosity towards Lin Tian yet maintained their composure, quickly exhaust their funds and vacate their seats. In their place came Drexler and Kidd, but their arrival merely swapped 2 players for 2 others who would also succumb to losses. At this 8-person high-stakes table, once Lin Tian unleashed his full force and began to win, an astonishing 70 of the hands concluded in his favor. Even the player who lost the least, Kemp, suffered losses exceeding 100,000, while Ma Long, who stubbornly refused to back down, incurred a staggering loss of over 400,000. As the clock struck 11:30 p.m., with only half an hour remaining before the players' agreed departure, Lin Tian had completed a sweeping victory. He single-handedly defeated all the stars willing to take a seat at the table. This night, the scenario unfolded with Lin Tian triumphing over all others. He amassed winnings exceeding 2 million, even amidst an all-star event, with this group of millionaires. Witnessing such a singular outcome, where everyone lost to one individual, was indeed a groundbreaking first. This group of individuals has never faced such dire circumstances, nor have they ever been so uniformly aligned. As the moment draws nearer, the few remaining at the table have become utterly engrossed. The current round has seen the total chips on the table exceed $500,000, with as many as 6 players steadfastly pushing to the final round. Raise it by 30,000. Matambo's voice, already raspy, now sounded even more strained, beads of sweat appearing on his brow. I refuse to believe you hold 4 fives. Show your cards. It's not my turn yet. Lin Tian shrugged nonchalantly. Jason, while we may not be friends, I advise you not to continue. Beside him, Kidd scoffed. You won't fool me, Kidd. Like Dybeck, I don't believe you have 4 of kind. I'll call the 30,000. Let us have our grand showdown. The last one still holding on, O'Neill glanced at his cards, deliberated extensively, and ultimately shook his head, opting to fold. He saved the 30,000. Yet this also meant that the substantial sum he had previously wagered would never return. Following O'Neill's decision to fold, his partner Hardaway also chose to abandon his hand without hesitation. In Lin Tian's eyes, these 2 individuals epitomized the archetype of prodigal gamblers. Despite the fact that they had no hope of surpassing Lin Tian's 3 fives in the previous round, they insist on prolonging the game, willingly forfeiting several tens of thousands to him. Ma Long, in a fit of rage, slammed his hand onto the table and exclaimed, I cannot believe you hold 4 fives. I am all in for 30,000. Carl, are you a fool? Your visible cards are 4, 6, 7, and 8. If your hidden card is a 5, you need not doubt whether I possess a 5, for the last 5 must be in your hand. However, if you do not have a 5, regardless of whether my hidden card is a 5, you're destined to lose. When it was Lin Tian's turn to speak, he did not miss the opportunity to mock Ma Long further. I genuinely question what your purpose is tonight. Are you here for charity? Or have you entirely forgotten the value of your own hidden card? As Lin Tian tossed in his 30,000 in chips, he revealed his hand. You dare to bluff with your highest card being a 7? I truly possess 4 fives. Lin Tian's proclamation rendered Ma Long's breathing increasingly labored. Indeed, Lin Tian was correct. He appeared to be engaging in charity tonight, completely losing his composure and playing haphazardly. Particularly in this hand, his hidden card was merely a king. Yet he recklessly gambled with several single cards, resulting in a loss exceeding $100,000. He had truly succumbed to the thrill of the game to the point of folly. In this round, Lin Tian astonishingly won over $500,000. His earnings for the evening have already surpassed $5 million. Throughout the illustrious history of the NBA all-star gambling scene, no one has ever won such a staggering sum in a single night. Well, it is worth noting that Jordan did lose that much in one evening. At this moment, the exuberant Jordan was on the verge of bursting with excitement, nearly ready to leap into the air. Although he did not gamble personally, he suddenly realized that merely observing could be equally exhilarating. Nevertheless, in the presence of numerous basketball stars. Jordan endeavored to maintain his aloof demeanor. I believe it's nearly time. Let us call a night and continue tomorrow, shall we? Nonsense. As Ewing, O'Neal, and others nodded in agreement. Unwilling to continue playing, Malone slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "There are still 10 minutes left. We can play one more hand. If you're too afraid to play, I'll challenge this kid one-on-one. What say you, kid? Without these distractions, I want to lose to you." Malone glared at Lin Tian, his eyes bloodshot, clearly intoxicated by the thrill of the game. A substantial portion of the money Lin Tian had won, at least a third, had come from Malone. He was unwilling to let Lin Tian walk away just like that. Turn the tables. It was imperative to recover his losses. Lin Tian, who had already risen from his seat, chuckled and sat back down. "You're handing me money. I have no reason to refuse. So, how do you intend to play this hand? Any special tricks up your sleeve? Let us proceed." The rules remain unchanged. Malone was determined to reclaim all he had lost in one decisive hand, and his gaze was truly fearsome, reflecting the desperation of a gambler on the brink of ruin. "Deal the cards." "Hurry up." The dealer said nothing further and dealt the cards again. Everyone understood that this was a showdown between the two of them, and an entire room of over 10 people gathered around. The first card revealed was an ace for Malone and a 2 for Lin Tian. "Kid, do you see that? That's the chasm between us. It's as vast as the distance from the mountain peak to its base. 50,000. I bet 50,000. Malone, upon seeing his first card, was ecstatic, slamming the table with enthusiasm. Indeed, the disparity is evident. Lin Tian shrugged nonchalantly. "I'll match the 50,000. But I must say, our difference is so slight that with just a little push from someone behind you, you'd tumble from that lofty peak straight to my feet, unable to rise again. What good is standing so high if it's so precarious?" The second card was again an ace for Malone and another 2 for Lin Tian. "Kid, still 50,000. Malone, his eyes reddened, declared, "You're just as pitiful as those 2 twos, small and helpless." "Scott," enlightened Carl on who is truly smaller. Lin Tian scoffed, giving everyone a chance to glance at Pippen. Pippen pursed his lips and nodded slightly. The atmosphere in the room instantly erupted. A simple example. Both having previously dated Madonna, Rodman had nearly been drained dry by her, hastily packing his belongings and fleeing from the home of this world-class superstar. And Pippen? Madonna had packed her bags overnight to invite Pippen home. Now, Pippen was absurdly claiming to be inferior to Lin Tian. Everyone's gaze towards Lin Tian has now intensified with a hint of admiration. Truly, he is both handsome and formidable in combat. At this moment, Lin effortlessly tossed out a wager of 50,000 yuan, declaring, "I'm in." Subsequently, in the third round, Ma Long drew yet another ace. With 3 aces in hand, his hand was undeniably formidable. In stark contrast, Lin was less fortunate, acquiring merely a 5. "You're finished, kid. Do you understand? You're done for." Ma Long triumphantly bellowed, 80,000. "This round, I intend to reclaim all that I've lost. I'll match that 80,000. Lin replied nonchalantly, "Rest assured, Carl, I have prepared a pair of undergarments for you. Should you lose even those, you can wear this as you return to your room." As he spoke, Lin picked up a pair of underwear that he had been stepping on, clearly marked with a footprint. "However, I suggest you wear it on your head, as Michael bought a larger size. Clearly, you cannot wear this. It's better to don it atop your head. At least no one will recognize you. You're doomed, kid. You're finished. Deal the cards. Deal the cards." Ma Long shouted, pounding the table to urge the dealer to proceed. In the final round, Ma Long failed to draw an ace, but did secure a king. Lin, on the other hand, drew yet another 2. On the surface, Ma Long's 3 aces put him in a commanding position, while Lin's trio of 2s paled in comparison. Yet Lin exhibited no fear. Ma Long was completely caught up in the moment, making him the least intimidating opponent. 100,000. Furthermore, the loser must strip down and wear your provided underwear while running back to their room. No stairs allowed. They must take the elevator. Ma Long's eyes gleamed with fervor as he fixated on Lin's whole card, exclaiming, "I refuse to believe you have 4 twos. Believe what you will." Lin replied with a smile, 100,000. "I'm in. You might as well start stripping now." "Strip." Ma Long was so enraged he nearly laughed, revealing his whole card. "The saving 2 you desperately need is right here with me. Why should I be the one to strip? You're the one who is losing." Ma Long's whole card was precisely the means by which Lin could overcome him. A 2. The revelation of this card signified that Lin could not possibly have 4 twos. With only 3 twos, he was entirely outmatched by Ma Long. "Fool! Carl is truly here to deliver money to Lin. Miller chuckled, observing how completely Ma Long was being outplayed this evening. Reggie, you coward, who hasn't T dared to step up all night? How can you call me a fool? Ma Long glared at Miller, already irritated by this sarcastic individual. Of course, he would call you a fool, and there are many reasons for it. Before Miller, the sharp-tongued individual, could retort, Lin interjected, firstly, Reggie knows that he is not my match at the gambling table, which is why he hasn't stepped up to contribute to my winnings, nor has he been foolish enough to clash with me until the end. Secondly, Reggie possessed an adept understanding of the card game. He was aware of which hands could secure victory and which could not. For instance, why must I rely on 4 twos to triumph over you? Do you even know how to play? Lin Tian, upon uttering these words, revealed his hand. A 5. Lin Tian held 3 twos accompanied by 2 5s, forming a full house, a hand that perfectly eclipsed Malone's 3 aces. Yet again, Lin Tian exerted dominance in terms of points, triumphing over Malone once more. In this round, Lin Tian had won an astounding 280,000 from Malone. The total amount Malone had lost that night finally surpassed the 7-figure mark, exceeding $1 million. Although this sum paled in comparison to the millions Jordan had lost in a single night over the past 2 years, Lin Tian was undeniably the resounding victor tonight, utterly overwhelming the competition. He had amassed nearly $3 million in winnings. At this moment, Malone's eyes were obscured by bloodshot veins and shock. He was genuinely infuriated by Lin Tian and the incessantly mocking Miller, having made judgments that were laughably naive, errors only a novice would commit, assuming too much. Carl, do you prefer red or green? If neither suits your fancy, I also have blue and white. Lin Tian gathered the stacks of chips before him, picking up a few pairs of underwear and quipping, choose your favorite. We are eagerly anticipating your streaking. Kid, do not overstep your bounds. One must know their limits. Malone glared at Lin Tian, fury threatening to erupt. He had never anticipated that Lin Tian would dare to suggest such a thing. Did he expect to dismiss his own words as mere folly? Individuals like you deserve to remain championless. Not only will you never be the leader without a title, but even if you cling to the coattails of those younger than you shall never seize a championship. Lin Tian defiantly extended his middle finger towards Malone. If you acknowledge yourself as a cowardly wretch, then you might as well return to your hotel room. However, from now on, the others will no longer refer to you as Mailman Malone. They will call you Dandy Malone or Softy Malone. Kid, Malone glared at Lin Tian, unable to contain himself, leaping onto the table. Before anyone could react, he lunged at Lin Tian. Rodman, quick to respond, dashed towards Lin Tian and Malone, intending to assist, but before he could even plant his foot, he astonishingly witnessed Malone's massive form springing back, soaring away. With a thud, Malone crashed to the floor. Moments before, Lin Tian had seen Malone charging towards him and, in a split second, had deftly ducked, evading Malone's advance. He seized Malone's shoulders, his toes striking Malone's abdomen, executing a powerful maneuver akin to the rabbit kicks the eagle from traditional Chinese martial arts, propelling Malone a full 2 meters away. Even as Malone lay on the floor, still unable to rise, Lin Tian had no intention of letting him off the hook so easily. He sprang up from the floor with remarkable speed, dashing forward without hesitation. The experienced fighter, Marlon, despite being grounded, reacted swiftly, understanding that Lin Tian would undoubtedly attempt to grapple with him on the ground. He felt no fear whatsoever. With his formidable strength, he was confident that if Lin Tian dared to engage him in a tussle, he could render Lin Tian unconscious. He was unafraid of any power struggle. Yet, as Marlon lifted a hand to deliver a punch to the approaching Lin Tian, he was taken aback to find that Lin Tian had no intention of engaging in ground combat at all. Lin Tian deftly seized Marlon's fist with both hands and, with a sudden burst of energy, executed a spin, bringing himself down onto the floor while clutching Marlon's arm. In that fleeting moment, Lin Tian firmly pinned Marlon's arm down, while his legs swiftly coiled around it. In an instant, a flawless crosslock was established. Although Lin Tian's fighting skills were rooted in the teachings of Mayweather, making him more adept at striking than grappling, it is said that all martial arts trace back to the Shaolin. Indeed, while the styles may differ, the principles remain the same. This ground technique, while insufficient against seasoned mixed martial artists and UFC champions, proved overwhelmingly effective against a brawny man like Marlon, whose fighting skills were trivial at best. Lin Tian had meticulously devised his strategy before charging in, he would not forsake his standing prowess to engage Marlin in a muddy ground battle, acknowledging his disadvantage in strength. It would have been folly to engage Marlin in a test of power. As Marlin threw his punch, Lin Tian seamlessly transitioned into a crosslock, swiftly concluding the bout. At that moment, the gathering of over a dozen star athletes were utterly astonished by the rapid turn of events. Unable to fathom that the typically fierce and arrogant Marlin could be subdued by Lin Tian in a single move. How long would it take to KO Marlin? For Lin Tian, merely a fleeting encounter sufficed. While the stars here remain in a daze, over there, Ma Long can no longer endure and begins to howl and scream in agony. Once the cross-lock technique is fully executed, unless Ma Long has undergone specialized unlocking training and remains composed to follow the instructional steps meticulously, he must not rely on brute strength. Otherwise, his arm could be dislocated entirely. This has nothing to do with strength. It is simply that this move is extraordinarily powerful, an absolute, insurmountable technique. As Ma Long's anguished cries echoed, the stars finally reacted and rushed forward to persuade Lin Tian to release him. It's permissible to let him go, but he must surrender and admit defeat in his own words. Lin Tian grasped Ma Long's arm firmly, not loosening his grip in the slightest, even tightening it further, causing Ma Long, who had initially contemplated making some defiant remark, like "if you have the guts, dislocate my arm," to utter not a single harsh word but instead emit another series of agonized wails. Fortunately, after a few seconds, Ma Long finally comprehended his predicament. He realized that Lin Tian was indeed capable of dislocating his arm and was not jesting. "I concede. I shall not strike again. I surrender. I surrender." Ma Long ultimately capitulated completely, his free hand incessantly tapping the floor in a plea for mercy. Lin Tian, no longer excessive, swiftly released Ma Long's arm, sprang up from the ground, and looked at Ma Long, saying, "I won't let you run around naked, but in the future, you better steer clear of me. Otherwise, each time I see you, I will strike." Lin Tian's dominance and ferocity truly intimidated many of the stars present. After all, it is relatively easy to knock someone down so they cannot rise again. However, to thoroughly subdue someone to the point of begging for mercy is a far more arduous task, especially when that individual is the NBA's premier tough guy, Karl Malone. Everyone gained a newfound understanding of Lin Tian's formidable strength hidden beneath his seemingly harmless exterior. As for Malone, he left in a dejected manner, head bowed. No matter how thick-skinned he was, he could not remain there any longer. What else could he do? He could not win at cards or in a fight, nor could he bear to listen to others recount how Lin Tian had decisively defeated him in both combat and card skills. Regarding Malone's departure, the others said little, except for Jordan, who could no longer contain his excitement. He laughed heartily while patting Lin Tian on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Well done. Truly magnificent. Lin, you are incredible. Absolutely outstanding. All right. Just remember the promise you made to me." Lin Tian shrugged and addressed the others. "If there is nothing else, I shall return to rest. I have a rookie game to play tomorrow." Having said this, he waved goodbye to the crowd, intending to leave. However, he did not anticipate that morning, who previously had a slight grudge against him, would approach with a smile and embrace Lin Tian's shoulder, saying, "All that business between us is long behind us, right?" "Huh? Oh, yes, it's behind us. I had forgotten about it. What is up?" Lin Tian looked at Morning with curiosity, based on his understanding. This fellow was a far tougher Iron Man than Ma Long and would not seek reconciliation so easily over a mere skirmish. "It's nothing. Our head coach, Pat Riley, holds you in very high regard and is eager to bring you on board." "I feel the same." Morning glanced around, noticing that everyone else was engrossed in their own conversations. He lowered his voice and said softly, "Pat has promised me that before this year's trade deadline, he will bring me a few formidable allies. Then, when your contract expires next summer, we will prepare an absolutely generous max contract for you. Just come, and we will become one big family. Don't rush to respond or decline. There is still a year and a half to consider. Miami is far more exciting than Chicago." With that, Morning patted Lin Tian on the shoulder, exchanged a knowing glance, and turned to leave the scene. Before Lin Tian could exit, Reggie Miller approached him. "How about we head back to the room together? Let's take the stairs, not with that giant Alonzo." Without waiting for a reply, Miller led Lin Tian towards the stairwell. "Let me make myself clear. If you have any ridiculous ideas about stairwell play, count me out. I only like women. Always have, always will." As soon as Lin Tian entered the stairwell, he eyed Miller warily. "How did I not realize you were such a jerk during our last game?" Miller cursed. Alonso was trying to get you to Miami, right? Lin Tian nodded. You don't want to head to Indiana as well, do you? Miller nodded again. I figured Alonso told you not to rush into a denial or rejection and to wait until next year to decide, right? Lin Tian nodded once more. You're not going to say the same to me, are you? Miller shook his head. But I have something else to say. Go ahead, Lin Tian urged, waiting for Miller to continue. In Chicago, you would be at best the third or fourth option. Michael and Scotty are not going to yield. Even if you move to Miami, you would still only be the second option. While Alonso is a decent player, he prefers to be the primary star. However, Indiana is entirely different. As long as you prove yourself worthy, you could be the leader of the team. Unlimited freedom to shoot, organize, and control the game. You can do whatever you want as long as you can back it up. I understand that you, as a point guard, might dislike a coach like Larry Brown. No problem, just say the word, and I will speak to the management. We can bring in someone you prefer. Nelly, George Karl, Wilkins, any offensive-minded coach you choose. The only condition is that you must deliver. Think about it, Lin. Do you want to stand in the shadow of giants and win a championship as a support player? Or do you aspire to be the first choice, an MVP candidate, even the MVP, contending for a championship and finals MVP? The significance of that choice is entirely different for you, isn't it? Miller, at this juncture, patted Lin Tian's shoulder and remarked, Ponder carefully. Alonso speaks the truth. There is still ample time, and there is no need for haste in your decision. However, it would be prudent to reflect deeply on what you truly desire, whether you wish to remain a perennial second or even third choice, or aspire to command a maximum salary, secure a substantial contract, and lead your team as its foremost figure. Having uttered these words, Miller turned on his heel and exited the stairwell in search of the elevator. For he had no intention of ascending the stairs. Once his sentiments were expressed, he deemed the matter concluded. Swiftly seeking the elevator was far more convenient. He relished the exhilaration of sprinting on the basketball court, but once away from it, that was another story entirely. As Lin Tian gazed at Miller's retreating figure, he found a sense of conviction in Miller's words. Despite Miller's acerbic tongue, his cunning nature, and his fierce and unyielding style of play, it was evident that he held little regard for the title of team leader. A glance at his career with the Pacers reveals this truth. In his early days, he supported Chuck Person, later provided assistance to the emerging Jalen Rose for 2 years, and in the twilight of his career, without hesitation, he relinquished his position to accommodate the rise of Shaquille O'Neal. While his style of play was inherently more suited for a secondary role, his attitude of prioritizing victory over personal statistics and status was undeniably significant. The individual who has steadfastly remained with the Pacers for an impressive 18 years, without so much as a slight transfer to another team or a shift in environment to pursue a championship, embodies a unique brand of resilience that is both spoken of and demonstrated. As for what Mourning and Miller mentioned regarding the upcoming summer, although Lin Tian has not given it much thought at present, he is acutely aware that his agreement with the Bulls is a standard second-round draft contract, consisting of 2 minimum salary years, devoid of guarantees and bird rights, essentially a remarkably inexpensive arrangement. In the absence of the arena's provision, once Lin Tian's contract expires, the Bulls will lack the right to match offers, granting him the freedom to choose his destination at will. Furthermore, considering Jordan's annual salary of $30 million, it is improbable that the Bulls would be inclined to extend a lavish contract to satisfy his contractual aspirations. From this perspective, it seems that leaving the Bulls is a foregone conclusion. However, the events of next summer still feel distant. Whether it is Klaus, that rotund fellow, suddenly experiencing a change of heart and wishing for Lin Tian to remain with the Bulls, or other teams extending sincere offers to entice him away. These are not matters that Lin Tian needs to ponder at this moment. What he ought to focus on now is to thoroughly appreciate the fruits of his labor from tonight's endeavors. Chapter 89, A Night Brimming with Rewards. The All-Star Rookie Game commences. An absolute bounty of rewards. First and foremost, there are the handsome bills bestowed upon him by Malone. Even after allocating 10% to Jordan as previously agreed, Lin Tian stands to pocket nearly $3 million. Yet again, the notion of abandoning basketball entirely to pursue a career as a professional gambler in Las Vegas has taken root in his mind. This is certainly a much quicker way to earn money than playing basketball. The only concern is whether one might be interrupted by the security personnel overseeing the venue in Las Vegas. Although Lin Tian's agility is remarkable, there is an adage that states, within 7 paces the gun is swift, beyond 7 paces it is both swift and accurate. Moreover, The average intelligence quotient of gamblers in Las Vegas surpasses that of NBA players, making victory elusive. Aside from the nearly $3 million won at the gaming tables, Lin Tian's most significant gain this time was the plethora of treasures bestowed upon him by the All-Stars. The experience points alone amounted to approximately 800. This evening, the group of stars truly succumbed to the thrill of the game. Their emotional fluctuations were nothing short of intense, leading to a rapid surge in experience points. Subsequently, Reggie Miller experienced an emotional shift, resulting in the acquisition of a consumable item. Miller time, 10 seconds. Upon usage, this grants an 80 increase in three-point shooting accuracy for a duration of 10 seconds. Sean Kemp also experienced an emotional upheaval, yielding a consumable item, weight gain potion, 1 bottle. This potion allows for an increase of 15 kilograms of weight within 1 month upon usage, can be used on others. Dikembe Mutombo dropped a consumable item, Mysterious Age, 3 minutes. This item permits a spin of the wheel, with a 1/3 chance of reverting to the peak condition of 27 years, a 1/3 chance of transitioning to a state of 50 years, and a 1/3 chance of remaining unchanged. David Robinson dropped a consumable item, 94 to 95 season David Robinson Rim Breakthrough Experience Card, 1/4. Charles Barkley experienced an emotional shift, resulting in the acquisition of a consumable item, Flying Divine Pig, 1/4. This item increases jump height by 5. If the weight exceeds 90 kilograms, each additional kilogram increases jump height by an extra 2. Michael Jordan experienced an emotional fluctuation, resulting in the acquisition of a consumable item, 90 to 91 season Jordan Experience Card, entire match. Gazing at these consumable items, Lin Tian, who was already reclining on the bed in his room, couldn't contain his joy. Ultimately, the greatest source of delight for Lin Tian was, of course, the permanent skill. After an entire evening of rivalry with Lin Tian, and finally receiving a beating, Karl Malone finally redeemed himself and revealed a permanent skill. Karl Malone experienced an emotional shift, resulting in the acquisition of a permanent skill, Utah Wall. Utah Wall LV101500 increases the success rate of the host screens by 7 and enhances the shooting accuracy of mid-range shots following a screen assist from teammates by 5. This skill, for Lin Tian in the present day, seems somewhat superfluous. After all, he is now the master, primarily assuming the role of the ball handler rather than that of a mere screen setter. However, this is evidently of little consequence. Is it not merely a slightly redundant skill? Surely, he can unveil something more remarkable next time. Just tomorrow, he shall return. Tomorrow he shall return. This splendid establishment must be visited daily. If only I could frequent it for a month, no, a week. Not only would it lead to the financial ruin of all the star players, but it would also fill my own coffers to overflowing. Truly, a remarkable place. However, Lin Tian soon grasped the truth of the adage. Ideals are often lush, while reality can be stark. His elation lasted barely 10 minutes before Rodman, Jordan, and Pippen entered his room. Would you prefer to hear the good news or the bad news first? Jordan, in a notably jovial mood, bypassed any banter and took a seat directly across from Lin Tian. What unfortunate tidings could possibly mar this evening? Was it that Karl Malone was lurking outside his door with a shotgun, waiting to take him down the moment he stepped out? If he were truly that bold, he would not have surrendered in tears just moments ago. Rodman chuckled. The bad news is that just moments ago, everyone voted on a matter. Henceforth, you, Lin Tian, are banned from the gambling table. They're terrified of losing to you, and to place you on their blacklist. This was indeed grim news today. He had just discovered that watching others gamble was far more enjoyable than participating himself. Jordan, slightly discontented, remarked, "What a pity there won't be a next time. Had I known, I would have let you in less, allowing us to continue taking advantage of them." Each time we played, I could witness the pained expressions on those rascals' faces. It's simply delightful. I adore the All-Star game. And what a good news. Pray do not tell me you've arranged another gambling session elsewhere, for I shall not attend. Lin Tian warily scrutinized the trio. What are you thinking? Jordan rolled his eyes and produced a check from his pocket, stating to 9 million. You've certainly won quite a bit today. You've stripped those fellows down to their undergarments. It has been ages since I've felt this exhilarated. Such a pity they are unwilling to gamble with you any longer. Otherwise, I could have relished it further. 9 million? Is there truly that much? I hardly perceive it. Lin Tian questioned. Michael, do you not retain a portion of that? Has it been deducted? He felt the figure seemed a tad inflated. Not deducted. On such a joyous evening, a few $100,000 are of little consequence. No deductions. Do not heed his nonsense. He gambled with a few who didn't play and, relying on your winnings, secured nearly $100,000 himself. It's no wonder he escalated. Rodman unrelentingly began to tease Jordan once more. Once again, Jordan dismissed it entirely, waving his hand. Let us not dwell on that. The night is meant for enjoyment. How about we venture out for a bit? I'll take you to the most entertaining spots in San Antonio. Not a chance. Lin Tian replied without a moment's hesitation, shaking his head in refusal. How much fun could there possibly be in this wretched place? I would rather spend my time sleeping peacefully. The local attractions are guaranteed to delight you. You must know that the owner of the Spurs sells tractors, right? Jordan wrapped his arm around Lin Tian and pulled him outside, exclaiming, "The agricultural tools and the farm here are renowned. The most enjoyable spots are just over there. However, let me caution you, when operating the tractor, it's best to keep your movements subtle. Otherwise, if the tractor tips over, it could lead to quite a predicament." Rodman's head popped out again, saying, "I was supposed to go on a date with an actress, but I missed it to watch you play cards. Can I join you? That is not too much to ask, is it?" "Not at all. Everyone is welcome. Come along." Tonight, Jordan was truly in high spirits. After hearing Jordan's introduction, Lin Tian was filled with enthusiasm for the unique customs and culture of San Antonio. He felt the urge to experience it all. By the time Lin Tian awakened from the club's prized possession, a towering 7-meter Lamborghini tractor, which was more akin to a Mecca than a mere farm vehicle, it was already 2 p.m. The previous night, he had genuinely experienced the warmth and charm unique to the people of Texas. Glancing at his watch, Lin Tian hurriedly descended the tractor's steps. Careful not to become the first player in the NBA to be sidelined due to a fall from a tractor. That would be quite embarrassing. Upon disembarking from the tractor, Lin Tian did not seek out Jordan, Pippen, or the others, who were nowhere to be found. Instead, he hailed a cab and headed directly towards the Spurs' home ground, the At Center. Upon arriving outside the arena, the two rookie teams had nearly completed their assembly, leading to a lengthy series of league activities. From interviews to charitable events and even some commercial shoots, culminating in a relaxed warm-up session. At 7 p.m., just an hour before the game commenced, the 16 rookies finally gathered in the two locker rooms, led by Clemens and the Supersonics' chief assistant coach. They exchanged a few encouraging words to inspire the young players to showcase their talents without overly focusing on strategies. The 16 rookies then entered the At Center. Although the Rookie Challenge has always been viewed merely as a prelude to the All-Star Game, serving as an appetizer, the At Center was nonetheless packed to the brim, with over 18,000 enthusiastic spectators filling the arena to cheer on this new wave of talent. After all, no one could predict how many of these individuals would eventually become All-Stars, MVPs, or even Hall of Famers. Yet at this moment, it was undoubtedly the most exhilarating and joyous time for the class of 1995 rookies. Among them, for the majority, this marks their first experience as the focal point of the arena, basking in the world's attention. Everyone is eager and well-prepared, ready to deliver a stellar performance this evening, ensuring they are remembered throughout America. They aim to make their names known to all. The rosters for both teams are as follows. Eastern Team: Lin Tian, Alan Henderson, Eric Williams, Rasheed Wallace, Jerry Stackhouse, Damon Stoudemire, Cortez Thomas, and George Zidek. Western Team: Antonio McDyess, Joe Smith, Arvydas Sabonis, Michael Finley, Tyus Edney, Brent Barry, Kevin Garnett, and Bryant Reeves. Based on the performances exhibited this season, the 5 most outstanding rookies from the East are Lin Tian, Rasheed, Stackhouse, Stoudemire, and Thomas. Without hesitation, Clemens appointed these 5 as the starters. On the Western side, the top draft pick Joe Smith and the oldest rookie in history, Sabonis, form a formidable twin tower, complemented by Michael Finley, Brent Barry, and Reeves on the perimeter, completing their starting lineup. In the CBS studio, as the rookies passionately warm up on the court, Marcus showcases his professionalism and enthusiasm, exclaiming, "The highly anticipated Rookie Challenge is about to commence. The Eastern and Western teams are ready to go." Smith: "Which team do you favor to triumph in this match?" The Western team's interior twin towers undeniably exceed the Eastern team's front line, while the East boasts the exceptional guards Lin and Damon, securing an overwhelming advantage. This game promises to be a captivating duel between the interior and exterior lines. Smith responds with a smile. "If it were a regular season game, I would favor the Western team, but since this is the All-Star event, I lean towards the Eastern team." A better organized guard and perimeter play will allow the Eastern team to shine and dazzle. I share your perspective. Marcus replies with a grin. If I were to select an MVP in my mind, I would choose Damon Stoudemire. He has firmly established himself with the Raptors, averaging close to 20 points and 10 rebounds. Should he improve upon his weaker aspects, perhaps we will see him gracing the All-Star game next year. The two commentators are excitedly narrating the scene, while the newcomers on the court are fervently showcasing their talents. Stackhouse, Stoudemire, Finley, Rashid, Garnett. These exceptionally gifted individuals, capable of soaring through the air and executing thunderous dunks, are thrilling the crowd one after another, inciting waves of exuberant cheers from the spectators. Meanwhile, Lin Tian appears to be utterly detached from this electrifying atmosphere, effortlessly shooting from beyond the three-point line and occasionally stretching his limbs, embodying an air of nonchalance. Aren't you going to showcase your skills with a few dunks? Stoudemire, unable to restrain himself, approaches his foremost rival from the same draft class. Stoudemire harbors no fondness for Lin Tian. After all, in terms of statistics, his own impressive 20 points and 9 rebounds far overshadow Lin Tian's seemingly insignificant numbers. Yet, it is precisely because this young man is with the Bulls that he has garnered so much attention, with many suggesting that had Lin Tian been on a lesser team, his performance would not pale in comparison to Stoudemire's. This rhetoric has certainly displeased Stoudemire. Unbeknownst to him, he has unconsciously regarded Lin Tian as a hypothetical adversary, considering him as his lifelong rival. There is nothing to gain from this. It does not contribute to the score, and the cheers from the fans will not earn me any extra cents. Why bother? Lin Tian remarked nonchalantly. If I could dunk a few times to select some attractive girl from the audience, I would be more than willing to dunk a few. You are quite annoying, kid. Stoudemire, lacking any subtlety, furrowed his brow. He felt that Lin Tian was excessively pretentious. His demeanor, as if he had seen it all and considered himself a big shot, made him seem utterly dismissive of the rookie game, which was genuinely irksome. Many have expressed similar sentiments. Lin Tian shrugged. I believe you are correct. I am indeed quite bothersome. This innocuous remark from Lin Tian infuriated Stoudemire, causing his blood pressure to rise significantly. He cursed under his breath when we hit the court. You better truly possess some skills. Otherwise, this ridiculous facade of yours is no different from that of a fool. Damon Stoudemire's emotional fluctuations resulted in a loss of 10 experience points. Observing Stoudemire's departure, Lin Tian began to comprehend why this rookie, who had once achieved impressive stats of 19-9 and claimed the Rookie of the Year title, had since declined year after year. Despite possessing top-tier talent, he failed to realize it. A point guard who is so emotional and easily provoked is unlikely to excel. From that moment until the warm-up concluded, Stoudemire refrained from engaging with Lin Tian. The starting players swiftly made their way onto the court. With the sound of the referee's whistle, Sabonis, despite being 30 years old, successfully overcame Rashid with his experience and height, securing possession of the ball. The Western team had an advantage in the paint. Yet the first offensive play was a mid-range jumper from Finley, which he executed flawlessly, opening the scoring for his team. On the Eastern side, Stoudemire charged forward with the basketball. He penetrated the lane, effortlessly executing a reverse layup against Sabonis' defense, thus leveling the score. In watching Stoudemire, Lin Tian came to understand the source of this fellow's confidence. With remarkable speed, finishing ability, and impressive physicality, it is no surprise that he averages nearly 20 points and 10 rebounds per game. He certainly possesses considerable talent. In the subsequent round, Sabonis showcased his elite basketball intelligence with a graceful turnaround jumper that effortlessly netted 2 points, embodying an air of ease and elegance. Following this, Stoudemire promptly passed the ball to Lin Tian, challenging him to demonstrate his prowess. Many have claimed that he is swifter than Stoudemire. Lin Tian received the ball, displaying no humility, for this moment was one he had long anticipated and fantasized about since joining the NBA. The audacious young man, undeterred, provoked and humiliated his opponent, while Lin Tian nonchalantly waved his hand, sending the lesser rival reeling amidst a chorus of cheers and applause. This is precisely the scenario Lin Tian relishes, one of bravado, triumph, and cunning. After half a year of anticipation, Stoudemire had finally come to witness it. Since he wished to see, Lin Tian obliged, dribbling beyond the three-point arc. Lin Tian assessed the diligent defender, Brady, and deemed him inadequate as a rival. Thus, he extended his arms, swiftly signaling for a screen. Rashid, still a novice, hurriedly moved to set the pick, successfully obstructing Brady. Lin Tian seized the moment, advancing towards mid-range Sabonis. In an instant, Lin Tian's speed reached its zenith. Just as Sabonis pivoted to defend, Lin Tian abruptly halted, then accelerated once more as he pulled the ball back for a behind-the-back dribble and a step back. Feigning a shot, Sabonis, who had nearly relinquished his defensive stance, instinctively reacted to Lin Tian's retreat, forcing his battered knee to shuffle toward him once more. In that very moment, Lin Tian lowered his center of gravity and surged past Sabonis. The defender, witnessing Lin Tian transform into a bolt of lightning, recognized his predicament. Yet his body involuntarily retreated a step. It was this misstep that completely unbalanced Sabonis, whose legs could no longer support his considerable weight. He stumbled backward, ultimately collapsing onto the floor. Lin Tian gleefully penetrated the lane, effortlessly laying the ball into the open basket. Oh, Lin, MVP. Once more. Showcase another. The audience was enamored by this dazzling display, vociferously urging Lin Tian to repeat his feat. What a thrilling spectacle. This match commenced with such exhilarating excitement. All the fans experienced an exhilarating thrill during the initial 2 rounds. It's a rookie game after all. It demands soaring leaps and dazzling maneuvers. The youth must embody such exuberance. Following Lin Tian's remarkable feint, it seemed the Western team finally found their fighting spirit. The first overall pick, Smith, executed a pick and roll and, with a fiery determination, charged into the paint for a thunderous one-handed dunk. Subsequently, Lin Tian swiftly passed the ball to Stoudemire, challenging him playfully. "Let us see how fast you can be." Stoudemire, seemingly insulted, wore a sullen expression as he surged forward, intent on outmaneuvering his opponent. He was determined not to yield to Lin Tian. However, the art of deception is capricious, no matter one's skill level or ball-handling prowess. It requires the perfect timing and circumstances. Stoudemire exhausted all of his resources, employing a series of swift, erratic movements at the arc, yet as the shot clock dwindled, he failed to mislead his adversary. Instead, he lost his rhythm. Overexerting himself, he barreled into the lane only to be met with a resounding rejection from Sabonis. This block allowed Sabonis to regain a semblance of pride. However, the basketball did not travel far, landing directly in Lin Tian's hands near the free throw line. After securing the ball, Lin Tian took a powerful step forward, gathering all his strength to leap skyward. Smith, still processing what had just occurred, had no time to react before he felt a shadow looming over him. With a thunderous crash, Lin Tian successfully executed a backdoor dunk over Smith. In just 2 rounds, Lin Tian had showcased both a dazzling feint and a spectacular dunk, undeniably the star of the show. "Damon, I've avenged you." After scoring, Lin Tian flashed a smile at Stoudemire, feigning friendly consolation. "I don't need your help. I can do it myself." Stoudemire retorted with a scoff as he quickly transitioned back on defense. Following this sequence, the Western team seemed to finally find their rhythm, with Finley and the athletic Barry, capable of leaping like a contestant in a dunk contest, making consecutive forays into the lane with thunderous slams. Meanwhile, the Eastern team showcased their exceptional guards, with Lin Tian and Stoudemire seemingly reaching an unspoken agreement, alternating control of the ball in a rhythmic fashion. In a dazzling display of athleticism, Stoudemire executed an aerial assist to Rashid, who emphatically slammed the ball through the hoop. Meanwhile, Lin Tian delivered a one-handed pass that allowed Stackhouse to soar and dominate the rim. Following this, Stoudemire halted his movement to sink a mid-range jumper, and Lin Tian responded with a direct, effortless 3-point shot that found its mark. Undoubtedly, Lin Tian and Stoudemire emerged as the 2 primary offensive threats for the Eastern team in the first quarter. On the Western side, Sabonis served as the central figure, orchestrating plays with precision, continually distributing the ball to teammates, making cuts and running off screens, resulting in an impressive scoring efficiency. With both teams exhibiting a lack of defensive intensity, the pace of the first half accelerated remarkably. In the blink of an eye, only 3 minutes remained in the half, during which both teams had executed a complete rotation of players, with several athletes having already come on and off the court, while all 16 players had managed to contribute to the score in some capacity. As the second quarter approached its final 3 minutes, the Western team called for their last timeout of the half, allowing coaches to strategize the lineup for the concluding moments. At this juncture, both teams had exchanged leads, with the Eastern team momentarily ahead by 7 points at 66-59, driven by the efforts of Lin Tian and Stoudemire. Lin Tian had accumulated 11 points and 4 assists, while Stoudemire had garnered 10 points and 5 assists, making them the standout performers for the Eastern team. Should the Eastern team emerge victorious, it is highly likely that the MVP would be selected from among these two. However, one must not overlook the identity of the Eastern team's head coach, Clemens, a familiar face from the Bulls. Thus, after exchanging a knowing glance with Lin Tian, this astute chief assistant orchestrated a lineup featuring Lin Tian, Alan Henderson, Rasheed Wallace, Cortez Thomas, and George Zidek for the critical final 3 minutes. This lineup, in essence, hinges upon a singular core principle. Lin Tian, take charge. The Eastern team, boasting the most formidable and likely MVP candidates, Stoudemire and Stackhouse, finds them relegated to the bench by Clemens. What does it mean to have influential figures in positions of power? This is precisely it. Meanwhile, on the Western side, they have deployed their starting twin towers, Sabonis and Joe Smith, complemented by Finley, Rivers, and Edney in a formidable quintet. Clearly, the Western team aims to narrow the score gap as much as possible before the conclusion of the first half, thereby positioning themselves to better close the gap in the second half. As the referee's whistle sounded, both teams took to the court, with the first possession belonging to the Eastern team. Lin Tian, without hesitation, advanced the ball forward. This period is undeniably significant for Lin Tian. The system's task is to eliminate 5 players, yet it does not specify what constitutes their elimination. He has executed a dazzling feint and a thunderous dunk at the outset, though he remains uncertain if these maneuvers qualify as an elimination. However, Lin Tian has always adhered to a philosophy of not overthinking. If the criteria are ambiguous, then he shall play with relentless fervor. Fortuitously, both of the Western team's interior players are currently on the court, while the Eastern team has entrusted all the ball possession to him. With merely 3 minutes remaining in the first half, Lin Tian has reached a resolute decision in his mind. These 3 minutes must not be squandered. Lin Tian directly utilized the treasure gem he had cherished for an entire half season, the 92-93 season Jordan Experience card, 3 minutes. This marks the 3rd consecutive championship year. Specifically in 1992, when Michael Jordan was a mere 29 years old. During that season, he averaged an impressive 32 points, 5 rebounds, 6 assists, and 2 steals, boasting an astounding shooting percentage of 49. He clinched the scoring title, was named to the All-NBA First Team, the All-Defensive Team, and secured the championship, all while exhibiting the soaring prowess of peak Jordan. Upon activating the experience card, Lin Tian felt an indescribable surge of power enveloping his entire being. The defense of Michael Finley, which seemed reasonably effective, instantly appeared riddled with flaws in Lin Tian's eyes, easily shattering under his onslaught. Without hesitation, Lin Tian bent low, dribbled swiftly, and executed a dramatic change of direction, darting past Finley with a single stride. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian had surged to the basket, where Arvydas Sabonis and Smith leapt simultaneously from either side, attempting to block his shot. What ensued was a moment that left countless spectators on the sidelines gasping in astonishment. Lin Tian elevated the ball with one hand toward the heavens. Just as Sabonis appeared poised to swat it away, Lin Tian unexpectedly lowered the ball, shifting it from his left to his right. Yet, waiting on the right was Smith's massive hand, ready to intercept Lin Tian's maneuver. In Smith's eyes, this was akin to walking into a trap. What he found utterly unbelievable was that the basketball, which Lin Tian had just transitioned to the right, had vanished once more. At this moment, Lin Tian seemed to hover almost suspended in mid-air as he traced another semicircle with the ball, drawing it back to the left side once again. This time, due to the constraints of age, Sabonis has begun to decline. He could only watch helplessly as Lin Tian launched the ball with an almost artistic arc swish. After a crisp sound reverberated, the arena fell into silence for several seconds. Then, the entire AT&T United Center erupted with thunderous roars and cheers. A double pull-up in the air. Isn't this the signature move that catapulted Jordan to fame? The stars seated courtside, there to support their little brother, erupted into exaggerated cheers, rising to their feet in a frenzy of excitement. Even Jordan himself gaped in astonishment, incredulously witnessing Lin Tian's remarkable feat. How did he accomplish such a thing? This is the question that lingers in everyone's mind. After all, Lin Tian has always been known for his speed, not for his vertical leap. My goodness, Lin has truly mastered a couple of tricks for Michael. This moment resembles Jordan's iconic play from years past, at least 80% alike. Marcus in the studio is on the verge of losing his mind. Lin Tian's move is nothing short of magnificent, absolutely astonishing. Can such finesse be acquired through mere effort? If hard work sufficed, I would have been dunking like a windmill by now. Beside him, Smith shares a similar sentiment, exclaiming in awe, talent. This is pure talent. Undeniable talent. However, after scoring, Lin Tian feels something amiss. While he was retreating on defense, his tongue extended rather far, and he momentarily failed to react, nearly biting it off. Where did you learn to do that? On the sidelines, Jordan rises, giving Lin Tian a hearty high five, exclaiming, just like me, 10 times more handsome. Lin Tian, not one to concede to Jordan's ego, grins and flashes a 10 sign, only to abruptly halt his retreat and charge forward again. With a sudden motion, Lin Tian intercepts the pass intended for Finley from the Western team, seizing the ball and driving towards the basket with unrelenting fervor. Boom! For seconds later, a resounding crash echoes as Lin Tian executes another thunderous dunk. This time, the unfortunate victim lying on the floor, humiliated by his prowess, is none other than the first overall pick, Smith. After 2 consecutive assaults on the paint, Lin Tian has successfully ignited the atmosphere in the arena. Everyone is on the edge of their seats, eager to witness what marvels Lin Tian will conjure next. Subsequently, though the Western team manages to score through Finley's strong play in the paint, Lin Tian orchestrates yet another counterattack. This time, he advances to the waist area, and facing Finley, he suddenly performs a ridiculously swift spin, maneuvering effortlessly beneath the basket. Lin Tian then raises the ball with both hands. Even the seasoned 30-year-old Sabonis falls for the ruse and leaps into the air. Seizing the moment, Lin Tian leans into him and releases the ball, prompting the referee's whistle to sound immediately. Chapter 90, A Frenzied Performance. A frenzied Chinese fanbase. A comprehensive collection of basketball legends from China. Sabonis foul, 2 points valid, plus 1 free throw. The referee's call comes just in time, inciting another wave of ecstatic cheers from the crowd. Approaching the free throw line, Lin Tian effortlessly nets his shot, marking his 7th consecutive point. And yet, barely 50 seconds have elapsed. Clearly, Lin Tian's time is far from over. Next, the Western team passes the ball to Sabonis in the paint, hoping to leverage his experience and height for a strong play to stabilize the situation. Yet, Lin Tian arrives with astonishing speed. The moment Sabonis secures the ball, Lin Tian slaps it away, cradling it in his embrace. With a swift pivot, Lin Tian elegantly maneuvered past Sabonis. The basketball struck the floor with a resounding thud, deftly gliding beneath the distracted Smith. Lin Tian then seized the ball behind Smith, reigniting the counterattack. Finley simply could not match Lin Tian's pace, as he was left trailing behind in mere 2 strides. As he galloped forward, no player from the Western team could keep up with Lin Tian. He surged towards the basket, leaping with fervor. In midair, Lin Tian executed a stunning 180-degree spin, the ball soaring from above to below, and then back up in an extraordinarily exaggerated, folded motion before he unleashed a powerful 2-handed slam dunk. The crowd erupted once more in a frenzy of ecstatic cheers. This rookie is incredibly handsome. This newcomer is simply astounding. Is this the prowess of the Chicago Bulls' 6th man? MVP, MVP, MVP. The fans in San Antonio did not hold back their cheers and shouts, unreservedly showering Lin Tian with accolades. Meanwhile, in the VIP lounge on the 2nd floor, the Spurs general manager, Greg Popovich, rose from his sofa, gazing at Lin Tian on the court and mused. Is this kid the half-brother Jordan? Why do they resemble each other so closely? Beside him stood R.C. Buford, Popovich's chief assistant and the future general manager of the Spurs, who also stood up and remarked, I am uncertain about any familial ties to Jordan, but I believe he is undoubtedly a prodigious talent. A 2nd-round draft pick on a 2-year minimum contract. The Bulls have no matching rights, correct? Popovich suddenly turned to another assistant, Budenholzer, who was seated nearby. Budenholzer nodded, affirming, indeed, that's correct. Next summer will be Lin's contract year. He will become an unrestricted free agent. I want all of this young man's game footage, all of his statistical analyses, and everything, including all future game recordings. If he is not merely a flash in the pan and possesses genuine talent, come next summer, I will spare no effort to acquire him. Clear all salary cap space. If he can partner with David, we can certainly construct a championship team. At this moment, Lin Tian remained oblivious to the fact that he was being scrutinized by Popovich's team, still reveling in the exhilaration of dominating the rookies. What does it mean to strike down from a higher dimension? The 1992 Jordan overwhelming this group of rookies who had only played professionally for half a year epitomized such a phenomenon. At this point, Lin Tian began to comprehend why, over a decade later, nearly 50-year-old Jordan could still impart wisdom to players like Jason Richardson and Gerald Wallace in training camps. He truly possessed that capability. That training session was certainly no mere owner's ball or a game played by the whims of connections involving the Bobcats. Richardson and Wallace simply could not match his prowess. Plain and simple. At this juncture, Lin Tian had already drawn 2 fouls from Finley, sending the unfortunate player off the court. His opponent transformed into Brent Barry, known for his explosive athleticism, and slated to compete in the dunk contest the following day. Against this formidable leaper, Lin Tian showed no mercy, hitting a mid-range jump shot after a series of fakes, and then powering through the paint to score against Smith. After Sabonis secured a rebound, Lin Tian abruptly snatched the ball from his hands and executed a thunderous dunk over him. Following a pick and roll, he matched up directly against Smith, smoothly pivoting into a back-turning jump shot that found its mark. In these 3 minutes, Lin Tian played with remarkable flair and effortless grace. He rarely misses, effortlessly sending the basketball through the hoop time and again, executing astonishing shots and formidable defenses. As the final 10 seconds of the first half approached, Lin Tian once again held the ball at the arc confronted by Barry's defense. He skillfully managed the clock, reducing it to the last 3 seconds. Suddenly, he launched laterally to the left, driving towards the free throw line before swiftly pivoting back and elegantly releasing a mid-range shot. Beep, swish. At the precise moment the buzzer sounded, the net produced a crisp sound. Lin Tian delivered a homage to Jordan's iconic final shot in 1998. No, it was not merely a tribute, it was a prelude. Following this remarkable shot, the first half of the game officially concluded. At this juncture, the score was extraordinarily lopsided, 91-65. Within just 3 minutes, Lin Tian led his team to an astounding 25-6 surge. Or rather, Lin Tian himself orchestrated this remarkable run. After all, every point during this offensive frenzy was scored by him. He achieved an impressive 10 out of 12 shooting, flawlessly converting all 5 free throws, amassing a total of 25 points. Additionally, Lin Tian recorded 4 steals and 3 rebounds. All of this transpired within a mere 3 minutes. Absolutely insane. Truly astonishing. This is the sole reaction from everyone present at the scene and those watching from their screens. Even if Michael Jordan were to personally grace the occasion, would he achieve such a performance? Has the Chicago Bulls truly reached such an extraordinary level? A mere 6th man is capable of delivering a display of overwhelming dominance? During halftime, Lin Tian reveled in the kind of cheers and roars that could only be experienced by the legendary David Robinson at the At Center. All the fans bestowed their MVP chants upon Lin Tian. In this match, if Lin Tian does not secure the MVP title, it would be a gross injustice. A single individual has decimated an entire team. To witness such prowess at the Rookie Showcase has left everyone feeling that their attendance was not in vain. The name Lin Tian has once again resonated throughout the United States. More and more people across the nation have become acquainted with Lin Tian. In the VIP box on the 2nd floor, Coach Popovich suddenly rose and declared, "I must have a word with Lin. Even though there is still a year and a half to go, and his future remains uncertain, I need to leave a favorable impression on him. This will surely facilitate his recruitment later on." As he spoke, Popovich swiftly opened the box door and descended the stairs. Unbeknownst to Lin Tian, a significant upheaval was occurring across the ocean due to his remarkable performance. Just weeks prior, David Stern had concluded his journey in China. He found himself once again waiting outside the China Sports Channel for over an hour, hoping for another meeting. Although this time, Stern was no longer compelled to adopt a humble demeanor to secure the opportunity for the NBA highlights to be broadcast for free. The China Sports Channel still did not regard him with much importance. After all, the channel's leadership was primarily focused on the top 5 European leagues, eager to secure at least one full broadcasting rights agreement to showcase the pinnacle of European football to Chinese fans. As for basketball, that could wait. There was no rush. Such is human nature. What is offered for free is often taken for granted. Nonetheless, this was unavoidable. Football reigns as the world's premier sport, while basketball, regardless of its status as the 2nd sport, faces an insurmountable chasm in commercial value, participation numbers, and global engagement. Upon entering the office, Stern engaged in discussions with the leaders of the China Sports Channel for over 2 hours. Ultimately, he managed to persuade them to broadcast the NBA All-Star Rookie Game. However, citing their commitment to table tennis and marathon events, they declined to air the All-Star Skills Challenge alongside it. Nevertheless, this marked a historic first for the China Sports Channel. What the decision-maker could not foresee was that this choice would lead him to legendary status. The reason he acquiesced to Stern's request for the All-Star Rookie Game was due to Stern's assertion. There's an exceptional young talent from your country in the rookie game. I believe your fans would be eager to witness his performance. Coupled with the absence of table tennis, dragon boat racing, and marathon events on that Friday morning, the decision-maker finally consented to Stern's proposal. For Stern, this was a monumental stride forward. The history of NBA broadcasts in China is indeed quite extensive. As early as 1982, China Sports Channel began airing highlights of the NBA in the program Sports Window, which introduced the nation's populace to global sports. However, these broadcasts occurred only once a week, with the NBA segment lasting no more than 2 minutes. In 1986, China Sports showcased a groundbreaking 50-minute highlight reel of the Los Angeles Lakers playoff games in its program court coverage. This pivotal broadcast was instrumental in garnering the first wave of fans for both the Lakers and the NBA. Subsequently, in 1988, China Sports made a significant leap by broadcasting the NBA Finals of that year for the first time through recorded footage. This marked the inaugural occasion that complete NBA games were aired on Chinese television with commentary. Following this, the visit of David Stern to China proved vital. After several hours of negotiation at the China Television Building, a collaboration was established. The NBA agreed to send a 1-hour tape of an exciting game each week, which was subsequently broadcast by China Sports on a weekly basis. This marks the inaugural occasion that Huaxia Sports has commenced the regular weekly broadcast of NBA games. Subsequently, in 1994, just 2 years prior, Huaxia Sports made the bold decision to air live events for the first time. They broadcasted that year's NBA All-Star Game and the Finals on television. The following year, 1995, saw Huaxia Sports similarly covering these two pivotal events. Fast forward to this year. Huaxia Sports has once again chosen to enhance their offerings by broadcasting an additional All-Star Rookie Challenge. It is evident that the collaboration between Huaxia and the NBA has progressed steadily, with each step marking a gradual deepening of their partnership. The extent of effort and resources that Stern has devoted to this venture is known only to him. Nevertheless, on this day, they have taken an undeniably significant stride forward. The next phase now relies solely on Lin Tian. As Stern exited the Huaxia television building, he sighed, realizing that all he could do was hope Lin Tian would deliver an exceptional performance to retain the fans of Huaxia. Thus, in the weeks leading up to this moment, Stern felt as though time crawled by, genuinely wishing for Lin Tian to excel, while simultaneously fearing that a lackluster performance could squander the allure of having the first Huaxia player. Caught in this dichotomy of hope and anxiety, Stern found himself frequently sleepless in the weeks before the All-Star Game. With the swift passage of time, on the day of the Rookie Challenge, Stern sat alone in the highest VIP suite, observing the event unfold. Little did anyone anticipate that within the entire ATT Center, the individual who felt the most tension, worry, and excitement would be David Stern himself. His phone remained connected, with international calls flowing in as his contacts in Huaxia kept him updated on the broadcast progress. Huaxia Sports Network, Huaxia Sports Network. Greetings to all our viewers. Welcome to the NBA All-Star Rookie Challenge. The familiar voice of Song Shixiang resonated through the television. And although Stern could not comprehend the words, the thrill of witnessing the fruits of years of labor brought him to the brink of tears, a testament to his decade-long tenure as NBA president. Finally, they had taken another step forward. Should Lin Tian perform admirably, it is conceivable that Huaxia Sports would be inclined to air NBA games on a weekly basis. Ultimately, everything hinged on Lin Tian. Remarkably, Lin Tian remained entirely unaware of these developments. Stern, wary of causing him anxiety, refrained from mentioning any of this. Thus, it was no surprise that when Lin Tian returned to the locker room at halftime, he encountered Stern, who was on the verge of tears, overjoyed as he embraced him. Lin, you did it. You truly did it. You are magnificent. Absolutely magnificent. Stern embraced the bewildered Lin Tian, incessantly uttering a stream of somewhat incoherent words. Lin Tian was genuinely perplexed by the old man's excitement. After Stern had rambled for over a minute, Lin Tian finally grasped the essence of his words. The All-Star Rookie game had been broadcast live on the Chinese sports channel. This revelation meant that Lin Tian's frenzied performance in the first half had been witnessed by basketball fans across China. It signified that the NBA had taken its inaugural and most crucial step in promoting Lin Tian domestically. Both Lin Tian and Stern were convinced that once the Chinese fans experienced the match, they would undoubtedly become enamored with Lin Tian. They would be utterly captivated by his display. After all, anyone who understands and loves basketball could not possibly resist the near-manic exhibition Lin Tian delivered in the final minutes of the first half. It was guaranteed to win over countless admirers. Moreover, Lin Tian enjoyed the additional advantage of being a compatriot in his homeland. The 1990s marked a period of rapid development in China, a time when the confidence and pride of its people surged. During this era, the Chinese populace harbored a fervent desire to step onto the world stage. This is precisely why events such as joining the WTO and successfully hosting the Olympics can evoke such nationwide jubilation, with countless individuals moved to tears. During this extraordinary period, Lin Tian, a player who seemingly descended from the heavens and has already made a name for himself in the NBA, turns out to be a Chinese athlete. The excitement and exhilaration this incident has stirred among Chinese basketball fans is truly extraordinary. It is essential to recognize that both Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian garnered immense praise and adoration upon entering the NBA. Compared to them, Lin Tian possesses a more charming demeanor, a more flamboyant playing style, and a physique that resonates more closely with the average person. Lin Tian, in contrast to the Great Wall of China, evokes a deeper sense of connection among fans. It can be asserted that this match has the potential to carve a niche for Lin Tian and the NBA within China. Suddenly, Stern produced a piece of paper. Look here. This is first-hand information relayed by my contacts in China. Lin Tian took the paper and glanced at it. It boldly displayed the viewership ratings for this match in China. Initially, it hovered around 1.3, but within 3 minutes of the game commencing, the ratings surged to 2. It is likely that Lin Tian's dazzling moves and powerful dunks at the start captivated Chinese fans, causing a ripple effect that doubled the viewership instantly. As the final minutes of the first half approached, this figure exploded once more, soaring to an astonishing 5. In this era, for a basketball game to achieve such viewership is nothing short of remarkable. Moreover, it is worth noting that this was merely a rookie challenge. Among the 16 players on the court, it is safe to say that 90 of the Chinese audience were likely unfamiliar with any of them. Had it not been for the pre-game promotion branding it as the Chinese players' all-star debut, it is doubtful the initial rating would have even reached 1.3. Notably, the peak viewership during the first half stemmed from the highlights reel shown during halftime. It is highly probable that the excitement generated by fans urging their friends and relatives to watch resulted in an influx of viewers, albeit many could only catch the highlights. Even so, the highlights were undeniably impressive. Lin, play well in the second half. Let your compatriots witness your prowess. Whether you can emerge as the new sports idol for China depends entirely on you. Although I understand your sentiment. Lin Tian scratched the back of his head and replied helplessly, but the score difference is 30. How can I perform well? It's not my style to bully the weak. Just do your best. At the very least, showcase some spectacular plays. Stern acknowledged Lin Tian's point, recognizing that padding statistics during garbage time is hardly commendable. Unbeknownst to Lin Tian and Stern. At this moment, in a private box on the second floor of the At Center, Coach Popovich slammed the door shut in frustration. Noticing his displeasure, Buford inquired, "What's wrong? Did that kid say something about loyalty being priceless, vowing never to leave the Bulls?" "No, I haven't spoken to him at all," Popovich replied, dejectedly sitting on the bench. "I don't understand why Stern is there as well. If I were to engage him in conversation now, it would only give him the opportunity to fine me for illegal recruitment. I want team makes such a foolish mistake. It is uncertain why Stern sought him out." At this moment, in Huaxia, the Telecommunications Bureau and various paging stations were facing an unprecedented challenge and immense trial since their inception. All communication lines were overwhelmed. Although the total number of mobile phones, or rather Big Brother phones, and landlines in Huaxia was not extensive, the corresponding lines were limited as well. A peculiar scene unfolded across the nation. Individuals with mobile phones were consecutively making calls, while those with landlines were doing the same. In some residential complexes, where a single building housed only 1 or 2 telephones, families fortunate enough to possess a phone found themselves with long queues forming at their doorsteps, as neighbors sought to borrow a phone to contact their relatives and friends. Public telephone booths were no different, with lines stretching endlessly. filled with those eager to make calls or send messages. The paging stations were nearing a breaking point, inundated with a barrage of messages that required them to relay one after another, leaving them in a frantic state of disarray. All those making calls to notify their relatives and friends were engaged in remarkably similar activities, if not identical ones. Quick, turn on the television. Huaxia Sports Channel. There's a young man in the NBA who plays like a veritable Jordan. What? Who is Jordan? You must know who Wei Dong and Liu Yudong, right? This player surpasses them by tenfold. Don't recognize them? Ronaldo, Baggio, Van Basten. Surely you are familiar with them. This player outshines even them. Still no idea? Why don't you just perish? You must know Iron Hammer, the one from the 5-time championship women's volleyball team. Just as formidable. Enough chatter. Turn on the television now. Such dialogues, rumors, and paging messages swept across Huaxia within mere minutes. Countless individuals received notifications from friends and family, prompting them to switch channels, find a television, or simply gather in offices to turn on the television together. The immediate consequence was that when Stern concluded his conversation with Lin Tian and returned to his private room, he was nearly rendered speechless by the staggering viewership ratings reported by his assistant. 35. Is this not the same rating as the news broadcast in Huaxia? Also left in shock, nearly collapsing onto the ground, was the director of Huaxia Sports. The viewership rating of 35 is not something unfamiliar. In fact, he has witnessed figures even double that. Between 1981 and 1986, when a women's volleyball team created a storm in the world of volleyball, securing 5 consecutive championships in major international competitions. The broadcast of their matches would see ratings soar to over 70, even 80 in mere moments. Similarly, during the 1994 World Cup final, Huaxia Sports recorded a viewership exceeding 50. However, these events were either world-class grand tournaments or the quadrennial World Cup, each possessing unique and irreplicable characteristics. The women's volleyball team, in particular, embodied the hopes and affections of the entire nation. Yet what is this match? Merely an NBA rookie challenge. Yet it has elicited such exaggerated figures? It is worth noting that prior broadcasts of NBA matches by Huaxia Sports, whether highlights or finals, including all-star games, only garnered ratings around 1 to 2. One cannot say they were poor, but they certainly were just average. This is precisely why Huaxia Sports has yet to engage in discussions regarding collaboration with the NBA. From the perspective of Huaxia Sports, the NBA is merely a dispensable league. Broadcasting it is optional, and if they choose not to, it is of little consequence. It does not warrant their exertion of effort. Currently, their willingness to broadcast stems primarily from one reason. It is free. Should Stern hint at any intention to impose charges, Huaxia Sports would sever ties with the NBA in an instant, leaving them to their own devices. However, the situation may soon take a different turn. The individual who ascends to the position of director is undoubtedly acutely aware of such information and statistics. Consequently, the sports channel's director promptly organized the relevant materials and hastened to his office, where he retrieved the information Stern had provided. He intended to report this situation to his superiors. Such remarkable viewership and an explosive audience response. It is imperative that the leadership takes notice. At this thought, the station chief was suddenly reminded of Stern, the bespectacled gentleman with a kind and benevolent demeanor. He couldn't help but marvel at the fact that this little old man truly accomplished it. As the viewership ratings were released, it became evident that the collaboration between Huaxia Sports and the NBA is poised to deepen. Back in San Antonio, the latter half of the rookie game had commenced. With the score gap widening to 30 points, the players on both sides ceased their defensive efforts, instead showcasing their remarkable skills with flair. Dazzling dunks, one-handed rim assaults, alley-oops. Behind-the-back passes, single-handed passes, and stunning three-point shots erupted across the court in a continuous display of athleticism. Lin Tian even attempted 2 audacious long-range three-pointers from midcourt, and fortune smiled upon him as he successfully netted one. However, while this carefree exhibition of basketball led to a rapid increase in scores and provided entertainment for the fans, it paled in comparison to the electrifying 3-minute performance earlier in the first half. Though the enthusiasm of the crowd began to wane, the Huaxia fans watching from home remained undeterred. In a realm where opportunities to witness high-level basketball are scarce, this flamboyant style of play was utterly unfamiliar to them. Thus, even if Lin Tian did not deliver any particularly spectacular performances in the second half aside from that mid-court three-pointer, the fans swiftly remembered this handsome fellow countryman. Handsome, skillful on the court, capable of sinking mid-court three-pointers. Little did Lin Tian anticipate that from this day forth, he would become a part of the folklore sweeping through the Huaxia basketball community. His mid-court three-point shooting percentage of 50 would join the ranks of legends, such as Jordan's 3-second hang time, Chamberlain being a Huaxia native, the Magic's passing prowess being able to crush a rhinoceros, and Garnett's ability to touch the rim 50 times, collectively becoming part of Huaxia's rich tapestry of basketball myths. Ultimately, the Eastern team triumphed over the West with a score of 133-100, a resounding victory by 33 points. Lin Tian, with an impressive stat line of 15 out of 21 from the field, 2 out of 5 from beyond the arc, and 8 out of 9 from the free throw line, amassed a staggering total of 40 points, 10 assists, 11 rebounds, and 6 steals, effortlessly clinching the MVP title of the Rookie Challenge. During the awards ceremony, aware that countless Huaxia fans were still watching the live broadcast, Lin Tian expressed in Huaxia language, "I know my compatriots are with me. They have given me strength, and I will always take pride in being Huaxia." This statement has moved countless fans from the Huaxia region to tears. Behold, our Huaxia men are just like this. No matter where they go, they never forget their hometown. They will always remember their origins. They remain true to their roots. This young man is truly remarkable. Regardless of the number of earnest NBA fans in China today, or how many among them can recite the names of all 29 NBA teams from this moment onward, every Chinese person will remember one name: Lin Tian, the MVP of the Rookie Challenge, the most outstanding rookie of this season. He is also a burgeoning superstar. On this particular evening, Lin Tian not only garnered countless fans, but also effectively opened the doorway to the expansive Chinese market for the NBA several years ahead of schedule. The highlights of Lin Tian's performance during the final 3 minutes of the first half were replayed repeatedly on sports channels throughout the day, captivating audiences. In fact, on this single day, the sports network aired Lin Tian's 3-minute highlight reel a total of 9 times. Many ardent fans even stationed themselves in front of their televisions, eagerly anticipating Lin Tian's display of talent. The spectacle was nothing short of enthralling. This unprecedented success was beyond Stern's wildest imagination. He had envisioned Lin Tian inspiring Chinese fans to watch the NBA, and he had anticipated Lin Tian fostering a love for the NBA among them. But he never imagined it would unfold in such a frenzied manner. After all, this year marks the 50th anniversary of the NBA. It is the year when the NBA will select its 50 greatest legends. This year, the NBA's official focus has shifted. One could say that not even the rookie game or the All-Star game qualifies as the main event. The true centerpiece is indeed the grand 50th anniversary celebration. The league has undertaken extensive preparations, meticulously exploring myriad plans, establishing various contingency strategies, and orchestrating an array of performances, speeches, and addresses from retired legends. These elements constitute the genuine highlights of this All-Star weekend. Stern could never have anticipated that the rookie game would bring him such a monumental and exhilarating surprise. The young man, Lin Tian, is remarkable, truly exceptional. Shouldn't he receive some extra whistles and preferential treatment to expedite his development into a star capable of standing alone? Following the All-Star rookie game, Lin Tian's life remained largely unchanged. That evening, he was still excluded from the gambling tables frequented by the stars, and even barred from entering certain rooms. Thus, he settled for second best, continuing to explore the rich culture of San Antonio with Rodman. The next day marked the second day of the NBA All-Star festivities, specifically the skills competitions. Lin Tian reflected on the past year. Aside from Barry's impressive aerial feats, nothing noteworthy captured his attention. The man merely executed a rather unremarkable dunk from the free throw line, ultimately clinching the dunk contest championship thanks to the nostalgic flair of 90s NBA. Beyond that, this year held no memorable moments. Choosing not to attend the ATT Center, Lin Tian deemed it a waste of time. He preferred to immerse himself in the local culture of San Antonio rather than watch others shoot three-pointers and dunk. He still vividly recalled the towering 7-meter Lamborghini tractor, an unforgettable sight. However, just as Lin Tian stepped out of the hotel, an unexpectedly familiar voice called out to him. It wasn't the voice itself that was recognizable, but rather the language. It was Mandarin. Lin Tian, Teacher Lin, Comrade Lin, Brother Lin, Little Lin, Brother Lin, Big Brother Lin, Uncle Lin. Following this cascade of titles, Lin Tian turned to see a familiar face. It was Su Kun, a prominent figure in the Chinese basketball community, a renowned commentator and the founder of the Basketball Pioneer newspaper, although at present he is likely still affiliated with the China Sports Daily. This gentleman is indeed the first journalist from China to arrive in America and conduct live interviews for the NBA. He has covered this year's Top 50 celebration, the All-Star Game, and subsequently the NBA Finals, all through his live reporting. A true pioneer in the field. Therefore, Su Kun must be here to cover the All-Star Game. Upon noticing Lin Tian's gaze, he hurriedly waved his press pass, exclaiming, "It's me. It's me. I truly know him. We are friends. Please do not call the police. Do not apprehend me. I am indeed a journalist." This time, Su Kun shouted in English. Apparently, the security at the hotel entrance mistook him for a paparazzo or an unlawful individual, prompting concerns of calling the authorities to detain him. "All right, I know him. We are indeed friends. Kindly allow him to enter." Lin Tian gestured to Su Kun and the security, then turned to accompany Su Kun into the hotel lobby, where they found a place to sit. At under 30, Su Kun still exudes a profound scholarly demeanor. His eyes, clear behind his glasses, reflect immense enthusiasm for basketball and journalism. "Thank you, Comrade Lin," Su Kun tentatively addressed him. Lin Tian pondered for a moment. "You can call me Xiao Lin. It sounds quite pleasant." "Xiao Lin, thank you. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Su Kun, a journalist from the China Sports Daily. I am here to cover the All-Star Game." "Then why are you loitering at the hotel entrance instead of at the ATT Center?" "No wonder you were mistaken for a paparazzo," Lin Tian teased, fully aware of Su Kun's intentions, yet relishing the mischief of withholding the truth. "I arrived in San Antonio only this morning. Time is of the essence, and the budget provided by my superiors is quite limited. Thus, I can only afford to stay here for one night, leading me to forego the rookie game and only cover the skills competition and the main event. I have just one question." Lin Tian observed Su Kun's cautious demeanor, tilting his head. "You and T happen to be unaware that the NBA has a player named Lin. Would you? After all, his primary focus was not solely on NBA coverage. The domestic NBA operations are currently characterized by a cautious, step-by-step approach to progress. Please, feel free to speak candidly. I am quite easy to get along with," Lin Tian reassured Su Kun with his disarming smile. "We are indeed aware that the Chicago Bulls have a rookie named Lin. However, due to a lack of comprehensive information, we only know you hail from the University of Pennsylvania and are an academic achiever. Yet, we are uncertain if you are Chinese, of Chinese descent, or perhaps Japanese or Korean. In fact, many of us are unsure if you even belong to the Asian ethnicity, as domestic broadcasts of the games have been exceedingly scant, preventing us from properly observing your performances." Su Kun, increasingly flustered, remarked, "Otherwise, I would have managed to extend my stay by another day." "Enough of this. What brings you here at this moment? Are you preparing to grant me an exclusive interview?" Lin Tian gazed at Su Kun, fully aware of his intentions. Instead of attending the individual competition at the ATT Center, he chose to loiter at the hotel entrance. What could that possibly signify? Perhaps he aimed to capture clandestine photographs of Lin Tian in the company of various young women, engaging in extortion? The thought sparked an immediate glimmer of excitement in Su Kun's eyes. Although he had just arrived on a flight today, he had already heard whispers of the unexpected whirlwind surrounding Lin Tian that had swept through the country. Despite the absence of any directives from his superiors, he resolved to forego the individual competition coverage and wait at the hotel for Lin Tian's arrival. After a prolonged wait of several hours, he finally succeeded in seeing Lin Tian emerge. This time, Su Kun was indeed taking a significant risk. If Lin Tian proved to be uncooperative and outright refused the exclusive interview, Su Kun would undoubtedly be unable to rush to the ATT Center to cover the individual competitions, leaving him with half of his assignment unfulfilled. Consequently, he would likely face considerable criticism. Thus, Su Kun gazed at Lin Tian with an expression filled with anticipation, while simultaneously contemplating how to persuade him, what benefits he could offer, and how he could assist Lin Tian in a manner that would lead him to acquiesce to his request. "All right, this shall be my first exclusive interview in our country, so I entrust it to you. However, you must ensure it is executed flawlessly." Lin Tian smiled and readily agreed. "Rest assured, my writing skills are exceptional. I have won numerous composition competitions. I am the finest writer at our newspaper. I will undoubtedly ensure your story resonates throughout the entirety of China, allowing everyone to recognize you." Su Kun's eyes sparkled with excitement. Lin Tian's inaugural domestic interview. This singular piece could elevate him from being an overlooked reporter within a newspaper to a nationally renowned sports journalist. A distinguished name. The mere mention of this title evokes a thrill. As for Lin Tian, His gaze towards Su Kun was imbued with an intense curiosity. This individual is the founder of the Basketball Pioneer Report, a publication that dominated the sports scene during its time. To label him as a figure who ruled an entire era would be an understatement, since he is establishing the Basketball Pioneer Report. Transforming it into the Lin's Basketball Pioneer Report is certainly within the realm of possibility. Chapter 91. Lin Tian, the Rising Star, and the Jealous Jordan. The interview with Su Kun took significantly longer than Lin Tian had anticipated. This fellow began with questions about Lin Tian's age, hometown, personality, interests, culinary preferences, favorite colors, and beloved animals, seemingly intent on uncovering the minutiae of Lin Tian's lineage. It could be said that he left no stone unturned, probing into every detail. In Su Kun's own words, this was the first occasion for the domestic audience to truly get to know Lin Tian, as they had previously been utterly oblivious to his existence. However, following Lin Tian's spectacular performance in the rookie competition, fans were undoubtedly eager to learn every facet of his life. Thus, this exclusive interview had to be comprehensive, ensuring that a mere glance would reveal the essence of Lin Tian's character. Lin Tian did not contest Su Kun's assertions and cooperatively engaged in a lengthy conversation lasting several hours. After all, Lin Tian was contemplating the opportunity to bring Su Kun into his fold. Ideally, he wished to recruit Su Kun and his entourage of younger associates, thereby gaining command over the domestic basketball journalism landscape. Who would dare to offend Lin, the esteemed official? They would surely face dire consequences. By the time Su Kun finally concluded his inquiries, the dunk contest had already drawn to a close, with Barry emerging as a pride of the white community. Upon finishing, Lin Tian warmly invited Su Kun to experience the local culture and distinctive entertainment of San Antonio. Upon hearing the prospect of viewing Lamborghini tractors and various models of agricultural machinery, Su Kun was instantly invigorated and eagerly accompanied Lin Tian. Upon grasping the essence of this place, the individual silently turned and fled. The 1996 NBA All-Star Game undoubtedly ranks among the most momentous occasions in basketball history. This year not only marked Michael Jordan's triumphant return to the All-Star stage, where he clinched the MVP title, but also witnessed a cadre of young talents challenging the veterans, eager to usurp their reign and carve out their own legacy. Most significantly, this All-Star event celebrated the 50th anniversary of the NBA. During the All-Star Game, the NBA official selected 50 luminaries from its rich 50-year history, culminating in the illustrious NBA 50. From George Mikan, heralded as the first NBA superstar, to the dominating figures of the 1960s, Wilt Chamberlain and Bill Russell, and the iconic Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and Oscar Robertson, who entered the league in the 1970s, as well as the revered Dr. Julius Erving, who transitioned from the ABA. The 1980s ushered in an era that solidified the NBA's status as a premier league with the likes of Magic Johnson and Larry Bird. Furthermore, the current stalwarts still gracing the league include Charles Barkley, Karl Malone, and Michael Jordan himself. To be selected among the NBA 50 signifies that one is undoubtedly among the elite stars of the league, an unparalleled honor for any player. Those retired legends, too, emerge from their long hiatus, converging upon San Antonio. It can be said that every NBA luminary, save for those who have met their divine fates, gathered at the venue. This year's NBA All-Star Game is undoubtedly of historic significance. Legends, journalists, celebrities, and dignitaries all gathered at the venue. Some even remarked that this weekend in San Antonio, anyone pointed out on the street would either indicate a basketball star or a celebrity. In the days prior, retired players engaged in numerous interactions and activities with current stars such as Jordan, Pippen, and Olajuwon. The reason Lin Tian did not participate is simply due to his insufficient prominence and lesser status. The All-Star events are not meant for the likes of emerging rookies. Moreover, Lin Tian has no interest in such activities and could not be bothered to join the festivities. He did not even attend the main All-Star Game. The lengthy and rather tedious opening ceremony, a tribute to some celebratory event, was of no interest to Lin Tian, who would much rather immerse himself in the vibrant spirit of San Antonio. Over the past couple of days, he had thoroughly explored this charming southwestern city, indulging in its rich culture and unique attractions. After leaving behind a multitude of his own legends in San Antonio, Lin Tian was nearly ready to embark on his journey back to Chicago alongside the Iron Triangle and Phil Jackson. While awaiting their flight at the airport in San Antonio, A familiar figure suddenly flashed outside the VIP lounge before striding in. "Hey Michael, long time no see. What you all doing here?" Larry Bird, the towering figure and one of the NBA's 50 greatest players, known for his dominance in the 1980s as the Celtic star, observed Jordan with annoyance. "Larry, can you please not be ridiculous? We just saw each other at the All-Star game yesterday. I even shook your hand." "All right, I merely sought a casual opening line. Considering our amicable relationship, I couldn't just ignore you." Bird, known for his sharp tongue, chose not to engage Jordan further and instead comfortably took a seat beside Lin Tian, smiling as he said, "Hi Lin, actually, I came looking for you." Lin Tian, recognizing the top-tier trash talker of the league, also known as the king of showboating, quickly understood Bird's intentions. "Mr. Bird, my coach and teammates are right here. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to poach and recruit me directly?" Lin Tian realized Bird was not inquiring about the local women of San Antonio. Rather, he was there to recruit him for the Celtics. There's nothing inappropriate about it. I am not affiliated with any team or organization. I am merely a fan. Bird disregarded the glaring stares from Jordan, Jackson, and others, responding nonchalantly. "I'm just an ordinary fan who happens to like both the Celtics and you. Larry, you should really leave immediately. You ought to know you are not welcome here at all." Jordan showed no hesitation in denying Bird any courtesy. The reason was quite simple. Of all the opponents Jordan faced in his career, Bird was the only one he had never defeated in the playoffs. It is well known that during the early stages of his career, Jordan struggled against two formidable foes, the Celtics, who defeated him twice, and the Pistons, who triumphed over him 3 times. However, after the Pistons had bested Jordan 3 times, he eventually swept them in the Eastern Conference Finals, effectively dismantling their team. Yet, with Bird's Celtics, when Jordan had just begun to elevate the Bulls to prominence, Bird had chosen to retire, leaving no opportunity for Jordan to seek revenge or to conquer him. Thus, Bird stands as the sole elite player within this league who has utterly dominated Jordan during the playoffs. Given Jordan's competitive nature and his propensity for pettiness, it would indeed be extraordinary for him to extend any semblance of goodwill towards Bird. Naturally, Bird would dismiss Jordan's almost dismissive remarks and continued addressing Lin. "Boston is the finest place I have ever been. It boasts magnificent lobsters, the best strip clubs, and the most storied franchise in history. Joining such a prestigious organization will ensure your name is forever etched in Boston's legacy. Lead this team to revival, and you shall be a legend alongside Russell." "Lin, contemplate this. If you are willing to join Boston next year, I would be delighted to train with you. I can impart many of my little tricks. To be candid, I believe we share a similar type of persona, both rather vexatious and skilled at riling others. Wouldn't you agree?" Lin, smiling, looked at Bird and cheekily replied, "But you still can't secure a position in Boston, can you, Larry? Honestly, I find that quite unjust. A figure of your merit deserves better treatment from Auerbach. This old man occupies his position without contributing, entirely disregarding the thoughts and talents of those beneath him. If someone of your stature faces such treatment, what are the others? Larry, I truly feel for you. How about this? I'll offer you a path. Come to Chicago. Chicago will provide you with everything you desire. I could even conspire with Michael to oust that rotund figure, Krause, and you could take the role of general manager. How's that sound? Isn't it far more exhilarating to elevate an ordinary team to greatness than to join an already established powerhouse?" Lin's words left Bird momentarily speechless. After a prolonged gaze, Bird gave Lin a thumbs up and remarked, "You truly are as annoying as I am. I've never seen someone recruit players only to be counter-recruited. You'd be mistaken, Larry. He is far more irksome." At that moment, a cheerful voice interrupted as Magic strolled in, having evidently eavesdropped for quite some time. "You truly do not understand Lin at all. Would he ever consider a desolate place like Boston? The ideal setting for him is Los Angeles." At this juncture, Magic turned to Jordan, Jackson, and others, adding, "I am not affiliated with any team. I am simply a fan who appreciates both Lin and the Lakers. Lin, to be frank, the vibrant allure of Los Angeles is perfectly suited for you. There are countless starlets. You could easily fulfill Dennis's dreams. In the Lakers, you would be closest to realizing your aspirations. More like the closest to a virus, you old fool," Bird retorted, showing no regard for this old rival, giving Magic the middle finger. "You keep talking? Keep it up, and I might just bite you." The magician revealed a dazzling set of white teeth, exuding an air of menace. "Excuse me, has anyone seen David Robinson?" Another voice interjected. The crowd turned to see a somewhat familiar, yet unidentifiable middle-aged man entering the room. Apart from Lin Tian, the others pondered for quite some time, but could not recall who he was. However, Lin Tian recognized him at once. It was Popovich, the current general manager of the Spurs, who would soon assume the role of head coach, embarking on a coaching journey that would span 2 to 3 decades. Apologies for the interruption. I am Popovich, the general manager of the Spurs. Has anyone seen David? He appeared entirely unconcerned about his sudden presence, smiling as he continued. David mentioned he wished to speak with his favorite point guard, so I presumed he might be here, but it seems he is not. Stop with the nonsense. Jackson, who had been silent until now, abruptly stood up and retorted, the Spurs have their next 3 games at home. How could David possibly be at the airport? Those 2 fellows claim they have no official roles, but here you are, the legitimate general manager, joining in? I'll report you. Jackson was clearly infuriated by these individuals. What on earth? I'm still breathing. Do you think you can entice my players right under my nose? You have no regard for my authority. With a shrug, Popovich acknowledged Lin Tian with a nod before turning to leave. He understood that he could not recruit Lin Tian here. His purpose was merely to leave a lasting impression. In the upcoming summer, when conversing with Lin Tian, I can effortlessly draw upon our serendipitous encounter at the airport, allowing for at least half an hour of engaging dialogue. Such is the nature of relationships. In a bid to gain access, Popovich even procured a plane ticket. Where was that ticket destined? It appears to be heading to the historic city of Winston-Salem in North Carolina. Perhaps a visit there would be in order? It seems Wake Forest University is currently competing to make a mark in March Madness. Since we are already here, it seems prudent to take a look. Popovich nonchalantly boarded the flight to North Carolina, departing first, while the rivalry between Magic Johnson and Larry Bird showed no signs of abating. You may not be aware, but Lin is planning to train with me this summer. Magic proclaimed with pride. We'll have training together. I have shared a bed with your mother. Have you called me Dad yet? Bird retorted with a barrage of insults. He would never set foot in Boston. Magic was visibly irritated by Bird's provocations. That foul-mouthed white guy. Ridiculous. What is so great about Los Angeles? It's infested with virus-ridden flesh and bones. Bird continued his tirade. What does Boston offer? Lobster and dock workers? Magic was beginning to falter. Boston has no viruses. It's as simple as that. Bird relentlessly attacked Magic's vulnerabilities. FUXX. You weakling. I've secured 5 championships. Magic was clearly outmatched, resorting to championship claims. I've won 3 consecutive MVPs. And you? You possess 2 championships without an FMVP. Is riding coattails to victory truly a victory? Thus, your total stands at 3 championships. Bird immediately countered. You 2 have a championship without an FMVP. It's common knowledge that I was injured. Throughout the playoffs, I performed far better than Cedric. You could never achieve consecutive MVPs. Attaining them in alternating years is the true challenge. Magic was now speaking indiscriminately, lashing out wildly. Are you even listening to yourself? Old aides? Bird reclined with an air of assured victory, remarking, Do you see this, Lin? This guy can't even deliver trash talk, yet he is recruiting you? Come with me. I guarantee I'll make you the league's top trash talker. I can make you both the league's 2 pieces of excrement. Jordan could no longer contain himself. Disregarding the esteemed veterans, he stood and shouted at the 2. I'm giving you both a choice. Leave now, or I will throw you out. That threat holds no weight with me, Michael. Bird rose, chuckling. I would indeed be ejected by you, so I'll take my leave. But this old AIDS weighs in at 130 kilograms, laden with viruses, and he's certainly isn't afraid of you. He believes you lack the courage to throw him out. Nor could you even manage to do so. Silence, you old white dog. The magician gestured with a middle finger towards Bird, exclaiming, What sort of nickname is Big Hook 8? Are you so desperate for others to know your shortcomings? Bird retorted, Indeed, unlike you, I lack the gift of magic. Rising from his seat, he made his way outside, delivering a final jab at the magician. Make a magic trick? Poof, the healthy man is gone. And old AIDS is here. Bursting into laughter, Bird swiftly exited the scene, while the magician, grumbling under his breath, departed towards the VIP lounge. Throughout his life, the magician had never backed down from Bird on the court, often even gaining the upper hand. Yet, in the realm of trash talk, he had never once triumphed. Completely dominated by Bird's sharp tongue, unable to retaliate physically, he felt utterly helpless. Once the magician had left, Jordan, brimming with frustration, positioned a sofa against the door and locked it, muttering a bunch of old fools. If they dare return to the league, I will make them unrecognizable. Turning to Jackson, he declared, Phil, You need to devise a plan. These scoundrels have no shame. This is just the beginning, Michael. Just the beginning, Jackson shrugged, adding, have you considered how many will be vying for Lin by this time next year? Until he signs his extension, he will always be in high demand, perpetually sought after due to his exceptional talent. Receiving such praise from Jackson, Lin felt a bit bashful, raising his hand and saying, honestly, I'm not that remarkable. Be quiet. Jordan was seething with anger, incensed that others were poaching talent right under his nose. When I return, I will speak to Kraus and ensure Lin's extension is secured. Lin, I will make certain Kraus offers you a max contract. You will receive everything you deserve. To hell with it. If anyone dares recruit Lin in my presence again, I will make them regret it. On the flight from San Antonio to Chicago, Jordan barely uttered a word, consumed by fury. Upon landing, he wasted no time, driving directly to the Bulls' headquarters, knocking on Kraus's office door. He was determined to have a serious conversation with Kraus. This time, Jordan ventured alone, while Lin Tian and Pippin, among others, opted to return home. Yet, no one noticed the subtle smile curling at the corners of Phil Jackson's lips. What he desired was a rift between Jordan and Kraus, a tumultuous clash, if possible, culminating in Kraus's dismissal. Such a scenario would present him with the opportunity to assume the role of general manager for the Bulls. Within Kraus's office, Jordan's fierce demeanor left Kraus utterly perplexed. Goodness, has he lost his mind again? Michael, congratulations on securing yet another MVP title at the All-Star game. What brings you here this time? Are you inquiring about your contract renewal for this summer? Worry not. I have prepared an exceedingly generous max contract for you. I assure you, it will meet your utmost satisfaction. I am aware that you are quite displeased with Ewing's $18 million annual salary contract. Rest assured, your contract will surpass his. I guarantee that starting next year, you will be the highest paid player in the league. Allow me to let you in on a little secret. Wasn't Ewing the first player in the league to earn a $10 million salary? What a triviality. Next year, you shall become the league's first $20 million man. After Klaus finished his statement, he felt an immense sense of pride. Look, I have laid my cards on the table. They say I'm stingy, that I am a miser, but now, without you, Jordan, I am offering you the highest salary in the league. It is absolutely befitting of your stature. Klaus had meticulously calculated his strategy. He understood Jordan well and was acutely aware of the relationship between Jordan and the Knicks star player, Ewing. These two individuals share a profound camaraderie, yet they are undeniably fierce competitors. Although Ewing has never bested Jordan in the playoffs, he secured a staggering $18 million annual contract last summer, the most lucrative in the league. This contract not only elevated Ewing to the status of the highest paid player in the league, but also made him the first recipient of a $1 million contract in NBA history. Given Klaus's insight into Jordan, it is evident that he became discontented shortly after Ewing's contract was finalized. During this year's All-Star game, it is certain that Jordan, without question, spent the entire weekend mingling with Ewing and others, engaging in the customary boasting about their respective salaries. This undoubtedly explains Jordan's displeasure, and it is also the reason he knocked on Kraus's office door. Kraus believed that his words could easily persuade Jordan to leave contentedly, while he would earn a reputation for generosity. Unfortunately for him, Kraus was entirely mistaken. Jordan was not there for his own contract. I am acutely aware of my worth. I am deserving of the highest salary in the league. If you cannot even offer me that, I will not continue my career with the Bulls. Jordan's reaction completely took Kraus by surprise. He stared in shock at the still furious Jordan, unable to comprehend the depth of his anger. Lin, immediately extend Lin's contract. Are you aware that during this All-Star event, several teams' management and players have begun to recruit him? Do you know that these teams are openly asking Lin to join them right in front of us? I cannot tolerate this. I refuse to be seen as a fool. So Kraus, extend Lin's contract at once. Secure him in Chicago for the long term. Let those bastards keep quiet. You say you're not a fool? Kraus internally scoffed, but maintained a smile on his face as he replied, Michael, I would certainly prefer to extend Lin's contract early. I want him to continue partnering with you. However, Michael, his contract is not yet expired. How can I extend it? Kraus spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness. I can only promise that I will do everything in my power next summer to keep Lin with us. But I truly cannot extend his contract at this moment, unless David Stern changes his rules on a whim. Once Kraus finished speaking, Jordan finally realized he had acted foolishly. He understood that Kraus was not being unreasonable and could only nod in resignation. I hope you keep your word, Kraus. For both me and Lin, I do not wish for our team to disband. We must achieve another three-peat. Do you understand? Of course I understand. Only by continuing to win championships can I remain secure in my position. More than anyone, I hope you remain strong. At this point, Jordan lost interest in conversing with the man he had always found unlikable. He waved dismissively and exited the office, leaving Krause alone, seething with resentment. His eyes fiercely fixed on Jordan's retreating figure. Self-righteous fool, who do you think you are, trying to teach me how to do my job? Do not give me the opportunity. If you did, I would ensure you disappeared from this league at the very first chance. After leaving Krause's office, Jordan pondered for a moment before calling Lin's home. Hey Lin, I must say, I was unable to reach an agreement with Krause, due to the rules. We cannot extend your contract early. I know, Michael, but wait, you can't possibly be unaware of this? Lin's tone on the phone dripped with schadenfreude. You don't actually not know the rules for contract extensions and the various salary cap stipulations in the league, do you? Or have you read them, but simply cannot comprehend? I believe you cannot comprehend, for as Lin Tian stated, at this point, Jordan furiously slammed the phone down. That scoundrel. How infuriating. I cannot believe I engaged in a quarrel on his behalf, only for his focus to be on some labor agreement. Tomorrow's training session, I'll unleash my fury upon him. I must decisively crush Lin Tian to vent my pin-up frustration. Time swiftly passed, and soon arrived the first game following the All-Star match. The Chicago Bulls, playing on their home turf, faced off against the league's underdogs, the Minnesota Timberwolves. This year marks the 7th since the Timberwolves' inception, yet their performance remains woefully stagnant, with the prospect of their inaugural playoff journey still appearing distant. Their top scorer is the offensively minded, explosive guard, Isaiah Ryder, a player whose limitations are evident and who lacks the capacity to elevate the team to greater heights. The remainder of the team, too, offers little promise or distinction. Presently, their sole glimmer of hope and the favorite of all Minnesotans is the prodigious high school talent they selected 5th overall this year, Kevin Garnett. Although he is merely in his rookie season and just 19 years old, a raw gem, Garnett's innate talent has already captivated all Minnesota fans. His impeccable physique, swift agility, instinctive passing, and elite ball handling skills, combined with his explosive athleticism, lead nearly all Minnesotans to believe that Garnett embodies their future hope and the core of their resurgence. Garnett himself has shown remarkable potential. During the first half of the season, he was merely a bench player, yet following a surge in form and rapid statistical improvement, he secured a starting position at the power forward spot beginning in January, with his statistics steadily rising. Tonight, the Timberwolves, languishing near the bottom of the Western standings, are set to clash with the league's dominant force, the Bulls, riding a 19-game winning streak. However, to say it will be a contest is a misnomer. Rather, it is more appropriate to describe this match as an opportunity for Garnett to experience the chasm that exists between himself and the league's elite. From the outset, he was targeted by Rodman, who employed a barrage of cunning tactics and relentless physicality to impart a stern lesson to Garnett. The poor young man struggled against Rodman, unable to gain any advantage, and his still developing physique made it difficult for him to even maintain his footing. What perplexed Garnett further was Jordan's demeanor. Upon entering the game, Jordan bore an expression as if Garnett owed him a substantial debt, exuding an intimidating aura. From the very beginning, Jordan relentlessly attacked the paint, repeatedly challenging Garnett's defense. After each successful shot, he would taunt, "Come on, aren't you the one who can touch the top of the backboard? Didn't you claim you could block me? Is this the best you can do?" Jordan's words left Garnett feeling utterly aggrieved. He felt wronged. "When did I ever say I wanted to annihilate you, Jordan? Who said that? You can chase down anyone and beat them to the ground, but why come at me?" Achoo! Lin Tian, unable to suppress a sneeze, felt certain that someone was disparaging him internally. Otherwise, such an unexpected sneeze would not have occurred. "Lin, get on the court. Increase the lead quickly and finish this." At that moment, Jackson called Lin Tian's name, urging him to enter the game. Lin Tian promptly stood up and walked onto the court, having eagerly awaited this moment. Especially with Garnett still in the game, he had to seize this opportunity. The chance to outperform Garnett was dwindling. At that moment, the score stood at 20-13, with the Bulls leading by 7 points halfway through the game. As soon as Lin Tian stepped onto the court, he received the basketball and advanced towards the front court. While dribbling, he called out to Jordan, "Michael, do you remember our wager? You still owe me." "I remember. Enough already." Jordan waved his hand impatiently, signaling Lin Tian to pass him the ball. Without hesitation, Lin Tian quickly passed the ball and positioned himself at the three-point arc, ready to find an opportunity. Jordan, with a series of crossovers, easily maneuvered past Laudale and charged into the paint. The agile and assertive Garnett immediately took a step to intercept Jordan's drive, but Jordan, undeterred, barreled into the paint, colliding heavily with the slender Garnett, who was left dazed. Suddenly, Jordan executed a bounce pass. At that moment, Lin Tian had already accelerated. Cutting through the lane, receiving the ball, he seized the opportunity before Garnett could regain his balance and leaped for an emphatic dunk. With a resounding thud, Lin Tian dunked over Garnett, scoring his first 2 points. "Kevin, I will obliterate you. You're finished tonight." After scoring, Lin Tian taunted Garnett, "You skinny noodle. Did you write your will before stepping onto the court? What? What is this?" Garnett, still in his less ferocious form, felt utterly wronged. How had he offended these players? Why did they all act as though he owed them significant debts? On the offensive end, as Garnett received the ball at his preferred high post, he had yet to assess the situation when Lin Tian rushed in, applying pressure to his lower body while shouting, "Michael." Jordan immediately abandoned his defensive assignment and sprinted towards Lin Tian. "They're going to double-team me?" Garnett was taken aback, just as he contemplated passing to a nearby teammate. Lin Tian seized the moment. Taking advantage of Garnett's distraction, he snatched the basketball from his hands and stormed down the court, scoring with a layup. "Come on, noodle. I will completely obliterate you." After Lin Tian scored, he continued to unleash a torrent of insults at Garnett. Since the intention was to dominate him, why not do so with a bit more ferocity, perhaps even compelling Garnett to reveal some of his vulnerabilities? No mercy should be shown. After all, Lin Tian would not be heading to the frigid climes of Minnesota in the future, so he had no fear of offending Garnett or incurring his wrath. In the ensuing minutes, Garnett's confidence was utterly dismantled by the relentless assaults from Lin Tian and Jordan. On the offensive front, the two of them surged one after the other against his defense. With the rest of the team failing to provide any support, Garnett's efforts appeared increasingly pitiable as he faced the unyielding onslaught from Lin Tian and Jordan, powerless to stop them as they continuously scored above him. Whether it was Lin Tian charging in to draw Garnett's defense and then passing to Jordan, who would then finish the play, or conversely, Jordan driving into the paint to lure Garnett away only to dish the ball to Lin Tian for a score, Garnett found himself at a loss. Time and again, he spread his arms in exasperation, urging his teammates to defend properly, at the very least to prevent these two from entering so easily. Yet, he received no response. "You haven't even matured yet, and you think you can instruct the veterans?" After the game, perhaps he should first treat everyone to 10 hamburgers. Indeed, the seasoned players of the Timberwolves had little regard for this high schooler. They were far more inclined to score themselves than to expend energy on defense. Faced with the apathetic gaze of his teammates, Garnett was truly infuriated, contemplating simply focusing on rebounding. If he got one, great. If not, so be it. However, his inherent passion for defense was undeniable. Despite repeatedly resolving to give up, each time he saw an opponent charging in, he instinctively rushed to contest, only to be humiliated by the sharp blades of Jordan and Lin Tian. One man simply could not defend against such relentless attacks. On the defensive end, Lin Tian opted for a mismatch against Garnett, consistently leveraging his lower center of gravity and superior strength to encroach upon Garnett's offensive space. Whenever Garnett received the ball within close range, Jordan would swiftly come over to double-team him. Even without assistance, Garnett had limited options. He was not particularly adept at back-to-the-basket plays, his specialties being mid-range jumpers and step-back fadeaways. Confronted with Lin Tian's staunch defense and relentless attempts to strip the ball, Garnett found himself increasingly frustrated. During several possessions at the high post, Lin Tian managed to steal the ball once, and though he fouled Garnett on another occasion, the sting from Lin Tian's slap on his hand left Garnett nearly crying out in pain. Consequently, Garnett decisively abandoned the notion of orchestrating his own offense from the high post, his gaze reflecting deep indignation. What enmity warranted such a brutal approach? One cannot initiate an offensive from a high position, nor dare to dribble, and the repertoire of low-post skills is insufficient. Currently, what Garnett can do is merely wait for a pass from his teammates after setting a screen, followed by a direct jump shot. However, what kind of backcourt combination do the Timberwolves possess at present? One is Liddell, and the other is Lux. The caliber of these two is one matter, but their playing style is such that Garnett's future partner, Marbury, appears to be a paragon of selflessness in comparison. When the ball is in their hands, Garnett might as well forget about retrieving it. In their minds, the concept of passing seems non-existent. Thus, during the few minutes in the first quarter when Garnett was mismatched against Lin, He not only failed to score a single point, but also had the ball stolen twice, rendering him utterly unproductive. Garnett's performance tonight can only be described as one of profound frustration. What exacerbates his plight is that, in the absence of substantial support from his teammates, he endured relentless assault from the Bulls, culminating in his fifth foul midway through the third quarter, leading to his premature removal from the game by the coach. In this match, Garnett made a mere 3 out of 10 attempts, converting one of 2 free throws, culminating in a total of 7 points, 7 rebounds, and 3 assists, alongside 5 turnovers and 5 fouls. This encounter undeniably stands as the most dismal and targeted performance of his career over the past 6 months. To compound his frustration, he remained oblivious as to why Jordan and Lin Tian had singled him out so persistently. What offense could he have committed to provoke their ire? However, there is a glimmer of good news. He is on the verge of being able to rest. At this juncture, the point differential had surpassed 25, and the game had entered garbage time. Once again, Jordan and Lin Tian clocked out after 3 quarters. In this match, Jordan achieved an impressive record of 9 successful shots out of 18 attempts, with a flawless performance at the free throw line, sinking all 10 attempts, and hitting 2 out of 3 three-pointers, culminating in a total of 30 points and 9 assists. Lin Tian, on the other hand, managed to score 20 points and provide 8 assists with 8 successful shots out of 15 attempts, along with 3 out of 4 free throws and 1 out of 2 three-pointers. Under the formidable performance of this backcourt duo, the Bulls secured yet another victory, extending their winning streak to 20 games. This remarkable achievement not only elevated their consecutive wins, but also set a new franchise record. While they still fall short of the legendary 33-game winning streak established by the Lakers, they have undeniably carved out a significant chapter in their own history. Following the game, an elated Jordan once again organized a post-game celebration for the entire team, allowing all Bulls players to revel in their triumph. However, shortly thereafter, the Bulls faced defeat. Chapter 92, the most dominant regular season in history, surpassing the record of 72 wins and 10 losses. After securing their 20th consecutive victory, the team collectively exhaled, only to face an unexpected loss in the subsequent match against the challenging New York Knicks. During this game, Ewing incessantly shouted, 18, 7 million. Michael, 18, 7 million. This disparaging remark deeply pierced Jordan's heart. It is important to note that Jordan had previously signed an 8-year, $25 million maximum contract with the Bulls. Although he had retired during this period, the contract remained intact, and the Bulls continued to compensate him. This year marked the beginning of Jordan's contract year, as he was about to enter the free market for the first time. Following Ewing's signing of an $18.7 million contract, Jordan's self-assessment of his worth soared to unprecedented heights. At the very least, the $20 million annual salary previously mentioned by Krause would utterly fail to satisfy Jordan's ambitions, unless the Bulls truly believed that Jordan was only marginally superior to Ewing by a mere $1.5 million. The sole piece of good news was that perhaps the loss to New York had ignited a fire within Jordan's pride. In the subsequent 4 games, he scored over 40 points in each, leading his team to a remarkable 4-game winning streak. He continued to solidify his commanding lead in the scoring title race, with calculations showing that even if he averaged just 15 points in the next 20 games, the rest of the league would still be unable to catch up to his scoring average. This year, Jordan arrived with a vengeful spirit. He was undeniably formidable. The Bulls' winning streak persisted for nearly an entire month. It wasn't until early March that they suffered another defeat, after which they embarked on yet another winning streak. As March drew to a close, with only the final 2 weeks of the regular season remaining and each team having just 7 to 8 games left to play, the Bulls boasted an astonishing record of 66 wins and 8 losses. They were far ahead of all other teams. Even if they were to lose all 8 of their games in April, they would still secure the top position in the league. Locking in a number 1 spot in the league half a month in advance is a rare occurrence in the 50-year history of the league, but it was indeed happening. The Bulls' dominance this year was simply extraordinary. In the final 8 games, if the Bulls secured 3 victories, they would equal the 1971 Los Angeles Lakers, standing side by side as the teams with the most wins in a single NBA season. Should they manage to win 4 games, they would become the first team in NBA history to achieve 70 wins in a regular season. Given the Bulls' current record and their remaining 8 opponents, even if Jackson decided to rest his key players, they could easily shatter the record. At this juncture, Virtually everyone believed that the Bulls securing the historical best record in the NBA and surpassing 70 wins was a foregone conclusion. The only suspense lay in how many victories they would ultimately achieve. In Las Vegas, adhering to their principle of betting on anything, odds were issued. From the final betting amounts, a majority of participants, specifically 33 individuals, believe that the Bulls will achieve a remarkable 72 victories, making this the most popular choice. Following closely are the options for 70 and 71 wins, which also garnered considerable support. Among all the choices, the four with the least votes are 74, 66, 67, and 68 wins, with fewer than one vote collectively for these options. This indicates that almost everyone is skeptical about the Bulls finishing the season winless or unable to surpass the Lakers' record. And no one anticipates that the Bulls will conclude the season with an impeccable 8-game winning streak. It is widely believed that after enduring a grueling 82-game season, exacerbated by relentless travel that exhausts the players, the Bulls will likely rest their stars after breaking the record, which explains the significant preference for 70 and 71 wins. Indeed, Phil Jackson proceeded as anticipated. He allowed the team to maintain their offensive prowess for 4 additional games, culminating in a record of 70 wins and 8 losses. Once the historical milestone was secured, he initiated his rest plan. Players such as Jordan, Pippen, Kukoc, Lin Tian, Hubble, and Longley were divided into 2 groups for rest in the subsequent 2 games. However, perhaps due to the overwhelming excitement of breaking a historical record, even with half of the starters absent, the Bulls triumphed over their opponents, further enhancing their record. With only 2 games remaining in the season, their record stood an impressive 72 wins and 8 losses, having already equaled the original victory record known only to Lin Tian. At this moment, Jackson may feel that the players have not rested sufficiently. Prior to the team's penultimate game of the season, he conveyed his decision to the players on the training ground. In the upcoming 2 matches, none of our key players will participate. We will continue to rest in order to ensure that we enter the playoffs in the best possible condition. While training, be mindful of your limits. Do not sustain any injuries at this critical time. After Jackson finished speaking, he turned and left the training field. This announcement brought great joy to the main players of the team. This was precisely what they desired. After so many regular season games, they were utterly exhausted. Only Lin Tian, after glancing at everyone, followed Jackson to the outside of his office. "Phil, may we have a word?" Lin Tian stated directly, looking at Jackson. "I presume you do not wish to rest." Jackson discerned Lin Tian's thoughts. "Indeed, I do not want to take a break. In the upcoming 2 matches, we will face the Raptors and the 76ers. Neither of them is particularly formidable, and I wish to represent the team by defeating them." Lin Tian nodded in agreement without denial. "Because they have Stoudemire and Stackhouse, correct?" Jackson responded with a smile. "According to the latest rookie rankings, you have reached the 3rd position, while these 2 are ranked 1st and 2nd. At this juncture of the season, you undoubtedly aspire to thoroughly outshine them and prove your worth." "Yes, I wish to dominate them. I want to demonstrate to everyone that I am the best of this rookie class. I am the one who truly deserves the Rookie of the Year award," Lin Tian asserted without hesitation. "Of course, I understand that due to the disparity in foundational statistics, even if I succeed in these 2 matches, I may not secure the Rookie of the Year title, but I must try. I want to show everyone that my inferior statistics do not stem from a lack of ability, but rather from fulfilling the needs of my team. I'm the finest rookie this year." Upon hearing this, Jackson ceased further discussion and nodded. "Since you have made your decision, continue to play, but I must emphasize that Michael, Dennis, Scott, and Tony will not be participating. I will not allow your ambitions to compel others to join in your frenzy." "I understand. Coach, I will handle it myself. If I cannot achieve this, it will simply prove that I am not strong enough." Jackson nodded and entered his office without further comment. Lin Tian stood at the office door, his heart racing with anticipation. Finally, the day he had awaited had arrived. Lin Tian was determined to utterly dismantle Stoudemire and Stackhouse. His objective was to accomplish the system task at an S level, striving to grow even stronger before the playoffs commenced. In the final 2 regular season games, the Bulls were first set to face the Toronto Raptors. The Toronto Raptors and the Vancouver Grizzlies are the newly inducted teams into the NBA this year, serving as a testament to the league's successful expansion of basketball into Canada. In contrast to the relatively indifferent basketball enthusiasm of the Vancouver populace, Toronto boasts a more vibrant basketball market. Even in their inaugural season, the Raptors, lacking a substantial fan base, have managed to establish a foothold in Toronto. successfully selling out tickets for 21 out of their 41 home games. This achievement places them in the upper middle tier of the league. However, as a team newly inducted into the league, the roster of the Raptors is quite lackluster. According to NBA regulations, new teams entering the league must first undergo an expansion draft. This expansion draft allows the new team to select players from the unprotected lists of existing teams to construct their initial roster. The protected list consists of 7 players that each team can choose to safeguard, and any player selected from outside this list must unconditionally join the new team, becoming a member of it. Given the nature of this protection and support rule, it is evident that unless fortune smiles upon them, as it did for the Bobcats in 2004 when they secured their leader, Gerald Wallace, it is nearly impossible for the team to acquire any reliable players from this expansion draft. Their role is essentially to fill out the roster. For instance, this season's Raptors do not boast any standout players. Aside from the franchise's inaugural rookie and the leading contender for Rookie of the Year, Mighty Mouse Damon Stoudemire, who was selected 7th overall in the first round, the only other noteworthy player is Doug Christie, acquired mid-season through trade. However, Christie is more famously recognized for his tenure with the Kings, where he was an indispensable starting shooting guard and key defensive asset during the early 21st century's illustrious Kings team. Beyond these two individuals, the remaining players on the Raptors roster are largely transient figures in the NBA, leaving little of their mark. Yet, this assembly of marginal NBA players astonishingly avoids being at the bottom of the league standings. Indeed, they find themselves second to last in the Eastern Conference, while the team occupying the very last position is none other than the Philadelphia 76ers, who will be the opponent the Bulls face in their upcoming regular season finale. As of now, the Raptors have only managed to win 2 more games than the 76ers. If the Raptors were aware that those 2 victories cost them the chance to have 4 scoring titles and 1 MVP, not to mention the electrifying and spectacular Allen Iverson, I wonder if they would regret winning those 2 additional games. However, that is a matter for another time. Now, at the United Center in Chicago, Lin Tian is about to confront the second-to-last opponent of this season. In this game, the Bulls have chosen to rest 4 key players. The formidable quartet of Jordan, Pippen, Kukoc, and Rodman are all sidelined. Nevertheless, the United Center is filled to capacity, with tickets having sold out well in advance. Even in the absence of the 4 stars, there is still Lin Tian, and even if Lin Tian were not to play, the fans would still rally behind the Bulls. After all, this is Chicago, one of the premier basketball cities in the nation. The fans will undoubtedly support their home team without hesitation. In the absence of all 4 main players, Phil Jackson assembled a starting 5 comprising Lin Tian, Hubble, Buckler, John Salley, and Bill Wennington. Among the 5 individuals, aside from Lin Tian and Stoudemire, who are players with consistent playing time during the regular season, the other 3 are merely benchwarmers. Even with this lineup, it pales in comparison to the Raptors' Stoudemire, Christie, and the other 3 inconsequential players. After all, the Raptors roster is exceedingly lackluster. I thought you lacked the courage to face me. Stoudemire, chewing gum, approached Lin Tian and remarked, "After all, the rest of your team is resting. I genuinely worry that once you are stripped of Jordan's protection, you'll retreat into a corner, too timid to confront me. A 70-win team afraid of a 20-win team? Are you out of your mind?" Lin Tian rolled his eyes and retorted, "You're small in stature, so it's only fitting that your brain is small too, right? And have you forgotten who decimated everyone during the rookie showcase, achieving a triple-double with over 40 points? Speak louder. I can't hear you. Kid, don't get too cocky. That time was merely because neither side played defense, which is why you racked up good stats. In a real game, what makes you think you could score so many points?" Stoudemire remained undeterred by Lin Tian, and though he stood only 178 centimeters tall, his presence was formidable. A real game? Are you referring to that match against the Jazz where I obliterated Stockton with over 40 points? By the way, I didn't even play in the 4th quarter of that game. Have you ever put up impressive stats against the league's elite teams? What about your 19-9 stats? While your team only won 20 games in a season, you little stat patter Stoudemire. Lin Tian, the spray painter, had never found himself at a disadvantage. Stoudemire willingly approached to be ridiculed, much to Lin Tian's delight, who unleashed a barrage of taunts. "You, with your 19-9 stats on a 20-win team, dare to mock me, who plays for a top-tier team?" Rendered speechless by Lin Tian's verbal onslaught, Stoudemire dutifully retreated to his half of the court. His eyes ablaze with fury, he resolved to thoroughly dominate Lin Tian during the game, making him aware of who the true Rookie of the Year was. In the CBS studio, this match was once again selected for national broadcast. At this point in the season, there were numerous thrilling matchups and decisive battles. Yet CBS chose to air this seemingly inconsequential game between the league's top team and the second-to-last team, especially since the Bulls were missing 4 key players, diminishing the game's intrigue. At the very least, in the eyes of CBS's Marcus and Smith. The only highlight of this match was the Rookie of the Year rivalry between Lin Tian and Stoudemire. This match, I believe, has everyone like myself most focused on the premier rookie showdown between Lin Tian and Stoudemire. Currently, these two are ranked first and third on the rookie leaderboard, with Stoudemire boasting an impressive average of 19, 3 points and 9.2 assists per game, placing him at the top of the rookie rankings. Although Lin's foundational statistics may not rival those of Stoudemire, he has still managed to deliver a commendable output of 14, 8 points, 4.5 assists and 1.5 steals. Furthermore, while Lin may currently be at a disadvantage in the race for Rookie of the Year, he is undeniably a frontrunner in the contest for Sixth Man of the Year. Smith remarked that as the regular season progresses, player statistics have largely stabilized. Do you believe that the outcome of this game will influence the Rookie of the Year selection? Not significantly, as the disparity in their fundamental statistics is simply too vast. A difference of 5 points and 5 assists may go unnoticed in a singular match, yet throughout a lengthy season. A performance of 14-4 versus 19-9 is indeed worlds apart, representing entirely different levels of achievement. Smith spoke confidently from his desk. Of course, I am aware that Lin's team has secured 72 victories, setting an NBA record, while Stoudemire's team has only won 20. I know that. However, I must emphasize that this is for Rookie of the Year, not MVP. Has the Rookie of the Year selection ever taken team records into account? No. Statistics are the paramount criterion for this award. So, you believe Stoudemire is the superior player? Marcus chuckled, playfully leading his partner into a trap. No, I never stated that. If I had to choose a better player, I would select Lin. Yet if tasked with choosing the Rookie of the Year, I would opt for Stoudemire. It is as simple as that. The Rookie of the Year award does not consider team records. It seems Smith's perspective aligns closely with mine. I too believe Lin is exceptional, but Stoudemire will likely claim the Rookie of the Year title. However, I suspect there is one individual who will never concur with our views, and that is Damon Stoudemire himself. Marcus nodded in agreement with Smith's opinion. He will undoubtedly reject any notion that he is inferior to Lin. I imagine he will give his all tonight to prove that he is indeed the finest. Let us observe how these two premier rookies from the class of 1995 perform. Smith added, the good news is that the Bulls have opted to rest their 4 main players. This means that both Lin and Stoudemire will assume the role of their team's absolute focal points tonight, fully unleashing their offensive prowess. Let us see what kind of game they can produce. As warm-ups concluded, Lin took to the court early. This was his first time starting in the absence of several key players and his debut as the primary offensive option and core of the team. One must admit, there is a tinge of excitement. Lin continually exhaled into his palms, awaiting the commencement of the game while also contemplating another matter. The system merely instructed him to dominate the opponent. But what precisely constitutes domination? Is there a distinction between a mild and a complete domination? How does one delineate